Investigate. Find out the truth for me. I want to see what grudges I might have with her. She's just a small doctor. How dare she act so arrogantly towards me? Master Dong cursed angrily. His confidence immediately went to find out what was going on. After he smashed a few more things, his confidant returned and respectfully said, "Master, this female doctor is from the same family as the people who bought feather clothes on the street recently. Yesterday, when our men went to trouble those vendors, she took offense and remembered us. This happened quite suddenly. It was just yesterday that his master's illness flared up, causing unbearable pain, and coincidentally, it was the same woman. Truly strange. Was it them?" Master Dong finally remembered that yesterday he had indeed sent someone to trouble those small vendors. But if those people hadn't been so ungrateful, would his men have resorted to violence? Looking back, the feather clothes they brought back yesterday didn't reveal anything special after being opened and examined. The real mystery was in the spices. As long as he got that spice, he could do the same business. This Daling County was basically his territory. If his family was doing business there, how could they not give him some benefits? If someone dared to fight back, they deserved it. Could they even dare to complain? He was someone who even the county magistrate would treat with respect. They were ungrateful fools. They have offended the master, so this time they have even more reason to deal with them. The butler immediately flattered and begged politely. Master Dong wanted to kick him, but thinking about how much his foot hurt, he instead glared fiercely and said, "So, my leg is beyond treatment?" Mrs. Dong Lin wiped her tears and said, "Master, your health is the most important. Why don't we treat your illness first? Once you're better, we can deal with that little troublemaker. You're the pillar of this family." Lin was genuinely worried about him. Seeing his swollen foot that looked terrible and how several doctors had tried without success, she was really distressed. "No, I won't apologize to that woman. Where would I put my face if I did? How can I still stay in Daling County after this?" Master Dong turned his head to the side, refusing to bow his head. At this moment, the butler said, "Master and Madam, there are other doctors in the world. I've already found some others. Last night, I even sent someone to the county seat to invite a doctor from there. Based on the time, he should have arrived by now. The doctor from the city is definitely better than the one here." Hearing this, Master Dong rarely looked at him with respect. The butler had been working in the Dong family for many years. The reason he hadn't been replaced despite his age was because he was thorough in his work. He hadn't thought of asking a doctor from the city himself. Now, they were waiting for the city doctor to come. Once the illness was cured, he would make that woman regret what she said today. Soon, other well-known doctors from the county arrived, respectfully examining him and prescribing medicine. But the prescriptions they wrote were very similar to those given by the doctor last night, and they didn't work at all. Master Dong looked at the prescriptions and threw them on the ground, furious. "I told you these prescriptions don't work for me. They don't work. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Are you all idiots who grew up eating dirt?" The doctors lowered their heads, afraid to look at him. After exchanging glances, one of them dared to speak up. "Master Dong, there are only a few prescriptions for gout. They all require reducing swelling first. It's not something that can be rushed." They truly felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. That was all they could do. They had no other options. "But my master's current need isn't swelling reduction. It's pain relief. Can't you give him some painkillers first?" Mrs. Lin asked anxiously. Even if reducing swelling was difficult, at least pain relief should come first, right? How can he keep suffering like this? The doctors wiped their sweat and said, "We do have a pain relief recipe, but we are not sure if it can stop the pain in the foot. Also, this painkiller can be harmful to the body. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we dare not try it." At this time, internal painkillers were not very advanced. Many people endured the pain, but Lord Dong was too delicate to bear it. There was nothing they could do. "Whatever the painkiller is, just give me the prescription now. I only want the pain to stop." Lord Dong no longer cared about whether it would harm his health. He was in so much pain that half of his body was numb. If this continued, it might kill him. The doctors looked at each other, each writing down their known pain relief recipes. They then discussed which one was better and decided to use that for Lord Dong. After more than an hour of effort, they finally brewed the painkiller. Lord Dong clenched his teeth and drank the bitter medicine, waiting for it to take effect. However, not only did it not help, but the pain worsened. Good for nothing. All of you are useless. If you can't cure my leg today, none of you will have a good time. Lord Dong continued to scold, and the room was a mess. Everyone was too afraid to make a sound. Then Mrs. Lin spoke up, asking doctors, after so many years of practice, haven't you ever met a truly skilled doctor? If the doctor you recommend can cure my lord's illness, the Dong family will reward generously. The doctors exchanged glances again, their eyes rolling. The bravest among them said, respectfully, my lady, I've heard that recently a female doctor from Yuan Hall is very skilled with acupuncture. If we invite her, she might be able to help the Lord stop the pain. The Dong family members. It all kept circling back to that woman. Is it never ending? Just then the doctor from the city arrived. The steward happily went to welcome him, but after seeing him, he found that both the treatment and pain relief prescriptions were the same as those written by the previous doctors. Everyone. With so many of you, isn't there anyone who can do acupuncture? Lord Dong's small, impatient eyes swept over everyone present. He didn't believe that only the female doctor was the answer. Someone whispered, there is, but not very skilled. Lord Dong only heard the first part and ignored the rest. He directly pointed to the doctor, who was to give him acupuncture. Then, a pig's squeal broke through the sky, startling a pair of small birds on the roof, who were busy flirting. He Junyang sat leisurely in the medical clinic, munching sunflower seeds, swinging her legs, and asking the young clerk about the Dong family. Not having a son is quite interesting. Keep going. The young clerk scratched his head and hurried to explain. It's not just that they can't have a son. They haven't even had a daughter who lives past 10 years old. Most of the children die young. Outside rumors say it's because of Lord Dong's health issues. As he spoke, the young clerk looked terrified. He knew he shouldn't talk about these things behind people's backs, but he told him it was okay, even that he might go out on medical visits with him in the future. That's almost like being his apprentice. The young clerk was very excited. Anyway, the Dong family's problems weren't new. Many people knew about them. Compared to the future, that was more important. Just as he was speaking, another young clerk came over to report, Dr. Madame Dong has arrived. Junyang raised an eyebrow but didn't move. Instead, she ordered the clerk to brew another pot of tea for her. When Manager Ren saw Madame Dong, he looked extremely anxious. Seeing her here, it was clear something serious was happening. Yu Yantong had offended the Dong family. What a disaster. Madame Dong, what a distinguished guest. Lin Shi, the wife, was delicate and charming in front of her husband, but outside, she was not someone to be easily angered. She entered and coldly glanced at the clinic, not seeing any female doctor. Facing Manager Ren's forced smile, she felt even more annoyed and asked coldly, where is the female doctor? He is resting inside. Lin Shi immediately looked displeased. Her husband was suffering at home, almost to the point of death, and now this woman was resting in the clinic? Oh, I didn't expect Yantong to treat the doctor so well. She sneered sarcastically, glancing at the other busy doctors, full of irony. But everyone was not fools. They wouldn't be swayed just because of her words. Recently, Junyang had gained a good reputation in the clinic. The doctors often came to her for advice on difficult cases. She was generous and open, and everyone knew she was powerful. She was the main breadwinner of the clinic. With her skills, she could do whatever she wanted. Moreover, just now Junyang was also attending to a patient. After finishing the consultation, she called the young servant to tell him gossip about the Dong family. Madame Dong, you're joking. I'll go call Dr. He right now. Manager Ren smiled and was about to go call someone when Mrs. Lin said, no need. I will lead the way myself. I want to see how capable this female doctor really is. Recently, she had heard about people selling feather clothing on the street. At first, She thought it was not worth paying attention to, but then she saw some wealthy ladies and young ladies wearing it. The clothes were light, warm, and stylish, much better than those on the market, and they were custom-made. She liked the look of them. She was about to ask someone for more details when she heard that her husband was also interested in this business. Her heart suddenly lifted. If it became her family's business, she could wear whatever she wanted. She eagerly started giving her husband ideas, thinking that since their family was quite influential in Daling County, the other party wouldn't dare to oppose them. But who could have guessed that at this moment, her husband's old illness flared up, involving this female doctor. She felt it was very unlucky. She even dreamed of her husband personally apologizing to her. Dream on. While she was thinking this, Manager Ren had already taken her to a side room where Hee Jun-young was cracking melon seeds. As soon as the door opened, she saw her sitting with her legs crossed, bouncing non-stop. What kind of country bumpkin is this? Such arrogance. Before Manager Ren could speak, Mrs. Lin's old maid scolded loudly. Manager Ren was caught in a difficult spot, smiling stiffly. He quietly called out Dr. He and introduced, "This is Madame Dong, the wife of the Dong family." Hee Jun-young closed her eyes as if napping. Upon hearing this, she still didn't open her eyes to look at anyone. She lazily asked, "Oh, did Master Dong come to apologize?" Mrs. Lin was furious when she saw this woman daring to call her husband's name directly. She glared and shouted, "How bold! Who gave you the courage to—" Manager Ren, worried that the situation might escalate, quickly interrupted, No. She's Madame Dong." "Oh, Manager Ren, tell them to get out. Don't disturb my rest," Hee Jun-young said without paying attention to them, even spitting out her melon seed shells, nearly hitting Mrs. Lin. Manager Ren almost cried. Madam Dong and Master Dong are from the same family. It's all the same whoever comes. Please, be kind and stop causing trouble." Master Ren feels both love and hate for Hee Jun-young. He loves her because she can help make money, but hates her because she often causes trouble. It's very frustrating. "Master Ren, my feud with the Dong family won't affect you, Yuan Hall. If you're worried about being involved, I can cut ties with you, Yuan Hall, right now." Hee Jun-young knows what he's worried about, but she won't easily forgive the beating her family received. If she lets this go easily, next time it will happen again.
No.
Master Ren's hair stands on end. How can he just cut ties with the money tree he worked hard to bring back? Sure enough, roses have thorns. To make this money tree earn money, you must accept the risks. After thinking it through, Master Ren immediately sides with Hee Jun-young, saying, "Madame Dong, since Dr. He has spoken, please invite old Master Dong to come here. The situation is serious, and we can't delay anymore. The longer we wait, the worse it gets." Mrs. Lin isn't stupid. If Hee Jun-young really had no ability, Master Ren wouldn't protect her so much. But she doesn't want to be controlled by her either. The atmosphere becomes a bit awkward. She came personally because the doctors they hired didn't help. Today, she must bring this woman back. Haha, what is Dr. He talking about? I came personally. Don't you understand what my husband means? Apologizing is proper, but he has leg pain and can't come. Isn't that why I'm here to invite Dr. He to come and apologize in person? Mrs. Lin is flexible and quick to change her attitude, so it doesn't feel awkward. Master Ren and the two young men don't dare say much, just lowering their heads and watching the two powerful women argue. Seeing her change in attitude, Hee Jun-young finally opens her eyes and looks at Mrs. Lin with a smile, saying, "I don't know if Madame Dong didn't hear clearly or didn't understand me. Let me repeat. I want Dong Datsai to come personally, beat the drum, and apologize to me, then write a letter of guarantee that he'll never trouble my Liu family again. If he can't do that, then prepare for the worst." Master Ren feels ashamed listening to this. This sister is really stubborn. Mrs. Lin is shocked, her eyes nearly popping out. Does this woman even know what she's saying? Her master was just suffering from a cold wind, and, at most, it was just a bit uncomfortable. How did it come to this point of preparing for the end? A quack doctor. Absolutely a quack. You. Mrs. Lin pointed at her, but couldn't speak for a long time. She had lived most of her life, but had never been so angry before. Although Manager Rin decided to side with He Junyoung, he couldn't help but sweat when he saw how stubborn she was. The Dong family is a powerful local family in Daeling County, with many businesses. If they are targeted, it could be very dangerous. He didn't know how to explain to his employer, but he absolutely couldn't lose He Junyoung, who was like a money tree. She was an old acquaintance of the boss, and during his few days in the capital, he noticed the young master was overly friendly with her. He was experienced enough to see the reason behind it. Based on that, he couldn't easily abandon her. As for He Junyoung, she wasn't joking. If Dong Datsai didn't apologize, she wouldn't mind giving him a lesson. She could take this gout as an excuse to settle the score without witnesses. There was no way who made her so protective. She wouldn't let anyone who hurt her go without explanation. All right, go back and prepare. Many people can't stand pain and have died from it. He Junyoung waved her hand lazily, looking quite cheeky. Manager Rin suddenly remembered his previous plan to scheme against her and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was somewhat clever at the time. When she refused, he quickly dropped the idea. Otherwise, offending this ancestor could have led to his death without knowing how. Mrs. Lin hesitated. She wasn't entirely convinced that gout could be deadly, but when it came to dying from pain, she felt uncertain. Her master was especially afraid of pain. He would scream for a long time even if he scratched himself slightly. But if her master truly had to apologize to a woman, that was impossible. Since she refused to accept his apology, she could only give her a penalty. While Mrs. Lin was lost in thought, ignoring He Junyoung, the sound of children talking came from outside, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Seeing someone blocking the door, Lazy politely said, "Madam, please excuse me. This private room is where He Junyoung usually rests. She is the only one in the entire clinic to have this special privilege. The 3 students who read together always finish their lessons here after school and wait for He Junyoung to finish so they can go home together. So, they are quite familiar with this place. Third aunt, we finished school early today." The 3 young ones went in on their own, sat cross-legged at the table, and prepared to take out their books. "Why did you finish early today?" He Junyoung completely ignored the servant and lady standing at the door and calmly spoke to the little children. "Mr. Kong is sick again. He vomited blood during his lesson this morning. He tried to hold on at noon, but he couldn't anymore, so we came home early. Mr. Kong is such a good man, yet he's so sick." But when he saw He Junyoung, he immediately asked, "Third aunt, you're a doctor. Can you treat Mr. Kong?" He Junyoung had thought about this before, but at that time her medical skills weren't ready to be revealed, so she didn't interfere. "Now, it's fine." However, she was curious and asked, "Mr. Kong is so sick. Didn't he see a doctor?" The 3 shook their heads repeatedly. Lazy said, "No, the doctor said it's an old illness. Rest, and it'll be fine. There's medicine at home, and the servant girl will prepare the decoction for him." He Junyoung understood. Mr. Kong probably thought his illness couldn't be cured, so he kept taking the same medicines and didn't bother to see a doctor. He'd rather save the consultation money to buy medicine. "All right, since there's nothing urgent now, let's go see Mr. Kong, then go home tomorrow morning. I mean early." She wanted to say early shift, but hesitated. Lady Lin watched helplessly as they all casually walked past her without noticing her at all. She was so angry she rolled her eyes and looked up. Her motherly maid hurriedly patted her chest to help her calm down. "Madam, don't worry, don't worry. There's always a way." The maid comforted her with words, but her mind was racing to think of a solution. "This scoundrel dares to humiliate me like this." She was furious that her husband was left unattended while they went to treat a scholar. It was obvious she thought they were deliberately ignoring her family's master. What made Lady Lin angrier was that even the shopkeeper had gone off with an excuse to see a patient after He Junyoung and the others left. At the door of this private room, only she and her servants stood there, ignored. This is not a big deal. The most important thing is that when He Junyoung was leaving, she said to Madame Dong, "Madame Dong, you blocking the door makes it hard for me to close it. If my things in the house get lost later, I will come back to trouble you. What kind of situation is this? Does she think the broken things in this house are worth her attention? Madam, I have a good idea. The old maid beside her whispered a few words in her ear. Lin Sher's expression changed instantly, and she agreed with the idea. Let's go back to the mansion first. The group hurriedly left, and He Junyang went to the academy with the 3 children. The students had already left, but the door was still open. Lazy and the others took her directly to the backyard. 2 young servants were busy in the yard, one boiling medicine, the other sweeping, working well together. Little Hao, is the teacher resting? The young servant named Xiao Hao saw them return with He Junyang and thought something was wrong, so he asked, the teacher is asleep now. Is there something you need? Yes, my third aunt is very good at medicine. I asked her to help the teacher see to his illness. Xiao Hao, please go tell the teacher. Lazy, the oldest among the children and the most sensible, stepped forward at this moment. Xiao Hao looked at He Junyang. He remembered her. She had come before to help register and on the day of school opening. Wait a moment. Xiao Hao responded and went inside. He Junyang, with nothing else to do, went to check the boiling medicine. She sniffed the smell and slightly frowned. It's not that the medicine recipe is bad, but it's not suitable for the illness. The medicine currently being prepared could only treat common coughs, but Kong Xiao Kai's condition was clearly much worse. Kong Xiao Kai was sick and coughing constantly, unable to sleep. When he heard that He Junyang was here to diagnose him, he asked the servant to help him sit up. This was the 3rd time He Junyang saw Kong Xiao Kai. She already knew he was in poor health, often sick, but at least he looked like a normal person. However, in the past 2 or 3 months, he had become so thin that he looked like a bag of bones, almost unrecognizable. Everyone understood the purpose and didn't follow many formalities. With the agreement of the 3 children, He Junyang began to check Kong Xiao Kai's pulse and performed some examinations. Kong Xiao Kai's condition was much more serious than she had expected. Born from the mothers with a weak body and suffering from depression, his health was poor. During this time, medical care was limited and he couldn't get proper treatment. Most importantly, despite his frail health, he kept teaching, which was very tiring. Over time, his condition worsened. Third aunt, is the teacher's illness very serious? The 3 children looked at He Junyang with concern. Yes, very serious. It's so severe that if she didn't come today, Mr. Kong wouldn't live past 3 months. Mr. Kong seemed to have given up hope about his condition. He didn't want to disappoint his students and just went through the motions. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter. This is my fate. Doesn't matter? What doesn't matter? He Junyang suddenly glared at him, her tone a bit sharp. Our child has paid his tuition, and coming to school is just to learn. If you, as the teacher, are always sick and leave early, what can the children learn from you? After she spoke, everyone present, including the 3 children, stared at her in surprise. Lazy, being straightforward, widened his eyes and said, Third aunt, you're here to help the teacher with his illness, not to make him sicker. He Junyang. Mr. Kong. Cough, cough. Mr. Kong coughed twice and said, Madam, don't worry. Today, I will leave school early, and I won't do so in the future. Cough, cough. Mr. Kong, you misunderstood. He Junyang smiled and said, I mean, Mr. Kong, don't give up easily. Your illness is serious, but I can cure it. The 3 children sighed in relief. After realizing this, they looked at He Junyang with shining eyes. Third aunt, can the teacher really be cured? Is what you said true? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? He Junyang reached out to pat Lizi's head. So, you think your third aunt is so bad? Lizi hurriedly shook his head. No. I was just too anxious and said the wrong thing. Third aunt, please don't mind me. No one expected that third aunt's words would cause such heavy breathing, and her words weren't very clear, so everyone misunderstood. He Junyang wouldn't argue with him. She had deliberately said that to motivate Mr. Kong, hoping to make him feel some normal human emotions. Master Kong was stunned when he heard He Junyang say that his illness could be cured. He didn't know how to react. Over the years, All the doctors he saw said his illness was incurable. Just when he had given up hope and decided to leave everything to fate, someone confidently told him his illness could be cured. He wanted to believe it, but he was afraid. He worried that his hope would be crushed in the end, and he might not have the courage to try again. Master Kong, your condition is a bit complicated, but it's not hopeless. I will write some prescriptions for you soon. Follow my instructions to prepare the medicine, and in 1 or 2 years, your body will be almost the same as a healthy man's. As she spoke, He Junyang asked Lazy to bring paper and pen to write the prescriptions. Master Kong took a long time to recover and asked in disbelief, "Really, can it be cured?" If it could, he was willing to spend everything he had to get treatment. He still had many things to do. His passion had nowhere to go. He thought his life was over, but if he could truly be cured, he would definitely pursue his dreams. Yes, follow these prescriptions. Also, I will come to you Yuan Tang for follow-up every half-month. I will adjust the medicine based on your condition. He Junyang's voice and tone were very calm, as if this was just a common cold, nothing serious. Because of this, Master Kang's dead heart suddenly beat again. He believed everything He Junyang said was true. Thank you. Thank you so much. Master Kong waved to call the servant to bring the money for the consultation fee. He Junyang said, "No need to pay the fee. Master Kong is a talented person. It's a blessing for your children to study with you. We will leave now." She then signaled the children to turn around and leave, not waiting for the servant to bring the money. Master Kong, who was in poor health, tried to follow but only took a few steps before almost falling. The servant who chased after him caught him. Watching them leave, Master Kong coughed twice and suddenly smiled. He believed he had met a noble person. After leaving the school, they all got into a carriage to go home. It was still early, so it was a good time for the morning shift. Yes, having status means you can come and go as you please. After leaving the city, the carriage traveled along a narrow dirt road at a slow pace. Several children sat rhythmically, reading books while nodding their heads. He Junyang was feeling sleepy. Reading really is very soothing. She enjoyed listening to it. Whoa! Suddenly, the coachman pulled on the reins. The horse was startled and reared up. The people inside the carriage were thrown about, falling in different directions. He Junyang's sleep was instantly gone. "Dr. He, someone is blocking our way ahead," the coachman nervously reported, his voice trembling. A few children instinctively looked at He Junyang, their eyes showing fear. He Junyang patted Lazy's head and said, "Watch over your 2 brothers. I'll go see what's happening." Third aunt.
Lazy grabbed her tightly.
"It's dangerous. I am a man, I'll go." He was clearly scared too, but there were so many of them. Only third aunt was a woman, and he couldn't let her face those bad people alone. "Come out, people inside." A loud, bossy voice came from outside, showing impatience. He Junyang ignored the others and said, "Listen to me." She immediately got out of the carriage. Lazy wanted to follow but was stopped by Little Tiger. "Big cousin, third uncle's wife said you can't go." Mother said he must listen to third uncle's wife, and she was sure it was the right thing to do. Jiezi also held his other arm, not letting Big Brother cause trouble for third aunt. He Junyang stepped out of the carriage and saw a group of well-dressed servants across from her. She didn't need to think much. Her toes told her they were from the Dong family. The most ridiculous thing was they were holding weapons. Clearly, they intended to fight. TSK, TSK, TSK. There was only her, a coachman, 3 children, and herself, a weak woman. Why would the other side send 10 or more armed men to attack? "Are you He Junyang? It's your good fortune to treat our master. If you're sensible, come with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The leader was very arrogant, feeling confident he had the upper hand. He Junyang also stepped forward, looking fierce, and asked, "Are you the ones who beat my family members yesterday? Hurry up and obediently come back with us to treat our master's illness, or you'll be beaten along with him." They are all guards of the Dong family. Having done this many times, they don't care whether it's a man or a woman. If someone is disobedient, they get beaten. When He Junyang heard this, she smiled happily. Good. She liked this kind of fearless attitude. Young lady won't go? Come, and hit me if you dare. She stepped forward a few more steps, moving away from the carriage a bit, so she wouldn't scare the horses if a fight broke out. How could these men accept such provocation? They immediately charged forward with their weapons. The lady said that as long as they could bring back someone alive to treat the master, they didn't need to be so particular. Besides, this woman was ungrateful, daring to call herself his young lady. Was she tired of living? Not beating her up would be a disgrace to her self-proclaimed status. Seeing the men rush over, the coachman nervously pulled on the reins. He had just told He Junyang to sit in the carriage and stay still, clearly to watch over the children inside. But no matter what, He Junyang was just a woman. As a grown man, could he just stand by and watch her get beaten?
He couldn't do that.
He jumped down from the carriage, ready to rush over and help. But just then, He Junyang lifted her leg and swept across the group. The coachman. He silently got back into the carriage, feeling he might have overthought things a little. The three children inside the carriage saw this and widened their eyes. Wow, Auntie is so fierce. The group of men who were kicked back were stunned. They had so many people, yet all of them were kicked aside. And that single kick was aimed in a certain order at their faces, with great force, nearly twisting their faces. What are you all standing there for?
Come on.
Seeing them all stunned and lying on the ground unwilling to move, He Junyang instinctively thought they were trying to fake an injury. She even decided that if they dared to fake it, she would definitely beat them all until they were covered in dirt. The men finally reacted, their faces awkward. After crawling up, they gritted their teeth and glared as they charged again. Originally, they were here to help the master and lady, but now it seemed personal grudges had crept in. They wouldn't let this woman go easily. He Junyang reached out and grabbed the wooden stick of the leader, then swung it back to strike at them. Despite being surrounded by more than 10 men, the wooden sticks in their hands somehow failed to hit her. Instead, she took turns hitting them back. For people on the carriage were closely watching the battle ahead. Their expressions changed with the scenes, sometimes shocked, sometimes clicking their tongues, and sometimes covering their eyes to avoid looking. I don't know how long it took, but those men couldn't get up anymore. He Junyang finally felt satisfied and threw down her wooden stick. She looked down at everyone and said, "Go back and tell your master if you want to stay alive. Be a bit more polite to the young lady." After saying that, she got on the carriage and told the driver to continue home. The driver hesitated and said, "But there are still people lying in the middle of the road. The carriage can't pass." He Junyang looked at the driver with some suspicion and asked, "Can't you just run them over?" The driver.
Sorry, I was naive.
Having seen He Junyang's skills, the driver now respected her very much. No wonder she could be so bold. She really has talent. The people on the ground heard this too, and were instantly scared, their hair standing on end. They struggled to stand up and move to the sides of the road to give way to the carriage. It was terrible, so tragic. They looked at each other with a helpless expression, sighing with a sense of injustice. How will they explain this to the master and madam when they get back? Inside the carriage, the three children stared at He Junyang with intense, almost frightening, admiration. He Junyang felt uncomfortable under their gaze and asked proactively, "Are you jealous?" "Yes, yes." The three little ones nodded repeatedly. Learn from her. Look, the dog practices horse stance every morning. He Junyang thought of her little baby and smiled kindly. "Third aunt, but we still have to go to school. We don't have time to practice." Laozi looked a bit conflicted. Does that mean they won't study anymore? It's simple. Wake up a little earlier every morning, practice for half an hour before going to school. If you want to succeed, you have to work hard. Otherwise, next time you encounter such a situation, you'll still have to hide behind me, a weak woman, to protect you. He Junyang spoke more and more passionately, sighing, with so many boys at home. When will I, this weak woman, get to enjoy your protection? The three children. Is third aunt really a weak woman? Laozi and Jezi hesitated when they heard about waking up early, clearly feeling reluctant. But Xiao Huzi thought seriously and asked in a baby voice, Third uncle. Were those people just now the ones who bullied my dad yesterday? Just now, he overheard them talking inside the carriage. Well, but my third aunt helped her father avenge himself. He Junyoung smiled as she gently ruffled his small head. This boy was just over a year older than the little dog, but he was also sensible and obedient. She liked him very much. Third aunt, I want to learn martial arts. Tomorrow morning, I will start practicing horse dance. I want to become as strong as third aunt so I can protect my father. Although Xiao Huzi was young, he understood what he needed to. Last night, he slept with his mother and saw her secretly crying. He knew she was crying because his father was hurt. He was determined to learn martial arts, not only to protect his father but also his mother and sister so they wouldn't be bullied. Even though Xiao Huzi was small, he had experienced more than lazy and G's. Their family had suffered a lot from Changzhou to Qianzhou. After finally arriving in Qianzhou City and living in the refugee camp, they were bullied every day. He decided he must become strong.
Good job.
He Junyang smiled, thinking she would prepare a small picture book for him in a few days, similar to the little dog's, to help him learn the basics. Seeing their little cousins so ambitious, lazy and G's also felt they couldn't fall behind. They promised they would learn too. Everyone happily returned home. Before entering, He Junyang specifically told them not to tell the family about what happened on the way, to avoid worrying them. The three kids nodded obediently. Meanwhile, the Dong family was not so happy. Seeing their beaten-up subordinate, Dong Datsai and Lin Shi both lost their temper fiercely, but they also had to admit that they had no way to deal with He Junyang now. Master, that woman said. She said if you want to stay alive, you should be polite to her. The leader, under great pressure, spoke with difficulty, almost regretting taking this position. Dong Datsai threw things on the ground and shouted loudly, polite? She wants me to be polite to her in what way? The leader quickly replied, She
didn't say.
Hearing this, Dong Datsai started smashing things again. Next to him, Lin Shi looked unhappy and said, Actually, she told me specifically. So, Lin Shi explained He Junyang's demands to Dong Datsai, and he saw his master's face turn as dark as a pot lid. Writing a guarantee? Compensation money? Do you still need to personally apologize with drums and gongs? That woman must be dreaming. How dare she? I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen anyone so arrogant and unreasonable. Dong Datsai was furious, almost to the point of bursting. He originally thought that even if an apology was necessary, he would just call her to his house to make a show, then teach her a good lesson once her leg was better. But who would have thought that woman was so cunning, clearly trying to make the apology situation bigger, to embarrass the Dong family. There was no way he would agree to this. He really wanted to refuse treatment, but the pain in his foot was too much to bear. So he ordered his family to find a way to stop the pain first. The butler hurried in and whispered to Dong Datsai, Master, I have new news. Dong Datsai looked at the butler with meaning and dismissed everyone else before speaking. Go on. Master, I just found out that female doctor offended the Gao family in the city. It looks like her good days are about to end. Dong Datsai was momentarily stunned and asked, which Gao family? The butler reminded him, the Gao family from Gao Ting in the city. They are quite a wealthy family. Hearing the name Gao Ting, Dong Datsai immediately understood and asked in surprise, how is that woman connected to the Gao family? I heard she recently treated Miss Gao and upset old Master Gao. In the city, she was constantly harassed. She was sent back just a few days ago. This news made Dong Datsai very happy. He had thought that woman was so formidable, but now it seemed not so much. In the face of power, a rural woman was nothing. Just as he was feeling pleased, pain struck his foot again. Dong Datsai immediately frowned and asked, So what? What does that have to do with our Dong family? Master, don't you see? The butler was a bit anxious. Such obvious benefits. Couldn't the master see them? Dong Datsai looked at the butler with displeasure.
How could he talk like that?
The butler suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing, slapped himself, and then said, It's my fault for not explaining clearly. What I mean is, now that our Dong family and the Gao family have a common enemy, why not take this chance to build a relationship with the Gao family?
Dong Datsai did not speak.
The steward continued, "The female doctor and her family now live permanently in our county. In the future, there will be many chances to teach them a lesson. On the other hand, the Gao family in the city is hard to approach. If we help with this matter, the Gao family will owe us a favor. Later, when the Dong family wants to develop in the city, it will be much easier, won't it?" These words made Dong Datsai very excited. The Dong family had long wanted to expand into the city, but over the years, they had made little progress. Mainly because Dong Datsai lacked the ability. The Dong family's wealth was inherited from their ancestors. By Dong Datsai's generation, it was almost exhausted. Over the years, the Dong family in the county had become a local power mainly through force and intimidation. The county magistrate was annoyed, but dared not control them too much, fearing backlash. Because of this, Dong Datsai became more arrogant. He often resorted to violence in the streets. Dong Datsai thought carefully and said with some dissatisfaction, "You just handle this matter. Why do you come bother me? The most important thing now is to have that female doctor come to see the old master. Do you understand the importance of the situation?" He glared sharply at the steward. If he hadn't hurt his foot, he would have kicked him. The steward smiled and said, "Yes, sir. I just want to tell you, a successful person doesn't sweat the small stuff. Since we must rely on that female doctor now, why not use a trick?" "What do you mean?" "Just apologize and show respect to her. Treat the old master's illness first. As for other things, once we establish a connection with the Gao family, we can shift the blame onto them." Dong Datsai thought carefully and agreed that this made sense. Although it was a bit embarrassing for a wealthy man like him to apologize to a farmer woman, he needed to get well. Moreover, if they could really connect with the Gao family, the Dong family's business could grow several times larger. He would become a great hero of the family. Thinking of this, he said, "Arrange it. Tomorrow morning, follow that woman's instructions." The steward nodded with a smile, thinking he had finally solved this problem. At first, Dong Datsai was reluctant to apologize, but that night, he was in so much pain he almost died. He desperately wanted to find He Junyang that very night. Luckily, the steward persuaded him to wait. Late at night, disturbing others' rest could easily offend people and be more trouble than it's worth. So, early the next morning, He Junyang was just arriving at the clinic when the shopkeeper, Run, called her over. "Dr. He, Master Dong has already arrived. He's waiting in the backyard now. Please go and see him quickly." Shopkeeper Ren was quite irritable. Before dawn, the door was knocked open and Master Dong barged in like a lord, treating him like a servant. He also smashed several items inside the clinic. Despite this, Ren couldn't complain openly and had to smile politely, hoping someone would come to fetch He Junyang in advance. But knowing her quick temper, he dared not do so. Tell him to come to the front yard and apologize. Why is he hiding behind? He Junyang sneered, thinking that this way, she could be tricked into seeing the doctor without anyone noticing. Ren, exhausted from the morning's torment, responded and went to inform the people in the backyard. Perhaps because He Junyang was backing him up, Ren grew bolder and raised his voice. "Doctor, he is here. Go to the front yard now." Master Dong looked at Run with anger, but couldn't do anything about it. He had to have his servants carry him to the front yard. Since it was still early and there weren't many people in the clinic, a simple apology wouldn't ruin him. Treating his gout was more important. He Junyang didn't wait at her usual spot, but took a chair outside the clinic and sat down, crossing her legs, waiting for them. A young assistant nearby was holding a gong and started banging it loudly when he saw Master Dong come out.
Come one, come all.
"Don't miss this. Everyone, come take a look. Master Dong is here to apologize to Dr. He. Come see." Early in the morning, the loud banging of the gong was noisy and deafening. Neighbors on both sides of the clinic and passers-by on the street all gathered to watch. Such an apology was rare, especially since it was Master Dong himself doing the apologizing. It was truly a scene not to be missed. The Dong family was well known in the county. Many people had heard of them. Usually they only bullied others. It was rare for them to suffer a setback. Today, Dr. He managed to have the head of the Dong family, Dong Datsai, personally come to apologize to her. This shows she is quite capable, so everyone watching was very excited. Dong Datsai. He initially planned to make a small gesture in the backyard, but he didn't expect this woman to be so clever. She refused to settle for just the clinic. She insisted on doing it at the door. He was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and because of his foot pain, his features scrunched together, making him look very upset. You. Don't go too far. Dong Datsai had been holding back for a long time before finally saying this. The old butler beside him hurried to calm him down and whispered, "Master, be patient. We can deal with her later." Unfortunately, He Junyang had very good hearing and heard everything clearly. She smiled and said, "You're already thinking of punishing me later before even apologizing? If I don't get at least 1,000 taels as compensation, I won't treat you." Dong Datsai. Butler. How could her hearing be so sharp? Everyone else looked at He Junyang in disbelief. She asked for 1,000 taels, such a bold demand. Although Jingzhou is wealthy, not everyone can earn 1,000 taels easily. Even the Dong family would find it difficult to come up with that amount. Their business had been struggling for years, relying on their ancestral estate, and their shops weren't doing well. It's clear that the Dong family has been declining over the years. However, in front of so many people, Dong Datsai couldn't show that he cared about the money. He clenched his teeth, forced a smile, and said, "Of course, as long as Doctor He is willing to forgive our family and treat me, 1,000 taels as compensation is fair." He Junyang looked at him unexpectedly. She didn't expect him to be so flexible. It seems his leg really hurts. She reached out her small hand and said, "Since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Do you have the money?" Of course, he didn't have it. Dong Datsai gave a signal to the old butler, who immediately told a young servant to go get the money. He thought they'd only need to pay 40 or 50 taels to settle this. Who would have expected this woman to be so bold? After the young servant left, He Junyang, sitting with her legs crossed, threw 3 sheets of paper to Dong Datsai. She said, "Take this break to write the guarantee letter. There are 3 copies, one for you, one for me, and one to send to the county office. If you dare to go back on your word later, hee." She didn't finish her sentence, just smiled. Unknowingly, her smile made Dong Datsai shiver. She wasn't trying to use the guarantee letter to get the magistrate to intervene. She only wanted everyone to witness what was happening. If Dong Datsai later broke his promise and got revenge, it wouldn't be surprising. She never relied on the government to teach someone a lesson. Usually, she would handle it herself first and then report to the authorities for recognition. Think of it like the troublemaker in the pants incident from before. In front of so many people, Dong Datsai couldn't say harsh words. No matter how fierce he was in private, he had to appear more friendly in public. So, he forced a smile and took the papers. The young clerk at the medicine shop naturally handed him a pen, signaling him to write the guarantee letter publicly. The shopkeeper whispered to He Junyang, "Is this too much?" "Is it?" she asked. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. He Junyang curled her lips and said, "Then why don't you write it for him?" The shopkeeper. She reminded him again, "Don't forget how he just bullied your family." The shopkeeper. Well, evil people have their own ways of being punished. Today, he felt truly enlightened. He Junyang seemed to have a divine insight, clearly seeing what Dong Datsai was writing or whether his handwriting was neat, even though they weren't close. Mostly, she focused on the content and corrected it for nearly half an hour. "Describe clearly how you bullied my family. Make your writing look nice. Even a dog's paw print is better than yours. Do you remember how you bullied a weak woman on the road yesterday? Want me to help you recall? Will you still dare to target my family's business? How should you behave when you see my family? Finally, clearly state what will happen if you fail to do these things. Don't give me those thunder and lightning threats. Heaven doesn't care about your petty tricks, but I can pretend to take action if needed." Dong Datsai. Everyone. Really, it was just like a teacher disciplining a student. But none of the people present dared to say anything more. Dong Dakai was so humiliated that he felt very frustrated. Could ordinary people like them really compete with this woman? However, the biggest beneficiary of this incident was Yu Yuan Tang. After this event, Yu Yuan Tang's reputation was greatly improved. Inside Yu Yuan Tang, there was a divine doctor who could make Dong Dekai kneel, apologize, and write a guarantee letter. Moreover, the owner of Yu Yuan Tang was a former imperial doctor from the palace. In the future, anyone with minor illnesses or pains would come to Yu Yuan Tang. After a whole morning of hesitation, Dong Dekai finally wrote the guarantee letter. He didn't even want to look at it. He ordered the housekeeper and the young servant to give all the 1,000 taels of silver to He Junyang. Dr. He, are you satisfied now? Can you treat my illness?
Dong Gia Cai An Mốt Lai.
What kind of sin had he committed? He Junyang ignored him and carefully read the guarantee letter. All 3 copies were exactly the same. Only then did she happily put away her copy. She threw another copy to Dong Dekai and asked the young clerk to send the 3rd to the government office for record. When the county magistrate learned about He Junyang's actions against Dong Dekai, he was so shocked that he ate 2 more bowls of rice. This was so satisfying, truly so satisfying. He had been in office for many years. Facing the Dong family, he felt extremely frustrated. The Dong family was a powerful local force in Daling County, with deep influence in the area. If he wanted to stay peaceful in his position, he couldn't easily turn against the Dong family. No matter how frustrating it was, he had to endure. Today, Dr. He finally made him feel proud. At the medical clinic, the crowd that was watching the excitement was finally dismissed. Everyone entered the clinic to get treatment. He directed the Dong family's young servant to help Dong Dekai take off his shoes. An indescribable smell suddenly spread out. He Junyang couldn't hold back and said, Everyone. P.S. This part is a bit funny. I wonder if everyone likes this writing style. Master Dong Datsai was both angry and embarrassed. He slapped the steward, who hurriedly asked a servant to find a basin and water to help him wash his feet. This smell didn't develop overnight. It's likely that Master Dong Datsai usually doesn't like to wash his feet. How could He Junyang imagine how the doctor who previously treated him tolerated it? Despite trying 3 times, the smell persisted. He Junyang wrote a prescription for the servant to fetch herbs, grind them into powder, and add them to the foot bath. After soaking for 15 minutes, the smell temporarily disappeared. The situation was quite awkward. The arrogant and domineering Master Dong Datsai looked very dejected. He was already uncomfortable, and after being fussed over for so long, he had no strength left to resist. Even the psychological harm caused by He Junyang wearing a mask and gloves during the checkup was something he couldn't bother to worry about anymore.
Just let it be.
He had given up on hope. His condition was quite serious. There was inflammation, and the most important thing was to reduce inflammation and relieve pain. He Junyang first gave him a few pain relief injections, then prescribed medicine for the inflammation. After a few injections, Master Dong Datsai felt completely comfortable, and the pain was gone. Suddenly, all the humiliation he had suffered before seemed insignificant. If he had come yesterday, he wouldn't have endured so much suffering. This woman really has skill. Later, she also wrapped his wound with medicine. Yes, He Junyang wore a mask and gloves throughout the process, and after finishing, she carefully washed her hands several times. Master Dong Datsai. He promised himself he would wash his feet properly from now on. When Steward Rin saw that everything was almost settled and Master Dong Datsai was about to leave, he smiled and stepped forward, saying, Master Dong, today's consultation fee is 200 taels of silver.
What?
Master Dong Datsai almost couldn't sit still. Was it that expensive? Steward Rin chuckled twice and added, This is what Dr. He instructed. She said her special acupuncture method costs a lot, and Master Dong Datsai has scared away some customers, so there's also compensation. He found it hard to say the last part, but thinking about the 200 taels of silver, their clinic could share 100 taels. Earning is earning. Master Dong Datsai. He waved his hand, signaling the steward to handle the payment. 2 silver notes worth 100 taels each were handed to Steward Ren, and Master Dong Datsai and his servants finally left the clinic. Steward Ren held the 100 taels of silver and praised He Junyang. Excellent. Dr. He Junyang had earned 1,100 taels that morning. She calmly stored the money away. Her son's wife's savings account was now full. Dong Datsai's foot no longer hurts, so he feels better and starts thinking about the matter with the Gao family that the housekeeper mentioned yesterday. Immediately send someone to visit the Gao family and find out their situation. If they are trustworthy, then deal with that annoying woman harshly. He grits his teeth in anger. The humiliation he suffered today at Yuyuan Hall must be avenged. The servant understands. I will arrange it when I get back, the housekeeper replies. Then he hears someone calling them from behind. It's another young servant from Yuyuan Hall. He respectfully says to Dong Datsai, who is being carried, Master Dong. Doctor, he says your gout is very serious. You will feel pain once a month from now on. You must go for regular checkups. Dong Datsai almost swears. His condition was usually occasional, but after Dr. He treated him, he now has monthly attacks. He knows it's definitely that woman messing with him, but he has no proof. Going once a month means paying 200 taels of silver to that lousy medical shop every time. The housekeeper quietly asks, Master, does the Gao family still come? Master. Dong Datsai suddenly faints in a fit of rage. The housekeeper quickly pinches his pressure point until he wakes up, looking 10 years older and more worn out. He was once a wise man, but now he's ruined because of that terrible woman. After a long while, he weakly says forget about the Gao family. He doesn't want to keep apologizing loudly every month. The cost is 1,200 taels each time, and he can't afford it. The housekeeper agrees. Although it's a big loss of business, there's no other way for now. He Junyang tightly holds onto the Dong family's lifeline. They dare not act recklessly. So, the Liu family can happily continue their street stall. For this reason, Boss Yu even made a special trip to Yuyuan Hall to confirm with He Junyang. Madam He, you've offended the Dong family. Aren't you afraid they'll retaliate? Because the Dong family has been causing trouble recently, they dare not sell their clothes in the shop, fearing they'll be targeted. Although they have some assets, they are nothing compared to the Dong family and dare not confront them directly. It's okay. You can sell boldly. Dong Datsai even wrote me a guarantee letter. Of course, she wouldn't admit she manipulated the situation, making Dong Datsai buy monthly attacks on time and controlling him tightly. Naturally, she's not afraid. As far as I know, the county magistrate is usually polite to the Dong family, so that guarantee letter probably won't work. Boss Yu is really worried for her. He notices that He Junyang looks confident, like a young girl who isn't afraid of anything. Since she is the benefactor of his son, he wants to remind her. It's okay. Dong Dakai is often sick, and I have some leverage over him. Don't worry. What kind of illness? He Junyang looks at him and thinks this man is a bit nosy. Cough cough, for example. He can't have children. When Boss Yu hears this, his eyes light up. He quickly asks, you also have a way to fix that? He's interested now. He has only one son, and a good marriage. He doesn't want to take a concubine. Naturally, he wants more children with his wife. No way. He Junyang answers without hesitation, not for you, but I have a way for Dong Dakai. What do you mean? Boss Yu becomes even more curious. Does healing depend on the person? Mrs. He, since we know each other. He becomes more eager. These days, who doesn't want a son? He Junyang feels a bit speechless. She originally just wanted him to relax and do business, but now things are complicated. Boss Yu, you said we know each other, so I can't lie to you. Your health is good, and if you want children, it will happen naturally. Dong Dakai has a problem. That's why I said, I have a way. Do you understand? This was actually discovered during a previous consultation with Dong Dakai. He has some poison in his body, but it's not really poison. It's more like a suppression that affects the chances of having children. Because of this, Dong Dakai, even at his age, has no children. Even if he finally has a child, he won't live long. That's another issue. The Dong family is really quite interesting. The Liu family has returned to their busy routine. In the quiet of the night, Sun Sure sneaks into He Junyang's room. The dog is already asleep, and she is still working on assembling a sewing machine. Seeing Sun Sure come in, she is startled. "Mother, what are you doing?" "Sneaking around and scaring me." He Junyang forces a smile, not understanding what this little old lady is up to. Sun Sure glares at her, walks over, pulls a small stool to sit down, and watches her fiddling with the parts. She asks, "Be honest with me. How did you solve the problem with the Dong family?" When He Junyang returned home and said that the Dong family matter was settled, everyone asked her how she did it. She kept quiet and told everyone to focus on their work. Since she didn't want to talk, others didn't dare ask and just kept this kindness in their hearts, planning to treat her and her daughter even better in the future. Sun Sure thought about it for a few days, but still couldn't understand how a woman like He Junyang could handle a powerful local family. She worried about her being bullied outside and couldn't sleep, so she decided to ask her directly. "Didn't I tell you everything is over? Why are you still asking?" He Junyang tried to joke her way out of it, but Sun Sure slapped her hand and said, "Stop joking. Be honest. I've checked and that Dong family isn't easy to deal with. Did you promise them anything?" He Junyang didn't know how to explain. In fact, she was the one the Dong family saw as difficult to deal with. "No, really, I didn't. I'm just a woman. What could I promise them? Anyway, our family can still run our stall like before, so what's the big deal? Why worry so much?" In the Liu family's eyes, she didn't have enough skill to make the Dong family fear her. Revealing her abilities now would be bad. He Junyang carefully thought it through and decided she needed to give them time to get used to it. Plus, the fact that Dong Dakai apologized to her publicly was really embarrassing. Afterward, everyone warned each other not to talk about what happened that day. So, even if the Liu family tried to investigate, they wouldn't find anything, which actually helped cover her up. "You woman, why do you always take everything onto yourself? You said you're just a woman, so why do you always want to be the hero? Without the father, only you are left with the dog. If something happens to you, what will happen to the dog?" Sun Sure saw that she didn't want to talk and slapped her again, but her eyes suddenly turned red. It was all because her family was useless. When trouble came, He Junyang, a woman, had to deal with it alone. She felt deeply upset about this. She originally thought that if the Dong family insisted on causing trouble, they might as well give up doing business with them. As long as the family was safe and sound, that was enough. But somehow, the third daughter-in-law used some method, and the Dong family stopped interfering. Even Lotus said that the people on the street had been very polite to them these days. Most importantly, those thugs even came to apologize at their stall and return the money for some clothes they had stolen before. This shows that the third wife's actions must have involved some tricks. She doesn't care about using tricks. She cares that the third wife acts too extreme, doing things that are unfair to her family just to seek justice. When the third husband is gone, she will protect the third wife's family at all costs. Mrs. He didn't expect the old lady to cry. She blinked and said, "Mother, cry louder so the dog will wake up, and you can soothe him to sleep." "Son, don't change the subject. You can tell others, but you must not hide things from me. Tell me, did that Master Dong bully you?" She had already found out that Master Dong was a man who liked women, with many wives and concubines in the backyard. He wasn't a good person. She supported He Junyang to remarry, but only to an honest and decent man. If she had to marry into the Dong family just to serve Master Dong, she absolutely wouldn't allow it. He Junyang couldn't help but laugh. The old lady was thinking too much. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm serious. Did he bully you? Tomorrow I will take the older and second children to go and seek justice for you. Is there no law anymore?" The old lady grew angrier the more she thought about it. Her good daughter-in-law, if she really had such a problem, how could she face her own third son? No, it's not true." He Junyang sighed. It seemed she needed a good excuse, or the old lady wouldn't stop. So she said, "Actually, I just asked my master to act in a play with me." "What play?" "Coincidentally, Master Dong had an old illness and went to see a doctor. I asked my master to tell him that only I could cure his illness. If he didn't want to die, he shouldn't trouble our Lu family. He had no choice but to agree and even went to the medical clinic to apologize to me. Master Dong, fearing for his life, naturally wouldn't dare offend me again. She shifted the blame onto Master Ren, kept it short, and explained everything. Really? Sun looked at her, a bit confused. Of course it's true. Only my master can cure that illness. My master taught me the method, and we tricked Master Dong. That way, we solved the family problem. If you don't believe me, you can ask my master. He Junyang blinked her eyes, sighed with a hint of disappointment, and then said, "It's wrong to lie. My master told me not to tell anyone, but who knew you would sneak into my room in the middle of the night and question me so harshly?" Miss Sun looked at her and thought she didn't seem to be lying, so her worried heart finally relaxed.
I was just worried about you.
That Dong merchant isn't a good person, and you look… Well, never mind. Since everything's fine, I'll go back to sleep. You should sleep early too. As she spoke, Ms. Sun stood up to leave. He Junyang quickly grabbed her and asked with a playful look, "Wait, are you going to praise me for looking good?"
Come on, say it.
Finish your words before you go. Get lost. Who's praising you for being pretty? So shameless. Hurry up and sleep. Don't waste oil. She ran off quickly. He Junyang chuckled and shook her head, feeling warm inside. The little old lady was really adorable. After several nights of effort, He Junyang finally assembled the first sewing machine, the most common type with a foot pedal, which had been replaced in modern times, but was still unique in this era. That evening, after dinner, He Junyang moved the sewing machine to the yard to let everyone witness this miracle. Since it was just a demonstration, she deliberately picked a scrap piece from the workshop to use. She threaded the machine first, then sat down, stepped on the pedal confidently, and said proudly, "This loop of stitching can be done in the blink of an eye. Watch closely, don't blink." Everyone listened and quickly widened their eyes, afraid they might miss the most exciting part. As she pressed the pedal, the machine started to run, and the needle quickly made many tiny stitches. As He Junyang moved the fabric, she finished a complete edge stitch. "Oh my God! That's so fast!" You sure couldn't help but exclaim, clenching her fists and holding them near her mouth, her eyes almost popping out. The others weren't much better, all staring blankly at the sewing machine, speechless for a while. "This thing is incredible." Lu Guilin stepped forward to examine the sewing machine carefully, truly puzzled about how it worked. It was just a vertical needle, so how could it produce such fine stitches? Most importantly, all the stitches were exactly the same size, unlike hand sewing, which sometimes had inconsistencies. How about that? I told you I'm impressive, right? He Junyang proudly looked at everyone, feeling that her disguise was very successful. Even the usually proud Sun's family nodded in agreement. With this device, making 10 outfits a day was really no problem. Third sister-in-law, how did your mind come up with such an idea? That's amazing. Lu Guilin immediately took action, holding He Junyang's head and examining her closely. He Junyang.
There's no need for that.
Younger you didn't need to say anything. She had always admired He Junyang. Seeing this, she gave a big thumbs up and loudly shouted, "Third auntie, you are my hero." He Junyang. Little one, you're still keeping up with the trend. After another round of flattery, Sun's family finally spoke up. You all know that the previous issues with the Dong family were handled by the third daughter-in-law. Now she's made this thing, and she's the only one in the family who can do it. You'd better understand that not everything is owed to the third daughter-in-law. You also need to learn to grow. She can help you for a while, but not forever. It's right for me to be kind to the third family, but if anyone complains, I'll send them away. Sun's family used to secretly favor some, but now she was openly showing her bias. After all, everyone could see the contributions He Junyang had made to the family. Mother, what are you even saying? It's only right. Don't say you need to be kind to the third sister-in-law and goer. We should also treat them well because she's my real sister. You immediately expressed her loyalty. She had long admired Hee Jun-young very much. What Sun said was often on her mind. Chin was very simple. She first nodded, then said, "But mother, you're also not kind to the third sister-in-law.
You even hit her."
She's so capable and has contributed so much to the family. Please stop hitting her. We all think it's wrong." Sun's family. Am I the clown here? Ha ha ha. Hee Jun-young burst into laughter, looking very proud as she glared at Sun's family. She grinned mischievously and said, "Miss Sun, did you hear that? Don't touch me in the future. Just praising you made you gasp for air?" Sun's family reached out to hit her again, but Hee Jun-young ran away. The first sewing machine was born just like that. The next day, Hee Jun-young was very stubborn and did not go to the clinic. Instead, she stayed at home to teach a few women how to use it. Since it was a machine, there was a risk of injury, so employees needed training before they could operate it. Fortunately, women of this era are very skilled with their hands. After a few tries, the women could learn quickly, especially Yushur, who was very good at learning. She was able to use the machine easily in just one morning. In the afternoon, the women in the family went to teach the female workers in the workshop. Learning takes time, which could delay the day's clothing production. Without extra pay, everyone was a bit reluctant, worried it would affect their earnings. The most supportive were Choi Air and Chi Shur, who stepped forward first to show their support. The sewing machine was moved into the workshop, right at the entrance where everyone could see it. But since everyone was busy making clothes, they didn't pay much attention. Yushur first showed Choi Air and Chi Shur how to use the machine. Soon, they exclaimed in surprise, "So fast?" "Yes, but this machine is a bit dangerous, so we must be careful about safety," Yushur said. She demonstrated twice more, explaining some details, and then let them try. They were very happy with the results. "At this speed, I can make many clothes in a day. It's so convenient and doesn't tire my hands." Feather clothes are winter clothes, made thick, which makes sewing difficult in some areas. After a whole day, hands would be tired and sore. But with this machine, just a quick swipe, and it's done. I only need to hold both ends and control the speed and thread. Hearing the women's excitement, others couldn't sit still. They put down their work and gathered around to see. When they saw it, they were all amazed. How can there be such an amazing thing? It's so fast. My eyes are dazzled. It finished before I even realized. Let me try. Let me try. From initial rejection to eager attempts, everyone wanted to try. If it weren't for Hee Jun-young and the others being here, they might have rushed to use it themselves. Hee Jun-young looked at Yushur and encouraged her to speak on behalf of everyone. Encouraged, Yushur nodded and said, "Everyone has seen how powerful this machine is. From now on, our workshop will use this treasure. It won't be a problem to make about 10 pieces of clothing each day. As usual, this matter must not be discussed with outsiders. Tomorrow, we will bring another contract for everyone to sign and confirm. Anyone who leaks this information will have to pay a fine and be expelled from the workshop and will not be rehired. Additionally, with the new machine, making clothes is faster and the price is changed. Now, it costs only 2 coins to make 1 piece. The more you make, the more money you earn. 10 pieces can earn 20 coins, which is more than before. Currently, there is only 1 machine. Starting today, 5 people will learn together. After half a month, each person will have their own machine and start working officially. Everyone must learn. If someone doesn't understand, we will teach them separately. It's not very difficult. As long as you are willing to learn, you can definitely earn a lot of money." After speaking, Mr. Yu waved his hand. Besides Chwayer and Chi's family, he chose 3 other girls to learn as well. That's how today's 5-person team was formed. Mrs. He saw that the workshop was well organized and didn't interfere much, then turned to leave. A group of embroidery girls who returned stayed in the dormitory next to the workshop. When they learned that the Liu family had such good tools, they all said they were willing to spend their evenings learning. During their time at the Liu family, they earned much more than they did before at the county workshop. More importantly, the Liu family was easy to get along with and didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. They wanted to learn because everyone hoped to earn more money to take home for the new year. Mrs. Yu was right. Anyone willing to learn could master it. The main reason was that it wasn't very hard. Everyone took turns learning. Once they understood how to operate, they started sewing simple stitches, using scrap fabric for practice. In less than a week, almost everyone learned how to do it. Some learned faster, others slower. When the differences became clear, everyone compared themselves. No one wanted to be the slowest. The slower ones chose to finish work a little later each day and practice more, so they could become more skilled. After using the machine, everyone started to dislike hand sewing because it was too slow. Every day, they asked when the machine would be ready. So, the pressure was successfully transferred to the blacksmith. Actually, after making the first batch, the rest became much easier. The key was that Lu Lao followed He Junyang's instructions to find different blacksmiths to make parts. Since each person's progress was different and the parts didn't match up, they couldn't assemble the items at home. Only old Lu had to go daily to find each blacksmith to gather the newly made parts, then bring them home for the men in the family to assemble. Zhang Song's injuries had healed quite a bit. He could sit and assemble small parts without trouble. As for Lu Xiaoyang, he was still young and had already gone to do business with Lotus. The men in the family were very busy every day. They woke up early to clean the poultry feathers, then hurriedly learned to assemble sewing machines under the dog's guidance. Yes, they were learning from the dog. He Junyang needed to go to the medical clinic and didn't have time to teach. The dog was the only one approved by He Junyang to assemble things properly, so he took on this important task. He also liked assembling small parts himself. When they were bigger and harder to handle, he would teach the uncles and older men in the family. Sun's family paid him wages, 30 coins a day. Over these days, he earned quite a bit and had saved some secret money. Fortunately, among the children in the Lu family, only the dog had secret money. Lotus, Yu Yatu, and Shan Yatu, 3 young girls, also had their own savings. Lotus earned her money from doing business outside, while Yu Yatu and Shan Yatu learned embroidery from the seamstresses in the workshop.
Embroidery is a skillful craft.
Some custom-made clothes need embroidered patterns, which also require extra wages. Shan Yatu learned quickly because she was interested. In just 2 or 3 months, she could embroider decent flowers. Yu Yatu wasn't very interested, but since she was a bit older than Shan Yatu and learned faster, especially when they studied and embroidered carefully, their grandmother paid them, which motivated them even more. As for the reading trio, since they started giving pocket money at home, they diligently taught the family to read and write every night. Although they only had 3 coins each day, they still looked forward to it. Especially Huzi, who recently took on copying books at the bookstore for extra money. Copying books was a common way for scholars to earn money. It helped reinforce what they learned and was a popular business. They could earn from 60 to over 200 coins per book. The better the handwriting, the higher the pay. Average handwriting earned less, and if the writing was really bad, they couldn't earn anything. The 3 siblings are still young and haven't been studying reading and writing for long. Although they study very seriously, their handwriting is still not perfect. Even the oldest, Lazy, can only reach a level of 60 characters so far. But that's quite good for their age. The 3 of them made a plan. Lazy takes on copying books at night after returning home, while Jiezi and Lazy teach the family members to read and write. In the end, all the money they earn is pooled together and shared equally. Everyone in the family is working hard to earn money, and they are very enthusiastic. The Lu family's workshop has made many families in the village richer. Most people are happy, hoping for a good year ahead, but some families are struggling to even find enough food. For example, Qian Dania's family. Qian Dania's family has never been very wealthy. They have few people, and the family members are quite lazy. Especially after the incident with Xiao Yang, Li Shi was very angry with Qian Taishu. Since then, she stopped helping with farm work. Qian Taishu feels overwhelmed managing everything alone and has started to slack off. As a result, many crops in the fields were left to waste. During busy farming times, they also couldn't harvest everything in time, and much of it was left to rot in the fields. This made an already poor family even worse off. Qian Dania's leg was injured, and he was in a bad mood. The family argued loudly every few days, and their home was falling apart. If we can't take care of all these fields, we should just sell them all. I'm still young, and if my leg stays like this, how'll I marry in the future? Qian Dainiu had been thinking about selling the land for a long time. When he first returned, he wanted to sell it, but Li Shi and Qian Taishu disagreed, so they delayed it until now. Now, the family doesn't even have enough food or grain. If they keep holding on to these few acres, they might not survive until the new year. Stop talking nonsense. The land is the family's lifeline. I will go ask your eldest and second sisters to borrow some grain. After we get through this winter, we can tend to the land properly in spring, and things will get better. Li Shi instinctively refused. She was very upset when most of the grain was spoiled in the fields. If she hadn't argued with the old man, things wouldn't have turned out like this. After what happened, she regretted it, but there's no way to undo it now. All you do is talk about asking the eldest and second sisters. When will you see them come back? I have told them about my injury many times. I didn't even ask for money, but I haven't seen a single person come by. Look at my leg. How long has it been like this? It still looks terrible. What if I can't find a wife in the future? Don't you want grandchildren? The two daughters married out from the Qian family are considered quite obedient. Even after many years, they still occasionally send some support to their parents. But in this era, if a married daughter keeps sending her husband's belongings to her family, people will criticize her behind her back. So, in the past 2 years, the two daughters have reduced contact with their family. As a result, Qian Dania hasn't visited even once during his long recovery. Thinking of this, Li Shi feels uneasy. It's often said that a married daughter is like water spilled out. She's gone forever. It's true. The two daughters clearly don't want to stay in touch with their family. Their only younger brother is badly hurt, yet they haven't sent any food or money to visit. Thinking this way, she feels that her son is the most reliable. She begins to hesitate and looks at Qian Taishu, speaking in a tentative tone. Head of the family, for the sake of our son, you see. Qian Taishu also seems to be considering this matter. Although he doesn't care much about appearances, he doesn't want to cause trouble with his two daughters' families. If his daughters are unhappy, it won't do them any good. Thinking of their abandoned fields, he feels reluctant, but knows there's no better solution. Anyway, the most important thing is to treat his son's leg properly first. If we sell, then just sell. But who can we sell to? Qian Taishu sighs. He still has a preferred option in mind, but he doesn't want to sell to that family. Qian Dania blurts out, isn't the new Lu family looking to buy land everywhere? Why not just sell to them? He doesn't care about the complicated details, he just wants money. Yeah, if the village wants to sell land, and only that family has the money, then we might as well ask them. Li Shi, worn down by life, no longer shows her previous arrogance. Mostly, her son's injury has made him disabled, and he's been mocked by the villagers. Plus, the family is in real trouble, so even if she doesn't want to, she has to compromise. Qian Taishu still doesn't want to sell cheaply to the Lu family, so he says, tonight, I'll go ask the village chief. One evening, while the Lu family was studying together, an uninvited guest arrived. It was none other than the couple, Qian Taishu and his wife. They had indeed gone to the village chief's house, but upon hearing that they wanted to sell their land, they didn't hesitate and immediately came to the Lu family's place. The village had few fields, and each household had only enough to support their family. Everyone wanted to buy more land, but they simply couldn't afford it. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Taishu finally mustered up the courage to come to the Lu family's house. Why are you here? The Lu family was busy studying in the yard, and it was a lively time. The women, led by Mrs. Sun, and the men, led by Old Man Lu, were deeply engaged. From being reluctant at first to now taking the initiative, their change was quite remarkable. This was mainly because their family's business was improving and they were meeting more people. Their previously dull personalities had to become more flexible. They also realized that learning more knowledge and improving their speaking skills helped them sell clothes better. They could talk confidently, impressing customers and making sales easily. Learning to read and write was deeply ingrained in the Liu family's minds as a way to make money. Because of this, when they saw the Qian couple arrive, everyone looked unhappy. They felt it was not the right time and that their studying was being disturbed. The Qian couple thought the family was crazy. They were just rural folks, yet they were trying to learn like scholars. Was everyone planning to take the imperial exams? Moreover, the man learning was one thing, but what was the use of the woman learning? No matter how well she learned, she would still have to get married eventually. "Hey, Brother Liu, can I talk to you privately?" Mrs. Sun saw the couple and immediately grew cold. Now she wanted to speak with Old Man Liu, but it seemed like they didn't even consider her important. "Say what you need to say to me," Old Man Liu replied. Mrs. Sun stepped in front of him, crossed her arms, and looked at the couple. This. Qian Taishu looked at Mrs. Sun with displeasure. Why was the man speaking, and the woman was interrupting? But he didn't dare show his feelings. At most, he just thought to himself silently. Mrs. Li, on the other hand, didn't think much and rolled her eyes. "My husband has serious matters to discuss with your family. What's it to you?" Mrs. Sun raised her hand to hit her, but Yu's wife stepped forward and stopped her, worried that the old lady's anger might cause trouble. Li was so frightened that she hid behind Qian Taishu. She still vividly remembered how this family had surrounded and beaten her before, so she dared not speak much. Old Mr. Liu said to Qian Taishu, "Just say what you want to say. My wife handles everything at home." From their appearance, it seemed they weren't here to cause trouble, so old Mr. Liu's attitude was relatively kind. Qian Taishu looked at him thoughtfully, feeling that old Mr. Liu was a bit unmanly. Having a woman in charge at home was already embarrassing enough, and he still dared to say it out loud. But he wasn't stupid. Instead of saying such things openly, he asked, "I heard your family has always wanted to buy land. I happen to have a few acres for sale. Do you want it?" Since the Liu family settled in Anping village, they had wanted to buy land. But the village had many people and few fields, so every family struggled to get enough. Naturally, they didn't want to sell, so the idea of buying land was put aside. Now that the Qian family had come forward, everyone was interested. The Qian family were local villagers, and the land was divided by population. Each person had 10 acres and they had 20 acres near the village, which was very convenient for farming. He Jiunyang wasn't part of the study group. Every night at this time, she was rarely free. She said she was reading medical books in her room, but really she was just resting. This was the only time she felt truly relaxed during the day. When she heard the voices of the Qian couple, she thought they had come to cause trouble again. She came out to check, but when she learned they wanted to sell land, she quietly stood beside Sun Shi and watched. "How much do you want to sell? How much per acre?" Because of the land, Sun Shi didn't want to argue with Li at first. But Li was clueless. When she heard that the Liu family wanted to buy, she immediately said, 10 taels of silver. The Liu family's faces instantly darkened. They decided to rush and negotiate. Sun Shi sneered and said, 5 taels. Li's eyes widened. 9 taels. 4 taels. Li was furious. How could it keep decreasing? Qian Taishu was also anxious. Li quickly held up, saying, 8 taels. No less. 3 taels. The Qian couple. He Junyang stood behind Sun Shi, silently giving a thumbs up. Sun Shi truly was impressive. "Come on, do you have any sincerity?" Qian Taishu stared wide-eyed at old Mr. Liu. Old Mr. Liu sneered and said, "It's you who have no sincerity. Only 3 taels. If you want to sell, sell. If not, don't." Old Mr. Liu was quiet, but he was not easy to fool. Back home, land was worth at most 1 or 2 silver coins per acre. Here, because land is rare, even 3 or 2 silver coins is considered a high price. They didn't know where the Qian family got the courage to ask for 10 taels. Were they foolish? Well. If you think the price isn't right, we can talk. The Qian couple looked a bit nervous. Only the Liu family could afford to buy in this village. If they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another chance. There's nothing to discuss. We're offering 3 taels. If you don't want it, find someone else. With that, the Liu family was about to close the door. They wouldn't indulge these two. They spoke without thinking and were wasting their time. Don't you know that land in Onping village is scarce? That's why it's expensive. Qian Dainyu tightly held the door, trying to stop the Lu family from closing it. Land is indeed scarce, but there are also few buyers. If you had a better buyer, would you come to my house? Sun Shi sneered, clearly not wanting to say more. She told her two sons to close the door so they could continue studying. Qian Tieshu's strength was no match for the two Lu brothers. No matter how hard he tried, he was still kept outside the door. What should we do now? Li Shi looked worried at Qian Taishu. She regretted calling out the price without thinking. She thought that the Lu family was making good money from their business, so they wouldn't mind a small amount like this. What else can we do? Just go home. Qian Taishu glared at her. He was angry at the Lu family, but even more annoyed with his wife. They always cause trouble. But he felt sad that land was being sold for just 3 or 2 silver coins per acre. No one has sold land before, and the Lu family couldn't buy it either. Now that they know I'm selling, they'll definitely have ideas. In a day or two, they'll come to ask me. Qian Taishu smiled confidently. He believed that if the Lu family was rude now, it was just for show. If they had land and still didn't buy, wasn't that strange? You're right. Li Shi also smiled when she heard that. When the Lu family came to ask, she would definitely sell at a high price. She planned to cure her son's leg, marry him to a wife, and in a few years, she'd have a big grandson. How wonderful that would be. Meanwhile, the Lu family said they wanted to study, but they had lost interest. The arrival of the Qian family reminded them that it was time to start planning to buy land. The wasteland they cultivated on the mountain was growing well, but the roads were a bit far. It would be best if they could have farmland in the village. Mother, I think we don't necessarily have to buy land in the village. Onping village has many people but little land, and the prices are high with not-so-great locations. We can ask around in a few neighboring villages. It's not far, and the land isn't as distant as the mountain wasteland, plus the soil is much better. Old Lu spoke up. Although he also wanted to own land in the village for easier work in the future, it wasn't the only option. As long as there was land, anywhere was fine. At first, the family only wanted to buy land in the village, but later they got busy with their business and delayed the land purchase. Anyway, they were just ordinary farmers and land was fundamental. They couldn't delay buying land any longer. I think my elder brother's idea makes sense. We should ask around in a few neighboring villages. There are always people willing to sell land. Second brother Lu also spoke up. Recently, the family had been under a lot of pressure, always trying to show their best. Third sister-in-law, what do you think? Sun felt it was fine, but she instinctively wanted to ask He Junyang for her opinion. So the whole family looked at her. He Junyang wanted to stay out of it, but since she was asked, she didn't hesitate. She nodded and said, I also think my elder brother's idea makes sense. Many villagers wouldn't sell land unless they really had to. As for the Qian family's land, that family isn't very good. If we buy from them now, it might cause a lot of trouble later. I'd rather spend 10 taels of silver to buy from a kind family in a neighboring village than spend 3 taels to buy from the Qian family. At first, everyone didn't react much to the first part, but they all agreed with the second. The Qian family really wasn't good, and doing business with such people wouldn't lead to a good life in the future. Since that's the case, starting tomorrow, the elder brothers will visit nearby villages. If anyone is willing to sell land, we'll buy it. Sun nodded and finalized the plan. He Junyang thought for a moment and added, Elder brothers, don't worry about buying land. As long as the other party is willing to sell and the process is legal, we'll buy everything. But if we buy too much, we might not be able to handle it all. Old Mr. Lu felt a bit troubled. It would be fine if they only had to take care of the farm work, but recently they also needed to handle the family business. Taking on too much was really hard to manage.
This is simple, he said.
We can find people to farm the land, especially those who sold their land because they couldn't make a living. If they are honest, we can hire them as long-term workers to look after the fields. Their wages will be based on their harvest, so there's no need to worry about them not working hard. If this had been before, not many people would understand what He Junyang was saying. But now, since the family is running a business and everyone is studying and learning, there has been progress. When she explained, everyone understood her meaning. Second brother Lu muttered, "Wouldn't that make them landlords?" "Being a landlord also depends on ability," she replied. "The government doesn't restrict this now. Our family has enough money to buy land." He Junyang had money in her hands, so she spoke confidently. If the family's funds weren't enough, she could lend money to Gong Zhong and wait for him to earn it back. Moreover, she had many business ideas for the future and couldn't be held back by just a little land. Having lived again, she wanted to become the richest person. How could she not live up to such a legendary life? Third sister-in-law is right. In the past, we didn't have the ability. Now that we earn money, we can naturally hire long-term workers.
Our family always pays wages on time.
We're not like those greedy landlords who oppress people. We're honest and straightforward. Old Mr. Liu spoke, and the two brothers from the Liu family agreed. Everyone else didn't need to say more. Thinking about how their days were getting better and better, everyone felt excited. Their gratitude toward He Junyang grew even more. In the following days, the two brothers from the Liu family visited several nearby villages. Since each village had resettled refugees, there were no families like the Liu family running workshops. Most people's lives were still very hard. However, even so, few families were willing to sell land. Even those willing to sell only had poorer land, sometimes worse than the wasteland cleared from the mountains, and even watering the land was a problem. The Liu brothers discussed and decided to ask each village head about it. They offered 4 taels of silver per acre of land. After selling the land, hardworking people could be hired as long-term workers without contracts, just farm well, and that was enough. Each person receives a daily base salary of 10 coins. The amount of harvest does not affect the base salary, but if there is a big harvest, bonuses and grain are given according to the harvest ratio. The village chiefs were initially reluctant to buy land, but after hearing about hiring workers and their benefits, they all became interested. 10 coins a day is barely enough to do manual labor in the county town, not to mention earning bonuses and grain at the end of the year. "Brother, are you telling the truth?" The old village chief looked closely at the two brothers, worried they might be lying. Nowadays, it's rare to find naive people with so much money. The two brothers from the Liu family nodded seriously. "Of course it's true. We are from the neighboring Anping village. The Liu family's garment workshop is ours. You can ask around. We came here because of a famine, and not having land makes things difficult, so we bought some farmland." To prove they weren't lying, old Liu explained carefully. Their family's business is doing well now, and talking about their workshop makes them proud. Both brothers had big smiles. So that's the Liu family. No wonder. The village chief knew that his daughter worked at the Liu family's workshop. He heard it was very profitable. Rich people are really free-spirited. They can pay such high prices for crops. Rare indeed. "How much land do you need? If what you say is true, I can sell you 10 acres. The village chief looked at the brothers eagerly, wondering if they would want so much land. If such a good deal existed, he would first think of his own family, then ask his close relatives. The more, the better. Old Liu's second brother followed He Junyang's instructions. 100 acres is not too much, and 500 acres is not too many. In this era, adult men can usually farm 10 acres, especially families with many boys, who can have 70 or 80 acres. Several nearby villages could easily gather a few hundred acres to sell to the Liu family. The village chief didn't expect them to want so much land. Thinking about his daughter still working at the workshop, he kindly warned, "The harvest on this land isn't guaranteed. If you buy so much and the harvest is poor next year, you might not even earn enough to pay the workers." We all know this, but buying land is a family decision. The village chief only needs to ask if any villagers are willing to sell their land. Seeing their attitude, the village chief realized he couldn't persuade them. Since they are wealthy, he saw no need to worry for them. He nodded and went out to gather the villagers. After working in a nearby village for a few days, most families with more land were willing to sell some. In total, about 300 to 400 acres were considered. They only made a rough list so far, and nothing was finalized. The brothers took note of some villagers' questions and discussed them with their family at night. The first question was, can each family that sells land have someone become a long-term worker? Old Lu looked at his simple notes, which were messy and hard to read, mostly understandable only by him. How can that work? If some lazy folks don't want to farm properly and just want to earn a few coins a day, the crops won't be taken care of, and our family would suffer losses. Sun sure didn't hesitate and gave her son a sharp look. It seemed like the men in their family lacked common sense. Did they really need to ask such questions? Didn't they know how to make decisions? Old Lu also felt guilty about this issue, but explained responsibly, few families are willing to sell land. Mostly, they're interested in having someone become a long-term worker. Many families insist that at least one family member must become a long-term worker before they agree to sell. Yes, a few days ago, my older brother and I asked around, and most people were quite resistant. Old Lu's second brother testified. This matter was indeed difficult. Land is the farmer's root. Only when they are desperate would they consider selling. If the Lu family hadn't set this condition, few would be willing to sell. But we can't compromise on that. You sure spoke up. If we do, they'll just manipulate us. We buy land for ourselves, not for them. Big sister-in-law is right. We shouldn't compromise, even if it means not buying at all. Otherwise, it's no different from buying land from moneylenders. If they sell the land, the first choice for long-term workers should be from their own family. He Junyang added, and old Lu said, all right, we'll go talk tomorrow. There's another question. Can families who don't sell land also have someone become a long-term worker? Not only local villagers, but also refugees fleeing from other places want to be chosen. The problem is most refugees are women. Old Lu didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the family understood what he meant. Most of the work in the fields is physical labor. Women are not as strong as men, so it might be very difficult for them to do the work. What about women? Big brother, are you looking down on women and disrespecting mom? Sun sure crossed her arms and scolded her eldest son, looking unhappy. When I was back home, I worked in the fields every day. I didn't work any less than you men. Old Master Lu was shocked and shook his head quickly, trying to explain. Mom, I didn't mean that. I just think that heavy physical work can hurt the body, so it's better for men to do it. He truly didn't mean to look down on women. After all, women are in charge at home. We're almost starving. Who cares about health? You're just a blockhead. Sun sure was really angry. Their family took shortcuts to stay together in Jingzhou, but others were different. Most came with old, weak, sick, or disabled family members. Since they now have the ability, helping a little is a good deed. But the eldest son keeps thinking about silly things. At this age, he's really wasting his time. Yusher quickly slapped her husband and said with a smile, I think there's nothing wrong with women doing farm work. We used to do farm work at home too. Women are careful and attentive so they can take better care of the crops. That's actually a good thing. He Jionyang saw what Sunshur was thinking and said, in that case, the eldest and second brothers should go tell those people. Men and women can both work. First, choose the most diligent and careful from those selling land. If they haven't sold land, consider refugees fleeing famine. The main goal is to pick capable women who aren't picky. Also, men's and women's abilities can't be compared directly. One man can manage 8 acres and one woman can manage 7 acres. If bad weather or disasters reduce the harvest, they won't be responsible. But if laziness or carelessness causes losses, they must compensate accordingly. If this happens once, they will be fired and never hired again. Without He Junyang, the Lu family wouldn't be able to stand here together. Now that life is better, within their means, helping others without harming their own interests is understandable.
All right.
Old Master Lu nodded and took notes in his small book, planning to tell the villagers tomorrow. The family meeting was over. Just as they were about to go back to their rooms, someone knocked on the door. Lazy went to open it. Seeing who was there, he politely called out, Village Chief Grandpa, Village Chief Grandma. The visitors were Wang Yuan, the village chief of Anping Village, and his wife Lu Shi. The Lu family heard the noise and came out to greet the guests. The village chief and his wife voluntarily visited, perhaps because they had something important to discuss. Old Mr. Liu waved his hand, telling the children to tidy up and go to bed. Then a few adults took the elderly couple from the village chief's family to the main hall to talk. Someone told me that your eldest and second children have been buying land recently. I just want to ask if that's true, said the village chief directly and honestly. Yes, we've been here for several months. We need some land to farm, and we plan to plant crops next spring, replied Mr. Liu sincerely. Actually, the village chief knew about the Liu family wanting to buy land. He had even asked for their help before, but no one in the village was willing to sell, so it was delayed. Isn't the Qian family selling? Why don't you buy from them? Asked the village chief, puzzled. It's complicated. I had a disagreement with the Qian family, and they're not easy to deal with. Now that there's a deal, they might cause trouble later. Plus, they're asking 10 taels of silver per acre. That's just extortion. Sun sure complained and added, moreover, they don't have much land themselves. Even if we buy, it's not enough. We might as well ask nearby villages. Compared to us, those villages have more land. The village chief nodded, but he was unsure how to bring up what he wanted to ask. It was the village chief's wife who, recently cooking for the embroidery women at the workshop and getting to know the Liu family better, spoke first. We mainly heard that your family is looking to hire long-term workers. If you want to buy land and hire workers with wages, we could sell 20 or so acres. That's a good deal, and many villagers would be interested. The land in the village is convenient, isn't it? Mrs. Liu smiled warmly, thinking that since the Liu family was nearby, they wouldn't look far for land. They hadn't considered whether buying land was profitable for the Liu family. As long as it was good for them, that was enough. With the wages offered, working as long-term labor for the Liu family would earn more than farming their own land. Anyone unwilling would be foolish. When she said this, the Liu family understood. To avoid causing trouble with the village chief's family, Sun kindly held Liu's hand, called her old sister-in-law, and then said, "Your meaning is clear. Selling land to us is good for your family. If you're willing to sell, we are willing to buy. But we don't just buy any land or hire anyone to work. We will choose hardworking people. I'm not saying your children are lazy, just want to be clear to avoid misunderstandings." Yes, we understand, the village chief nodded repeatedly. Although they initially thought that way, after hearing Sun's explanation, they weren't afraid. Their sons are capable, and choosing one of them would surpass others in the village. That's why he's been village chief for so many years. Originally, the Liu family didn't want to buy land in the village, mainly to avoid trouble with the village chief. They could buy land in the neighboring village, so they wouldn't owe favors. But now that the village chief approached them, they wouldn't miss the chance. So, old Liu explained some plans to the village chief, asking him to help promote the sale in the village. They emphasized that the sale was voluntary, with no pressure. The only condition was that the land sold must be connected. The best land would be 5 taels of silver per acre, medium land 4 taels, and poorer land 1 to 3 taels. Originally, the price was 4 taels per acre, but after recent inspections, some families with bad intentions wanted to sell only their poorest land for the same price. That was unfair, like tricking people. So, the Liu family changed their strategy. They were willing to pay for good land but would lower the price for poor land without hesitation. The village chief listened carefully, worried about missing any important details. When they left, Sun gave them 5 eggs, thanking the village chief for helping promote the sale. The couple politely declined, and then left. The next day, news spread in the village that the Liu family was buying land and hiring workers. They had heard about it from relatives in a nearby village. They were interested but didn't dare ask too much because of the Liu family's influence. Previously, the Liu family wanted to buy land from the village, but no one agreed. Now they realize they also have a chance, and everyone is overjoyed. The Liu family is practically like the wealthiest people in Anping village. Many families with more men and larger landholdings are very interested, especially those whose family members are capable and hardworking. They are not worried about missing out. However, families with land but who are lazy are hesitant. Every household gathers to discuss whether this deal is worth it. As they talk, the family waiting at home for the Liu family to come asking for land also learns about it. Qian Tieshua doesn't understand. Could the Liu family be crazy? Boss, why is the Liu family buying so much land? The best fertile land is only 5 taels of silver.
Who would sell at that price?
Li Shi pulls at Qian Tieshua's sleeve, feeling uneasy for some reason. Earlier, she had asked for 10 taels of silver, which was reasonable because their village is directly governed by the county, with good roads and easy travel. Land is naturally valuable, and selling for 7 or 8 taels is no problem. The Liu family wants to buy for 5 taels and also plans to hire workers. Doesn't that sound suspicious? Huh. That's what they say, but look, have they bought anything? They've caused so much fuss for days and haven't spent a single coin. I think they just want to buy our land cheaply and are coming up with these shady tricks. Qian Tieshua increasingly agrees. When their family didn't want to sell land, why didn't the Liu family cause trouble then? It's obvious they want to pressure his family into selling. But surrendering is impossible. It's just a matter of who can hold out longer. Qian Tieshua thinks this way, but Qian Dania doesn't. He looks at his parents and feels they seem like fools. The village chief has been involved, and you still think this is a small matter? Don't forget, the village chief's family has already reserved 10 acres to sell. If the Liu family wants to stay in the village comfortably, they wouldn't dare offend the village chief. Go ask for the details, or by the time everyone else makes a fortune, our family will still be struggling. He angrily kicks a small stool on the ground. Why are other parents so clever, able to make money immediately, while his parents seem to have given up and still think they're impressive? It's all his parents' fault that he's like this now. Qian Tieshua and Li Shi never expected their son to speak to them like that. At first, they thought it was nothing, but upon reflection, they sensed something was wrong. Could it be that the Liu family really doesn't want to sell their land anymore? This can't be allowed. So, Qian Taishu said nothing and quickly went to the Liu family. It was midday, and everyone at the Liu household was busy. The 2 brothers from the Liu family went to discuss buying the land, while old Liu and the Zhang brothers were in the yard assembling sewing machines. Sun Shi, Liu Guilin, and Xin Shi were busy in the workshop. Yu Shi and Qin Shi were working in the kitchen, not cooking but completing tasks assigned by He Junyang. Over at the workshop, they mainly checked things during the downtime. Since they still had some free time at noon, He Junyang gave them a task to study dishes based on her recipes. Today was the first day, and the task He Junyang left was to make a special spicy chili oil. They knew there were a few pots of chili plants at home, but those pots hadn't been used much. He Junyang brought back 2 large bags of dried chili peppers, claiming they were bought from outside and meant for making her special chili oil to start a new business. The 2 sisters-in-law now listened carefully to He Junyang, doing whatever she said, especially since it involved making money. They had to do their best. Recently, the family often used chili peppers in cooking, and everyone thought it tasted very good. According to He Junyang, they planned to make this chili oil into a special snack, which could become unique in North Yan country. If it sold well, it could earn as much as their clothing business. Thinking about earning a big new income at home, the sisters-in-law became very motivated. Honestly, the smell of this chili is really tempting, makes your mouth water. You sure couldn't help but lick her lips, though she was a bit wasteful with oil. Haha, yes, the smell is real, and so is the spiciness. I think our daughter has started to try some recently. I believe our business will definitely do well. Qin Shi nodded repeatedly. When a person has money, everything feels different. Not only do others treat her differently, but she also feels more confident. Since it was their first time making it, they were very careful. The ingredients were valuable, and wasting them would be upsetting. They made a small bowl first. Once He Junyang checked it and approved, they would make larger batches. Just as they were busy, Qian Taishu arrived. This time he came alone. The yard gate was open and he didn't knock. He simply pushed the door open and looked inside. When he caught the smell, something both fragrant and pungent, he couldn't help but sneeze. Facing the door, Old Man Lu and a few others quickly turned around to look at him, afraid he might see their sewing machine secrets. They hurriedly blocked the machine with their bodies and asked with a stern face, "What are you here for?" If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't enter at this moment. But Qian Taishu was different. He didn't notice the disapproval from the Lu family. When discovered, he wasn't embarrassed and immediately tried to push the door open. "Just stay outside. If you have something to say, do it outside." Old Man Lu spoke nervously, even stuttering, as he hurried forward to stop him and then shooed him away. "Speak, what do you want?" Old Man Lu was a bit impatient. Every time he saw the Qian family, they never brought good news, which made him quite annoyed. It's still about the land." Qian Taishu smiled, trying to appear friendly. Earlier, his son told him that the Lu family wouldn't buy their land. He was a bit skeptical at first, but now, seeing Old Man Lu's reaction, he believed about 90%. His face also showed some friendliness. "Didn't I say we won't buy your land? Your price is too high. We can't afford it." Old Man Lu snorted and turned to go inside. But Qian Taishu quickly grabbed his arm. "Old Brother Lu, shouting random prices isn't right. My wife made a mistake there. I apologize. Since I heard you're planning to buy land in the village, we can offer you the same price."
How about that?
"That doesn't work. Our families have a good relationship, but we don't need that small piece of land from you. You should ask others if they want to sell." After saying this, Old Man Lu shook off his hand and quickly went inside, slamming the door shut. From now on, the door must be kept closed at home. Old Man Lu stayed outside for a while, and only then did Qian Taishu realize that the Lu family really didn't want his land anymore. What should he do now? "Old Brother Lu, open the door. Let's talk nicely. We can negotiate the price." He knocked hard and shouted for a while, but no one responded. Instead, he saw Sun Shi come out from the workshop nearby, holding a stick, clearly ready to deal with him. Qian Taishu was very frightened and immediately ran away. Sun Shi cursed and went back to the workshop. That evening, He Nyang returned home. The whole family sat together for dinner and talked about Qian Taishu's visit. However, the Lu family didn't care much. To them, the Qian family was just a troublemaker. Whatever happened afterward had nothing to do with them. Indeed, Mr. Yu happily said, "Third sister-in-law, the chili oil we asked you to make is ready. I'm not sure if it tastes exactly how you wanted, so I'll go get some for you to try." "Okay." He Nyang nodded. Mr. Yu took out a small bowl and eagerly dipped a chopstick to taste the flavor. Both Mr. Yu and Mrs. Qin watched her closely, nervously asking, "How is it?" She gave a big thumbs up and praised, "It's perfect." Everyone knew that Mr. Yu had a talent for cooking, and it was impressive that she succeeded on her first try.
Great.
"So, we can start a food business now, right? Third sister-in-law, what are you planning to make?" Qin also looked at He Nyang eagerly. Although she didn't talk much normally, she was very interested in making money. Others also wanted to know. Old Master Lu said, "In my opinion, not only can we sell this chili oil, but it could also bring in a good amount of money." Old Master Lu hadn't tasted the chili oil himself, but his third sister-in-law had approved it, so it must be good. Everyone agreed and nodded repeatedly. Second Uncle Lu said, "Since we're planning to buy a lot of land anyway, we should plant more chili peppers. I'm sure it will make money." Son's wife hadn't spoken yet, but she slapped Second Uncle Lu on the back. "Who plants strange things in the fields instead of grains?" He Nyang quickly said, "I think second brother is right. I spent quite a bit of money buying these chili peppers. Not many people know about them, so they're expensive. It's more profitable than growing grains. If we increase the yield, whether we sell the peppers alone or turn them into seasoning, we'll make a lot of money." Son's wife clicked her tongue and confidently said, "Third sister-in-law makes sense. Let's plant chili peppers." Second Uncle Lu. Everyone. Sure enough, everything third sister-in-law says is correct. Faced with such obvious favoritism, He Nyang still felt very proud. She smiled happily and then continued, "We should buy more land and leave some for growing grains. The rest should be used to plant chili peppers, medicinal herbs, and potatoes. Potatoes can also make a lot of money in the future. Trust me, There will only be profits, no losses. Although these things are not yet common, Hee Junyoung is confident she can promote them. Especially chili peppers and potatoes, which have endured the test of time and are still loved in modern times. This shows they are popular with most people. In an era where there aren't many food options, these two items can make the Liu family very rich. Alright, we all listen to third sister-in-law. Mrs. Yu enthusiastically agrees. She isn't very clever, but she firmly believes that following third sister-in-law will lead to great wealth. Since that's the case, the eldest and second brothers should quickly handle buying land, buy the land early, let it grow fertile, and start planting in the spring tomorrow. Old Liu slaps the table, looking young and energetic again. He used to not care much about business, but now that he has enough food and clothing, he has no worries. After hearing Hee Junyoung's words, he suddenly sees a bright future. Their family is involved in making clothes, herbs, and food, transforming from poor villagers into wealthy people. He never even dared to dream of this before. The two brothers nod, knowing they need to hurry and get things done. It takes time to prepare the land. After everyone finishes talking, Mrs. Chin nervously asks, "So, what kind of food does third sister-in-law want to make?" She swears she isn't greedy, just curious. Mostly, she wants to do business and make money. Oh, I see. Everyone remembers the question, and all look at her eagerly. Cough, cough. Hee Junyoung clears her throat, deliberately raising her eyebrows to tease. Of course, we make whatever we have at home. Whatever we have at home. Manhwa turns her eyes and suddenly remembers something, excitedly asking, "Auntie, are you talking about those chickens, ducks, and geese?" She recalls that earlier, Auntie Junyoung mentioned that their family was raising poultry to sell feathers, and the leftover meat could be made into food to sell. Recently, every household started raising poultry, but they couldn't sell yet. During this time, her family's feathers were bought by brothers Zhang Song and others from other towns' restaurants. In about 10 days, their chickens, ducks, and geese will be ready. If they can sell the meat early, they won't have any worries afterward. Manhwa is very clever. That's right, we're making those chickens, ducks, and geese. In the future, set up a stall next to the clothing stall to sell both clothes and food. Doing both businesses together can help each other out. That's a good idea. Now our family's clothing stall is quite well known in the town. If we also sell food nearby, the business will definitely improve. Liu Guilon couldn't help but speak up. Starting a new business means more income, which is always exciting. Seeing everyone so happy, Hee Junyoung, however, said somewhat bluntly, "But if we start selling food, my older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law might not be able to manage the clothing workshop anymore. Also, we should develop a proper method for making the food, at least to ensure it's clean and safe to eat, so no one gets sick. If it's just small-scale, simple work, there's no need to be so complicated. But once the Liu family begins buying chickens, ducks, and geese, they'll need many feathers daily, which means lots of poultry to process. With such a large amount, they naturally need a proper workshop." When they heard about building a workshop, everyone fell silent, wondering if the pace was too fast. Wouldn't this attract too much attention in the village? Sun Sure hesitated, then gave Hee Junyoung a somewhat resentful look. This woman loved to cause trouble. But since this is a big money-making opportunity, they couldn't afford to be careless. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Yes, build several more rooms. Later, we can hire a few people to work, and we also need to provide them with a place to live." Sun Sure believed that women should handle food making, but most capable women in the village were busy working in the clothing workshop, which was already overwhelmed. Naturally, they couldn't spare anyone to do food work. So, they had to spend money to buy workers. Most importantly, the food recipes are unique. If someone leaks the secret, the business could fail. The recipes must stay strictly within the Liu family. The best way is to buy people to work for them. Hee Junyoung hadn't expected Sun Sure to think so clearly. She patted her shoulder appreciatively and praised, "That's a good idea, Madam Sun. You're thinking ahead." She had originally wanted to buy the embroidery women who made clothes, but she thought her family might not agree, so she didn't act on it herself. Fortunately, those embroiderers are sensible. They've been here for a long time and haven't caused any trouble. The main reason is that she controls the design plans and the fragrant powders. Even if someone with bad intentions tries to gather information, they won't find anything useful. But food is different. As long as someone has a recipe, even those with some cooking skills can make it. So, the person doing this work must be fully trustworthy. Old Man Lu asked blankly, "Should I go to the village chief tomorrow to buy a piece of land?" "It's not necessary for now," He Junyang replied. "Didn't we buy a lot before?" "The remaining land is used for raising chickens, ducks, and geese. I think keeping poultry near our house isn't a good idea because of the smell. Especially in summer, when it's hot and humid, it can easily spread diseases. I think it would be better to take 4 or 5 acres of the less fertile farmland we bought, build a fence around it, and raise poultry there. Of course, we still need to build a few warm houses, or else they'll freeze in winter. This means they want to expand their poultry raising scale." Everyone was confused. Building a workshop and warm houses for the poultry would be a big expense again. Most importantly, buying farmland would cost hundreds of taels of silver. They've just sold some clothes and earned a little money, and now they might spend it all at once. Everyone felt a bit reluctant, but He Junyang's reasoning was clear. The chickens, ducks, and geese are already nearby, and the smell is quite strong. Moreover, He Junyang, who studied medicine, said there could be infectious diseases, so it's definitely a real concern. They can't just save a little money and risk their family getting sick. Sun hesitated for a moment, then firmly slapped her thigh. "Let's do it." The next morning, He Junyang didn't go to the clinic. Instead, she asked old Lu to kill a few chickens and ducks for her. After making a strong statement yesterday, she needed to show her skills today. Of course, He Junyang wouldn't do it herself, fearing her cooking might not be good. She asked you to do it, while she kept talking. Fortunately, she wasn't completely idle. She helped Qing clean and cut the meat. Duck heads, duck necks, duck feet, duck intestines, chicken feet, chicken wings, and chicken gizzards. These are all good stuff. Especially duck intestines, they can't be thrown away randomly. He Junyang explained confidently, but Yu and Qin listened with confusion. Wings and feet are okay, since they still have some meat, but how can heads, necks, and intestines be sold? Especially those awful dishes that wealthy families avoid eating. When his family was back in their hometown, they only ate those foods out of necessity because they were too poor. Now that conditions have improved, they want to start a business selling these foods? Could it be that Sister San's business is aimed at poor people? Sister San, can these things really sell? Mrs. Yu looked at the offal with some disgust, recalling how unpleasant it was to handle those dirty things before. Of course. And we can sell them at high prices. He Junyang's confident attitude made it hard for anyone to argue. Yes, He Junyang is planning to sell popular snacks like certain duck neck or certain black duck, which are very trendy now. Due to current limitations, she can only make 2 flavors, regular marinated and spicy. He Junyang favors the spicy one most because once people love it, they crave it if they don't eat it for 3 days. There's no worry about losing customers. Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin knew they couldn't argue with He Junyang and were willing to believe her. They decided not to say much and focus on making the products first. While He Junyang and Mrs. Qin prepared the ingredients, Mrs. Yu had already made the marinade. Many of the ingredients she had never heard of. He Junyang brought them, claiming they were special herbs that would make the flavor better. As an ordinary farmer, she didn't understand those things, so she just followed Sister San's instructions. At first, she doubted and felt overwhelmed when she saw the dark, black broth boiling in the pot. But gradually, the smell became more and more fragrant, making her salivate. She realized that Sister San was right. Almost ready with the broth. Put everything in. He Junyang directed, not only adding the meat, but also some pre-cooked eggs. Watching the eggs turn color in the pot, He Junyang couldn't help but lick her lips. She hadn't eaten marinated eggs in a long time. Once everything was in, she let it simmer on low heat. No extra help was needed for now. Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin ran outside because the aroma was too tempting. They couldn't stay in the kitchen. But as soon as they stepped outside, they saw a few men in the yard assembling sewing machines. The way they looked at them was clear. They were full of longing. Big sister-in-law, what did you make? It smells so good. Zhang Song swallowed hard, unable to focus on work. The aroma was even more tempting than yesterday's chili oil. Just making chicken and duck, my third sister-in-law said from now on it will be called Lu Black Duck. We couldn't resist the delicious smell and came out to avoid it. Oh my, it's so tempting. Mrs. Yu forcefully bit her lip, actually just trying to swallow her saliva. Recently, the family has been eating well, often having meat, but the strong aroma was too tempting to ignore. Originally, the third sister-in-law wanted to cook those awful dishes, and some of them didn't agree, but now that the smell is drifting out, they no longer want to resist. He Junyang saw this and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It's not ready yet. Once it's cooked, go call Mom and the younger sisters. Let's eat first." The puppy lifted its little head. "Mom, are we waiting for Brother Lei and Sister Lianhua to come back? Isn't that impatient? We can save some for them, haha." He Junyang pinched her child's chubby face. Watching the little puppy grow from a severely malnourished, big-headed baby into a chubby, adorable little one, she felt a deep sense of achievement. She had fed him little by little herself. Exactly. It doesn't matter whether those kids eat or not. We will eat first. Old Man Lu swallowed hard, unable to sit still. He got up and went into the kitchen to see how Lu Black Duck was making it. But as someone who doesn't cook much, he just looked around and saw only a pot of dark water boiling those usually disliked parts. He couldn't understand why, even though those ingredients didn't look very appealing, the smell was so tempting. Fortunately, they weren't hard to cook. Soon, everything was ready. He Junyang scooped out the food and added some potatoes, lotus root slices, and mushrooms to cook further. As soon as she finished, she sent the puppy to call Sun's family from the workshop. The aroma was so strong that it had already spread there. When they returned, everyone was chattering excitedly. Especially Sun's family, as soon as they entered, exclaimed, "We should keep the workshop farther away. The smell is affecting the garment workshop. Everyone is just drooling and can't work properly." Lu Guilin and Shin's family understood well and nodded repeatedly. They were craving it badly, not to mention the female workers with modest incomes who rarely ate meat. He Junyang divided the food into 2 portions. One was mixed with chili oil and stirred well, the other was plain, just as it was. Then she took another basin, leaving a big portion for Lei Zi and the others, while the rest was brought to the yard for everyone to eat on the spot. Looking at the heads and feet, everyone was unsure how to start eating. These parts had little meat, and children couldn't chew much, while women were reluctant to eat them. Usually, they only gave these to the men at home to satisfy their cravings. Sun's wife picked up a duck head, looked at it from all sides, and didn't know where to start biting. Initially, He Junyang didn't think about this problem. She took a marinated egg and peeled it for the little dog to eat. When she looked up, she saw everyone watching her.
"Why?
Aren't you craving it already? Why aren't you eating now?" She looked at everyone with some confusion, wondering if they were waiting for her. That couldn't be, right? I don't know how to eat it. Yu's wife smiled awkwardly, unsure how to bite the parts that needed chewing. For parts like intestines and gizzards, she didn't dare to eat them easily. "Just put them in your mouth and eat," He Junyang said as she picked up a duck intestine and pushed it deep into her mouth. Everyone immediately grimaced, faces full of speechless expressions, unable to imagine what it tasted like. However, He Junyang chewed a few times and let out a satisfied sigh. "It smells so good. If you don't want to eat, I'll just eat it myself." She said this and grabbed another duck intestine to put in her mouth, then picked up half a duck head to show off. Her eating manner made everyone crave it. Yu's wife was the first to take a piece of duck intestine and eat. She was originally chewing with her eyes closed, but her expression gradually relaxed, and she looked more and more pleased, as if opening the door to a new world. "How is it?" Everyone looked at her expectantly. Although they could guess from her expression, they still wanted to hear her say it herself. "It's delicious." Yu's wife swallowed the duck intestine and took a piece of chicken gizzard to eat. "I've never had such fragrant offal before." She first ate one without chili oil, then tried another with chili oil. It was spicy and flavorful. Delicious, delicious, delicious. She nodded wildly. Everyone couldn't hold back anymore. Following He Junyang's example, they reached out and grabbed. Those who didn't know how to eat duck heads started with offal, wings, or legs. But it seemed He Junyang especially liked to chew on duck heads, which only came in 3 parts, cut into 6 halves. Seeing that He Junyang had already finished 3 halves, Sun's wife quickly took 1 half to chew. Fortunately, they're still young and have healthy teeth, so biting into this thing isn't a problem. At first, Sun thought the duck head was just a bit of skin and not very tasty, but the more she chewed, the more addictive it became, such a strong flavor. She used some spicy oil on it, eating while catching her breath, feeling incredibly satisfying. There were also those chicken claws and duck paws, not many in number, and the Liu family members, who had just discovered this new world, were eagerly grabbing and eating. The ones who ate the most were these strange and unusual parts. The other meatier parts were left behind in large amounts. Normally, other parts like duck collarbones are not very popular in later times, but in this era, they are quite common, so He Junyang cooked them all. When everyone had eaten enough and the vegetables in the pot were cooked, He Junyang scoops them out into a small bowl and placed it in front of everyone. Thanks to the previous experience, everyone was no longer suspicious and started eating right away. The vegetables, too, had a special flavor. Now, the Liu family members only had one thought. This is a profitable find. Third sister-in-law, if we can eat chicken and duck like this, what about geese? Can we do the same with them? You had some talent in cooking but didn't understand why only chickens and ducks were prepared, and not geese. It should be possible, but goose meat is greasy and this method doesn't taste very good, so I plan to try a different way. He Junyang had already thought this through. The new method would take more effort, so she decided to finish with the chickens and ducks first. Hearing this, you immediately said, "Third sister-in-law, whatever you want to do, just tell us. We'll support you." Anyway, she was good at cooking, and she enjoyed doing it. Alright, let's focus on stabilizing the chicken and duck business first. But, eldest sister-in-law, once we start the food business, you and second sister-in-law won't be able to stay at the workshop. You'll need to find someone to take your places so that the clothing workshop can keep running smoothly. He Junyang reminded them. Their positions are simple enough, but not everyone can handle them. I think Chui'er and Sister Chi are good choices. They are part of our Liu family, work diligently, and are quite capable. When it came to managing the staff, you first thought of her own family members, as they share a deep bond and are more trustworthy. Yes, I also think Chui'er and Sister Chi are suitable. When our family has any issues, Chui'er and Sister Chi are always the first to step forward and help out. They're very helpful in daily life. Mrs. Qin also spoke in support. Chui'er and Sister Chi have been close since they moved from their hometown 1,000 miles away. On the way here, they supported each other, making them the best choices. Alright, then let's let Chui'er and Sister Chi try. The food workshop hasn't been built yet, so these days, both sisters can practice more. If there's anything they don't know, they should learn quickly. At least how to count. How Junyang assigned the task, and no one in the family objected. It's just that the Yu and Qin families felt a bit burdened. They thought they just needed to give up their positions, but now they also have to teach the others. That's a bit difficult for them. Both women looked a bit unhappy, and suddenly, even the duck legs in their hands didn't taste as good. With a plan in place and enough money in hand, the Liu family's food workshop quickly started. The land purchase also soon became a reality. With the help of village chiefs, the 2 brothers from the Liu family completed the land transfer, buying a total of 200 acres. Of these, 92 acres are top-quality fertile land, 87 acres are medium-quality good land, and 21 acres are poor, less fertile land. The total cost was 850 taels of silver, all earned from the recent clothing workshop. With this money, the Liu family can also afford to build the food workshop and a warm house for poultry. It shows they are truly very wealthy. Yes, the poultry warm house is also under construction. They bought 6 acres of poor land in the village, all connected, which was difficult to farm. The Lu family decided to enclose the area and raise poultry. Following Hao Junyang's advice, they even dug a small pond for the poultry. Some people, curious, went to see the warm house. Wow, it's built even better than a house for people. Qian Tieshu's family is struggling to get by. The Lu family doesn't want to buy his land, so he went to the county town. Many wealthy families there heard he wanted to sell, but he only wanted to sell 10 acres, which was too little. The land was scattered, making farming difficult. They offered only 1 or 2 taels of silver per acre, which was not attractive. Qian Taishu was reluctant to sell his land because he loved it, so he returned home. Meanwhile, Chui'er and Sister Qi's families quietly went to the Lu family and found Hao Junyang. "Do you want to buy Qian's land?" Hao Junyang looked at them in surprise. She thought these two were really smart and brave. "Yes, I heard that his family went to the county town to ask around, and the price they offered was very low. We think, since they're short of money, offering a few silver coins should be enough to buy it." "Junyang, you're always clever. Do you think our idea will work?" Chui'er and Qi's family have been working with the Lu family from the beginning. They split some money on the way here, then helped the Lu family gather medicinal herbs for a while, and later worked in the workshop. Especially Chui'er, whose husband's family has been helping build their house, saving a lot of money. After paying back the money borrowed from the Lu family, they saved some more. They can't buy much, but they own a few acres of land, which is the last bit of strength for farming family. Of course, if we can buy the land in the village at this price, it would be the best deal. My family didn't buy the Tian family's land simply because we didn't want to have dealings with them. You don't need to be cautious. He Junyang smiled and looked at you and Qin. You also said, yes, you don't pass up a good deal. Such a great opportunity. You two plan to split the land? No, we don't have that much money. My family will buy 2 acres and Sister Qi's family will buy 1 acre. Next year, when we earn more, we can buy more.
Chui'er warf ihr Hand.
Although they don't have much money, they speak happily. Since coming here, they've earned quite a bit, enough to buy land. This is a dream come true. There's nothing to be shy about, even something to be proud of. They never earned this much in their old home in a year. He Junyang said, I think you're buying too little. The Tian family probably won't sell. Why not ask Brother Fu Gue and the others? Maybe the whole family can buy some and divide these 10 acres. With more people, the strength is greater. Later, even if the Tian family regrets, they won't dare to cause trouble. I think you're right. Okay, let's go ask Brother Fu Gue and the others. They all came here fleeing from hardship, and they've earned some money. Even the least of them can buy at least 1 acre of land. Qi's family and her daughter could actually sell 2 or 3 acres, but they both work in a clothing workshop and have no time to take care of the land. They just want to buy 1 acre to plant some grains for security, so they won't be too tired. The two thanked He Junyang and others, then stood up to leave. Mrs. Yu sighed. Our Lu family is finally doing better. Our clan has been quite lucky so far. Yes, it's all thanks to third sister-in-law. You are truly our lucky star. Hearing this, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but wipe her tears. If her relatives from her maternal family were still alive and they could meet, settle in Anping village together, they would surely have a good life.
But now,
seeing Mrs. Qin like this, Mrs. Yu also felt sad. Mrs. Qin at least had a niece with her, but she knew nothing about her maternal family. Previously, He Junyang drew a portrait and asked the soldiers to keep an eye out, but there seemed to be no progress. Actually, she had given up hope, but sometimes thinking about it still made her sad. Seeing this, He Junyang quietly slipped away. The atmosphere was too heavy, and she decided it was better not to join in. After some time of effort, the sewing machines were all put to use. Each female worker had her own machine, and their daily output was impressive. The Lu family's ready-made clothes didn't require measuring each person. He Junyang followed modern sizing standards, dividing into large, medium, and small sizes. Every day was just mass production so they could fulfill all orders. Some were slower, especially the high-quality custom pieces that needed hand embroidery, which took several days. Fortunately, those items were expensive, so even if it took a few days, the finished products were worth it. As a result, the embroiderer's wages were always higher than those of ordinary female workers. No one dared to complain. The female workers now found sewing much easier than before and earned more money, feeling happy and satisfied. Watching the workers work so comfortably, the embroiderers all complained and gossiped. They had a good relationship with the Liu family and were bold enough to ask He Junyang when they could make a machine like the sewing machine that could also do embroidery. He Junyang waved her hand. It wasn't impossible, but such a machine was too complex and needed electricity, which was impossible in this era. Fortunately, the embroiderers understood how difficult it was and mostly just daydreamed without much hope. The Qian family was indeed short of money. When they heard that the wealthy people in the county town offered a very low price, and then saw Chuer and others selling their items for just 3 or 2 silver coins, they felt distressed but sold them anyway. This instantly earned them 30 silver coins, enough for a prosperous new year. In recent days, Mrs. Li has been harshly criticizing the Liu family. She claims that if the Liu family hadn't deliberately targeted her, they wouldn't have sold only a few pieces of land for just a few silver coins. However, the villagers mostly ignore her words and do not support her accusations against the Liu family. In fact, everyone knows that the Liu family doesn't want to associate with the Su family, and to please the Liu family, they even join in criticizing Mrs. Li when she talks badly about them. The villagers are very united on this matter. Meanwhile, the Liu family is busy with their business ventures. Half a month ago, Liu Buchuan sent his trusted aide, Liu Chong, to gather information, and Liu Chong has now secretly returned, handing over a letter to him. Third Master, Miss Wei didn't say anything, only gave this envelope, Liu Chong reports. Hearing this, Liu Buchuan's heart sank. The envelope was thick, and he already guessed what was inside. All right, you can go back and rest, he said stiffly, dismissing Liu Chong. Only then did he open the envelope with a heavy heart. Sure enough, it contained a stack of silver notes he had previously given, now returned with half of it. The local custom is that after completing a task, they take their fee. If not, they take half. They had also sent someone to investigate, so the fee was justified. Besides that, there was a list and a short letter. The letter's message was brief, only a few words. No trace of these 3 people in Anzhou. They might have encountered trouble on the way. Condolences. Though the words were simple, Liu Buchuan stared at them for a long time before regaining his composure. With so many family members, could none have survived? Looking at the list, he carefully examined it. It was filled with surnames Liu, but none of the names looked familiar.
Impossible.
With so many people in the Liu family, how could none have survived? Did they perhaps not go to Anzhou at all? Maybe the journey was difficult, and they took a different route. Yes, that must be it. He unconsciously clenched the paper harder, crushing it into pieces. He couldn't believe his family was gone. He had to go back himself to find out the truth. Things here needed to be sped up to bring this matter to an end. After some thought, he picked up his brush and wrote a letter. Then he summoned a subordinate and said, "Find a way to deliver this to the imperial palace, to Emperor Nantai." He had been making arrangements during this time. If everything went smoothly, he should be able to return to Beiyan after the new year. Afterwards, he planned to ask for leave from Prince Chun and go to find his family's whereabouts first. That evening, Emperor Nantai received a letter from Liu Baichuan, saying he was willing to help him through his current difficulties, but he would need money. The letter was signed by Xuanyu Gambling House. Nantai Emperor looked at the letter and fell into deep thought. Who exactly was behind Xuanyu Gambling House? He had suspected before that the other party was probably from Beiyan, and even thought that the death of the crown prince might not be related to them. But he had no proof. Now, with the political situation tense, the crown prince had died and the 6th prince, who had the best chance to become the next emperor, was diagnosed as mentally ill. The officials and generals in the court had different thoughts, and he was no longer fully supported. Recently, the old emperor had been going through a very tough time, almost surrounded by enemies. The most heartbreaking thing was his own brother, Prince Liang, whom he once trusted the most. even giving military power to him. But now, Prince Liang was causing the most trouble. The old emperor's children were few, but Prince Liang had 3 grown sons and 5 or 6 younger ones. Compared to the old emperor, who had fewer heirs, Prince Liang had a clear advantage. Most importantly, the old emperor's power was already limited. If Prince Liang really rebelled, he would have no way to resist. This position was hard-won by him, and he planned to pass it to his own sons in the future. He would never give it up willingly. But the thought of working with someone who might kill his son made him feel uneasy. Still, he didn't destroy the letter but kept it. The next day, the court was still tense with conflict. He was now completely on the defensive. Prince Liang boldly stepped forward and said without courtesy, "Brother, you are often ill. You should decide on your successor first. Otherwise, if something happens to you, what will the whole country do?" Before the old emperor could speak, the other officials all knelt down and said in unison, "Please, your majesty, make a decision soon."
You
all. The old emperor's heart sank. He looked at Prince Liang, never expecting that his once trusted brother would now become the one forcing him into a corner. All the ministers knelt on the ground. Only Prince Liang stood there, even smiling as if showing off. The old emperor looked at these people and realized that not a single one was protecting him. When did Prince Liang start secretly gaining support behind his back? He also has a son, but besides the 6th prince, the other children are still young and not ready to take on big responsibilities. These people are eager to abdicate and let someone else take over. Do they really think he is so easy to bully? Brother Emperor, I am also thinking of you. Now that I am in my prime, I can help you solve problems. His intentions are very clear. He is almost forcing the old emperor to write a decree of abdication. The old emperor clenched his teeth tightly, holding back for a long time before saying, "I am not dead yet. Leave the court." After speaking, the senior hurriedly helped him leave, and the next heir appointment was once again left empty. But Prince Liang was not in a hurry. He was confident he would sit on that throne. Other princes also wanted a share of power, but only he was the emperor's full-blooded younger brother. From the beginning, the old emperor trusted him, gave him authority and honor. Over the years, he had been a good brother, even thinking about helping the crown prince in the future. However, human plans are no match for heaven's will. The talented crown prince was gone, the 6th prince had his flaws, and the other princes were still too young. He couldn't accept having a young child as emperor. Moreover, he was the legitimate second son, so why couldn't he sit on that throne himself? He believed he had been very loyal to his brother. The old emperor was unwilling to give in now, but that was okay. He could wait and wear him down. Even if the old emperor refused to abdicate until death, he could still take the throne himself. Other princes wouldn't be his match. The old emperor hurried back to his private palace, sat on a soft bed, and took deep breaths. The senior anxiously brought him tea, but he calmly waved his hand. "Everyone leave now." At such a critical moment, the old emperor remained calm, no longer losing his temper or smashing things like before. He knew his body couldn't handle such anger. Now he had to think about his son. The throne must not fall into Prince Liang's hands. Almost immediately, he remembered the letter from last night. He personally found it, read it over and over several times, then sarcastically sighed, "It seems I must cooperate with my enemies." He tightly clenched the letter in his hand, then burned it clean with candle fire. He went to his desk, picked up a brush, and began writing a letter. Later, he instructed his trusted aide to deliver the letter to Shuanyu gambling house. The old emperor agreeing to cooperate was exactly what Liu Baichuan expected, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. It seemed that the political situation in Nantai was much more serious than he had imagined. The old emperor was a straightforward man and didn't bother to argue about their identities. He simply replied with 2 words, "Conditions." Liu Baichuan was direct as well. He responded, 1,000,000 taels of gold to ensure stability in Nantai for 10 years. This amount of money would drain Nantai's treasury completely, as Nantai was not a wealthy country. Without money, even if the Nantai people wanted to rebel, they wouldn't be able to. When there was no response to his reply, Lu Baichuan thought the old emperor didn't want to spend so much money. But 7 days later, in the middle of the night, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Shuanyu gambling house courtyard, 2 people carrying boxes each. They opened the boxes one by one, revealing shining gold. Everyone was stunned, especially Qin Jian. She didn't know about Lu Baichuan's dealings with the old emperor. At first, she thought they were assassins, and the guards in the shadows didn't react, so she thought they had been silenced. She was shocked and came out to see they were just bringing money. What's going on? Qin Jian looked at Lu Baichuan in confusion, unsure of what he was secretly doing again. Lu Baichuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a letter handed over by the leader of the group and opened it in front of everyone. The old emperor agreed to his request, with one additional condition: kill King Liang. Lu Baichuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. He spoke to the leader in Nantai's language, saying, "Tell your emperor that we will do as he wishes and that cooperation will be smooth." The other didn't speak, just nodded and left directly. Qin Jian couldn't hold back anymore and snatched the letter from his hand, her face suddenly changing. "Are you crazy?" The life of King Liang was not something just anyone could take. He was a seasoned warrior with real skills, and his men were all elites. It would be difficult even to get close to him. If they really went through with this deal, they could lose more than half of their people. Qin Jian was angry. She couldn't believe he made such a decision without consulting her. "I'm not crazy. I'm clear-headed now, and this is our chance," Lu Baichuan explained calmly. He knew it wasn't right to act on his own, but if he told Qin Jian beforehand, she would definitely stop him. So he decided to act first and report later. The matter was already settled. Even if Qin Jian opposed it, she couldn't change the reality. Qin Jian angrily kicked a nearby tree to vent his frustration, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is the other side?" "The Emperor of Nantai." At this point, Lu Baichuan saw no need to hide anymore. "What?" Qin Jian immediately became furious and lost his composure. "You actually contacted the Emperor of Nantai? Do you realize this could easily reveal our identity?" He was so anxious, he kept scratching his head, feeling irritated. Revealing their identity was no small matter. Their main base here was to quickly gather intelligence about Nantai and send it back to Beiyan so Beiyan could prepare defenses. But now, thanks to Lu Baichuan, everything had changed. They had gone from being an intelligence organization to a killer organization, all in the blink of an eye. Is it so easy to kill the King of Liang? Why don't you think about your brothers? Qin Jian was genuinely angry at this moment. Accepting this assassination mission felt like sending his brothers to their deaths. The King of Liang's palace was heavily fortified. Even getting in was hard, let alone getting out. It was all to help the old emperor stabilize the court. Was it really worth it? Qin Jian and Lu Baichuan had a deep bond. If it was just the two of them, losing their lives wouldn't matter much. But as the leaders of this base, they had to consider the bigger picture and at least prevent their brothers from being involved. "Don't worry about this for now. I'll send a letter to other bases to borrow some people, increasing our chances. You can't act on your own anymore. Do you hear me?" Qin Jian was getting impatient and was about to write a letter. Lu Baichuan smiled and said, "No need to rush. Although I accepted this task, we still need to find the right opportunity to act. Just go to sleep first." Qin Jian didn't want to talk to him anymore and ignored him, returning to his room to write the letter. Lu Baichuan didn't say much either. He ordered his subordinates to gather all the gold and then went back to his room to sleep. Qin Jian thought this person was hopeless, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. He believed things were too simple. Meanwhile, Lu Baichuan returned to his room and started writing 2 letters, but he had no intention of sending them out. Over the next 2 days, Qin Jian kept a close watch on Lu Baichuan, afraid he might do something foolish again. Fortunately, he seemed to be acting normally, handling matters when needed and practicing his listening skills at the gambling house when free. This was how he had been living all these years. Qin Jian finally relaxed, thinking that the other strongholds people were almost there. When they arrived, they could fight with all their might if necessary. However, on the night Qin Jian let his guard down, Lu Baichuan drugged someone with medicine. Third Master. His subordinates looked at him anxiously, confused about what he was planning. Don't worry, it's just a common tranquilizer. He'll wake up in about 2 hours, Lu Baichuan said with a faint smile. Lu Chong shook his head. That's not what we're worried about. Third Master, don't do anything reckless. Having been with him for so many years, Lu Chong understood him well. The fact that Lu Baichuan used medicine to make someone faint showed he didn't want Qin Jian involved in this matter. I'm not doing anything foolish. I'm calm, just like when I killed the Prince of Nantai back then. I've decided to go alone. You stay here. When old Qin wakes up, give him this letter. It was the beginning of leaving a farewell message. Lu Chong frowned and hesitated to take the letter. Third Master. I'll go with you. The others also agreed. I'll go with you too. When he previously attempted to assassinate the prince, a similar scene played out, but back then, he wasn't as resolute as now. Prince Nantai Liang Wang had many capable people around him. Lu Baichuan made a quiet gesture and said softly, I never intended to take you all with me. More people can cause trouble. Since I can handle this task, I am confident I will succeed. Rest assured. Third Master. Lu Chong, a strong man, almost cried. Usually, leaders ordered their subordinates to do things, but here, they faced danger firsthand. It was the same last time, and it was the same now. He didn't care. He was determined to go. Third Master was capable. After returning to the country, he would help Prince Chun achieve great things. He absolutely couldn't get hurt. But they were just subordinates, not as important. Lu Baichuan saw Lu Chong clench his teeth, and guess what he was about to do. He had prepared in advance. Lu Chong, listen to my order. Yes, I am here. Lu Chong knelt on one knee, tears of determination suddenly welling up. It was always like this. Third Master liked to use military orders to pressure him. Give my orders. Everyone stay on alert. Lu Chong. Yes. Lu Baichuan pursed his lips, patted his shoulder softly, and said calmly, Don't worry, I will come back alive. After speaking, he didn't wait for everyone to stand up, but quickly disappeared with a flash. He took such a big risk to leave early and go to Beiyan to find his family. Naturally, he wouldn't let himself get into trouble easily. He wanted to stay alive and reunite with his family. The Wang Manor in Liang was indeed hard to enter. It was surrounded by people from all directions, but after many years in Nantai, Lu Baichuan had already found its weaknesses. The youngest son of the Marquis of Liang was playful. He dug a tunnel in an abandoned courtyard inside the estate, leading outside, so he could sneak out and play. This secret was well hidden, and the tunnel was small, just big enough for a child of about 1.5 meters to go in and out. For an adult like Lu Baichuan, it was still a bit difficult. But if he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come. Over the years in Nantai, he hadn't been idle. Every day, he worked on improving his skills. 2 years ago, he obtained a secret manual for a bone-shrinking technique from a gambling house. Qin Jian didn't take it seriously, so he kept it. When he had free time, he studied it carefully, and now he had some success. Getting through this tunnel was not a problem. The real challenge was how to avoid being discovered after he emerged. The abandoned courtyard was very quiet, and for now, there was no sign of anyone. Lu Baichuan dared not let his guard down. He tried to hide his presence as much as possible, quickly reviewing the map of Liang's estate in his mind, heading straight for the courtyard where Liang was. Even at night, the estate was brightly lit. If he was careless, his reflection might be seen, so he moved cautiously with every step, not daring to relax for a moment. Fortunately, his bone-shrinking skill worked well, reducing his size from about 1.8 meters to roughly 1.6 meters. This skill was difficult to master. His forehead was tense with veins bulging, and sweat was faintly slipping down. There were patrols in the courtyard, not just one team. He tried to walk through the servants' quarters without being noticed by anyone inside. He landed silently. Suddenly, outside, a voice shouted, There's an assassin. An assassin? Lu Baichuan froze. Was he discovered? That shouldn't be. He quickly jumped onto the beam of the house to observe the situation. The servants inside also heard the noise and hurriedly put on coats and went out in a panic. An assassin. There's an assassin.
The prince's courtyard.
It's a fight. Hurry and grab your weapons. These people are really reckless, bothering us every day. As the servant's voice faded away, Liu Baichuan fell from the beam. He casually found a servant's outfit to wear and sneaked out with them. Unexpectedly, the Wang Fei's residence was quite lively tonight. He decided to take this chance to make some trouble and get some benefits. Assassinations at the Wang Fei's residence seemed to happen often. The servants mentioned it casually, not really afraid, and even joked about how many reckless people there were. Liu Baichuan looked around, planning to stir things up further. He secretly set fires at the four corners of the house, causing chaos inside. After setting the fires, he disguised himself as a servant to catch the assassin. It was late at night, and the house was in chaos. Liu Baichuan wore a plain mask that hid his face well, blending into the crowd without being easily recognized. "Hey, kid, what are you standing there for? They're catching the assassin over there. Hurry up and come with me." While observing the layout of the house, Liu Baichuan was stopped by a passing person who spoke harshly. Liu Baichuan quickly acted obedient, saying, "I'm worried the assassin might escape from this side. I came to check." There's no way they can run far. They're surrounded. Tonight, they won't get away." The man snorted coldly and led the way ahead. Liu Baichuan responded with a sound and obediently followed behind him. Despite the late hour, Wang Fei was not sleeping but discussing the matter of seizing power with his advisors. In Wang Fei's view, that position was within his grasp. Even if the old emperor didn't agree, he would have to accept it. He just needed to plan carefully and create a legitimate plan. Suddenly, a wave of assassins interrupted their discussion. Since the incident with the sixth prince was exposed, he had been repeatedly targeted. It wasn't for no reason. Everything was for that position. Now, his power among the major vassal princes was the greatest. If he died, other princes would lose a strong rival, giving others a chance to compete. Thinking of this, he sneered.
It wouldn't be so easy for him to die.
As for those princes, he planned to deal with them properly once he ascended the throne. Wang Fei stood high on a platform, watching his guards kill the assassins with a faint smile. He thought that even those princes weren't capable enough. The ones sent were all weaklings. Among the guards, one agile figure caught his eye. That person wasn't wearing armor, clearly just out of bed, holding a spear and carefully defending against the assassins. He wasn't very tall, but he moved quickly. With his spear, he quickly dealt with the attacker in front of him. King Liang's eyes lit up. He thought, this is the kind of person needed for the throne. However, it was too dark to see clearly what the others looked like. Just as they were about to finish off the last of the assassins, someone shouted, "Leave a live one." The guards paused, restrained the remaining assassin, and prepared to report the situation. Suddenly, another group of people flew in from the roof. This time, there weren't many, about 20 or 30, just like the previous group. They immediately attacked King Liang directly. Before anyone could react, the guard who had caught the king's attention reacted quickly. He struck the attacker unconscious with a quick hand chop and stepped in front of the king, holding his spear to block two attackers. King Liang's eyes showed surprise. This guard was very strong. After tonight, he definitely planned to reward him well. Before he could speak, two more groups of people flew in, indicating that the enemy's strategy was to wear out the palace guards. Liu Baichuan, disguised as a guard, hurriedly turned to King Liang and shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." He then took down two more attackers and pulled the king back repeatedly. "Your Highness, let's go hide first," he said, then rushed forward to fight. One of his arms was already injured, blood-stained and aching. King Liang frowned, thinking this guard was quite capable. He said, "Protect me and retreat." Liu Baichuan thought to himself that the king was quite clever, achieving the desired effect. On the surface, he responded passionately, then raised his spear and backed away with the king. Some divine help seemed to be at work, as waves of assassins kept coming, giving Liu Baichuan many chances to fight. He didn't want to waste time and quickly led the king into a room, then suddenly drew a dagger and pressed it to the king's neck. From entering the room to pressing the dagger, less than 15 minutes passed. The king's eyes widened and he couldn't even cry out for help. He couldn't understand how, despite being wise and capable, he was fooled by a guard disguised as an assassin. He had even wanted to promote him, but in the end, it was all a mistake. Others saw that Lord Liang had protection, so they all joined the effort to catch the assassin, ignoring where Lord Liang was taken. They didn't even know that Lord Liang had already died in what they thought was a safe place. After dealing with Lord Liang, Liu Baichuan didn't plan to stay longer. Moreover, he was injured, and his bone-shrinking skill was very taxing on his body, and he was close to his limit. He quickly returned to the abandoned courtyard, leaning against the wall and coughing up blood. Fortunately, he finished quickly, otherwise, he might have been lost tonight. The bone-shrinking skill damages the body, and although he's at his limit now, he still must push through the tunnel, or all his efforts would be wasted. He clenched his teeth and slowly crawled into the tunnel. His vision blurred more and more, but he couldn't find the end of the tunnel. His consciousness began to fade, but his hands and feet still struggled to move forward. He wanted to survive and return to Beiyan. His family hadn't been found yet, so he couldn't die. Meanwhile, Qin Jian finally woke up, feeling dizzy and groggy, and got up. Looking outside at his kneeling subordinates, his mind was foggy, as if he remembered something. He went to Liu Baichuan's house, which was empty. "Where is Sun Qi?" Lu Chong, with red eyes, answered. Third young master went alone to Lord Liang's residence. "Are you just going to watch him go to his death?" Lu Chong. "Sun Qi saved your life. Are you just going to watch him go to his death?" Qin Jian's face was twisted with rage. He grabbed Lu Chong's collar and shook him violently. Lu Chong's eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't say anything. The military orders were strict. He had no choice but to obey. Qin Jian also knew that if Liu Baichuan didn't want anyone following him, there were ways and means to prevent it. Lu Chong was just following orders. Lu Chong handed Qin Jian a letter and said, "Second young master, this is a letter third young master left for you." With that letter, Qin Jian, furious, slapped it to the ground. After thinking for a moment, he picked it up again, impatiently tore it open and looked at it. He read a few lines, then angrily threw it on the ground, and even stomped on it twice. The letter mainly explained why he was so anxious to return and included some instructions for the aftermath. Yes, the aftermath, like how to run the Xuanyu gambling house in the future. Most importantly, at the end of the letter, he said that if he didn't return, there was another letter under his pillow for Qin Jian to read himself and to help him fulfill his last wish. Whoever reads this will be angry. Qin Jian clenched his teeth and paced back and forth in the yard, asking, "How long has he been gone?" 2 hours. Lu Chong closed his eyes. After such a long time, everything that needed to end should have ended. Tonight, there was a big fire at the Liangwang mansion. Everyone in the city knew about it. Rumor had it that the assassins kept coming in waves, but none of them managed to escape. When they heard this news, they didn't know how they felt. "Why are we just standing here? Gather some people and come with me to save the people at the Liangwang mansion." Yes. Everyone immediately became excited. They had been waiting for this moment. With Qin Jian leading, they could go openly and rescue the third young master. Although doing this might reveal their identities, they didn't care now. Their only goal was to save lives. Live to see people, die to see corpses. At Xuanyu gambling house, about 300 people could be gathered. Some stayed behind to guard the base, while the rest went out to gather information, planning to sneak into the Liangwang mansion to rescue the captives. It was just before dawn. The common people were waking up to work. They couldn't cause too much trouble, so everyone disguised themselves and blended into the crowd. The Liangwang mansion was heavily guarded, making it difficult to get in. But Qin Jian suddenly remembered that Liu Baichuan had told him about Liangwang's mischievous young son. It seemed the boy had secretly dug a tunnel just for fun. As for how they knew about it, it was thanks to the gambling house. The young servant of Liangwang's son had gone to the gambling house to spend money. He lost and couldn't leave immediately. According to the rules of Shunyu gambling house, he had to leave a secret to settle the debt. So he told them about the tunnel. At first, they thought it was just a small tunnel dug out of curiosity by the young master. Not a big deal. But unexpectedly, that secret ended up costing his master's life. Qin Jian immediately sent someone to find the tunnel. He thought that Sun Qi, being so clever, wouldn't go straight into die. Using the tunnel was the safest way. However, he hadn't paid close attention before and couldn't remember exactly where the tunnel was. Now, it was too late to check the files, so he could only send people to look for it in person. Second young master, just now, news came from the Liangwang mansion that Liangwang was assassinated and died. When a scout reported this, Qin Jian was busy searching for the tunnel entrance, annoyed. Where had that reckless kid dug the tunnel? Why was it so hard to find? Upon hearing the messenger's news, he instinctively waved his hand. Forget about whether he's alive or dead. Finding Sun Qi is the most important thing. What? King Liang is dead? He suddenly realized and looked at the messenger in surprise. When did that happen? Half an hour ago. I heard the assassin wasn't caught and seems to have escaped. Now the King Liang's residence is in chaos. Escaped? That kid Sun Qi is really impressive. Qin Jian immediately burst into laughter. He firmly believed that the person who killed King Liang was definitely Sun Qi, and that Sun Qi had successfully escaped. So, Sun Qi must be safe. But since it was half an hour ago, why hasn't Sun Qi come out now?
Was he injured or delayed by something?
Hurry and find the secret tunnel entrance. First, find the person. Qin Jian was more convinced than ever that Sun Qi was safe. He was capable of taking the head of the Crown Prince of Nantai. How could he be so easily defeated in King Liang's residence? He would definitely come back alive. Second young master, someone is coming. Suddenly, a cry came from nearby. Before Qin Jian could reach there, he heard Lu Chong's voice, its third young master. They were still searching for the tunnel entrance, feeling lost, when they saw a muscular hand stretch out from the grass beside them, frightening everyone. Miss, what kind of business are you doing? Though he asked about the business, his eyes kept lingering on their faces. His flirtatious tone made Yuan Zhu frown. She replied coldly, I only serve female clients. If you want to buy something, go somewhere else. Smart people would ask once, and then leave, but this man was not paying attention. He moved closer and looked down at the beauty products. These look like blush and powder, nothing special. You two are so beautiful. I have a business I want to introduce to you. Song Shaolan's eyebrows shot up, almost ready to scold him. Yuan Zhu also frowned in disgust. As soon as he arrived, he began treatment. The injuries weren't serious, just some small cuts and scrapes. The worst injury was on his arm, deep but not fatal. However, he remained unconscious and couldn't wake up. The shrunken muscles and skin were difficult to relax. The third young master used forbidden techniques, which caused great damage to his body, so he's unconscious, the doctor sighed. He thought he was really brave, but he didn't have to go that far. Qin Jian watched from beside the bed, murmuring, could he have learned the bone shrinking skill? After saying this, he looked at Lu Baichuan with disbelief, touching his arm. The flesh on his body had shrunk and become stiff, clearly indicating poor blood flow. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling furious and wanting to hit this person to vent his anger. He knew about the secret manual of the bone shrinking skill. He had thought it was strange and not very reliable. Maybe it was just some gamblers who had casually made it up to deceive others. He never expected Sun Qi, this fool, to believe it and even start practicing. Nowadays, even spies are so competitive. Originally, being a spy only required gathering and sending back information. But this person was quite bold, recently killing the crown prince and then the king of Liang. When he returned, he would surely earn great credit. Now, he had unknowingly been pulled into this mess. Both of them were at the same level, but after returning and being rewarded, he might be promoted to a higher rank. Oh no! He felt so sad and angry. But when he saw the person lying unconscious in bed, battered and unrecognizable, he couldn't bring himself to be truly angry. What was it that made him so anxious to go back? Actually, he didn't have to go back in such a drastic way. He could just tell Prince Chun and find someone to replace them. Why did it have to be so extreme? He kept muttering and cursing inwardly, but when he heard the doctor say there was still a chance to heal, he couldn't help but smile. Realizing this, he slapped his own mouth and cursed. They're trying to get promoted behind her back, and you're still worried about his life? Such bad luck. After saying this, he stormed off angrily. Lu Chong and the doctor exchanged a look, both smiling helplessly. Lu Chong asked, "How long will it take for the third young master to recover?" "It's hard to say. The time needed for the forbidden technique to work is too long, far beyond what a normal person can handle. Some tendons and veins have shriveled, and we need to observe further," replied the old doctor with a sigh. Seeing the third young master risk his life like this was truly frightening. King Liang died unexpectedly quickly. From when he agreed to cooperate with Xuanyu Gambling House until now, only 4 or 5 days had passed. How could it be resolved so fast? The king's mansion was heavily guarded, almost like a fortress of bronze and iron. He also sent people to break through, but none survived. It seems that the Xuanyu Gambling House should not be underestimated. He even considered thoroughly investigating the gambling house. If they confirmed that the killers of the crown prince were involved, he would find a way to seek revenge. But now, the difference in strength is too great. He has no ability to compete with the gambling house. Most importantly, the death of the king of Liang was paid for with 1,000,000 taels of gold. The treasury is empty, and there is no extra money. Personal grudges should not interfere with state affairs. Ignoring national matters could lead to destruction. During the grand court meeting, the old emperor's cloudy eyes swept over everyone. This morning, news of the king of Liang's death spread, and people speculated about many things. Most believed it was the old emperor's doing. Because of this, no one dared to mention the issue of naming a successor during today's meeting. The king of Liang is my own brother. Now he has met a tragic end. The assassin must be carefully questioned. The true culprit behind this must be caught, so that the king of Liang can rest in peace. The old emperor sighed and said some comforting words to the crown prince of Liang. The crown prince gritted his teeth, glaring at the emperor above, full of hatred. He believed his father was probably killed by the old emperor, but he had no proof. Now he had to listen to him pretend to be kind. The previous talks about the affairs of the king of Liang were not important. As everyone yawned, the old emperor shifted the topic to the military power of the king's mansion. The king of Liang is gone. Normally, his military authority should be revoked. Starting today, I will take back control of the 400,000-strong army under the king of Liang. The minister's yawns immediately disappeared. It turned out they had been waiting for this moment. The crown prince of Liang was very anxious. He looked at some of his father's most trusted ministers and signaled them to speak up for him. Many avoided eye contact, but a few stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the king of Liang's body is still warm. Perhaps we should delay discussing the military authority. Your Majesty, although the king of Liang is dead, the crown prince is still alive. In my opinion, it would be better to let the crown prince manage the military affairs." I agree. Since the emperor was able to raise this question, he was clearly prepared to respond. Hearing these words, he smiled slightly and gently said, "What you all say, I have also considered. Prince Liang is my younger brother. When I entrusted him with military power, it was because I trusted him. Moreover, he has fought on the battlefield and earned military merit. Because of this, it is natural that he should hold military authority. But Tinger is different. He is still young and has never been to war. If he takes over military power, how can he command respect? Right now, Nantai is facing internal and external troubles, and we cannot afford to be careless. I will temporarily take back the military power. Once Tinger has made more achievements, he will get it back. At that time, others will naturally have no reason to complain. Tinger, do you understand my good intentions?" The old emperor spoke kindly, as if he was truly considering Prince Liang's successor. Because of this, Everyone else found it hard to argue against him. They realized that the old emperor was old, but not foolish. He was still the wise and decisive ruler he had always been. Otherwise, how could he have trained such an outstanding heir as the former crown prince? If the former crown prince hadn't been suddenly attacked, Nantai wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. Most importantly, they dared not oppose the emperor openly. Prince Liang knew that the situation was already decided. As long as the old emperor was alive, he had no chance to turn things around. Now that military power was being taken away, the Prince Liang's estate would quickly fall into decline. Recently, Prince Liang had believed he was close to victory, but he had offended many princes. Now, everything was gone. The others in the Prince Liang's household were also suffering. In the past, the old emperor openly favored Prince Liang's household, but after this incident, they had become discarded in his eyes. No one would support them anymore. Prince Liang's heir clenched his teeth, feeling unwilling but helpless. He said, "Yes, I will follow the emperor's arrangements." This matter about Prince Liang was simply brushed aside. The officials in the court gradually came to their senses and remembered how they had helped Prince Liang seize the throne before. They all felt cold inside. They knew that this emperor was not kind-hearted. Now that he was taking back military power, he would likely punish those who had supported Prince Liang. Especially the officials who had just spoken up for Prince Liang's heir. They were beginning to regret their actions. When a person dies, everything collapses suddenly. The glory of Prince Liang's household disappeared overnight. The old emperor looked at the people below, feeling secretly amused but still speaking kindly. Although King Liang is gone, the matter of choosing an heir he mentioned before is something I should consider. I am getting old, plagued by illnesses, and I don't know how much longer I will live. Hearing this, everyone immediately knelt down, sweating profusely. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The old emperor had previously mentioned this issue, but kept silent. Now that King Liang was dead and no one brought it up, he brought it up himself, making everyone feel uneasy and unsure of what the old emperor's true intentions were. Having heard many flattery remarks, the old emperor was mostly immune to them. Everyone in this world will eventually die. It's just a matter of time. Now I have 3 young sons, all still quite young. I plan to raise them together. From now until I pass away, whoever performs best will be made crown prince. I have already thought this through. I am just sharing it with you as witnesses, so there's no need to worry or get anxious about the succession. This clearly hints at the previous pressure from officials demanding the emperor to choose an heir. The crowd trembled and dared not speak. The old emperor was somewhat satisfied with their reactions. If it happened earlier, he might have made drastic changes in the court, but now, being old and lacking funds, he didn't want to cause too much trouble with his ministers. However, since the treasury was empty, he could seize the property of corrupt officials to fill the state coffers. In the following days, officials in Nantai experienced their most intense period. The old emperor, ruthless and decisive, confiscated the estates of 7 high officials, filling the treasury. Officials were executed, families exiled, and there was heavy loss of life. For a time, the ministers no longer dared to challenge the emperor's authority, and the chaotic court finally stabilized. As for other princes, they kept a cautious distance, at least for now. As long as the emperor was alive, they dared not act rashly. At the Xuanyu gambling house, Liu Baichuan still hadn't woken up. Qin Jian was worried after a while. It had been 7 or 8 days, and he still hadn't regained consciousness. During this time, only Dr. Yi Bujia was watching over him, feeding him sugar water to maintain his body functions. Qin Jian was afraid that if this continued, he might die. That night, he wrote a letter to Prince Chun, reporting the situation and requesting permission to return to the country. Currently, Nantai is busy stabilizing its government, so they are not likely to cause any trouble now. They don't need to stay here all the time. Liu Baichuan is working so hard just to go back home. When the letter arrived, King Chen had already managed Changzhou quite well. Although the Crown Prince and Prince Jing were causing trouble, There were no major problems, and they were preparing to return to the court. Seeing Qin Jian's letter, King Chen's hands trembled with excitement, and he didn't know what to say. Next to him, Chengmeng was curious and asked, "Your Highness, is there any good news from Nantai?" "Yes. Great news. The best news ever." King Chen directly showed him the letter, slapped the table, and couldn't help but laugh. Sun Qi, you keep surprising me. First, I didn't reward him for the crown prince's matter, and now he has the merit of the Liang king. It would be unfair not to promote him to a great general. He said this, but Chengmeng couldn't help but remind him, "Your Highness, the emperor still fears you. If he finds out that all this was done by your people, he might become even more cautious. Giving Sun Qi a position might not be easy. Also, a general's position involves controlling the army. Would the emperor be willing to give it? My army's generals are capable, though they might be a bit lower in rank. But I won't keep him waiting too long." King Chun smiled casually. He had been planning for many years, all for that position. Only when he sat in that seat could he create a better life for the people instead of being cautious and constantly disturbed by others now. Hearing this, Chengmeng didn't say more. As long as his master had a plan, that was enough. Sun Qi is injured, and it's quite serious. They've been stationed in Nantai for many years, so it's time for them to return. Send a team to replace them, bring some skilled doctors, and don't be stingy with medicine. Sun Qi is one of my fierce generals, and I won't allow him to be harmed. King Chen thought to himself that with stability in Nantai, it was right to bring Sun Qi and Qin Jian back. Both are his trusted aides, and now, with the situation in Beiyan, they are even more needed. King Chen has always been generous to talented people.
Yes.
Chengmeng received the order and left, but he had to hide the prince and Prince Jing's people. If they were discovered, many things could become complicated. He must be careful. By the time the people from the north rushed over quickly, Lu Baichuan had already woken up, but his body was still in poor condition. His muscles and skin had not recovered, and he looked very wrinkled. The doctors from Beiyan had never seen such a situation and were momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, Lu Baichuan was a very optimistic person. As long as he was alive, he didn't care much about his appearance. To him, nothing was more important than finding his family. Once the matters on the southern side were settled, they planned to return to their country. Lu Baichuan wanted to go back sooner, but his health didn't allow it. His injuries this time were serious, and it would take at least a year or more to recover to his previous peak. Soon it was the end of the year. The Lu family had been living in Anping village in Jingzhou for half a year. Their food workshop was up and running, and the business was busier than expected. First, they bought 3 young maids to help Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin. Later, because they were overwhelmed, they bought 3 more, making a total of 6 maids, working tirelessly every day. They also started using the poultry warmers, keeping chickens, ducks, and geese separately, and hired someone to watch over them. These were the 3 young men rescued from bandit hideouts, the same group that took in Lu Xiaoyang. They managed the poultry and also cleaned the area. The poultry droppings were collected and used as fertilizer for the fields. The 3 young men took turns working night shifts. After some time, their work was quite good, and the Lu family was very satisfied. 7 days later was New Year's Eve. The workshop planned to take a holiday. Before the break, they prepared benefits for all the workers helping the Lu family, including the long-term workers managing the fields, which had been discussed a few days earlier. He Junyang went to the county town to buy a lot of candies, packed them into small bags as New Year gifts for each worker. They also gave each person a feather coat, 2 jean of black ducks, and settled all accounts. Everyone received plenty, money in their pockets, candies, meat, and new clothes. Smiles spread across their faces, making those who hadn't yet worked in the workshop very envious. Many people went to the village chief's house asking for advice. The villagers were many, and their lives had been quite similar before. Living together, there wasn't much difference among families. Since many families have gone to work at the Lu family workshop, their quality of life has visibly improved. This makes many people feel jealous. Look at how fast the Lu family does business. After the new year, they might even hire more workers. Everyone still has a chance, as long as they work hard. Hopefully next year, we can all work at the Liu family workshop. The village chief's wife and several daughters-in-law work at the Liu family workshop, and they benefit the most. When the village chief said this, his mouth almost reached his temples. Village chief, you need to help us speak well. We don't usually have much contact with the Liu family, so it's hard for us to be chosen. We really want to get in. Yeah, the Liu family didn't hire anyone from our village for their recent food workshop. They went straight to the county to buy workers. With so many of us, why don't they look at us? What's going on? Those skinny little girls can't do much. We have strength but nowhere to use it. We're all from the same village. The Liu family shouldn't exclude us like this. People kept talking, but the village chief felt helpless. These folks are known for being lazy or having bad behavior. Such people, if the Liu family wanted them, would be surprising. The village chief initially thought that if they worked hard and were honest, maybe next year when the Liu family hired, they could help them. But now, after hearing their words, he didn't want to bother. You all know your own situation. I don't need to say more. If you really want to work at the Liu family workshop, show some sincerity. First, take good care of your own land before coming to me. It's strange, Liu family is the employer. They want to hire or buy workers, and that's their right. Who are we to criticize? It's just itchy fingers. When the village chief scolded them like that, everyone didn't know what to say. They just wanted the village chief to help speak for them at the Liu family. They didn't ask for much, just one person from each family to work at the Liu family workshop. The workshop also needed workers. But the village chief, having received benefits from the Liu family, was now more loyal to them. He no longer paid much attention to the local villagers. Village chief, that's not fair. Why aren't our fields well taken care of? We're just working in the workshop. It's not hard work. Who can't do it? There are so many people in your family, you must have gained quite a lot of benefits, right? Why don't you say a few words for us? Yes, we respect you as the village chief. You've been obedient and haven't caused any trouble all these years. We're all from the same village, so you shouldn't speak so harshly. You took advantages from the Liu family and didn't share a bit with us. Isn't that unfair to say? These people kept talking more and more eagerly, not feeling they were wrong. Seeing the village chief's serious face, they weren't afraid. Anyway, the village chief had taken benefits from the Liu family. Once exposed, he wouldn't dare to take everything for himself again. Hearing their words, the village chief suddenly sneered and said confidently, "Yes, I did get benefits from their family. My sons have worked for them, and all the women in my family work in their workshop. We gained a lot by the end of the year. What can you do about it?" He originally wanted to reason with these people, ask them to work honestly, show the Liu family their sincerity, so next time they needed workers, he could recommend them naturally. But before he finished speaking, these people turned against him. He immediately lost that idea. There was no need to waste his friendship with the Liu family on such people. People like that would only cause trouble even if they entered the workshop, and he would lose face. Everyone was stunned, thinking the village chief was really shameless to admit he had gained benefits. But before they could say anything, the village chief continued, "The reason my family can work in the Liu family's workshop is because we are diligent. You can ask around. My family doesn't earn the most, but definitely enough. Everyone knows the Liu family pays based on how much work is done. Lazy people like you won't earn anything even if you go there." Since things had turned sour, the village chief didn't want to give them any good face. He added, "You'd better behave. If you cause trouble in the village, I will go straight to the county office and ask the magistrate to kick you out. There are too many people here, and managing them is tiring." After speaking, he didn't wait for their reply and just started to drive them out. The people didn't dare to say anything. The village chief's sons stood calmly beside him. If things really got messy, they wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, the village chief was just a small village official. If trouble happened, the county magistrate would surely side with him. A crowd of people left in a huff, cursing as they went. The village chief's wife, Liu, spat at their backs and cursed, "Shameless, dirty things, so unlucky." On the other side, The Liu family didn't know about the village chief's troubles. After working hard for over half a year, they finally had some free time. They paid the workers wages and benefits, and now it was time for their family to share the profits. Sun took out all the money they had earned recently and showed it to everyone. It was a total of 1,270 taels of silver. Based on their initial investments, Gong received 482 taels and 600 copper coins. The main house, second house, and third house each got 190 taels and 500 copper coins, and the Zhang brothers each received 95 taels and 250 copper coins. There were 25 taels and 400 copper coins left, which were saved as pensions for old Liu and Sunday. The main house and second house had already received 20 taels before, which they thought was a lot. Now, nearly 200 taels were in their hands, heavy and precious, and they couldn't find words to express their feelings. The Zhang brothers, who borrowed money from He Junyang to invest, were especially grateful. Without her, they would still be poor. Liu Guilin, feeling very excited, talked with Mrs. Shen and pulled He Junyang aside. She said, "Third sister-in-law, the money we borrowed from you before, we've decided to pay you back 20 taels each. It's not much, but it's our little way of showing thanks. Please don't refuse." He Junyang smiled and accepted happily. She knew she had helped them, and the small interest was fair. Everyone was happy after dividing the money. They gathered around the fire, dreaming about the future and believing they would earn even more next year. This was certain. The reason they could share so much now was because they had bought more land, and the profits from those lands were included. The Zhang brothers' investments were part of it too, since they had also put in money at the start. Next year, they would have income from the clothing workshop, the food workshop, and the land. During this time, old Liu had also learned some tricks about growing medicinal herbs. Come spring, they would start planting. When that happened, the herbal workshop would bring in more money. The future looked bright. Old Liu and his group of men were so happy they got drunk. In the end, each wife carried her husband back home. And then, the task of washing dishes fell to He Junyang, the widow with no husband. Really? She looked up at the sky in silence, and Lotus chuckled as she approached. "Auntie Joe, let me wash the dishes." Earlier, when she received benefits, she also earned a good bonus. Now her small savings account has 30 taels, all from the wages Sun provided each month and the year-end bonus. She originally wanted to repay Sun with this money, as well as the money she paid to redeem herself before, but Sun said she wasn't earning much now and would be left with nothing if she paid it back, so she told her to save some more and repay it later. Actually, it was just a polite way to refuse. Lotus knew that she couldn't repay the kindness of the Liu family, only hoping to work harder next year to show her gratitude. "All right, you can pass me the plate." He Junyang was not the type to exploit children. She was happy enough that Lotus was willing to help her. It was already late at night. The other children had gone to bed early, and only Lotus, the older and more sensible one, was tidying up the mess. At such times, He Junyang couldn't help but feel grateful. All the children in her family were so sensible, each more so than the last, working hard. The other children worked hard because they had money to earn, but Lotus was different. She was grateful and wanted to repay the Liu family. "Auntie, after the new year, let's set up a stall in the capital city." When she was almost done washing, Lotus suddenly brought up her business idea.
Huh?
"Tell me what you're thinking." Lotus had a talent for business. Even though He Junyang already planned to develop in the capital city, she still wanted to hear Lotus's ideas. Having gained so much in just half a year in the county town, and since Jingzhou City is full of wealthy people, going to the capital city should be a big opportunity, right? "Auntie, if we set up a stall in the capital city, we'll surely earn more."
Ha ha ha.
He Junyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at her and asked, "You're going so far just to set up a simple stall? Can't we set up a stall in the capital?" Lotus was a bit stunned. She mainly thought that since the distance to the capital wasn't far, and they could take turns going to sell, then return home afterward, she didn't think much about it. It's possible, but going back and forth to set up a stall is too troublesome. Although you can make money, it's too tiring and not worth it.
It would be better to buy a shop or something.
This is indeed He Junyang's idea. She wants to buy a courtyard and a shop, so she can do business in the future. However, the prices in Jingzhou City are higher than here. Based on her family's current income, they can save enough to buy a shop, but definitely not enough for a courtyard. He Junyang is willing to pay for it herself, but if she spends too much, her family might feel uncomfortable. Besides, she's not truly selfless. She only offered to help before because her family had no money. Now that they have some capital and can do what they want, she doesn't need to help for free all the time. She can't take care of them forever. So the plan to develop in the city needs careful thought. The most important thing is to first stabilize the business here in the county town. Step by step, they can't rush to leave before they are steady. City prices are so high, we probably can't afford a shop, right? Lianhua blinked, thinking that if He Junyang's idea was the only plan, then her hope to develop in the city might be lost. She needs to earn more money first. Let's talk about this after the new year. Now, pack up and go to bed. After tidying up the mess, He Junyang yawned. It was already midnight. Lianhua nodded, realizing her own ideas might be a bit naive or unrealistic. The next morning, the Liu family workshop was officially closed. The women started tidying the house and cleaning, preparing for the new year. The men went to the fields and checked on the poultry. Yu Yatu and the boys gathered to read and write, while Ting Yatu and Yu Yata practiced embroidery. All morning, Lu Guilin was whispering with Shun Shi, looking serious, as if they were discussing something important. After finishing their tasks, they went together to find Sun Shi. Sun Shi was leaning against the doorframe, scolding He Junyang. He Junyang hadn't come out, and everyone thought she was tired from working late last night, so it was okay to sleep a little longer. Sun Shi thought the puppy should be awake by now and wanted to bring her grandson out to eat something. But when she pushed the door open, she saw He Junyang drawing and writing. "You're finally resting. Can't you be more peaceful? The workshop isn't urgent. Look at these drawings. What are they supposed to be?" Sun Shi didn't want to criticize He Junyang's designs, especially since the family really relied on her creations for income. However, she looked at the paper clothing and doubted whether it was really clothing or just torn fabric that didn't look like torn fabric. Most importantly, Sun was very suspicious of this newcomer. She glanced at He Junyang with some doubt, thinking that this young third wife was still quite young. Being a widow at such a young age might not be very good. If she wanted to remarry, her family would agree, but secretly drawing these inappropriate pictures seemed a bit wrong. Then she saw the small dog playing with toys on the ground. The little fellow was quite clever. If he saw this, he might learn bad habits. What would happen then? He Junyang didn't expect her to come in. Confronted with those strange patterns, she didn't know how to explain at first. Actually, she hadn't drawn anything inappropriate, just some underwear. Well, in this era, they might be considered a little suggestive. "Mother, listen to my excuse. Let me explain. These are just like a belly band, and they're good for women's health." Her pale explanation made Sun even more suspicious. She couldn't understand how 2 pieces of torn cloth with of fabric could be beneficial. After the new year, it will be spring, right? Feathered clothes won't sell well anymore, but we can sell these light, thin clothes and still make money. He Junyang hadn't yet shown her some of the drawings of cheerful underwear, or Sun would definitely be unable to accept it. Just 2 pieces of cloth. How much could they sell for? Sun remained doubtful. She thought it would be better to spend a few hundred coins on a piece of cloth and make whatever she wanted. You wouldn't know, right? The less fabric, the more money you make. He Junyang winked at her with a mischievous smile. Sun scolded her for being inappropriate, but still slapped her on the arm. "So, tell me, how is this good for the body?" Sun frowned fiercely. She wanted to see what tricks this third wife could come up with. He Junyang hesitated for a moment and asked awkwardly, "Are you sure you want to know?" "Nonsense, if I didn't want to know, why would I ask you?" "All right then." And then, He Junyang started directly. Yes, she started with her hands. She quickly adjusted Sun's obviously sagging area, then suddenly jumped back, daring to say, "Wearing this will prevent you from sagging like now and make you as firm as a young girl." Sun was momentarily stunned. She never expected Hee Junyoung to suddenly do something like that. "Oh no, you're going to get into trouble." Sun quickly reacted, chasing after her to confront her. The little dog heard the noise and turned around, giggling at the commotion between the two. When Lu Guilan and Shin arrived, they saw this chaotic scene. "Mother, what's going on?" Although Lu was used to their arguments, she was still worried that her mother might get too excited and fall. She hurried forward to hold her back. Sun felt embarrassed to tell them she had been touched by her third daughter-in-law. She patted her slightly flushed face and asked, "What are you two here for?" Thinking about her own matters, Lu Guilan didn't dwell on why they were arguing. She exchanged a glance with Shun and said, "Mother, my sister-in-law and I have discussed it. We've split the money, and now we have some ourselves. We want to move out and live separately." When Lu Guilan said this, she felt a bit nervous. Living with her family these days had been the happiest time of her life. But no matter what, she was a married woman now. Zhang Song wasn't a son-in-law who moved into her family home. Staying there for too long wouldn't be good. Plus, she had to consider her husband's feelings too. She looked at Sun, unsure how Sun felt about this. Unexpectedly, Sun replied quickly, "Yes, it's time to move out, but it doesn't have to be far. Just buy a piece of land nearby and build a house." Sun wasn't the kind of person to blindly spoil her children. She understood her daughter was married and that her family was now living with her in-laws. She had no objections to that, but she didn't necessarily agree with all three daughters-in-law. In the past, there was no choice. Now that life was better, she didn't want to be too involved with her family's affairs. Although she knew all three daughters-in-law were good people, the family's business was growing bigger and earning more money. She couldn't be sure that no one would have ideas. Some people can go through hardships together, but they shouldn't share all their happiness. The closer the relationship, the more important it is to clearly separate interests so the relationship can last. The Zhang family's decision to move out voluntarily was much better than causing trouble and moving out later with a bad attitude. Sun was very pleased with Lu Guilan's decision. Her daughter had always been sensible. Hee Junyoung also didn't try to stop her this time. She thought it was the right thing to do. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Moreover, everyone now lives in the same village, and their houses are close together. When working, they are still together, only not sharing meals or living arrangements. However, she kindly reminded them, "Little sister, even though you've received your share of the money now, after the new year, there will be another investment. You don't have much money, and with building a house and investing at the same time, you might not have enough funds." Hee Junyoung was worried they would spend all their money on building the house and then have no money left for investment, which would cause problems. Actually, she was suspicious about this division of money. She thought they shouldn't take all the earnings now, but should keep some for business. But since there's no construction during the new year and they could take out money again afterward, she didn't bring it up. Lu Guilan and Shin Shi had already thought of this. Lu Guilan said, "Third sister-in-law, don't worry. We don't plan to build a very nice house. Now, since there are few people in the family, we'll just build a simple house to live in. We'll save the money and invest next year. When we earn more, we can build a better one gradually." They had previously thought about building a big house once their family developed further, but now plans have changed, and Lu Guilan was not too worried. Her family's kindness was based on love, but she couldn't accept it as a given. She knew she shouldn't take her parents' and siblings' kindness for granted, or the family wouldn't stay harmonious. Hee Junyoung smiled. "Yes, as long as you have a plan. But everyone has been busy preparing for the new year these days. Let's talk about building the house after the holiday." "Yes, that's what we thought too." Lu Guilan immediately smiled, worried that if she said this openly, they might be upset. Her husband's family had always been close to her family, and now that she received money and wanted to move out, she was worried her family might misunderstand her as ungrateful or unkind. Because of this, she discussed it with Sun Shi early in the morning. Sun Shi said, "Even so, you still need to tell the rest of the family. It can't just be me who knows. Your eldest and second sisters-in-law will worry a lot." "Mother, I understand. I just wanted to tell you first." Lu Guilin originally only told Sun Shi, but since she was in He Junyang's room, she decided to speak directly. At lunch, Lu Guilin brought up the matter at the table. Old Lu asked confusedly, "Isn't the house good enough? Why do you suddenly want to move out?" He originally wanted to ask if he was unhappy living at home, but then he thought that everyone had been busy earning money lately and nothing serious had happened at home, so he guessed he probably wasn't unhappy. Moreover, they just divided the money last night. He said, "I feel like I am a married daughter. It's not proper to stay at home all the time. Now that we have some money, we want to build our own house." Honestly, Lu Guilin still felt a bit reluctant, but she knew it was a necessary decision. Sometimes you have to give up to gain. Yes, during this time, our brothers and sisters-in-law have taken care of us. Now that we have money, we should move out and not bother everyone. Zhang Yong spoke up in time. In this family, they are outsiders, but the Lu family treats them equally and with respect. There's nothing wrong with that. Living together is lively and fun. Lu's second son let out a small laugh, feeling they might be overthinking. Then Yu and Xin expressed their feelings. Although they might have had mixed feelings inside, their faces showed they were reluctant. Old Mr. Lu didn't speak immediately. After everyone exchanged greetings, he asked, "Since you've made your decision, go ahead. After dinner, buy the land around our house. It's more convenient." "Okay. Thank you, Dad." Zhang Song replied happily, serving a piece of meat to his father-in-law. They received 95 taels of silver and gave 20 taels to He Junyang. Both families only had 75 taels left. To build a house, they needed to save enough for a year's worth of food and drinks and also set aside money for investment after the new year. They knew moving out wouldn't be as easy as now, but they had no regrets. After dinner, Zhang's brothers went to buy land from the village chief. They bought 2 plots next to the Lu family's land, each brother buying separately. Since their parents had passed away, the brothers would eventually split up, so they decided to start now to avoid trouble later. Yu and Xin didn't show much emotion. They only said a few words to persuade them to stay during the meal, then didn't bring up the matter again. Mostly, it was because Guilin was sensible. She had no choice but to live with them before, as they had no money. Now that their situation improved, they didn't want to take advantage of her family. Yu and Xin naturally had nothing more to say. On the contrary, I have grown to like my younger sister-in-law more, because everyone prefers to be around someone sensible and intelligent. Our home is peaceful, and the mood isn't affected by the fact that the Zhang family plans to move out. The women go shopping for New Year supplies and the men, when free, go to the mountains to chop firewood. Whether during or after the New Year, a lot of firewood is needed. At night, Sun Shi sits cross-legged on the bed alone, in front of a pile of silver coins, money from the public fund and their pension. Old Lu enters and sees her worriedly staring at the silver, and he asks curiously, "What are you worried about?" Sun Shi has always managed the family money, usually hiding it in places old Lu wouldn't think of. Now, she has it openly piled on the bed, which makes old Lu's eyes widen in surprise. He walks over, climbs onto the bed, and carefully reaches out to touch the coins, but Sun Shi slaps his hand away. "Don't mess around. I'm annoyed right now." She glares at him irritably and gathers the money closer to herself. "Why aren't you happy? When we had no money, you worried. Now we have money, and you're still worried."
There's no reason to be so anxious.
Old Lu, who doesn't handle household matters, naturally doesn't understand what Sun Shi is worried about. What do you understand? There are worries that come with being poor and worries that come with being rich. Besides, our family isn't even wealthy now. She sighs again, saying that if they were truly rich, they wouldn't still be running a street stall. "So, what exactly are you worried about?" Old Lu looks at her seriously, puzzled. The couple rarely has such a quiet, heartfelt conversation because Sun Shi usually manages everything at home. Only when she's uncertain about something does he join her. So, old Lu also becomes serious and asks, "Are you worried about your daughter?" "No," Sun Shi shakes her head and sighs. "I'm thinking maybe we should divide the house." When old Lu hears about splitting the family, his eyebrows furrow, but He doesn't immediately oppose. Instead, he asks, "What are your thoughts?" He respects Sun She's decisions on many matters, especially since she managed the household well during the long time he was away. He believes she has good reasons for her choices, not just random ideas. In the past, we had no money. If we really split the house, then everyone might have starved. But now that we have money, splitting up could still work well. Most importantly, I don't want them to keep relying on the third daughter-in-law. The third son's wife is very capable. The reason we are able to live such a good life now is thanks to her. And she is not just doing small business. She is a person who can handle big things. If she always involves the eldest and second sons in everything, we would be happy, but what would she think? It's right to help when the family is in trouble, but she shouldn't always be relied on as a matter of course. Besides, she is just a woman who lost her husband and is raising children alone. Now that we are still alive and the family is doing well, the eldest and second sons wouldn't do anything terrible. But who can guarantee they won't in the future? Once a person has money, it's easier for them to turn bad. It's not that I don't trust the eldest and second sons, but I want to give the third son's wife some security, something that will let her feel safe staying in this family. She is not the kind to be easily bullied, but she is her own person, and we are us. As elders, it's our duty to do what we should. We can't push it all onto her. Although I told her before that even if she wanted to remarry, our family wouldn't stop her, I can see she seems determined to stay and look after the third son. You know, our third son is lucky to have married someone like her, but it's a pity his luck is short-lived. Only one night as husband and wife. When talking about the youngest son, Sun sure couldn't help but get emotional and her eyes reddened. Old man Lu also felt sad, but seeing his wife like this, he quickly said, "Look, just speak normally. Why are you crying? We're all old now. Traveling on a dangerous road is risky." When he chose that path, we were mentally prepared. That's why we didn't want him to marry a girl from a normal family. Actually, it was true. When Lu Baichuan decided to become a courier, the family was worried he might never come back. So they bought He Jianyang from the human traffickers. She was pretty, quiet, and hardworking. Most importantly, even if Lu Baichuan had an accident, no one from his family would come to cause trouble. Everything was under the control of the Lu family, which made things easier for them, but was He Jianyang. Sun She always felt she owed He Jianyang a lot in this regard. By the way, you should know that the third son's wife is much better than an ordinary girl. Sun She glared at him unhappily, feeling he was bringing up something inappropriate. Yes, she's very good, so you want to protect her. I understand. If that's the case, then let's split the family. Old Mr. Lu followed her wishes and did not argue. Regarding He Jianyang, the Lu family was indeed at fault, and it was better to split apart. At least then they wouldn't have to worry about the whole family, and she could do whatever she wanted in the future. So, on the next evening, Sun and old Mr. Lu talked about dividing the family property. Suddenly, the Lu family members were furious. "Parents, why are you dividing the family? Did we do something wrong?" "Yes, parents, as long as we're here, how can we split the family?" "Parents, is it because of something the daughter-in-law did?"
We can fix it.
Exactly, how can they split the family just like that? The first and second branches were very nervous. Why did the sisters' family want to move out yesterday, and today they want to divide the property? Did they do something wrong? It didn't seem right. Brother Zhang sat nearby, without speaking. This was the Lu family's matter, and it didn't concern them. Lu Guilan also didn't say anything, just watched silently. He Jianyang guessed it might be related to her, but she said nothing and watched how the old couple planned. After everyone was excited for a while, old Mr. Lu finally spoke to interrupt. "This matter has already been decided by your mother and me. We will just divide the money. Food and lodging will stay the same. From now on, you'll need to cover your own expenses, based on the number of people. The more people, the more money needed. Fewer people, less money." The first and second branches each had 3 children, but the third branch only had 2. If they divided the money by household, it wouldn't be fair to the third branch. All the previous dividends have been given to you. Today, we will divide the remaining money in the common fund. There are still 482 taels of silver in the fund. Keep 2 taels for the new year and split the remaining 480 taels among the 3 branches. We, as parents, are fair. Each household gets 160 taels. When it's divided, you can decide what to do with the money. As for the land you recently bought, it will be divided according to the original plan, with a share for the son-in-law's family as well, as part of the family business. Taxes should be paid where due, dividends distributed accordingly. The part belonging to the common fund will be split evenly among the 3 brothers. You should all know that these family businesses were started by the 3rd daughter-in-law. In the past, life was hard, and she had to take care of you all. Now that the family is divided, you can do as you like. Don't think everything depends on her. Learn to find your own way. The family businesses are doing well for now, so you won't go hungry. Feel free to try new things. Old Man Lu spoke all this in one breath, glancing at everyone present, feeling he had made his point clear. People tend to become dependent. Over time, if they receive help often, they develop laziness and start to think that Hu Junyang's help is natural. If one day she suddenly stops helping, they might feel resentful or even turn against her. It's better to stop this now before anything happens and cut it off early. Both the first and second households fell into deep thought, feeling confused. They thought that as long as they stayed with Hu Junyang, everything would be fine. No matter what she wanted to do, they would help and invest money, and by the end of the year, they could share the profits. They believed this was natural, but they never thought they might become a burden to her. Now, after what Old Man Lu said, everyone realized the truth. Yes, they had been relying on Hu Junyang and imagining a too perfect life. But without her, what could they do? Father and mother, I understand what you mean. We are not capable. We say we want to take care of the 3rd sister-in-law, but actually, she's been taking care of us all along. I don't know what we can do right now, and no one is taking over the household chores. We feel helpless, said the eldest son, sighing with some frustration. He understood the reasoning, but they had grown used to dependence, and changing that suddenly was impossible. Sun sure spoke up. It's not about changing everything immediately. After the family is divided, we'll see how each of you fares. The family businesses should continue, but not everything should be run by the 3rd daughter-in-law. You can start your own businesses as long as they're reliable and we can invest money in them. Everyone can share the profits. Or, if you have hobbies or want to learn a craft, you can do that too. In the past, we couldn't afford it and you had to work in the fields. Now that we have the means, there's no need to make things difficult for yourselves. Now, the whole family understands the careful efforts of the elderly couple. The 2nd and 3rd brothers look ashamed because they really haven't been useful enough. Seeing their sadness, the elderly couple no longer say much. Growth takes time, and today's words are just to prepare them mentally. How they choose to act in the future is their own business. Even if they do nothing, just staying and helping run the family business well is perfectly fine. Sun took out the money and fairly gave it to her 3 sons' families. The 2 brothers from Zhang's family watched and said they couldn't help feeling jealous. Right now, they only have 75 taels of silver, which is less than a third of what their brothers and sisters-in-law have. But do they feel jealous? No, because without their help, the 2 brothers' families would have been stuck in the refugee camp in Qianzhou City and wouldn't be where they are today. So, if they have any other thoughts in their hearts, they must get rid of them quickly and not become ungrateful or selfish. Among these people, only old brother Lu and second brother Lu have been sad for a long time. Mrs. Yu and Mrs. Qin were a bit reluctant at first, but when they thought about being able to manage their own households in the future, they felt excited. There's an old saying that a wife's life gets better only after she becomes a mother-in-law, meaning she has to wait until her parents-in-law are gone to take charge. But who would have thought their parents-in-law could be so understanding? While they're excited, they are also very thankful to Sun for her wisdom. They think they must be even more filial to their parents-in-law in the future. Mrs. Yu, holding the money, nervously asked He Junyang, 3rd sister-in-law, "Does that mean you won't help us make money anymore? We can't join in to share the profits?" She pouted, feeling a bit upset. She had been very serious about the tasks her 3rd sister-in-law asked her to do. This change was a big to her. Not only her, but Mrs. Chin and Lotus Flower also looked worriedly at her. Especially Lotus Flower, who loved doing business, selling clothes or food. She felt she just liked doing these things. Could she not do them anymore in the future? He Junyang was amused and thought her eldest and second sisters-in-law were quite adorable. But seeing how upset they looked, she decided to explain seriously. Eldest and second sisters-in-law, don't worry too much. Maybe you didn't understand what our parents meant. Let me explain it to you more clearly. We have separated our family, but our hearts are still together. We work on business as a team, but in the future, I want to do different kinds of work so that not everyone has to share the burden. If you want to invest, go ahead. If not, you can do what you like. If you start a business, I might want to invest, but if I don't, I won't. Everyone has more freedom. Before the family split, He Junyang had to ask everyone's opinion before doing anything and consider each person's feelings. Since we all shared the same resources, if someone was unhappy, it would be hard for the family to stay peaceful. But after the split, things changed. You can do whatever you want, spend your money how you like, and no one else can control you. Yu's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, so, third sister-in-law, you still won't abandon us, right? Ha ha ha, of course not. We are still family. The heads of the main house and the second house relaxed immediately. They did have plans of their own, but they also wanted to follow third sister-in-law. Choosing the right person means a happy life. They knew that whatever business He Junyang started, she could make money from it. Having tasted success, they trusted her and invested in whatever she suggested. They blindly followed her. He Junyang enjoyed this trust. The family members were sincere to her, and she returned their sincerity. Since she traveled through time until now, she has never been unhappy. The family split went smoothly from start to finish. Everyone had money now, so there was nothing to complain about. All right, it's late. Everyone go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we need to prepare for the new year, said Sunday. She stood up, adjusted her down jacket, and let out a comfortable sigh. Luckily, she had this jacket. It made this winter very happy. Honestly, this down jacket is warmer than feather clothes, and it's worth the price. After the old couple left, everyone went back to their own rooms. He Junyang had no worries. She kissed her sleeping little dog and then lay down to sleep. But just before falling asleep, she remembered something. After the new year, the little dog would turn 3 years old. To prevent him from becoming too dependent on her and growing into a mama's boy who can't find a wife, she decided to start sleeping in separate rooms with him soon. Fortunately, there are enough rooms at home now, so she didn't lack one. She thought drowsily and soon fell into a deep sleep. The big house and the second house are quite lively now. Mrs. Yu was sitting on the bed counting money, then let out a long sigh. Before, I always wanted to be in charge myself. Now that I have money, I can really take control, but I still feel empty inside. She was happy when she received the money, but that happiness didn't last long and was soon replaced by disappointment. Old Lu also sighed and said, maybe this is what our parents meant. We're used to relying on our third brother's wife. When we're separated, it feels strange. Mrs. Yu nodded, but then shook her head. That's part of it, but the other part is because of my mother. For years, she was in charge, handling everything. Now that we're in charge, we can't just ignore things like before. In the end, it was still dependence on He Junyang and Son's family. Sigh, the decision is made. We have to accept it, even if we're upset. Besides, it's just the money that's separated. We still live together, and we'll get used to it gradually. Old Lu said this not only to comfort his wife, but also himself. Mrs. Yu nodded again and said, now that we've split the household, we have to handle the children's matters ourselves. We can't let third brother's wife pay for Lazy's education anymore. Our parents are right. We can't rely on third brother's wife for everything. Lazy will be able to find a match in a couple of years, so we need to save money to help him get married. Our Ting girl loves embroidery, right? Although we have embroidery ladies at home, they're busy with their own work and don't have time to teach her. I plan to ask third sister-in-law if there's a special embroidery school in the county. We can send Ting girl to learn for a few years so she can master a skill. That way, when she gets married, she can stand on her own. Not everyone is as lucky as me to have such good in-laws. Sun's family is truly kind. Whether in their hometown or now, Mrs. Yu isn't sure if she can be as good a mother-in-law as Sun's wife someday. She only has one son, so there's probably no need to worry about fairness. But she's still young. Maybe she can have more children? Should she focus on her career or have more babies? Her thoughts had already drifted far away, but Big Brother Lu still focused on what she said and answered seriously. I think it's okay. It's a good idea for her to go with Lei Zi and come back together at night. It's convenient. When our Shan grows up a bit, if she likes it, she can also learn. Mrs. Yu's mind gradually returned, and she suddenly said, both sons and daughters need to learn something. Didn't you tell me before you wanted to be a goldsmith? Why not learn that too? Later, the three of us can use your jewelry. Mrs. Yu looked at him with big, bright eyes, a spark of excitement in her gaze. The more she thought about it, the more she felt learning a craft was a good idea. Big Brother Lu blushed a little. That's just talking casually. It was really just casual talk. When the family was poor, he used to imagine that he would never have money in his life. But if he could become a goldsmith, even if the gold wasn't his, he could still enjoy the process. He had almost forgotten about it until Mrs. Yu brought it up now. Why not? If you want to learn, go ahead. I also want to learn cooking at the restaurant. On the way fleeing hardship, third sister-in-law said she liked cooking and wanted to learn. If she learns well, maybe we can open our own restaurant someday. When we make money, we can share some with third sister-in-law and the others. Mrs. Yu was always a person with her own opinions. Recently, she had worked at the clothing workshop and the food workshop, and she had grown a lot. Big Brother Lu didn't answer immediately, but was also seriously considering this. Over at the second household, Jean was counting money. She recounted the family's changes over time, praised her parents and third sister-in-law, then looked at her own confusion, which was even more serious than Mrs. Yu's. Jean was more lost than Mrs. Yu. Mrs. Yu had her own opinions, but Jean lacked in this area. Her family was the second household, with Mrs. Yu above her and He Nyang below. Whatever they did, someone supported them. She usually spoke little and had little presence. Suddenly, the responsibility of being the head of the family fell on her, and she felt completely lost. Second Brother Lu was in the same state. Seeing his wife like this, he still spoke to comfort her. Forget it. No need to rush. Let's see what Big Brother and sister-in-law do first. We can follow their example. After all, neither of us is very clever. Yes, yes. Jean nodded repeatedly, feeling that her husband's words made a lot of sense. Our family has divided up quite a bit of money. I forgot to mention earlier that Mother used some to redeem lotus flower. I need to take it to her tomorrow. You wouldn't be angry, right? She tentatively looked at old Second Lu, who suspiciously looked back at her and asked, Why are you angry with me? Isn't Lotus my niece from my family? Mrs. Jean lowered her head, speaking softly. She had always worried that old Second Lu would be upset that she kept her niece from her family nearby. She rarely mentioned it openly. What's wrong with my niece from your family? When we moved to the city and registered our household, wasn't it under my name? That makes her my own daughter. After being married for a few years, old Second Lu understood Mrs. Jean well. He was a bit timid and often kept his feelings inside, not daring to say much. He wanted to take this chance to clear things up so she wouldn't worry unnecessarily. But when Mrs. Jean heard old Second Lu say Lotus was his own daughter, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Although Lotus had been at home for a long time and everyone was kind and respectful to her, Sun's family even gave her a lot of money, Mrs. Jean still felt uneasy. She worried that old Second Lu might hold some resentment in his heart. Now hearing him say this openly, she felt both happy and sad, thinking she hadn't married the wrong person. Though old Second Lu was usually a bit dull, over the years he had been good to her and the children. She was so touched she started crying. Look at you, just speak normally, and now you're crying too? Old Second Lu reached out to wipe her tears and held her in his arms, comforting her. Our second family, both of us, aren't very clever, but the children are smart. Yu Yao learns quickly, and Jie's studies are okay. But I am most proud of Lotus. Every time she gets praise from her mother, I can stand tall with pride. I don't want her to lose face in front of her older brother. That's my pride. I've raised her as my own daughter and want to find her a good family to marry into, to send her off in style. You shouldn't worry or overthink anymore. Although old second, Lu wasn't very clever, the love he had for his wife was genuine. Since they got married, their 3 daughters-in-law had never suffered any injustice in front of their husbands. Mrs. Qin nodded in his arms, and old second Lu continued, "From now on, you will be in charge of the household. The money is yours to manage. Do whatever you want and don't ask me about everything. Don't worry about making me angry. Your decisions are my decisions." Since they could remember, their family had been run by Sun's family, and there hadn't been any major problems over the years. So, everyone thought it was best for the woman to manage the household. Mrs. Qin looked up at him in surprise, her heart filled with an indescribable feeling of gratitude. After holding it in for a long time, she finally spoke. "Let's have a child together." The next morning, the Qin family woke up late. Recently, there wasn't much work at home, and there were no strict rules about getting up early, since He Junyang hadn't come out yet. When Qin Shi came out, Manhwa was sweeping the yard, and the reading trio was diligently reading by the window inside, asking each other questions. The others were nowhere to be seen. "Little sister-in-law, good morning." Lianhua greeted her with a bright smile. Qin Shi responded and asked, "Lianhua, where are your grandmother and the others?" Grandmother went to the village chief's house to deliver some things. Grandpa and a few uncles went to clean the greenhouse. Big sister-in-law and Auntie Goelon went to wash clothes by the river. The younger sisters are still sleeping. While talking, Lianhua didn't stop her work, doing everything very carefully. Seeing that no one else was around, Qin Shi pulled Lianhua to sit beside her and said, "Little sister-in-law, I have something to tell you." Qin Shi rarely spoke to her so seriously, so Lianhua thought it was something important. She nodded to show she was listening. "After the new year, you will be 14 years old. It's time to think about marriage. The Qin family only has you and me now, so I will take charge of your marriage. Our family situation has improved, and I will find you a good family with a kind and considerate husband." Lianhua never expected her to say these things. She instantly blushed and felt very uncomfortable, saying, "Little sister-in-law, I'm still young. I don't want to get married." "Child, there's nothing to be shy about with your sister-in-law. Girls grow up and are meant to marry. Don't worry, this is your family. Last night, your brother-in-law even said he treats you like his own daughter and cares for you." Qin Shi, with her own experience, thought Lianhua was just shy and uncomfortable discussing such topics, so she said these words to comfort her. But she only guessed part of the truth. Lianhua was indeed shy, but more than that, she truly didn't want to marry. "Little sister-in-law, our family's business has just started to improve. I like doing business and want to learn more skills." She looked at Qin Shi very seriously, clearly refusing. In this era, not everyone's family was as open-minded as the Lu family, willing to let women go out and show themselves. Lianhua thought that if she couldn't find such a family, she would be stuck at home, only taking care of her husband and children, and going out would be difficult. She felt she didn't want to live that kind of life. She wanted to be like Aunt Junyang, who had a skill, could support herself, and did whatever she liked. When she mentioned this, Mrs. Qin remembered that Lotus now played a major role in the Lu family's business. If her in-laws didn't allow her to do business, who would be responsible for the family's affairs? Mrs. Qin naturally hoped her niece would become more and more capable. Seeing He Junyang as an example, she felt deep down that children in the family should have some skills. But she also didn't want these things to delay their marriage. She was feeling very conflicted. Lotus thought that by talking about this, Mrs. Qin would let her go. But unexpectedly, Mrs. Qin hesitated for a moment, then changed the subject. "I see that Lu Xiaoyang has been around you a lot lately. It's obvious he has some feelings for you. Remember to keep your distance. Lu Xiaoyang's temper isn't stable, and he might change at any time. You can like whoever you want, just not him." Mrs. Qin had a bias against Lu Xiaoyang. She used to think he was lazy and just a troublemaker back in their hometown. Later, when they were fleeing hardship, he did something that caused trouble for the family. She could accept the family giving him a job, but she absolutely couldn't accept her only niece marrying him. She hoped Lotus would find an honest and steady man to live a simple life. Lotus was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Mrs. Qin. She said in surprise, "Aunt, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with Brother Xiaoyang." She spoke very seriously. If Mrs. Qin hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have thought about it at all. "It's better if you don't," Mrs. Qin said. "I'm just reminding you. You're both young and often together. I worry you might be deceived." She patted Lotus's hand and sighed. Lotus was pretty and often asked if she was married when she was selling things on the street. Mrs. Qin was worried that Lotus and Lu Xiaoyang might develop feelings over time. Lotus felt both amused and helpless. She really hadn't thought about that kind of relationship. She and Lu Xiaoyang only worked well together professionally. They didn't have much personal contact. She had only asked him once why he was so good at arithmetic, and he couldn't give a reason, so she let it go. Recently, if she had questions, she would just ask He Junyang. "Don't worry," Aunt Lotus said, patting her chest to assure her. Mrs. Qin was worried she might hurt herself with her strength, so she quickly said, all right, I believe you." While they were talking, He Junyang came out, stretched lazily, and greeted Qin and Lianhua. Then she asked, "What are you talking about?" Qin didn't see He Junyang as an outsider and replied, "We were just talking about how Lianhua is about the right age to get married. She said she doesn't want to marry and just wants to do business." Lianhua didn't expect the topic to turn back to this, and her face turned red again. He Junyang was a bit confused and asked, "Is there a conflict between getting married and doing business?" Qin knew that He Junyang didn't understand some old-fashioned ideas, so she explained, "Not everyone is as open-minded as our parents. Many families don't want their daughters to go out and appear in public, saying it would harm their reputation." He Junyang couldn't help but laugh softly. Why would they marry her to someone like that? Lianhua is so talented. Shouldn't we find a good family for her? Not everyone is as open-minded as our parents, but there are some, and we can find them gradually. No matter what, we shouldn't let Lianhua be wronged. Though her words seemed casual, every sentence hit the mark. Yes, why should Lianhua be wronged? But Qin was still worried. It's hard to find such families. "I'm afraid that as time passes, Lianhua will get older." Getting older isn't a problem. Second sister-in-law, I learned this after studying medicine. Girls should ideally marry and have children around 17 or 18. If they marry too young, like we did, it can hurt their health. When they get older, they might get sick more often. She spoke seriously, which surprised Qin. Third sister-in-law, is that true? Isn't 17 or 18 considered old for a girl? Qin hesitated and swallowed hard, feeling shocked. In this era, normal girls could be engaged by 13 or 14, and by 15, they could be married. By 17 or 18, they might already have 1 or 2 children. It's not uncommon for girls to still be unmarried at that age, but usually, they have some hidden difficulties or poor relations with their families, making it hard to find a good match. Of course it's true. I only learned this after studying medicine. We didn't understand these things before. Now that I do, I believe we shouldn't let our children be wronged. Second sister-in-law, don't you agree? While speaking, she secretly looked at Lianhua, who nodded enthusiastically to show her agreement. Lianhua loved Aunt Junyang so much. She thought Aunt Junyang was really understanding. She doesn't care whether she can get married in the future. At least for now, she doesn't want to marry. Moreover, with her current saving speed, she can support herself. So why suffer in her husband's house? Mrs. Qin was stunned by her words and didn't know how to reply. According to her, she naturally hoped that Lotus could find a good family soon. Otherwise, later on, good families might be taken by others, leaving only unsuitable matches. But what He Junyang said made her cautious. The Qin family only has Lotus as a daughter, and she naturally hopes Lotus stays healthy and happy. So, she expressed her worries. But if we wait too long, won't all the good matches be gone? It's not a problem. If there's someone she likes, we can discuss it first, arrange the engagement, and marry a few years later. If the other side truly cares about Lotus, they won't mind waiting. If they don't, we won't force it. This way, we can also help Lotus find a family that truly cares for her. Hee Junyoung has a modern view on marriage. She doesn't advocate marrying early. The original owner couldn't do much about it, but now she still gives her opinions on the children at home. Of course, she only offers advice. Since they are not her children, how they proceed is up to them. Not only Lotus heard this, but Mrs. Chin also listened carefully. Last night, second Uncle Lu was right. We are not very clever, so it's better to follow the smarter ones. Since third sister-in-law is so smart, she must have her reasons. Immediately, Mrs. Chin said, "There's no rush. We should carefully consider. Lotus is such a good girl. We must find her a reliable family." Actually, Mrs. Chin's words this morning were mainly to ask Lotus about her opinion on Lu Xiaoyang. Now that she knows Lotus doesn't like him, she feels relieved. As for matchmaking, they can take their time and not rush. Soon, on New Year's Eve, the real busy day arrived. Men, women, old and young, none were idle, chopping firewood, boiling water, washing vegetables, cooking, and slaughtering chickens and fish. Originally, the Lu family planned to slaughter a pig, but this year they didn't raise one. Buying one wasn't cost-effective, so they decided to wait until after the new year to raise their own pig. The children were excitedly helping nearby at first, but eventually couldn't resist and went outside to set off firecrackers. Compared to some mischievous kids in the village, the Lu family children are quite sensible. The three students, even during their holiday, insist on studying every day. Not only do they read themselves, but they also explain what they've learned to their family members. Because of this repeated practice, all three do well in their studies and are often praised by their teacher. Therefore, even though firecrackers are expensive, Zhao Huanyu still bought some for the boys to play with. The boys set off firecrackers, while the girls stood nearby, covering their ears and joining in the fun, filled with laughter and joy. Remarkably, Lotus was also among these children. She had been helping with chores since early morning. It was Hee Junyoung who told her to go play with everyone. She is only a year older than Lazy and, in Hee Junyoung's eyes, is just a young girl just starting middle school, so there was no need to set high expectations for her. Be careful and play gently. Firecrackers are expensive. Sun's wife was worried about her grandchildren getting hurt and was so anxious, she almost went to watch over them herself. However, she also mentioned that firecrackers are costly. Hee Junyoung chuckled without regard for manners, unsurprised to be glared at by Sun's wife. She didn't mind at all, and even teased Lu Guilon nearby, saying, "Was Lady Sun also so stubborn when she was young?" She means well, but her words are a bit harsh. Lu Guilon had been close to Hee Junyoung for a long time, so she became braver and occasionally teased Sun's wife, laughing. "Is that so?" The old lady is quite strong-willed. The two kept giggling secretly, making Sun's wife very angry. "What are you two muttering about? Haven't you seen anyone else act like a mother? The kids have fallen a few times and you haven't cared." Sun's wife saw their mischievous smiles and knew they were joking about her. She had just gone to check on her youngest grandson and didn't hear what they said, so she felt very annoyed. This third daughter-in-law's heart is truly big. Just now, the little dog fell into the snow pile and was covered in snow after being hit by a firecracker, almost making him sick. She didn't care or worry about him and even joked about it with her. It's truly pitiful. What's not a problem is that Hee Junyoung secretly gave the little dog a special tonic she prepared, strengthening his health. His body is strong now, so there's no need to worry about him falling ill. Furthermore, since the dog is a boy, he should live a rougher life. Without a father's guidance, growing up with a weak woman like her, what if he becomes a delicate gentleman later? During the new year, let them play. We have medicine at home, so no worries. Mother, he likes to argue with Sun, intentionally saying such things to tease her. As expected, Sun tries to hit her. They are arguing when they hear a surprised voice outside the door. "Big sister-in-law?" Big brother Lu is outside his house pasting Spring Festival couplets. The characters are written by Lazy, A bit childish, but considering he's only been studying for half a year, it's quite good. Big brother Lu feels proud of his son and personally puts up the decorations. Just as he finishes and is about to go inside, he sees a woman dressed in ragged clothes, looking pale and thin. He pauses for a moment. This is Zhou, the eldest sister-in-law from Yu's family. When she fled during the famine, there was no news from Yu's family, and she didn't meet anyone along the way. She thought her family was gone. Unexpectedly, Zhou shows up on New Year's Eve. Sister, brother-in-law? Zhou looks at Big Brother Lu, who is dressed like a wealthy family and has trouble recognizing him. Is this really her brother-in-law? She doesn't blame herself for thinking too much. The Lu family has changed a lot. Although they live in the countryside, their house is luxurious, almost like a wealthy gentry's estate. Of course, the Lu house isn't a big mansion, but to Zhou, who's never seen much, it looks like the best. They're all fleeing from danger, so why is the Lu family so rich? How many people did they harm on the way? Yes, it's me. Big sister-in-law. Why are you alone? Come inside quickly, it's cold outside.
Come in.
Lu is excited as he brings Zhou into the house, thinking his wife will be happy to hear there are still people from her family. Recently, Yu's tried not to mention her family, but as her husband, he understands her pain. Even if her family doesn't value her, she truly can't ignore it. As they enter, the people in the yard hear the noise and look over, especially Yu. When she heard the voices outside, she was stunned. Zhou enters, but Yu doesn't move much, her eyes fixed on the door, hoping others will come in. However, no one else appears. After old Master Lu entered, he closed the door. Big sister-in-law, what about her parents? Mrs. Yu is very excited, holding Zhou's hand tightly, afraid that if she let go, the person in front of her would disappear. Zhou looked at Mrs. Yu. Over time, she had changed a lot. Her face, once yellow and black, and her hands, rough and coarse, were now fair and smooth. She looked much younger and was dressed in fine clothes, richer than some families in town. This was not what a common rural family should have. She examined Mrs. Yu from head to toe, then made a sad face and replied, "Our parents were lost on the road. Later, during a period of unrest, I got separated from your eldest brother and the others. Bandits were rampant, and your brothers were injured. Now, I fear the worst." As she spoke, she wiped her tears and continued, "If I had known earlier, I would have gone with your family. Then, I could have looked after them, and our parents wouldn't have suffered so much." Hearing this, He Junyoung couldn't help but curl her lips. What did she mean by knew earlier to go with them? She remembered Mrs. Yu had said before that her family never told her when they left. She only found out later from others. The Yu family clearly worried that Lu's family might be a burden. Indeed, life was better for the Yu family than for the Lu family before. Every time old Master Lu and Mrs. Yu visited her family, they were subtly mocked by her relatives. Honestly, He Junyoung wasn't very welcoming to the eldest daughter-in-law's family coming over, even a bit resistant. Coincidentally, Sun's family felt the same. Zhou's impression of her was not good. She kept staring at the yard with a strange look, which she disliked. But since she was the eldest daughter-in-law's family, she couldn't just ignore them. Mrs. Yu had already cried herself into a mess. She had suspected it might be bad news, but still held on to hope. Now, her hope was shattered. Even if her family didn't treat her well, they were still close relatives. Although she was mentally prepared, hearing it with her own ears was hard to accept. Old Master Lu helped her comfortingly. "It's okay. It's okay.
You still have me.
It's the new year. Don't cry." He Junyoung looked at Zhou and asked, "Normally, sister-in-law should have arrived in Jingzhou long ago. Why is she only coming now?" Everyone finally remembered that their family had been settled in Jingzhou for more than half a year. The other refugees who were supposed to arrive had already come, and only now was the Zhou family arriving. It's impossible that they just arrived now. So, where had they been before? When this was mentioned, Mrs. Zhou felt guilty and lowered her head. "Actually, when I reached Jingzhou, I saw the portraits you posted on the wall. But I thought I was alone and didn't want to bother you. I found some work in the city." Unfortunately, the family there looked down on me because I was a refugee from Changzhou and treated me badly. I really had no choice but to come to my sister's house. Although Mrs. Zhou tried to make her story sound pitiful, He Junyang understood her clearly. It was just her naive hope that she could live a good life with a wealthy family, so she ignored her poor relatives. Now that she was being bullied by her host, she suddenly remembered the kindness of her poor relatives and came to seek help. He Junyang didn't actually dislike Mrs. Zhou that much. She just saw that the woman kept making mistakes and seemed to have some problems. Even if you didn't want to come personally, you should have sent a letter. Big sister-in-law has been worried about you, He Junyang said calmly. Mrs. Zhou looked frightened and lowered her head even more. Writing a letter costs money. I don't have any money. All right, that was a valid reason. It sounded quite difficult for her. Yusher looked at Sun Shi with a hint of pleading, wondering if she could take her in. Although they had separated households now, they still lived together, especially since the house hadn't been divided. Yusher didn't have the authority to decide. Sun Shi was not the kind of mother-in-law who would make things difficult. She simply said, "Your eldest sister-in-law was lucky to find this place, but now that they've separated, she will have to pay for her own food and clothing in the future. We can't help with that." This clearly meant that the main family should pay for Mrs. Zhou's meals. It was not a big deal, but to Mrs. Zhou, it sounded like Sun Shi didn't want to take her in. She immediately resented Sun Shi. That old woman, who was almost ready to die, was still bossing around. She was determined to persuade her sister's family to move out early. Now that the Liu family was making money, she would move out with the main family. Yusher used to listen to her, and now she probably still would. In the future, the family's money would easily be in her hands. With that, she believed she would soon be living a good life. Yusher didn't realize that her older sister-in-law had started worrying about her money as soon as she arrived. She was still thinking of her well-being. Anyway, after the new year, the workshop will be hiring workers. When that happens, she plans to have her sister-in-law work there to earn money and support herself. Later, she can go out and buy land to build a house. "Thank you very much, Mother," she said, then looked gratefully at the others in the family. However, Zhou Shi didn't show much reaction. Seeing this, Yusher felt a bit unhappy. She signaled to her and told her to thank the family members properly. To be honest, she thought of her sister-in-law as just that, a sister-in-law, not a relative of her brother. She believed she had already taken good care of her. Zhou Shi thought Yusher was still easy to control, not knowing that Yusher had grown a lot recently and was no longer someone she could easily manipulate. When Yusher saw her sister-in-law's gaze, she finally understood. She looked at Sun Shi and others with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Andy. I won't stay long. After the new year, I will go out to find work." This sounded nice to everyone. It was like telling the Liu family she wouldn't bother them for long and would leave after the new year. Sun Shi couldn't really chase her away, so she said, "If you want to find work, there's some at home. Anyway, these things can wait until after the new year. Big sister-in-law, your sister-in-law is about your size. Go find some thick clothes for her, so she doesn't get cold." "Okay," Yusher replied and took Zhou Shi to her room. When they reached a private place, Zhou Shi was no longer as shy. She wandered around the room, sighing, "Sister, how come you're still living so well after escaping hardship? Your house is so big. If I had known you were doing so well, I would have come to stay with you. The fabric you're wearing feels so nice. Can you give me one like it?" Yusher had long suspected her sister-in-law was not honest and was quite calculating. Her face darkened and said, "Sister-in-law, we're all in hard times. If you come to stay with me, I will do my best to help you. But you need to be careful, don't say things you shouldn't, and don't have wrong thoughts. Otherwise, it will be hard for me at my in-laws' house." After some time, Yusher had gradually moved past her grief over losing her family and was now very rational when facing Zhou Shi. Note: this week, Zhou is not a good person. She only appeared for a short time and will soon leave. Sister Yuan's wish is that the male lead has already returned to Beiyan country and will soon start his journey to find a wife. It won't be very difficult, so don't worry, my dear friends. Zhou didn't expect that as soon as she arrived, you gave her a warning. She didn't say much, only complimented her house being big.
What do you mean by that?
Do you think I came to bother you? Zhou looked stubborn and a little sad, as if you had bullied her. You sighed, not wanting to explain much, and said, I didn't mean it that way. I just hope you won't make things difficult for me at my in-laws' house. Everyone is having a hard time. I know your family has become wealthy and looks down on us poor relatives. I might as well die on the road, like my parents. Why should I live and suffer like this? She spoke while crying. Yu felt a headache coming on, especially when she heard her mention her parents. Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. Yu found her some clothes to wear. The outer garment was a feather coat, similar to her down jacket, but made of different material. She didn't care whether Zhou wanted it or not. If she didn't want it, she would freeze. Seeing Yu's attitude turn cold, Zhou dared not act up anymore. If you kicked her out, she would have nowhere to go during the new year. Outside, Sun and He Junyang whispered. Qin said softly, I feel like the eldest sister-in-law's sister-in-law isn't easy to get along with. He Junyang pouted, be more confident. Remove the doubt. Everyone was caught off guard and looked at He Junyang. He Junyang said, no matter what, she's the sister-in-law from the eldest sister-in-law's family. We shouldn't say too much, but we must be cautious. Especially about the sewing machines or recipes for food in the workshop. Don't mention them lightly. Observe for a while first. Third sister-in-law is right. Zhou came at the wrong time, especially during the new year. I don't think it's that simple. Be careful, everyone. Sun has lived a long life, and it's clear that Zhou isn't a good person. Of course, their hostility towards Zhou mainly comes from knowing that Yu's family is full of difficult people back home. Naturally, they can't treat Zhou with normal kindness. Qin and the others immediately nodded, agreeing on the same idea. Soon after, Madame Yu brought Zhou to come out. Zhou was now very thin and wore clothes that were a bit big, but surprisingly warm. These clothes are really nice. What are they filled with? They smell so good. One day, you should make me one too. As she spoke, He Junyang and the others heard her. Everyone silently watched to see how Madame Yu would respond. Sure enough, Madame Yu didn't disappoint. She said, after the new year, the weather will get warm quickly. This one is enough for you. He Junyang and the others exchanged meaningful glances. Big sister-in-law definitely didn't let them down. Sun's family also relaxed. Although her family wasn't very good, big sister-in-law was sensible and wouldn't let Zhou cause too much trouble. Zhou was a little unhappy, but seeing everyone busy in the yard, she didn't say anything. She pouted and moved closer to He Junyang and the others. Fortunately, her true personality only showed in front of Madame Yu. When facing others, she was still friendly and easy to talk to. She crouched down in front of He Junyang and said, if there's anything else to do, let me do it. I may not be good at everything, but I can definitely do chores. She was just being polite, thinking she was new here and a guest. The Lu family members should treat her politely. But before she finished speaking, He Junyang handed her some vegetables and smiled, saying, all right, then I'll trouble you, Zhou. I need to go help big sister-in-law in the kitchen. In the cold winter, the water was icy cold. Zhou shivered instantly and was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, Sun also smiled and said, from now on, we're all family. Big sister-in-law won't be polite to you. I'm getting old, and squatting for a while makes my back ache. I'll sit for a bit. Zhou wanted to say that if she couldn't squat, she could make a small stool and wash together. But before she could speak, Qin and Lu Guilin also found excuses to leave, each going to do other chores. Zhou was left alone to face a big basin of ice-cold water and most of the unwashed vegetables. She gritted her teeth in anger, feeling that this family was deliberately targeting her. She had spoken her words, and now she had to wash the vegetables herself and do it diligently. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stand firm in this family. He Junyang went to the kitchen and saw Madame Yu quietly cooking, with her eyes red, probably secretly wiping tears again. He Junyang stepped forward and patted her hand, saying, big sister-in-law, don't be sad. In the future, we will be your family. Look, I don't have anything either. Be happy. Yes, yes. I just can't accept it right now. It's okay, it'll be fine after a while. Yusher forced a smile and nodded, looking so pitiful that Hee-ju-nyang felt heartbroken. Just as she was about to say something to distract her, Yusher said, "Third sister-in-law, I know my big sister-in-law coming to see me might cause trouble for the family, but since she came to see me, I can't ignore her. My big sister-in-law isn't a good person, so you don't have to treat her as kindly as you do Shin's sister. If she does something wrong, just tell her. If she keeps doing wrong, I will cut ties with her." Hee-ju-nyang was a bit surprised. Big sister-in-law, do you really think that way? She thought Yusher would be more biased towards Zhou because she was the only family she had. Yes, I know what kind of person my big sister-in-law is. Yusher sighed bitterly. In the past, she could turn a blind eye and not care for her brother's sake. Now that they all live under the same roof, if she still ignored it, she would be unfair to her family. Big sister-in-law, with your words, I feel reassured. We all understand your difficulties. As long as Sister Zhou doesn't do anything outrageous, the family can still accept her. Hee-ju-nyang said this without any special meaning, just to clarify everyone's stance. Yusher nodded repeatedly, knowing this well. If her big sister-in-law was sensible, like Shun, no one in the family would say anything. The New Year's Eve dinner was busy all day. Zhou watched as the Liu family members kept bringing out meat dishes, swallowing her saliva repeatedly, her eyes fixed on the table, afraid that if she blinked, the meat in front of her would disappear. She had lived until today by doing many unkind things, even nearly getting beaten to death. But wasn't all that just for a bite to eat? Now, seeing the Liu family living such good lives, each looking comfortable, she was almost going crazy with jealousy. Thinking all sorts of thoughts, she suddenly snapped back to reality when she saw Yusher bring out a plate of black duck from Liu. "Little sister, how did you make these ducks? They smell so good." As she spoke, she felt a wave of regret. She wished she had gone to help in the kitchen, so she could see Yusher's recipe. "This thing really smells good." Madam Yu didn't think much of it and didn't find Zhou's question unusual. However, the recipe wasn't something just anyone could share, so she said, "This is a family business. We're opening after the new year, and you'll find out then." After saying that, Madam Yu went back into the kitchen, and Zhou followed without a word. "Little sister, you're being a bit formal. Since it's a business, I should understand it first. How can I help you after the new year if I don't know?"
she said.
She walked inside, and Hee-ju-nyang casually handed her a plate of food, smiling warmly. "Can you help serve the dishes, sister-in-law Zhou? There are too many people in the kitchen, and we can't manage everything." Zhou, holding a plate of meat, felt a bit helpless and swallowed hard, but she insisted, "I just see that you're too busy and want to help." "Yes, sister-in-law Zhou, helping us serve the dishes is already a big help. Go ahead." Hee-ju-nyang's smile was always friendly and warm, making it hard to refuse her. Originally, Zhou planned to just serve the dishes and then leave, without even thinking about sneaking a bite. But unexpectedly, Hee-ju-nyang handed her another plate of food, which made her feel increasingly annoyed. However, she couldn't say anything. After serving once, she finally couldn't carry any more and started to walk outside. Hee-ju-nyang said softly, "Sister-in-law Zhou, you've already helped enough.
Please wait outside to eat.
Visitors are guests, and we shouldn't let you tire yourself too much." Her gentle, warm smile made everything seem very polite and considerate, as if she was always thinking of Zhou. But Zhou's purpose wasn't just that. She said, "Living here is already troublesome enough for you. I naturally want to help. If there's anything else to do in the kitchen, just let me handle it." "No, it's really fine. Washing so many vegetables must be tiring." Hee-ju-nyang kept pushing her gently. Madam Yu, meanwhile, didn't want to get involved and called out, "Lazy, take these dishes to the girls working at the neighboring workshop." The 6 young girls working in the food workshop were supposed to be helpers, but the Liu family preferred to do things themselves. The girls all lived separately at the workshop, especially during the New Year. The Liu family was a kind-hearted household. Even if they let the girls spend the New Year alone, they still sent food to them. Li Zi responded with a sound and then entered. Zhou Shi immediately grabbed the food box from Yusher and said, "I'll go." I have nothing else to do, anyway. Yusher's face immediately darkened. The food workshop wasn't open to everyone. Let Lizzie go instead. The girls there don't know you. Yusher refused and tried to take the food box back. Hee Junyoung held her back and said, Big sister-in-law, it's okay. We'll meet eventually. Sister Zhou can go if she wants. Yusher looked at Hee Junyoung and suddenly understood her meaning. In the end, she said nothing and let Zhou Shi go. Although Zhou Shi had just arrived, the food workshop was nearby, so it wasn't a big problem. She knocked on the door. The girl who opened it was about the same age as Manhwa, named Yulan. May I ask who you are? Yulan had never seen Zhou Shi before and was a bit nervous. I'm the sister-in-law of the Liu family, just arrived today. I'm bringing some food for you. Zhou Shi smiled warmly and moved aside to go inside. Yulan was a bit anxious. Why did she need to come inside to deliver the food? Thank you, Auntie. Please give me the food box. She hurried to catch up, but Zhou Shi held tightly to the food box and didn't let go. She still wanted to go inside. Several other young girls were busy in the kitchen nearby. When they saw Zhou Shi, they looked confused. Zhou Shi introduced herself again and then wandered around on her own. The girls looked at each other, confused about her intentions. Zhou Shi didn't care. She saw that several rooms were locked and went to pull at the doors, asking, What are these rooms for? Why are they locked? This is the workshop stove. It isn't used during the new year, so it's locked. Iwe answer obedini. It's just a stove. Why lock it? Do you have the key? Let me see. Just as Yulan was about to speak, slightly older Yutong spoke first. Andy, you're joking. We're just servants. We don't have the keys. The keys are with the old lady. You're all servants? Servants of the Liu family? Zhou Shi's eyes widened. The Liu family was impressive. They could afford to buy servants.
Yes.
We bought them from the market. The master is very kind to us, and we are very grateful. Yutong smiled sincerely. Knowing they were just servants, Mrs. Zhou immediately felt superior and spoke with disdain. You should be grateful. Or else, with people like you don't know what kind of end you'll meet. She disliked these young girls. Although they were only servants, they wore fine clothes, new dresses, more elegant than hers. The girls exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Mrs. Zhou peeked through the door but saw nothing, then turned around and asked, Are you really without the key? Of course we don't have it. If Andy wants to get in, she can ask the old lady for the key. The old lady is quite easy to talk to, Yutong replied respectfully but firmly. If she could give it to me, why would I bother like this? Mrs. Zhou was immediately displeased, handed the lunchbox to Yulan, and turned to leave. Yulan whispered, Sister Yutong, the key is clearly with you. Why are you saying you don't have it? This is the lady's family. Yulan was younger and less worldly, thinking simply that all relatives of the Liu family were good people. Fool, this Aunt Zhou is clearly up to something. She wouldn't really give us the key. And don't forget, our master's family name is Liu, not Zhou. Remember this. Our master treats us well, and we shouldn't do anything that might upset him. Yulan understood and quickly said, I see. Thank you, Sister Yutong, for the reminder. The other girls nodded in agreement, saying they would be more careful in the future. It's no wonder Mrs. Zhou isn't liked. Her intentions are too obvious, and clever people can see through her. When they returned, the Liu family was already seated, ready to eat dinner. It was dark outside, and it was truly a New Year's Eve meal. Hee Junyoung looked at her and pretended to care, asking Sister Zhou, Why have you been gone so long? Didn't you find the place?
No.
I went and saw a few young girls. They're orphans and quite pitiful. I just talked to them for a bit. Mrs. Zhou responded smoothly, thinking her behavior was unnoticed, but in fact, Hee Junyoung had seen everything clearly. Since she received no news from the workshop, Mrs. Zhou didn't bother to think much and was fully distracted by the delicious food on the table. Old Mr. Liu and Mrs. Sun picked up their chopsticks and took the first bite of food. After that, everyone else started eating. Mrs. Zhou's first choice was the black duck from the Liu family. The family now prefers spicy food, so everything was heavily seasoned with chili. Mrs. Zhou was choked and coughed, nearly spitting it out. Mrs. He quickly took a handkerchief and covered her mouth to help her. This saved the dishes on the table. Mrs. Sun looked at her with some displeasure. She wondered why she coughed without turning away. Was she trying to make someone uncomfortable? Mrs. Yu also looked unhappy. She thought Mrs. Zhou was becoming more and more inappropriate. This was her only relative from her family, and her presence seemed pointless. Mrs. Zhou didn't notice any of this. She coughed forcefully a couple of times and complained, "What did they put in this? Why is it so spicy?" Mrs. He deliberately said, "Of course, it's good stuff. Our family relies on this to make money." Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou became interested. "Oh, no wonder I thought it was unusual. Sister, tell me, what exactly is this? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just eat and stop asking," Mrs. He replied. Mrs. Yu glanced at her, clearly annoyed. Mrs. Zhou, feeling a bit annoyed herself, said, "I'm just curious. Why won't you tell me? Do you think I'm an outsider?" If it weren't for the new year and the dinner table, Mrs. Yu really wanted to scold her. But she held back her anger and said calmly, "I already said we'll start working after the new year. If you're interested, you can go to the workshop then. Why are you asking about those things now?" Mrs. Zhou suddenly realized she was being impatient and quickly smiled. "Oh, right. I just think this duck is so delicious that I'm extra interested. Who came up with this way of eating? It's really good." "It was me." Mrs. He smiled sweetly and added a few more pieces of duck neck, saying, "If Sister Zhou likes it, eat more. We don't have many other things, but these duck necks can fill you up." Mrs. Zhou forced a smile. She didn't like duck necks because there was no meat on them. She wanted to eat other meat, but her bowl was already piled high with duck necks. If she couldn't finish them tonight, it would be embarrassing. "Enough, enough. Sister, you're too polite. I'll serve myself," she said, holding her bowl tightly to prevent Mrs. He from scooping more food for her. "It's okay. I also saw that Sister Zhou loves to eat it. At first, our family didn't really eat these duck necks because they thought there wasn't enough meat. I think they just didn't understand how good these duck necks are, or maybe Sister Zhou, and I just get along well. You should eat more." He Junyang took a few pieces and gave them to her when she wasn't paying attention. After she finishes these, most of the other meat will also be eaten." Yu Shi secretly smiled. Only her third sister-in-law can handle her big sister-in-law. Sister Zhou wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did she just have to reach out and grab the duck neck? Sister Zhou was busy eating her duck neck, wanting to finish quickly so she could eat other dishes. She didn't pay attention to anything else. The others at the table finally had time to eat and chat happily, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Lei Zi and the others are studying this year and are doing very well. They were even praised by the teacher for working hard and doing good homework. "Mom, tomorrow I will give red envelopes. You should give a big one." He Junyang, who was good at creating a cheerful mood, took the lead. Kong Xiao Kai visits He Junyang for a checkup every 7 days. They talk about the children's homework, and he always speaks animatedly. It's rare to see children so motivated and positive. Grandson is promising, and Sun Shi is naturally happy. She waved her hand and said, "As long as they study hard and bring honor to the family in the future, giving red envelopes won't be a problem." "Haha, you're so generous all of a sudden that I don't know how to respond. Do we get a share of the red envelopes?" He Junyang, getting a bit greedy, spoke up before Zhou Shi could say anything. Zhou Shi interrupted, "Sister, how can you talk to elders like that? That's not right. If Grandma wasn't so kind-tempered, you'd be in trouble." The cheerful atmosphere instantly cooled down. Yu Shi was about to speak, but He Junyang patted her hand under the table and said to Zhou Shi, "Sister Zhou is right. My mom is kind, so I dare say these things. When my mom gives me a red envelope, it depends on whether she's happy or not." Zhou Shi didn't catch the meaning of He Junyang's words and still thought she was making sense. She continued to lecture. "This is the time to show respect to your elders. How can you let your mother-in-law give you money? That idea is wrong. Just joking, if Sun Shi had money, she should leave it all for the main family of the Liu household. Then she could persuade them to give it to her." Giving it to this young widow would be a waste, wouldn't it? He Junyong humbly listened and replied, Yes, yes, I understand. So, Mom, tomorrow I will give you and Dad a big red envelope. Sun was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou and said to He Junyong, Who wants yours? Keep it for yourself. Zhou wanted to reply, but you interrupted. Mother, after the new year, we plan to send Ting to the embroidery workshop in the county to learn embroidery. Although we hired embroidery workers at home, they are busy with their own work and can't teach her. Since she likes it, sending her to learn a skill is a good idea. Qin said, That's a good idea, sister-in-law. I will also send my Yao girl there so they can keep each other company. She thought that once she mentioned this, Zhou wouldn't interrupt again. But unexpectedly, Zhou suddenly snapped like a startled rooster, sharply saying, They are just girls. When they grow up, they will marry someone else. Why spend so much money? That's such a waste. Your family is doing well now, but who knows if it will stay that way. Lei is not young anymore, and in a couple of years, he will marry. Instead of spending money on this, better save it for Lei's bride price. Zhou was about to continue talking, trying to persuade everyone that spending money on daughters wasn't worth it. Just as she was about to speak, Sun suddenly slapped her chopsticks onto the table, startling Zhou. Humph. Sun snorted coldly, giving Zhou a stern look. You quickly grabbed Sun's hand and said, Mother, don't get angry. It's not worth damaging your health. She now truly regretted staying with Zhou. It might have been better not to come at all. Sun ignored you and said, You are my eldest daughter-in-law's sister-in-law. We treat you as a guest, so you should behave like one. How I raise my family's children is my business. It has nothing to do with you. If you keep meddling, I, the old lady, might even drive you out in front of everyone. Initially, Sun didn't want to speak so harshly for you's sake, but this woman actually said her daughter wasn't worth much. What kind of nonsense was that? Isn't she a woman herself? He Junyong silently gave a thumbs up. Mrs. Sun, powerful. While Zhou was saying those words, she was struggling to deal with the duck neck. It tasted good, but there wasn't much meat. She really didn't understand why people like such things. Were they crazy? After Sun's sharp words, Zhou's action of biting the duck neck suddenly looked a bit funny. Sun continued, You eat my food, stay in my house, and use my things. I don't expect you to repay me. I just hope you can behave properly. But if you can't even meet this small request, don't blame me for being harsh. For now, regardless of what Zhou thinks, Yu feels embarrassed and doesn't understand why she has such relatives. Her sister-in-law Qin is honest and hardworking, earning a good reputation and money for the family. But her older sister-in-law, on her first day here, is already so disliked. She even regrets letting her third sister-in-law keep a portrait in the city, wishing she hadn't brought it. If it weren't for Zhou today, their family would have a happy New Year's Eve and enjoy a good year ahead. But now, everything is spoiled by Zhou. Zhou doesn't understand Sun's reaction. Did she say something wrong? She looks around, puzzled, noticing everyone has a bad expression. The men find it hard to speak up, and the women think that as Yu's older sister-in-law, it's not their place to say anything. Right now, it seems best for Sun to speak. Fortunately, Zhou is indeed afraid of Sunday. She had heard back home that Mrs. Liu was fierce and domineering, but she didn't think much of it since she hadn't seen her often and had no strong impression. When she saw Sun today, she appeared friendly and smiling, making her think she was easy to handle. But she was mistaken. To stay longer here, Zhou quickly forced a smile and said, Madam, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean anything special, just, whatever you mean, I want to be clear with you. Don't interfere in matters that aren't your business. Just remember that. Sun said, then picked up her chopsticks and signaled everyone to continue eating. But Zhou felt humiliated at the dinner table, unable to swallow her anger. She suddenly found the duck neck she was eating was no longer tasty. Then, she also grew to dislike He Junyang, wondering why she was giving her so many duck necks, she couldn't eat other meats. After this, Zhou behaved more obediently. The others shifted the topic to whether Ting and Yu would go to the embroidery workshop to learn embroidery skills. Of course, Ting liked the idea, She enjoyed learning, especially with systematic methods. So everyone then looked at you. You girl does not like embroidery, but recently she has been working in the workshop to earn money. Her embroidery skills are only slightly worse than Sister Ting's. You girl, do you want to learn? Mrs. Chin looks at her daughter with a smile. Under Hee Jun-young's guidance, they now respect the children's choices. As long as they believe their decisions are right and won't regret them in the future, they fully support them. You girl thinks carefully and asks, "Can I not go?" She knows her daughter well and guesses she probably doesn't want to go, but she patiently asks, "Why?" "I don't like embroidery. I want to learn how to do business with Sister Manhwa, learn accounting, and become someone who can manage money in the future." You girl gathers her courage to speak. She isn't sure if her idea is right, but she knows her parents always respect her choices. If they agree, that would be great. If not, she can still learn embroidery with Sister Ting. It's all a skill. Hee Jun-young interrupts and asks, "Didn't you say you liked reading before?" "Yes, but there's no place for girls to go to school. At night, my older brothers teach me when they come back. I can learn then, but now I prefer to go into business with Sister Lianhua and gain more experience." Ultimately, she is still influenced by Lianhua's success. Recently, Lianhua has earned a lot of money for the family, and Grandma has received bonuses several times. Everyone in the family praises Lianhua. She hopes to contribute to her family like her sister. She has also learned arithmetic, which isn't very difficult for her and even interests her. She believes she can do well. After speaking, she looks at Mrs. Chin with hope in her eyes. "Mom, is that okay?" Mrs. Chin feels a bit conflicted. She wanted her daughter to learn from Sister Ting in the main household because she isn't very smart and might not be able to help much. But her child has her own ideas, and she isn't sure if it's right or wrong. "But you're still too young. You girl is only 9 years old, just a little girl. She is shorter than Lianhua, and her small frame might be bullied if she goes into business." Mrs. Chin feels a bit uncertain about her daughter going into business at such a young age. She is the kind of person who is a bit shy about opening up. She has tried selling at a stall a few times but felt embarrassed to call out to customers. It took her several tries to get used to it. When customers ask questions, she knows the answers but doesn't know how to say them, and she gets anxious. She knows her daughter is more talented than she is, but she worries about her encountering similar difficulties, fearing it might leave her with bad memories. Hee Jun-young said, "Second sister-in-law, since you two wants to start a business, let's wait until after the new year and let her try. It won't be easy at first, but once she gets used to it, it will be fine. If it really doesn't work out, she can go back to learn embroidery with Ting too. What do you think, you two?" "Yes. If I can't learn, I will obediently go learn embroidery."
You two thought this way.
She could do embroidery, but she didn't like it much, so she still had a backup plan. This made Chin feel relieved. She smiled and said, "Since the child likes it, let's do it this way for now." Everyone started talking about their hobbies and dreams. This time, it was very different from when they talked on the way to escape hardship. Back then, when Hee Jun-young brought it up, everyone thought it was a distant dream, something hard to achieve in this lifetime. But now, everyone was full of fighting spirit, believing that as long as they worked hard, their dreams could come true. Zhou didn't dare to speak, but thought to herself that these people didn't know their limits. They earned a little money and started dreaming big. After dinner, the women began to wash dishes. Zhou thought she was a guest and didn't want to do it, but you forcibly pulled her to wash the bowls. "Little sister, you really can't stand seeing me idle." "I said I am a guest, so why do I have to do these things?" Zhou rolled her eyes, looking very unhappy. Yu's anger, which had been building all night, finally exploded. Smack! She slapped the cloth used for washing dishes into the basin, splashing dirty water all over Zhou. "What are you doing?" "I'm not refusing to wash. I am washing." "Why are you so angry at me?" Zhou pouted, looking very wronged. She hated Yu with all her heart and planned to get back at her double for today's unfair treatment. She was determined to give her a face. "I remember warning you. Stay quiet here, don't cause trouble for me, and don't make things difficult." Mrs. Yu lowered her voice, but her tone was unfriendly, and her anger was close to erupting. I know I didn't do anything wrong. Mrs. Zhou looked innocent and didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said at the dinner table. You didn't do anything? You made my mother so angry, and you still have the nerve to say that?
She's right.
As a child of the Liu family, when do you get to speak so much? If you can't understand your place and role, then you don't need to stay in this house. Mrs. Yu said while washing dishes, not bothering to look at Mrs. Zhou's expression. She wasn't discussing with her, but warning her. Mrs. Zhou was stunned instantly. Are you also going to drive me away? Don't forget, I am the only one left in your family. Her tone rose uncontrollably, clearly losing control of her emotions. Mrs. Qin glanced at He Junyang and whispered, let the eldest sister-in-law handle it. Mrs. Yu sneered and replied, to put it nicely, you're the only one left in my family, but we both know very well that I have no blood relation with you. My biological parents and brothers are gone. You're just a burden here. I took you in because I have a kind heart, because I remember old times, so you wouldn't be left alone and helpless outside. If I didn't take you in, you couldn't do anything to me. After all, I married into this family, and I have nothing to do with you. Mrs. Yu said everything she had been holding in all night. Mrs. Zhou was humiliated in front of her family, and she wouldn't have a good time either. Mrs. Zhou opened her mouth wide but couldn't say a word for a long time. Because everything Mrs. Yu said was true. They had no blood relation, and there was really nothing to argue about. But that didn't mean Mrs. Zhou had to accept this injustice. She wanted to argue back, but then thought that she still needed to stay low-key if she wanted to remain here. She forced herself to swallow her anger. She thought, hold on, once this is over, Mrs. Yu will see my face. So she pretended to be startled and said with a sad face, I was just trying to join your chat a little. I didn't mean anything else. If you're upset, I won't speak up next time. Besides, I was thinking about Lazy. He's the only son I have. You still want to talk? Mrs. Yu snapped angrily. Mrs. Zhou was truly frightened this time, being scolded and yelled at so suddenly. Enough, enough, I won't say anything more. Mrs. Zhou snorted unhappily and closed her mouth, obediently washing dishes. Tonight, we stay up to welcome the new year, only going to sleep at midnight. The yard is quite cold, so everyone huddles in the main hall to keep warm and chat. But chatting isn't very fun, so He Junyang simply takes out some stiff paper, draws simple pictures and numbers, and begins teaching everyone how to play do diju. There is only one deck of cards, and since there are many people, they take turns playing. When someone loses, they switch out. This not only makes everyone more eager to participate, but also helps strengthen family bonds, creating a lively atmosphere. At first, everyone finds it a bit difficult to learn. The first to get the hang of it are Manhwa and Lazy. He Junyang plays around with them first. Others watch nearby, ask questions if they don't understand, and she teaches on the spot, sure to teach them well. As they play, time flies quickly. Everyone feels like they've only played a few rounds before it's time to sleep. During this part, Zhou's family doesn't join in. Yu's family doesn't allow her to come, so she is sent back to her own room to stay up and welcome the new year, to avoid causing trouble again. Zhou lies in her warm bed, very sleepy and wanting to sleep, but she can't fall asleep. The loud laughter from the others in the hall is deafening. She can't even relax without being startled. I wonder how long you all will be happy. Her mind is full of thoughts of revenge against the Liu family. Just on her first day here, they already gave her a cold look, clearly targeting her. Early the next morning, Sun's family begins giving red envelopes with money to the children, and even to He Junyang and others. Among the women, only Zhou's family does not receive any. Yes, it's obvious favoritism and targeting. They give each person 66 won, because He Junyang once said that 6 is a lucky number. This amount isn't considered much by the Liu family, but Zhou thinks Sun's family has gone completely crazy. A laborer working hard all day earns only about 10 won, yet the Liu family wastes so much. Next, He Junyang and others give money to the children and elders in their family. Each also gets 66 won, except Sun's family and old Liu, who each receive 2 taels of silver. Of course, all this is in red envelopes, and outsiders don't know the exact amount. Old Lu and his wife refuse to accept any money, saying, "It's elders giving money to the younger generation. How can the younger give to the elders? You all have money. Keep it for yourselves and spend it on the children." The old couple now has some money but rarely spends it, so there's no need for the children to waste their own. Most importantly, their daughter's family doesn't have much money. Some things are understood by everyone, even if not spoken aloud, especially within the Lu Guilin family. They feel a bit sad because, despite being married for years, their parents still worry about them. It feels like they haven't been very filial. After the new year, they work hard to save money so that next year they can openly give gifts to their parents. After breakfast, children come to visit and give New Year money. It's not much, just a small coin. Only children from familiar families visit, like Chuer's family, Lu Fugue's family, and the village chief's family. Then, Lu's children also visit others' homes, exchanging greetings, making the atmosphere lively and happy. On the first day of the new year, outsiders are usually not allowed to visit. Children are an exception, but adults are not. So, the Lu family stayed home. They all gathered in the main hall, kept warm by the fire, eating and playing card games, relaxing completely. This is the most comfortable day of the year. Lu Baichuan spent the new year in Jinzhou City, the capital of Beiyan Kingdom. Because he was injured, he traveled slowly. When he returned, it was just in time for the new year. In recent years, they lived with masks in Nantai. Now that they are back, they can show their true faces. However, even if he takes off his mask now, his parents wouldn't recognize him. Although the doctor treated him for some time, the results weren't very noticeable. His skin remained wrinkled, and his face was the same. Looking at the wrinkles alone, he looked older than Old Man Lu. P.S. Shouldn't his wife step in?
He
didn't live in the Prince Chen's residence, but in another estate, awarded by Prince Chen for his past contributions. As for the rewards for his recent deeds in Nantai, they hadn't been given yet. Qin Jian also had his own estate, but they had no family, so even if they went back, it would be lonely. They chose to stay and celebrate with Lu Baichuan. But there still wasn't much of a festive feeling. Late at night, Qin Jian couldn't sleep and remembered to practice martial arts. He saw someone sitting on the roof drinking wine. It could only be Lu Baichuan. Qin Jian immediately got angry and climbed onto the roof, saying annoyed, "Are you crazy? The doctor told you many times not to drink. How can you forget?" He reached out and snatched the wine from Lu Baichuan's hand. To prevent Lu Baichuan from grabbing it back, he even hid behind himself. "I didn't drink much." Lu Baichuan felt a bit helpless. He still valued his life and knew his limits. "What's really going on with you? You've been acting strange lately and haven't told me anything." Talking about this, Qin Jian felt angry. Since he secretly went to Changzhou and came back, his whole attitude changed. His methods became more ruthless, and he was more daring than before, even completing the task assigned by Prince Chen beyond expectations. If it had been someone else, Qin Jian would think that person was willing to risk everything for fame and fortune. But he knew Lu Baichuan wasn't like that. Although they both pursued fame and fortune, their main goal was for the country's good. During his long stay in Nantai, Lu Baichuan brought back many useful pieces of information. Even without the matters involving the Crown Prince of Nantai and Prince Liang, he could have been rewarded just for returning. There was no need to risk his life. Lu Baichuan's unusual behavior definitely meant he was hiding something. He couldn't understand it. These two were brothers who had fought side by side. Was there anything they couldn't tell each other? If he knew, maybe he could help. Nothing. Lu Baichuan smiled, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qin Jian. It was that revealing this would be like deceiving Prince Chen back then. If the truth got out, he might face punishment. The fewer people who knew, the fewer people would be involved. "You!" Qin Jian was so angry, he was gasping for breath. If his face hadn't looked so grim and miserable, he really wanted to punch him. Be a man and be straightforward. Say it quickly. Qin Jian couldn't hold back his anger. He plopped down on the roof tile, annoyed, and took a sip of the wine he had just grabbed. This feeling of being caught between life and death was really frustrating. Lu Baichuan felt even more helpless. It's none of your business. You don't need to get involved. Stop talking nonsense. Am I the kind of brother who's afraid of trouble? Qin Jian kicked him lightly. Lu Baichuan easily dodged, then finally spoke. I found my family. You still have family? Qin Jian's eyes lit up. Didn't you say before that you only had yourself at home? Risking your life on the edge of danger, you might offend many people. I don't want to involve them. Lu Baichuan chuckled bitterly. If he hadn't taken matters into his own hands back then and contacted them earlier, he wouldn't have lost all news of them now. That's true. For our line of work, it's better to be like me, single and alone. But is your family from Changzhou? He suddenly realized and looked at Lu Baichuan with surprise. No wonder you were so eager to go to Changzhou. If things are so chaotic there, your family. He didn't finish his sentence, understanding everything in his heart. No wonder Lu Baichuan had done so many unbelievable things before. He was worried about his family in Changzhou. Isn't the prince helping with disaster relief in Changzhou? Maybe there's news about your family. It's not that simple. The prince is there for disaster relief, dealing mainly with officials. He wouldn't have much contact with ordinary people, and even if he did, he wouldn't ask for names or details. He shook his head, losing hope for the prince's involvement. Most importantly, his father had left him a message. The whole family was moving north to Anzhou. He needed to go there himself to check, then follow the route back. His last trip back was hurried. He went to find Wei Yu for help. The information he had was incomplete, mainly to protect his family's privacy, so he couldn't investigate thoroughly. This matter had to be handled by himself. What are your plans? I'll go with you to look for them. After learning everything, Qin Jian felt he couldn't stay out of it. His brother's family was his family. Since he had been alone since childhood, it was not wrong to consider his brother's parents as his own. After the new year, I'll report the details to the prince, then take a leave for a while. I'll go to Anzhou first, then follow the route to find them. Lu Baichuan shared his plan, and Qin Jian looked at him with disbelief. Isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? Why not tell the prince and ask him to send people to help? No need to trouble him. Don't tell the prince about this for now. Qin Jian had been close to the prince since childhood and depended on him. He always thought of the prince first. But Lu Baichuan was different. He came later and didn't have a close relationship with the prince. He saw the prince as his lord to serve, not someone he had emotional ties with. He didn't want to bother the prince with his family matters, especially since he had deceived him before. Prince Chun is now under constant watch. If he truly asks for help to find someone, his close family members will surely find out, which could expose the Lu family more than before. This idea is not good and goes against his previous plans. Then when do you plan to find them alone? Your Highness needs people around you now, and taking leave isn't a long-term solution. Qin Jian feels more complicated now, but he understands Lu Baichuan's desire to protect his family. Especially since Lu Baichuan has a family, it's best to keep this secret from Prince Chen. It's just a way to keep a backup plan for himself. Someone like him, alone and trusting his life to Prince Chen, is okay, but Lu Baichuan has a family. That is his weakness. Both enemies and Prince Chen could use his family as leverage. One must always be cautious of others. Because he has spent a lot of time with Lu Baichuan, Qin Jian has thought more about these things. When Lu Baichuan refused, Qin Jian understood the reasons behind it. All right, I'll take leave with you, Qin Jian said without hesitation, but Lu Baichuan looked at him calmly and asked, You know Prince Chen needs people around him. If we both leave, what'll he do for staff? He hadn't thought about this before. They managed to return because they swapped some people at that time. Prince Chen indeed needs more staff around him. But he doesn't trust Lu Baichuan to go alone, especially since Lu Baichuan hasn't fully recovered and has no one with him. That wouldn't be safe. Before Qin Jian could speak, Lu Baichuan continued, You stay with the prince and do your work. I'll take Lu Chong with me. Lu Chong is his subordinate, who has been serving him closely for years. He's skilled and won't cause trouble. Everything is arranged, so what more can Qin Jian say? He sighed and accepted it. No wonder Lu Baichuan was reluctant to tell him before. Even if he had, he couldn't have helped much. All right, the prince has Qingmeng around him. I will probably go to Jingzhou, which is the prince's territory. It will be more convenient for work. If you need anything, write to me in Jingzhou.
Okay.
Lu Buchuan nodded, thinking that there probably won't be anything urgent that would require him. Unless the task is finished, and he needs to meet Qin Jian in Jingzhou. Well, speaking of which, after I go to Jingzhou, I need to visit a family that once saved my life. They are also settled in Jingzhou. I wonder how they are doing now. They saved me, after all, so I should go see them. If life is hard for them, I want to help in any way I can. Yes, that's right. Earlier, Qin Jian had an accident on the road and was saved by someone. Lu Baichuan knew about this. Helping out the family that saved Qin Jian was no big deal, so he didn't think much about it. What he didn't know was that if he was a kind person and talked a little more with Qin Jian, he would find out that the person who saved Qin Jian was his wife. Unfortunately, he was not a kind person and wasn't interested in such matters. He only thought about finding his family and didn't pay attention to anything else. After the new year, the two went to the Prince Chen's residence for rewards. First, Qin Jian was rewarded with gold, silver, and property like farmland and houses. He was promoted to first-class guard, a third-rank official, with an annual salary of 50 taels, a stipend of 280 stones, and 700 acres of official land. Lu Baichuan received much more than Qin Jian, doubled in gold, silver, and property. He owned a property in the capital and two in Jingzhou, all managed by servants and ready for him to move in at any time. He was promoted to super first-class guard, a third-rank official, with an annual salary of 60 taels, a stipend of 370 stones, and 900 acres of official land. Prince Chen said, I wanted to give you a general's position, but since you're not joining the army for now, and I don't have the authority to give high ranks at the moment, it will have to wait. With Lu Baichuan's achievements, killing 2 members of the southern royal family, bringing peace to Beiyan for nearly 10 years, and preventing a war between 2 countries, he could easily be made a second-rank general commanding tens of thousands of troops. But only the emperor can grant such a high rank, and since there's no war now, there's no need for generals. So, it's on hold for now. Hearing this, Prince Chen couldn't help but laugh. His nephew Qi really impressed him. His achievements were faster than his promotions. People like him should stay close and be trusted. Right now, the position of super first-class guard seems the most suitable for him. Lu Baichuan had no objections. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Highness. I will follow your arrangements. Prince Chen nodded with satisfaction and asked, Besides that, do you have any other wishes? Speak them out. As long as I can do it, I will make it happen. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Baichuan's masked face with some regret. Such a handsome face had become like this, and he wondered if it could ever recover. If it could be restored, he could find a good match for him, since he was not young anymore. Your subordinate wishes to take leave for a while. I hope Your Highness will approve. Seeing how badly he was injured, Prince Chen instinctively thought he wanted to rest and didn't ask further. He simply said, You are hurt, so rest is necessary. I grant you 3 months off to recover well. Although he knew Prince Chen misunderstood, he didn't explain. Such misunderstandings were actually for the best. What about Qin Jian? He has been outside for many years. Does he plan to get married? For some reason, Prince Chen suddenly had the idea of matchmaking. Qin Jian was startled and shook his head repeatedly. Your Highness, you're joking.
I don't want to marry.
He secretly thought, joking again. His own life was unstable enough. How could he harm a girl?
Oh.
Do you want to stay single forever? Or should I send you some beautiful maids for entertainment? No, Your Highness. Thank you for your kindness, but I only want to serve you. I wouldn't be lucky enough to enjoy it. Besides, Sun Qi is also single. Now he's like this. How can I hurt his feelings as a brother? At a critical moment, Qin Jian pulled Lu Baichuan out to take the blame. Lu Baichuan glanced at him calmly, thinking whether he should tell him that he had been married for 3 years. Thinking of his silent wife, Lu Baichuan sighed. On his wedding day, he left without saying goodbye, and he wondered how she was now. He had not only failed to be a good son-in-law, but also a good husband. Every time he thought of her, he felt guilty. Hearing this, Prince Chen thought it was true. He couldn't let Sun Chi be lonely, so he decided to wait until he recovered and then arrange everything together. As expected, Qin Jian was arranged to go to Jingzhou, which was Prince Chen's stronghold. Things there were much easier to handle. Liu Baichuan was eager to find someone and had no time to delay. The day after meeting Prince Chen, he took Liu Chong and headed to Anzhou. He calculated that the Liu family would leave early. As long as they still had breath, they should arrive in Anzhou before it was full. He planned to investigate carefully. Since he couldn't find the names of the Liu family members, he could look for the names of the women in the family, though the chances were smaller. Previously, when I was in Nantai, I was very worried about my family, constantly thinking something might happen to them. But after returning, I felt less anxious. Throughout, I never dreamed of my family members. People say that after death, one enters dreams, but I never dreamed. That must be a good sign. It's not just that. I also feel that my family is doing well, so I feel more at ease than before. Master, your health isn't fully recovered yet. Do you really not want to bring a doctor? Liu Chong looked at the wrinkles on his exposed neck, feeling a bit sad. Despite treatment for so long, there's no improvement. Could it be that he will be like this forever? If only his skin could return to normal, but more importantly, his bones. What if they never recover properly? No need. Let's go. The two rode away. He only had 3 months of leave. After deducting travel time, he had very little time to find people. He didn't want to waste a moment. Seeing him whip the horse and leave, Liu Chong secretly regretted not knowing medicine. He sighed heavily and followed. Not long after he left, Cheng Meng entered the Prince Chen's study to report, "Your Highness, Sun Qi left Jinzhou and headed towards Anzhou. Let him go. Call back the people from before. No need to follow him." Prince Chen waved his hand dismissively, seeming unconcerned. Cheng Meng was a bit anxious. Master, Sun Qi returning so quickly might not be a coincidence.
Aren't you worried he?
Trust in the people you use. Suspicion of them is useless. Whatever his purpose for returning, as long as he isn't against me, there's no need to worry. He is a hero in my eyes. On the 5th day of the new year, the Liu family gathered again to share their New Year savings. The combined wealth of the main house and the second house, including the couple's assets, totaled 350 taels of silver. Before dividing the family, they would have invested all their assets, but now that they are separated, each must bear their own expenses. In the new year, for the children's tuition and household expenses, Yushir decided to keep 30 taels of silver for daily use, with the rest invested. Seeing Yushir's decision, Qin Shi also agreed, without hesitation. Their money was the same, with no extra expenses, and their family had one less person than the main house, so 30 taels was more than enough. Liu Guilan and Xinshir's families didn't have much money, totaling only 70 taels of silver, less than Yushir's share. Since they still needed to build a house, they felt a bit stretched financially. He Jinyang feels that their current situation is quite grim. Although everyone is investing in business, if they spend more money on building a house, there will be even less left. Basic living needs are covered, but the gap between the Yu and Qin families is too big. Over time, this will surely change their attitudes. In response to these issues, the whole family turns their attention to He Junyang, hoping she might have some good ideas. Little sister, you don't have much money now. It's better not to rush into building a house. We have enough rooms at home, and since we've divided the household, we still eat together, but each family pays for their own meals. Once we save enough money, then we can think about building a house. He Junyang shares her thoughts. Spend only what you have, and don't try to build a house if you don't have enough money. She understands Liu Guilan's desire to move out, but isn't business more important right now? If you feel uneasy, the house is basically rented to you. You can pay us rent and stay until you move out. She actually has the money to lend them for building a house, but she doesn't want to. It wouldn't be right to keep lending money, and she doesn't want them to develop that mindset. Besides, she plans to buy a house in Jingzhou City, which will cost a lot, and she can't be a spendthrift. Before Lu Guilon could speak, Yushir said, "Why should we take little sister's rent? We're family. Why make a fuss over this?" Qinshir also agreed. "Yes, it's not worth much. Don't hurt our relationship over small things." Now that the family's conditions have improved and they earn more money, they don't really mind a little rent. Old Lu and Second Lu also shared this view. After all, Lu Guilon is their younger sister, and it's not right to charge her rent. However, Lu Guilon thought this was a good idea. Although the rent wouldn't be much, at least they wouldn't be living for free, which would make her feel more at ease. She said, "I think third sister-in-law's idea makes sense. We really can't build a house now, so living at home is the only option. Paying rent is a good idea. What do you think, sister-in-law?" She looked at Qinshir, who nodded in agreement. "Yes, we should pay rent. We've been staying here for a long time and I feel a bit guilty. If we don't pay, it's awkward for us to stay." Old Mr. Lu listened to his children discuss and couldn't help but speak up. "Since that's the case, let's pay the rent. Family members should settle accounts honestly, so there won't be any conflicts in the future." Once Mr. Lu spoke, everyone knew the matter was settled. Mrs. Yu said, "My eldest sister-in-law is also at home now, occupying a room by herself. I think she should pay rent too. If she doesn't have money now, she can work to pay it off." Manhwa now lives with a few young girls, including Yu girl, in one room. The second room is used to raise Manhwa like a daughter, so she doesn't need to pay rent. "I think that's fine. Your eldest sister-in-law isn't very obedient, so she shouldn't live for free," said old Mr. Lu angrily. He disliked Zhou's behavior, which was often different from their family's values, and he was annoyed whenever he saw Zhou. Today's family meeting involved everyone from the Lu family, including Manhwa, but Zhou was excluded. They didn't want her to know how much money the family had or what they planned to do next, as she might have bad intentions.
Then,
"If she really needs to pay rent, how should we set the amount?" asked Mrs. Qin. Renting to family is tricky. Asking for too much or too little could hurt feelings. In the past, when Brother Fugue and others rented, larger houses cost 25 coins a month, smaller ones 15 coins. Since my sister and her family only need one room, maybe 5 coins would be enough to be polite. "What do you all think?" asked He Junyang. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Lu Guilon said, 5 coins is too little.
"Let us do 15 coins.
Brother Fugue rented a dilapidated old brick house, which leaks when it rains. Our house is a brick house with better conditions. At this price, we can live peacefully." "All right, then it's settled," Sun said, patting her daughter's hand. 15 coins a month is really not expensive. For now, they decided not to build new houses. With the extra money, Lu Guilon kept 20 taels and invested the remaining 50 taels into her business. Having solved a big problem, Lu Guilon felt much happier, her face relaxing. Mrs. Shen also followed suit, keeping 20 taels for security. "Third daughter-in-law, how much do you plan to invest?" After settling Lu Guilon's and others' matters, the topic returned to He Junyang. She said, "I still have some extra money. I will invest 500 taels. After a while, I want to go to the county town to see if I can buy a shop. Spending money now is better than risking not having enough funds later." Originally, He Junyang thought she would share the same amount of money as the main and second branches, but that clearly wouldn't be enough. Now that the family is split, she no longer needs to worry as much as before. It's not surprising that she can come up with so much money. She makes good money from her medical practice. All of this was earned through her own skills. Although others are envious, they do not feel jealous. He Junyang's ability to earn money from her medical skills also encourages her family to learn a craft they like. Besides the family business, it provides extra income. To be honest, as long as you have a skill, even if the family business loses money, you won't go hungry. Yushir is very open-minded and said with a smile, "Then we'll just keep benefiting from third sister-in-law." Indeed, the more money He Junyang invests, the higher her share of the profits. But because she invests more, the family business can also expand further, earning more money. There's nothing to be jealous about. It's just that they are not good enough. In this calculation, The total is 1,240 taels of silver. He Junyang owns 40.3%. The main and second branches each hold 25.8%, and Lu Guilon and Shen's families each own 4%. The remaining 0.1% is unallocated, considered as the pension for Old Man Lu and Son's family. Everyone thought it was over, but He Junyang said again, "We can't always split all the money and then reinvest. That's too troublesome. I also think it's a bit complicated." Third sister-in-law, do you have a better suggestion? Yu Shi was always ready to latch onto He Junyang. Qin Shi didn't want to fall behind and quickly looked at He Junyang. He Junyang couldn't help but laugh and cry. She had already noticed that her eldest and second sisters-in-law seemed to be secretly competing, but now it was so obvious. Actually, He Junyang had misunderstood Qin Shi. It wasn't competition. She was just following the trend and learning. She thought she wasn't smart, so she didn't allow herself to fail at learning. Yu Shi also knew Qin Shi well. Over the years, the sisters-in-law had a good relationship. Knowing Qin Shi's personality, she didn't think much of it. He Junyang has long wanted to change the way the profits are divided, but she couldn't find the right opportunity until now. Now that she has a chance, she won't let it slip away. Here's the plan. We don't need to take out all the money each time to split. We can set aside enough for business needs in advance, and then divide the remaining money. We don't have to do this once a year. Every 3 months is better, so we always have cash on hand. She can accept sharing profits at the end of the year, but others might find it difficult because they don't have much extra income. She added, "There's one more thing I want to say in advance. Since we are now separate families, many things should be calculated separately. For now, everyone is still working in the workshop, thinking it's their own business, so there's no need to count money. But Big Brother and his wife have new plans, they can do what they like, and don't need to worry about the workshop anymore, just wait for the profit sharing. If Second Brother and his wife don't plan to do their own thing, and just want to manage the family business, they should be paid wages normally. They shouldn't work for free. The same goes for my younger sister and brother-in-law. Of course, I also have my share. Even though I don't work in the workshop, I provide the drawings, so I should get a wage too. Does everyone agree?" After saying this, He Junyang looked seriously at everyone, knowing her words might be a big shock to them. They might find it strange that managing their own business also involves earning wages. He Junyang's thinking was simple. Before, they weren't officially separate, so even if they wanted to argue, it was hard to do so clearly. But now, things are different. Clarifying this now will reduce many future problems. She thought they would need some time to consider, but Sun's wife was the first to support her. "I agree with what the third wife said. Once you're separate families, you should act like it. This business isn't just anyone's. All of you share it. Those working and not working should be treated differently." Qin's wife also nodded repeatedly. She was worried about this issue, and her third sister-in-law's words really touched her. The main household has its own goals and many things they want to do, but the second household doesn't have big ambitions. They think managing the family business well is already a good achievement, which is also a kind of skill. Thinking about how the three houses can all do things to earn money, she felt a bit unbalanced because her second house only looked after the family business without extra income. She didn't know how to bring it up, afraid that her family would think she was meddlesome. When her third younger sister spoke, every point was right on, expressing what she wanted to say, but didn't know how. She felt a sudden sense of relief inside. Lu Guilon nodded along. She hadn't thought of a better plan. Working in the workshop and earning wages was indeed good. Mrs. Yu naturally agreed. Everyone understood the reasoning. Dividing things clearly was good, and no one would take advantage of anyone. Money will still be managed by Mom for now. Manhwa has been doing well in her studies, knows more characters, so she can take over the financial management later. It's also good that Yu Yao wants to learn too. Our family will have many talented people in the future, so we won't worry about successors. Seeing that everyone had no objections, He Junyang gave some more instructions, like how to handle meal expenses. Actually, many decisions were made solely by He Junyang. The Lu family was good at listening to her arrangements. After the meeting, everyone came out of the room. When the door was opened, Zhou Shi, who had been eavesdropping, almost fell at everyone's feet. Big sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Knowing Zhou Shi was eavesdropping, Mrs. Yu still asked. Zhou Shi didn't expect them to suddenly open the door and smiled awkwardly. I was just sweeping the floor and I lost my balance for a moment. She waved the broom in her hand as she spoke. Everyone naturally didn't believe her, but they didn't pay much attention. Since New Year's Eve, the Liu family hadn't liked Zhou Shi much. The reason was simple, she was too annoying. Zhou Shi would ask anyone she met how the Liu family got rich, what they experienced on the way fleeing, or if they had done anything wrong or harmful. At first, Guilin and others were willing to answer her casually, but Zhou Shi kept trying to find out about the workshop, which touched their bottom line. Gradually, no one paid her any attention. Mrs. Yu felt ashamed to have such a sister-in-law. She grabbed Zhou Shi's sleeve and pulled her aside. Before she could speak, Zhou Shi asked first, "What are you talking about inside? Why is it taking so long? Why are the doors locked so tightly? Is your family deliberately guarding against me? I am your family's relative, and if they're guarding against me, it means they're also guarding against you, right? You should think more carefully. Look at your husband's younger sister's family, and even her brother's families. Those are outsiders." Mrs. Yu listened quietly, with a hint of sarcasm on her face. She hadn't said much yet, but she was already stirring trouble. "I'm talking to you. What are you daydreaming about? Listen if you don't." Zhou's face showed anger. She used to listen to her, but now she was so hard to persuade. But this time, before Mrs. Yu finished speaking, she interrupted. "No matter what I said, it has nothing to do with you." "Oh, wait, it does. I can't let you stay here for free. You need to pay rent, 15 coins a month. If you don't have money, work to pay it off. The workshop pays well, and working seriously for a day or two can cover it." "What?" Zhou screamed. "How can relatives who come to stay also be asked to pay rent? I am your sister-in-law." Mrs. Yu had expected her reaction and said directly, "It's not just about you. Your two brothers-in-law's families also need to pay rent, 15 coins each. That's for the whole family, not just me. And you say it's not aimed at me?" Zhou's eyes widened, her lips pressed into a line. She felt the Liu family was really too unreasonable. Mrs. Yu rolled her eyes and said mercilessly, "The whole family shares one room. You are just one person, so you pay for one room. My mother said if you don't pay, you can't stay." At this point, she secretly apologized in her heart to Sun, saying she didn't mean to put her on the spot. Zhou sneered and said, "Looking at how you keep calling her mother and mother, I think you've been spoiled by this family. You can't even tell who your real mother is." Hearing her mention her own mother, Mrs. Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. "I don't need you to tell me if I can tell the difference. If you don't want to work to pay off the debt, you can leave now. The year is almost over, and you said before you would just stay for the new year, and then leave." Hearing this, Zhou's face changed instantly. She pointed at Mrs. Yu's nose and scolded, "You Shaoyi. I am your sister-in-law. My family only has me left. I went through great trouble to find you. Is this how you treat me?" She was shorter than Mr. Yu by a head. When she cursed, she had to look up, and seeing Mr. Yu looking down at her made her anger even harder to bear. She wanted to turn and leave, but she knew she could survive without staying here. Still, she remembered she had things to do, so she forced herself to endure. Mr. Yu didn't react much to her insults, only calmly said, "I told you before, even if you are my sister-in-law, we have no blood relation. I've already done my duty by taking you in. If you want, you can work to pay off your debt. If not, you can leave now." After going through so much, Mr. Yu knew who she should treat sincerely. As for Zhou, who used to be her less-than-friendly sister-in-law, she felt she had done her best. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Our family has now split into separate households. We still eat together, but each person must pay for their own food. No matter the age, each person pays 1 tael of silver. When that runs out, you pay again. If you want to stay, you need to pay 1 tael of silver for food. If you can't afford it, it's the same. You work to pay off your debt." Zhou finally calmed down, but hearing this, she almost lost her temper again. She had traveled from Changzhou to Jingzhou after many hardships, and the government only gave her 3 taels of silver as a settlement. 1 tael was enough for her to live for a year. Here, 1 tael only covers her food. You should also know that our family eats well and spends a lot. 1 tael of silver can last about 2 or 3 months. If you want to eat good with everyone, you need to work hard to earn money. Otherwise, you won't even be able to pay for your food. Don't think it's not worth it. Little kids like Goer, who are 3 or 4 years old, cost about 1 tael of silver. Anyway, you decide for yourself. If you don't want to, you can go eat at the food workshop with a few young girls. Mister, you didn't mention the clothing workshop. The sewing machines, there were a big secret. If Zhou found out and leaked it, it could cause trouble for the family. Zhou's eyes widened in anger. So she had to work hard just to eat here, and the money she earned was all taken and used to pay her food debt? And she was supposed to eat with those young girls at the food workshop? They were servants of the Liu family. If she ate with them, wouldn't she become a servant of the Liu family too?
Dream on.
Anyway, she wasn't planning to stay here forever. She would first stabilize the situation and then think about the rest. She carefully thought for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "Sister, you know I only have one relative now. Since you all split the family, you must have some money. Could you lend me a silver or 2 first? I will pay you back once I earn some money. What do you think?" Not good enough. Mrs. Yu rolled her eyes. She had just called her little sister Yu with her full name, and now she was calling her sister again. This person changes attitude faster than the weather. Our family needs to do business, and there are many expenses at the start of the year. I only kept enough for our own meals, and the rest was used for business. You can only work off your debt. And it's only because you're my sister-in-law that the family agreed to give you this chance. Don't make things difficult for me. Seeing her look so heartless and unkind, Mrs. Zhou lost hope and reluctantly agreed. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the weather cleared up. It was a good day, and also the day the Liu family's workshop reopened. Just before dawn, a large crowd gathered at the Liu family's door. These were people helping with the work, including workers from the workshop and long-term laborers. Because they worked at the Liu family's workshop last year, every household had a prosperous year this year, something never seen before. Everyone remembered the Liu family's kindness. So, on this morning of reopening, everyone arrived early, hoping to earn more money this year and have another prosperous year next year. At this moment, Mrs. Zhou realized how big the Liu family's business was, so many people, and how much they must pay in wages each month. Mrs. Yu seemed very wealthy, yet she still asked her to pay rent and covered her own meals. It was obvious she was targeting her. Just wait. All these people are waiting. She wanted to make them poorer than they were back home, so they wouldn't dare to show off again. Once everyone was gathered, old Master Liu, as the representative, gave a simple speech. This was a task arranged for him a few days earlier by He Junyang. He was nervous and excited to speak in front of so many people. As the eldest in the family, he always wanted to be at the front. His younger sister-in-law said this was a chance for him to practice. In the future, other family members would also take turns speaking to build confidence and improve their speaking skills. Everyone has been working at our Liu family's workshop for some time. We know you are diligent and capable. Our Liu family will not treat you unfairly. In the new year, we have set new rules and introduced new benefits. Everyone has the chance to get a promotion and a raise. Let's work together to make our Liu family workshop bigger and better so every family can live a good life. He didn't say much, but He Junyang had already taught him in advance. Despite that, he carefully practiced again and again, just to be able to speak smoothly in one go now. After finishing, he took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and felt that his practice over the past 2 days was worth it. He was quite satisfied. He Junyang led the applause and others followed, curious about the new rules and benefits. Most of these were related to the clothing workshop, and Lu Guilin would explain the details later inside the workshop. Basically, these are rules for healthy competition. Currently, Lu Guilin manages everything. Since there are many people, mistakes can happen. So, they're starting to elect group leaders and similar roles. These are not big issues, and He Junyang doesn't participate. She leaves everything to Lu Guilin to decide. As for the new benefits, Boss Lu directly said from now on, the workshop will give each worker 2 sets of uniform clothes each season. Later, everyone should register their sizes. The crowd immediately became excited. 2 new outfits each season means 8 new outfits a year. Oh my! Before the new year, they received feather clothes once, and everyone was very happy. They thought such good things only happened when the workshop opened. But now, on the first day of the year, they are getting new clothes again. In the past, their family could only afford 1 new outfit a year, and only when the old clothes were completely worn out. The Lu family workshop is truly generous. These clothes are for everyone to wear while working, and they can't be given away casually. Wearing uniform clothes makes everyone look neat and feel comfortable. Plus, each season has different styles, so everyone can have new clothes all year round. After the initial nervousness, Boss Lu gradually got used to it. When he spoke, his legs no longer trembled. This shows confidence. The crowd dispersed amid cheers. It was getting late, and it was time to get back to work. Zhou Shi snorted coldly. She was willing to make new clothes for unrelated people, but was reluctant to make them for her. The clothes she wore from New Year's Eve until now hadn't even been washed or changed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Seeing Mr. E and others turn to leave, she hurried to follow and asked, "Sister, since the work has started, does that mean I can also work in the workshop? If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I will do it well for you." Zhou was eager to go to the food workshop and never thought about going to the clothing workshop. She believed the clothing workshop was just for making clothes and had nothing useful. The recipes from the food workshop were more important. With the recipes, she could also do that business. You replied, "Actually, we need someone to tend the fire." You can do that. Once you get the fire going, you'll earn your rent for the month. Worried that Zhou might not want to go, she added, "Tending the fire is a simple job. Third sister-in-law arranged it for you because you're my sister-in-law. Just do your best. The family won't mistreat you." At first, Zhou was a little unhappy, but then she thought about how she could watch Lu Black Duck work when she was near the stove. She was sure she could learn. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt happy.
All right.
I promise to keep the fire burning bright for you all. However, when you took her to the stove opening, Zhou was stunned. Why was the stove outside the house? Or at the back of the house? In front of her was a wall, and there were 3 stove openings. She only needed to put firewood into each. This job was indeed simple, but it wasn't what she wanted. Being cut off outside like this, how could she secretly learn? She became anxious and asked, "You, sister, is there only me here?" "Yes, this job isn't hard. 1 person is enough. The firewood storage is nearby. If you run out, just go get more. Don't worry, you can do it. I have my own things to do, so I'll leave now." Yu finished speaking and left, having her own matters to attend to. "Sister." Zhou grabbed her. "I'm a lively person. Can you find me a different place to work? I'm all alone here, with no one to talk to. I feel like I'll go crazy. If you don't want to do such a good job, then you'll have to work in the fields. The abandoned land on the mountain also needs someone to look after it." Yu answered confidently, knowing Zhou wouldn't easily refuse. Zhou was restless. Otherwise, she wouldn't argue so much. Sure enough, when she heard she would be working on the abandoned land, Zhou immediately calmed down. Watching the Yu family leave, Mrs. Zhou spat unceremoniously and said, "Just wait and see. I will definitely learn it." These people guarded her like thieves, and the stove was still outside the house. They thought that would stop her? They are overthinking. As long as she wanted to do something, nothing could stop her. Anyway, she didn't need to watch the fire in the stove all the time. She could just go around to the front later and check. Learning a little each day, she would understand it eventually. The food workshop has 3 rooms, 1 for spices, 1 for fresh chickens and ducks, and the remaining one is the large stove room built with 3 stoves. Lu Hei's sales are very good, selling several pots a day. Without so many stoves, it wouldn't be possible to produce that much. Various dried ingredients are pre-packed in small cloth bags. When needed, just toss the bag into the pot. It will cook with flavor, and the meat won't stick to the spices. Once they learned the steps, 6 young girls could do it easily. Mrs. Zhou didn't need to interfere at all. She could even let them do it on their own. But there was Mrs. Zhou outside, so she had to be careful. "Auntie, it's good to have us here. You go ahead and busy yourself." They had been able to do these tasks smoothly before the new year. Now that they had enough help, there was no reason for Mrs. Zhou to work so hard. "It's okay. I feel more at ease watching here," she said, glancing outside. She lowered her voice and added, "The woman outside lighting the fire is my sister-in-law. You probably know her. Usually, keep an eye out, don't let her come in, and don't talk too much about the workshop with her. If you notice anything strange, tell me immediately." Mrs. Zhou was truly worried about her sister-in-law. "Okay, Auntie, don't worry. We'll be careful," the girls replied softly, and Mrs. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. These children are pitiful, without parents, and now working at the Liu family. They've at least found a home. "Oh, by the way, Annie, earlier Mrs. Zhou asked us for the workshop key. I think she might ask again, so maybe you should keep the key for a few days." The day before the New Year's Eve, Mrs. Zhou asked them for the key, and Yutong had already told the Liu family about it a few days earlier. "It's fine. She doesn't dare trouble you too much. Just your work as usual. If anything happens, feel free to come to us," Mrs. Zhou said, giving a few instructions before turning to leave. She has already decided to go to the town's restaurant to learn cooking skills. During this time, she needs to help her second sister find a suitable embroidery workshop and also find a chef at a restaurant to ask if they are willing to take on an apprentice. All these things need to be done gradually. As for old Lu's plan to become a goldsmith, there's no rush. First, she wants to settle the matters in the wasteland. After all, she will still earn wages. When she returned to the Liu family, Mrs. Yu immediately went to find He Junyang and reported on the situation at the food workshop. "It's clear that my eldest sister-in-law has problems." "Third sister-in-law, you're right. She took so long to come here, and as soon as she arrived, she headed straight for the food workshop. She's definitely after our Liu black duck recipe. I must keep a close watch on her these days and not let her take advantage." Mrs. Yu clenched her fists tightly. She felt a bit guilty for her family. Why can't her family members be as sensible as Qin's family? Instead, they always cause her trouble. "Big sister-in-law, don't worry too much. These things can't be rushed.
Take your time."
He Junyang seemed to not care at all, holding a pen and drawing those shy clothing patterns. Mrs. Yu felt embarrassed just looking at them. "This is my maternal family's eldest sister-in-law. If something happens, I feel I've let my family down. How can I not worry? If she were obedient, I wouldn't be so anxious." Mrs. Yu sighed, feeling unlucky. Zhou's actions had worn out her little feelings for her family. Although she didn't say it aloud, Mrs. Yu knew well what kind of people her parents were. When she married into the Liu family, it was to help her brother with the bride price. Later, they even looked down on her husband's lack of ability. Every time she returned to her maternal home, she went with a smile, but cried when she left. Recently, her thoughts had been swirling. She didn't want to admit it before, but Zhou's behavior made her somewhat relieved that her parents weren't the ones who came. Zhou was not related to her by blood. She could threaten with a cold face, but if it were her real parents, she wouldn't know what to do. "Big sister-in-law, don't worry. We all know this isn't your fault, and we won't blame you. There's only one family left in your maternal side. Whoever it is, they should help out, just like when your mother was willing to spend money to redeem Manhwa. If the trouble had fallen on Sister Zhou, we would also try our best to help. But people are different. Not everyone can be as obedient, understanding, and grateful as Lotus. When we meet a sister-in-law like Sister Zhou, we know that big sister-in-law feels more upset than anyone else. Right now, we are assigning her to do chores like lighting fires to test her. If she can work quietly and properly, our family is willing to support her long-term. After all, we are short-handed at home, and she can help out. But if she has bad intentions, we will find a good reason to send her away. We can't let big sister-in-law be criticized." He Junyang gently pats her hand to comfort her. Yu sure is moved to tears. Having a good family is perhaps her greatest luck in life. Alright, there's no need to feel sad. Our family is doing so well now, we should be happy. Look at these clothes I've drawn. Once they're made, we'll start wearing them. Hee hee, maybe soon, big sister-in-law, you might even have another baby. As she talks, she starts acting a bit silly. You sure, still not over her sadness, gets distracted by her and blushes deeply, understanding her hidden meaning. Third sister-in-law, don't say such nonsense. It's shameful. Hee Junyong doesn't mind and says, there's nothing to be shy about. Big sister-in-law, once these clothes are made, the business will be very good. We plan to target wealthy customers, and the money we make could be more than what we earn from winter clothes. You sure can understand, but she believes what her third sister-in-law says. If she says it will make money, then it definitely will. But third sister-in-law, isn't this designed for the girls in the building? Her eyes widen in surprise. These clothes are for the girls in the building, and they can wear them themselves, and even sell them to the wealthy. Won't that make people say they're improper? Of course not. Hee Junyong quickly denies. Big sister-in-law, these are for us women to wear. Any girl starting to develop can wear them, especially girls like Lotus. It's good for our chests, really good stuff. It's not just for the girls in the building. You sure is stunned, no longer feeling shy. All she can think about is how clothes can be good for the body. She looks again at the drawings, blushing as she points at a small skirt made of a few silk strips, asking, is this also for the same purpose?
Hee hee.
Hee Junyong smiled mischievously. This is to strengthen the bond between husband and wife. Only a woman who has become a wife can wear it. You sure was surprised. Isn't that just something the girls in the building wear? Big sister-in-law, your idea is a bit dangerous. Whether it's the girls in the building or married women, they can wear it. The girls in the building can earn more money wearing it, and married women can improve their relationship with their husbands. Each has its use. Hee Junyong explained seriously. Yusher's smile looked a little forced.
Well,
who would be brave enough to wear such things? Big sister-in-law, are you saying I can't be proper if I design something like this? Hee Junyong squinted at her, signaling her to think carefully before speaking. You, sure quickly shook her head.
No, I didn't mean that.
It's just. She couldn't think of what to say at first. But facing Hee Junyong's focused gaze, she felt a bit embarrassed.
Ha ha ha.
All right, I won't tease you anymore. Anyway, don't underestimate these clothes. They look simple and don't use much fabric, but they are actually hard to make. Especially to ensure comfort, they need constant adjustments. If this were modern times, it wouldn't be a problem. But in this era, technology is behind, and many materials are scarce. Making a pair of very comfortable underwear is really difficult. That's why she has been researching this lately and told shopkeeper Ren that she wouldn't start work for now. First, she has more time to focus on this, making sure she can create comfortable underwear with the materials available in this era. Second, she can keep an eye on Zhou Shi to catch any of her tricks early and eliminate a big hidden danger for the family. Seeing that she was serious, Yusher put away her playful attitude and said earnestly, I understand. Third sister-in-law, you just do what you want. I won't bother you anymore. She was about to leave, heading to the food workshop to keep watch, or Zhou Shi might bully a few young girls. Big sister-in-law, Hee Junyong called her back. There's no rush to learn embroidery, Ting girl. I know boss you. In a few days I'll go ask him. Since he's in this line of work, he must know good embroidery shops. I'll ask him to recommend one. Oh, all right. I really have no idea. Thanks for helping me ask boss you. Mrs. Yu smiled happily, feeling that her younger sister-in-law was very kind to her. She had previously worried about her 3 boys going to school, and now she was concerned about her niece learning embroidery. She didn't know how to repay her kindness. No problem. Hee Junyong agreed quickly. Mrs. Yu happily went to the food workshop. Before entering, she heard Zhou talking loudly. Not only that, she also heard some young girls gasping in surprise. In just a short time, Zhou caused some trouble again. Mrs. Yu sensed something was wrong and hurried inside. Zhou had been watching the situation ahead carefully. When she didn't hear Mrs. Yu's voice for a while, she knew Mrs. Yu had left. She took the opportunity to sneak over and look. She thought that with Mrs. Yu gone, she could act more freely. But to her surprise, a few little girls dared to stop her. They were just some lowly maids, so she didn't take them seriously. She quickly slapped Yueshua, one of the young girls, in the face. After hitting her, she wasn't satisfied and started scolding loudly, "You little maid, just a servant girl, and you dare to interfere in my affairs? Today I'll teach you a lesson." In her mind, she thought she was the same as the landowners' wives, both being the boss. If these young maids dared to oppose her, she would teach them a lesson. Mrs. Yu came in and saw her hitting Yueshua. The other girls were anxious, trying to stop her. The scene became chaotic. "Stop! What are you doing?" Mrs. Yu's blood pressure rose instantly. Her eyes turned red as she rushed forward. "Miss, you came just in time. These little maids." Smack! Zhou saw Mrs. Yu immediately start accusing her, but before she could finish, Mrs. Yu slapped her in the face. Suddenly, everything went quiet. "You hit me?" After a long moment, Zhou was stunned and looked at Mrs. Yu in disbelief. "I was hitting you." Mrs. Yu endured for a while, but now didn't care about manners. She wanted to tear her apart. "I told you to stay behind and tend the fire. Instead, you're not doing your work and coming to hit people. You're an adult, bullying a young girl. What's going on?" The children here are obedient and well-behaved. Since they arrived, they've never caused trouble.
But you?
You come and start hitting. Do you really think this is your home? If my parents find out about this, they will definitely kick you out for causing trouble. Even I won't be able to protect you then. She protected the young girls behind her and scolded Zhou Shi loudly. "You're calling me a troublemaker?" Zhou Shi still couldn't believe it. "How dare you Shaoi speak to her like that? Isn't that right? Zhou Lenka, I warned you. If you keep acting up, get out of here." Yu Shi pointed outside the door, signaling her to leave immediately. Sniff sniff. Seeing she was in the wrong, Zhou Shi burst into tears. "Look at me, everyone. I can't go on. I worked so hard to find family, and now they want to kick me out just a few days later. Things are getting better, and they look down on poor relatives." She sat on the ground, crying loudly without caring. Yu Shi felt a headache coming on again. Yu Shui saw this and quickly said, "Aunt Yu, I'm fine.
Don't worry about me."
She was just a servant. Getting slapped by her master was nothing. But if she caused trouble between the family members, she would be in big trouble, maybe even sold again. She liked her current life and the atmosphere, and she liked the Liu family. She didn't want to be sold again. She was worried and scared, and she started crying. "She hit you, and you're still defending her?" Yu Shi looked at Yu Shui and felt disappointed. But seeing her cry so sadly, she felt helpless. She thought the girl was probably scared inside. While they were arguing, Sun Shi and He Junyang hurried over after hearing the noise. Sun Shi had long disliked Zhou Shi and wanted to kick her out, but she was worried her eldest daughter-in-law would feel bad, so she stayed silent with a cold face. He Junyang saw the scene and asked, "What's going on? Why is it such a mess in just a short time?" "Oh, Zhou, it's so cold today. Sitting on the ground like that, you'll catch a cold. Get up quickly. Look at your clothes, they're dirty. I'll have the workshop make you a new outfit right away. Stop crying." He Junyang acted very caring towards Zhou Shi, helping her up and comforting her as if Zhou Shi was her own sister-in-law. She looked at Yu Shi and Sun Shi with surprise. What kind of trouble is the third daughter-in-law causing now? Zhou Shi wanted to make a scene, hoping the neighbors and female workers in the workshop would see. If things got serious, the Liu family would care about their reputation and might hesitate to really kick her out. Who knew that when Junyang came, she would care for her so much, leaving her quite confused. Actually, the third wife of the Liu family treats her better than Yu's wife does. She always smiles and cares for her. On New Year's Eve, she even gave her a big bowl of duck necks because she wanted to taste what black duck was like. Although Zhou doesn't like eating it much, she still has a good impression of Junyang. As soon as she came in, she showed concern and said she wanted to make her new clothes. She truly treats her better than her own sister. It seems the Liu family members don't dislike her, as Yu's wife claimed. Those words are just from Yu's wife alone and don't represent everyone in the family. Yes, it's all because of that mean woman Yu Shaoi, who is stirring trouble. For a moment, she stopped causing trouble and, feeling wronged, complained to Junyang. I did it out of kindness. I was bored and wanted to help in front. Who knew those little maids would guard against me like thieves? I saw they clearly had bad intentions, so I just tried to teach them a lesson. But my sister, she took my kindness for granted. She came in without a word and hit me. My heart is shattered. Look at my face, it's swollen. She's trying to kill me. That must be a misunderstanding by my eldest sister-in-law about you, Sister Zhou. She raised 2 little girls and has always been kind, treating these children like her own daughters. When she saw you hitting them, she thought it was your fault. Honestly, neither of you is wrong. My sister-in-law cares for the children, and Sister Zhou is doing what's best for our family. It's just a misunderstanding. Don't cry anymore. Your tears make me feel sad too. Junyang took out a small handkerchief and carefully wiped her tears, showing great closeness. Sun immediately understood Junyang's actions and quickly played along. It's just a misunderstanding. Come on, niece, get up. Did you hurt yourself? Let's go, let's go. I'll take you to change your clothes first. Sun pulled her to leave, leaving only Yu's wife, Junyang, and a few young girls in the workshop. Seeing Junyang's reaction earlier, the girls didn't understand her meaning and felt a little scared. Yu's wife also didn't understand her intentions. As soon as she left, she hurriedly asked, "Third sister-in-law, what are you doing? You hurt Yueshua so badly. I was planning to use this chance to send her away." Junyang smiled and said, "Elder sister-in-law, rushing won't help. Running a business, we must protect our reputation." As she spoke, she looked at the young girls, especially Yueshua, and was truly afraid that Junyang would blame her. She lowered her head and dared not look at her. Junyang didn't expect that her acting with Zhou would scare the girls so much, and she felt a bit helpless. "You did very well. I won't blame you. Go ahead and get busy." Everyone let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to leave. Junyang then said, "Yueshua, stay behind." Yueshua's back stiffened, and she began to tremble. She thought Junyang was going to blame her, especially since Junyang was so worried about Zhou just now. Yueshua slowly turned around and didn't dare to look at Junyang for a long time. "Why are you afraid? I wouldn't eat you, would I?" Junyang sighed softly and walked over to Yueshua, handing her a bottle of medicine. "Your face is swollen like that. Apply some medicine first. Such a pretty girl shouldn't ruin her face." Yueshua was a bit surprised and finally dared to look up at Junyang, asking, "Auntie, you're not angry with me? I already said you did the right thing. Why would I blame you?" Junyang replied. Yueshua didn't know how to answer for a moment. She couldn't exactly say it was because she liked how close Junyang and Zhou were, could she? "All right, go and apply the medicine quickly. In the future, if you encounter something like this, remember to find your family. Don't stay alone and suffer. You might get hit or feel wronged." "Thank you, Auntie." Yueshua was now completely convinced that Junyang didn't mean to make things difficult for her. She smiled and took the medicine before leaving. Yueshua then said, "Third sister-in-law, now that you care so much about our big sister-in-law, she'll definitely cling to you in the future. That person just needs to see her face and climb up. That's exactly the effect I want. Big sister-in-law, I originally planned to spend time with her slowly, but since she hit those girls, the family can't keep her. She's too slow, so I helped her along. Be prepared, big sister-in-law." This was a warning to Yueshua that Zhou would no longer be allowed to stay at home. If Yueshua was reluctant, it was better to make her position clear in advance. "All right, third sister-in-law, do whatever you want.
Don't worry about me.
I've been kind enough to her. If she wants to act recklessly, I can't protect her." Yueshua was straightforward. If Junyang hadn't stopped her, she would have already driven her out. Mrs. Yu stayed at the workshop, while Mrs. He went home to look for Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Zhou changed into a new outfit that Sun had never worn before. Although it was a bit small, Mrs. Zhou didn't mind, because Sun's clothes were made of the finest fabric. She felt very proud. "Oh, sister, you're finally here. Do I look good in this outfit?" She proudly turned around in front of Mrs. He. Just now, Mrs. He had been protecting her, and she felt their relationship was better than with Mrs. Yu. So she took the initiative to get closer to Mrs.
He.
A few days at the Liu family also helped her see things clearly. The third daughter-in-law of the Liu family was truly capable. She made many decisions at home. As long as she maintained good relations with her, getting some recipes would be easy. Yes, it looks good, but Sister Zhou, this outfit is a bit tight on you. Once our workshop makes new clothes, I'll be sure to have the first one for you to wear. Yes, yes. You're so kind to me, sister. Unlike that Xiao Yi, who always makes things difficult for me. She doesn't act like a proper relative at all. If I weren't so desperate, I wouldn't go out of my way to look at her face. I really have a hard life. Mrs. Zhou didn't know that there was a sewing machine in the ready-made clothing workshop now. If she really wanted new clothes, it would be done quickly. Mrs. He said it would take a few days, so she didn't think much about it. Sewing by hand really took several days. Sister Zhou, what are you saying? We all came from Changzhou. Even if we're not relatives, as fellow townspeople, we would help each other. My eldest sister-in-law is stubborn but kind-hearted. She's always been speaking well of you and trying to get you the easiest work. Mrs. He kept praising Mrs. Yu in front of Mrs.
Zhou.
Although Mrs. Zhou still felt a bit disdainful inside, she pretended to agree. I don't really think she's bad. It's just that her attitude toward me is a bit much. She even fought me over a servant. If it were someone else, they'd be in trouble. She looked quite aggrieved, but Mrs. He kept smiling and changed the subject lightly. Sister-in-law, I see you've been very interested in our food workshop. I guess you love cooking. How about I take you to visit the workshop? If you want to learn, I can find you a different job. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's heart warmed. She had been working so hard just to understand what those rooms were used for. I have been wasting time at the Yu family's place for several days, so I might as well say a few words to He Junyang. Zhou feels once again that she chose the wrong person before. All right. I've always been curious about how Liu Heiyu makes things, but unfortunately, Yu Shaoyi never told me. The two are quite close, holding hands as they leave together. Sun looks on with a complicated expression. Seeing He Junyang bring Zhou over again, Yu feels unsure of her intentions, but doesn't want to bother with Zhou, and turns to leave. Zhou hugs He Junyang's leg and ignores Yu, holding her chin high and not paying attention to her. He Junyang enthusiastically takes Zhou to see around. Yu is startled, but, thinking about He Junyang's plan, says nothing. Our workshop only has 3 rooms. 2 are storage rooms, and the other one, as you know, is for making cooked food. Let me show you the storage first. This is where we keep raw ingredients. To keep them fresh, we dug a cellar. Sometimes, finished cooked food is stored here too, but our cooked food is never left overnight. Once made and packed, it can be directly taken to the county for sale. He Junyang explains carefully. Zhou isn't very interested but can't help asking, and the other one? What is it for? The other one is really impressive. Our business depends entirely on what's in that storage room. Zhou's eyes light up, and she quickly pulls He Junyang to go see it. Yu, nearby, watches nervously, worried that if Zhou finds out, she might cause trouble. Third sister-in-law is really too careless. He Junyang takes her to see it. As soon as the door opens, a strong smell of spices hits. All these spices are bought from outsiders. Each cloth bag holds a portion of spices. Just a small bag can cook a big pot of meat. He Junyang casually toys with a bag in her hand. Smells pretty good. Can I smell it? Zhou doesn't dare be too bold in front of He Junyang. She doesn't reach out directly, but stares at the bag in her hand.
Of course you can.
He Junyang, without thinking, hands her the bag. Sister-in-law, we're family, so there's nothing to hide from you. If you like it, I'll give this bag to you. This is a wonderful surprise. Zhou quickly, carefully puts it in her. All right. Sister, you really are like my own sister. This is because she didn't dare ask for a pack directly in front of Mr. He. Unexpectedly, He Junyang simply gave her one. It seems that He Junyang truly considers her a friend. Zhou's wife, you're too polite. We've finished visiting now, so let's go out. If there's a portion ready, we'll help pack it up. Later, we'll give it to Manhwa and the others to take to the county to sell. He Junyang pulled her out the door, still locking it behind them. Zhou's wife caught the main point in her words and hurriedly asked, "Are we going to the town today?"
Yes.
Our family sells fresh food. Once it's cooked, we take it to sell. That way, it tastes better and is healthier. The new year just passed, so there probably won't be many buyers. We'll just sell 3 pots today, which should be enough. He Junyang was completely open with her, which made Zhou's wife very happy and more confident. She asked, "Can I go to the county with you? I want to join in the lively atmosphere and help sell some. You know I can't sit still, and I just want to be helpful." "Of course. Just go with them later." He Junyang linked arms with Zhou's wife and approached Yu's family, smiling warmly. "Big sister-in-law, later Zhou's wife will go to the town with you. Since she's new here, please be patient and don't start any conflicts." Yu's family felt confused. She hadn't gone to sell anything for a while before the new year. Had her third sister-in-law forgotten? Fortunately, she saw He Junyang giving her a subtle look, instantly realizing it was a trick set by her third sister-in-law. She quickly agreed, "Got it." Zhou's wife was happy that she would soon be able to report to the county. She was so pleased she didn't bother to think about anything else, even ignoring the swelling on her face from Yu's slap and not bothering to apply medicine. Happy news always lifts spirits. Zhou's wife suddenly became very energetic, helping to scoop out the cooked meat and vegetables, and even helping to load them onto the cart. He Junyang called Lianhua aside quietly and whispered, "When we get to the county, no matter what she asks for, agree to it. Especially if she makes excuses to leave." Lianhua nodded obediently. "Auntie, don't worry. I will." Yu's family took the opportunity to come over and ask, "Third sister-in-law, what do you want me to do?" She wasn't unwilling to go, but she didn't understand the point of He Junyang calling her. She needed to be clear about her task, right? "Big sister-in-law, just pretend you don't know anything. You can keep watching her dislike you. When the right time comes, I will send someone to find you." So, upon hearing this, Yu's family became even more confused. What exactly does the third sister-in-law want to do? However, He Junyang deliberately kept her clueless. As long as she appeared to be half aware, she could better deceive Zhou's family and make them feel completely at ease. Zhou's family quickly loaded everything onto the carriage and urged everyone to leave soon. He Junyang then went to find Old Yu to help them get the cart ready. Old Yu didn't know her plan and thought they were just preparing the cart as usual, so he didn't ask questions. He hurried to get the cart ready, loaded the food, and left with the 3 members of Yu's family. He Junyang watched them leave with a slight smile on her face. Sun's wife then came out and asked, "What exactly are you up to?" Since Zhou's family arrived, the third sister-in-law had shown strong resistance at first. Now they seemed very close, calling each other sisters. There must be some trick involved. If all goes well, the truth will come out tonight, He Junyang replied vaguely. Then she added, "Mother, watch the dog for me. I need to go see something." She was about to leave, but Sun's wife held her back and warned, "I don't care what you're planning. Be careful. Don't cause yourself trouble."
"Got it."
He Junyang responded and went to the stables to bring out Hong Mudan. She mounted the horse, waved her whip, and rode off smoothly. Sun's wife watched her confident figure and muttered angrily, "She's not acting like a proper woman. How is she going to get married?" Recently, she had been looking for a suitable family in the village. She realized that He Junyang was not in a hurry about her marriage, so she had to worry about her. But after looking for so long, she hadn't found anyone suitable. Either the people were too ugly or their families had too many members, making her worry that He Junyang would suffer after marrying in. Among all the people in Onping village, there was no one who could match her third sister-in-law. Sun's wife was quite worried. The new year was approaching, and if she delayed any longer, He Junyang's age would become a problem.
Sigh.
Sun's wife felt she was truly unlucky. As a mother-in-law, why did she have to worry about her daughter-in-law's marriage? He Junyang didn't know any of this. She was riding her horse leisurely behind the carriage, not far away. She had no way to hide herself. If she were discovered, she could just say she was going to the clinic for some matter. But Zhou's family was immersed in their own world and didn't notice He Junyang at all. When they arrived in the county town, they quickly set up their stall together. Just after the new year, there weren't many people on the street, but when they saw Lu Heiya being sold, soon a crowd gathered around. During these days of the new year, many people came here every day just to taste Lu Heiya because the flavor was so nostalgic. Other stalls were quiet and empty, but at the Lu family stall, people were packed tightly in layers. Zhou was surprised that the Lu family's business was doing so well, with a duck head selling for 5 cents. The crowd was eager to buy, almost like they were crazy. She was shocked, but still helped sell the food. After a while, she made an excuse to go to the restroom. She didn't talk to you during the walk, but now telling Lianhua was normal. Lianhua was amazed at how clever He Junyang was. She smiled and said, "Auntie, go ahead. We'll stay here." Yu rolled her eyes and sneered, "Lazy ox, lazy horse, and lots of nonsense." Zhou didn't want to bother with her and thought to herself, as long as she gave the seasoning packet to her boss, the boss could make even tastier food and crush the Lu family. Then, they would come to her for help and look at her with respect. Yes, her real goal in going to the Lu family was to get the recipe for Lu Heiya. On her escape route, she betrayed her injured family members, joined the bandits who robbed them, and did many bad things to survive. Finally, she arrived in Jingzhou City. When she saw the wanted notice from the Lu family, she looked down on it, thinking the Lu family wasn't doing well either and never intended to look for you. She used her small savings of a few silver coins to rent a place and got a job cleaning at a restaurant. The restaurant owner was truly wealthy, with 3 restaurants in the city, and there were many in other counties. Before the new year, the manager of a restaurant in Daling County reported to the city that a new dish called Lu Heiya had become popular and people liked it. If only they could get the recipe. They also said that although the Lu family was fleeing hardship, they were capable people. The matter involving Master Dong was well known, and most people didn't dare offend them easily. Getting the recipe was really difficult. However, when the shopkeeper of Daling County reported to the master, Mrs. Zhou was nearby, wiping the table. She thought that the shopkeeper's words sounded like they belonged to someone from the Lu family. At first, she thought it was impossible, but the more she listened, the more it seemed true. She couldn't help but ask questions and said that if she really knew someone from the Lu family, she could help the master get the formula. The master heard there was a chance and immediately sent someone to investigate. When they confirmed it was someone from the Lu family, the master told her to come from Fucheng. He also promised that if she succeeded, she would be given a managerial position, even the chance to become a restaurant manager. Mrs. Zhou was very excited. She followed the owner of the Daling County restaurant back and even sent her halfway to Wanping village. This trip was definitely to make a good impression. Mrs. Zhou looked cautiously at Yu and the others, who didn't notice her at all. She silently headed toward the restaurant owned by the master in Daling County. The restaurant is called 10 Miles of Fragrance. It has branches in the capital and nearby counties, and is quite famous. Earlier, the restaurant manager even took Mrs. Zhou to recognize the place. Mrs. Zhou has a good memory, and quickly found it. "I want to see Manager Zhang. Hurry, take me to see him." As soon as she entered, Mrs. Zhou grabbed a young waiter, looking excited and nervous. Because she was in such a rush to get to the county, she didn't have time to deal with the redness and swelling on her face. Now it was even more obvious. The young waiter didn't know Mrs. Zhou, but seeing she had been beaten and that the person who hit her was probably a woman, he immediately suspected that their manager might be involved in some romantic trouble outside. "What do you want to tell our manager?" Since she was an unknown woman, the young waiter didn't dare to lead her inside easily. If something went wrong in the restaurant, it wouldn't just ruin the manager's reputation but could also affect the restaurant's business. "I have something important to tell him. Let me in quickly." Mrs. Zhou didn't know what the young waiter was thinking, but she was determined to get promoted and earn a raise. "You need to tell me what it is first and your name so I can report to the manager." Usually, it wasn't so complicated. Mainly because the young servant thought this woman had issues and didn't dare to let her in easily. "Just tell him my last name is Zhou, the one from Fucheng. Once my matter is settled, he can come to see me." Zhou was a bit impatient and secretly resented the young servant. She thought that once she became the shopkeeper, she would definitely fire this troublesome servant. Fortunately, although the young servant didn't know her personally, he had heard about her before, as the previous shopkeeper had specifically told him. After learning her identity, the servant's attitude changed instantly. He smiled and said, "So you're Aunt Zhou. It's only been a few days, and you've already handled your matter. You're truly talented. Come on, our shopkeeper is inside. I'll take you to see him." This young servant had been working with shopkeeper Zhang for some years and knew some upper-level matters. Of course, he also knew what Zhou meant when she said her matter was settled. The reputation of Lu Black Duck was rising. Customers at the restaurant liked to buy a portion to drink with their meals or asked the waiters to help buy some. He was lucky enough to try it once, and the taste was truly intoxicating. Their shopkeeper had discussed cooperation with the Lu family, but the Lu family thought they weren't sincere enough and directly rejected them, leaving no room for negotiation. The shopkeeper had gone to Fuqing to report on work and mentioned this briefly. He had hoped the owner would think of a solution, but unexpectedly, he met Zhou, who was related to the Lu family, and she offered to get the recipe. He heard that the shopkeeper even brought someone to the restaurant at that time, but he was away on other matters that day, so he didn't see Zhou, and only just recognized her now. Seeing her attitude change so quickly, Zhou's vanity was also stirred, and she proudly lifted her head as she walked inside. Once she met shopkeeper Zhang, she could return to Fuqing. She might become a manager or a shopkeeper, enjoying a comfortable life, eating well, and drinking good wine. That life was far better than what these people could imagine. "Shopkeeper, Aunt Zhou is looking for you." The young servant shouted loudly as soon as he entered, his excitement obvious. With a recipe for Lu Black Duck, they wouldn't need to worry about offending the Lu family anymore, and they might even take over their business. The restaurant's income also affected how much money the young servants could earn. If business was good, they could earn a few more coins each month, which made them very eager. Thinking of this, their attitude towards Zhou became even more respectful. Shopkeeper Zhang was the first to come forward, smiling warmly and saying, "Big sister is here. Let's go upstairs to the side room to talk. I'll also prepare a hot tea for Aunt Zhou. She's the hero who made our 10-mile fragrant shop famous." This last sentence was said to the young waiter, who nodded and went to handle it. Shopkeeper Zhang personally took Aunt Zhou upstairs. For a moment, Aunt Zhou felt that all the hardships she had suffered at the Lu family were worth it. From now on, she could enjoy such treatment every day and become someone important. She reached out and patted the small cloth bag in her. The things inside could change her fate, but she had to keep it safe. Inside the side room, shopkeeper Zhang couldn't wait and asked, "Big sister, what exactly is the recipe? Can you remember the whole process?" "I remember, it's very simple." Aunt Zhou was confident. He Junyang had shown her 3 rooms. She thought the other 2 were not useful. The most important one was the room with the spices. With the spices, just put the ingredients in and cook, nothing complicated. Seeing her confident look, shopkeeper Zhang felt excited too. He said, "Big sister, just tell us what you need. I'll have someone prepare everything. Or maybe you can make it for us right now." Aunt Zhou held back her joy and said, "Not yet. Let me drink some water first, then I'll tell you the details." Just then, the waiter brought tea. Shopkeeper Zhang personally poured her a cup, eager to get the recipe for Lu Black Duck. Whatever he had to do, he was willing. Aunt Zhou pretended to take a sip of tea, then cleared her throat and said, "I thought making Lu Black Duck would be complicated, but it's just putting everything in a pot and boiling it with the spices. They bought the seasoning from the foreigners. I don't know what's inside, but it's sewn in a cloth bag. 1 bag can make a big pot." Hearing this, shopkeeper Zhang asked about the spices. "Don't worry, shopkeeper Zhang. Do you think I'd mess up? I'm related to them, so they're not suspicious of me. They even took me to the storeroom. I brought back a cloth bag. I'll open it and see what's inside. We can buy this same stuff." As she spoke, she reached into her and pulled out a small cloth bag that smelled of spices. Shopkeeper Zhang reached out to take it, but Aunt Zhou quickly pulled it back. Master Zhang's full attention was on the cloth pouch. Seeing Zhou's reaction, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. This woman was much more difficult than he had expected. Master Zhang, don't worry just yet. You know I was sent by the master, and these spice packets are also brought back by me. I need you to witness this, or all my efforts will be for nothing. In some ways, Zhou was quite clever. For example, now she was making extra preparations to protect her interests. Master Zhang immediately understood her meaning and felt a bit disdainful. He wondered if this woman still didn't realize she had already become a discarded in the eyes of her master. Someone who can betray even relatives can't be trusted to help sincerely. The master's plan was to take the recipe, once they had it, and then dismiss the person involved. Since this woman had just offended her relatives, she wouldn't dare cause trouble. Meanwhile, the shop 10 miles of fragrance would benefit the most. Thinking of this, Master Zhang put on a sincere smile and patted his chest to assure her. Of course. This is all your great achievement, sister. Our shop has always been fair, reward and punishment clearly. You've made a big contribution, and the master will surely reward you handsomely. Besides you, who else could get the recipe in such a short time? His flattering words touched Zhou's heart, making her smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Proudly, she handed over the cloth pouch. Master Zhang took it, sniffed carefully, and immediately his face lit up with a genuine smile. The smell of the spices was very fragrant. Go get some scissors. He was eager to open it and see what was inside. The young servant responded and brought scissors. As Master Zhang cut open the pouch, the three of them hurried over to look. But Master Zhang's eyes widened in shock. He threw what he was holding onto the table, suppressing his anger, and asked, "Tell me, what is this thing?" Zhou hadn't yet seen what it was and simply said, "Isn't this just some spice?" She reached out and picked up a small twig-like object, brought it close to her nose, and sniffed. It definitely has a smell. This is a spice. Zhou was firm. She was sure this was correct. It was taken from the storeroom, and many cloth pouches were stored together. Junyang casually handed her a bag. Most importantly, it really did smell fragrant. But how do you explain this stone? You tell me this isn't just an ordinary stone. I've never seen anyone use stones as seasoning before. Shopkeeper Zhang looked at the pair of branch-shaped stones and dirt on the table, so angry he didn't know what to say. He thought he might really get the recipe, but it turned out this woman was just playing him. If she was going to trick him, why did she go through all those acts earlier? Was she tired? But the smell is real. Maybe this is a special seasoning from the Hu people? Mrs. Zhou also became anxious. She was sure she hadn't taken the wrong ingredients. The girls in the workshop really used this kind of seasoning packet to cook. Maybe we should sew up the cloth bag and try cooking with it. Maybe it will work. These things might be unique to the Hu land. Mrs. Zhou kept talking and felt more convinced that this was possible. They didn't even know what Hu land looked like, so who knew if these branch stones could be used as seasoning? He Junyang was so kind and friendly to her. She definitely wouldn't lie. Hearing this, even shopkeeper Zhang believed her. Although it was obvious it wouldn't work, the smell was real. Why not give it a try? Shopkeeper Zhang looked up and met Zhou's hopeful gaze, then still told the young servant, "Go cook a pot of soup in the kitchen." The young servant swallowed hard, clearly doubtful, but since the shopkeeper said so, he obediently went to do it. 15 minutes later, Zhou, who had been beaten, was thrown out of the restaurant. After cooking, they found that the ingredients were just ordinary stones, mud, and rotten branches. Not only did they produce nothing, but they also wasted a pot of water. Shopkeeper Zhang was furious and had her beaten. You still want to be the shopkeeper like this?
Dream on.
Get out, and don't let me see you again. Shopkeeper Zhang stood at the restaurant door, looking down at her with a face full of disgust. He thought this woman might be useful at first, claiming that the Liu family trusted her, but it turned out she was just being played. Thinking about the doctor who scolded Master Dong earlier, she was clearly a tough person. Now she didn't even offend the Dong family, let alone this foolish Zhou. No, shopkeeper Zhang, give me another chance. I will definitely find out the truth. Zhou was beaten so badly her face was swollen, and she no longer looked proud. Despite the many onlookers gossiping, she knelt and crawled to hold onto Manager Zhang's leg. Although she didn't know exactly what went wrong, she knew she had to hold onto Manager Zhang's leg, or else her master would be hopeless. Her master had said that if she succeeded, she should find Manager Zhang, who would then contact her master. She was not allowed to go to the city on her own, or she wouldn't have gone to find Manager Zhang immediately after getting the cloth bag. She also wanted Manager Zhang to speak well of her in front of her master, so they wouldn't fall out completely. Opportunity?
Ha!
You're so stupid. Not just once, even 10 times you wouldn't manage it. Get out of here. After saying this, Manager Zhang turned and walked away. Meanwhile, the young servant beside him took the chance to kick her in the stomach and cursed, wasting a good pot of tea. So unlucky. The onlookers naturally didn't know what had happened. They only thought the woman had made a mistake. Such scenes of people being driven out after messing up were common, so nothing special. They just took a quick look at the commotion, and then left. Zhou Shi sat dazed on the ground, unable to understand why things had turned out this way. Normally, she should be in the restaurant, enjoying the admiration of others, waiting to return to the city where her master could make her a chief manager. She would receive a few silver coins each month, then find a handsome man to marry and live a comfortable life. But everything changed so quickly that she didn't have time to think about the reasons. She was driven out before she could even consider her next steps. After sitting for a while, she decided she couldn't just wait helplessly. She got up and rushed toward the restaurant, determined to explain herself to Manager Zhang and ask for another chance. Next time, she promised to steal more cloth bags and check them carefully. However, 2 young servants at the door blocked her way. Before she could get close, she was kicked again. She lost her balance and fell down the stone steps. The fall hurt so much that she felt dizzy, with her mouth twisted in pain, and she couldn't regain her senses for a while. Stinky woman. Our manager said if you dare come again, we'll beat you to death. Get out of here and don't delay our business. The young servant also disliked her. If there hadn't been people passing by, they might have beaten her up again to make things worse for the restaurant. Mrs. Zhou struggled to stand up, biting her lip in pain. It didn't matter if the shopkeeper didn't believe her. She planned to return to the Liu family first. Once she had the items, she would go directly to the government office to find her master and complain, so he could teach that shopkeeper a lesson. Her master didn't want her to seek trouble on her own, but that didn't mean she wouldn't fight back if someone bullied her. She kept a record of everyone who had wronged her, waiting for the right chance to get revenge. Just as she was finally able to stand up, a pair of pink embroidered shoes suddenly appeared before her. A teasing voice came from above. Sister-in-law Zhou, I haven't seen you for a little while. Why do you look so miserable now? Mrs. Zhou was stunned. She didn't expect He Junyang to be here. Her mind went blank, unsure how to respond. She was more worried about explaining how she was driven out of the restaurant, not realizing she had already been exposed in front of the Liu family. Mrs. Zhou was foolish because she thought everyone was stupid. Her intentions were obvious, but she didn't realize others saw through her. She even believed everyone was fooled by her. If she had been a little smarter, He Junyang wouldn't have dared to confront her so openly.
Come on, sister.
Help me up. The people in this town's restaurant are really terrible. I just wanted to take a look and they threw me out. I've never seen such disrespect, she said, her eyes flickering as she looked for an excuse to cover her embarrassment. But He Junyang couldn't help but click her tongue. Really? I saw that young man smiling happily as he let you in. And you're quite familiar with shopkeeper Zhang inside. Mrs. Zhou was stunned. Did she see that? How much did she see? Suddenly, she felt afraid. If she caused trouble with shopkeeper Zhang, she could still go to her master for help. But if He Junyang found out, she might be kicked out of the Liu family. No, sister. You must have seen it wrong. If I knew him, how could I have been thrown out? She said nervously, forcing herself to smile and biting her lip as she got up. She didn't dare to look at He Junyang's face. He Junyang smiled and said, Yes, sister-in-law, you clearly went in willingly. How could you be thrown out? Let me guess, maybe they didn't like the branches and stones I gave you. Why are these people so petty? Because of a small bag of branches and stones, they turned against you. That's just too much. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou immediately looked up at her, asking, "What do you mean by that?" She finally sensed that something was wrong, but still found it hard to believe. She considered herself usually careful, and she had seen He Junyang take something out of a cloth bag for her. Until she was chased out by the restaurant staff, she never doubted He Junyang. But she didn't expect that Zhang the shopkeeper was right. She had been played. "That's exactly what you thought it was." He Junyang said this casually, as if talking about something very ordinary. "You probably still haven't realized it, thinking that my family's black duck is made from those sticks and stones, right? If that's true, Sister Zhou, you're really not clever." He Junyang said this while clicking her tongue, her smile obvious on her face. Every word she spoke felt like a knife stabbing into Sister Zhou's heart.
Why?
How could this happen? After a long pause, Sister Zhou slowly whispered. She couldn't understand how He Junyang managed to do it. From being assigned to light the fire, to fighting with the girls, and then He Junyang coming to protect her. Everything seemed so natural, without any signs of a trap. Especially when He Junyang took her to the storeroom, casually picking from many cloth bags, each one exactly the same. How could He Junyang be sure that the one she took was definitely fake? Or was it that all those bags were fake, just to fool her, using so many fake ones? She couldn't understand many things, and she didn't want to. She didn't believe she had been completely tricked by He Junyang. At first, she thought He Junyang was a good person, at least helping her. When she became successful in the future and He Junyang's life was hard, she still wanted to lend a hand. But now, it seemed that He Junyang's heart was the darkest among the Liu family. In that moment, she suddenly understood why everyone in the big Liu family was willing to listen to He Junyang. No reason. "We originally planned to stay with you and play slowly, but you moved too slowly. Nothing has happened these days, so I decided to help you. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Once you got the item, you didn't even think to open it and check first. If you had, we wouldn't even know who your supplier was." He Junyang's voice was soft and pleasant, but her words sounded as cold as frost in the winter, making Sister Zhou shiver. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Unable to argue with He Junyang, she decided to pretend to be naive. He Junyang was quite disappointed by her reaction. She crossed her arms and called out behind her, "Big brother and sister-in-law, come out now." Just moments earlier, Lu Laoda and the Yu family had been following her. After Zhou Shi left, He Junyang went to find them. Only then did Yu Shi understand why He Junyang had brought her husband and herself to the county town. At first, Yu Shi didn't understand why Zhou Shi came to the restaurant, but after hearing He Junyang speak, she suddenly realized. Zhou Shi was sent by the 10 Miles Fragrance School to steal the recipe. No wonder she kept going to the food workshop every day. Now it all made sense. Yu Shi admired He Junyang deeply. She hadn't understood her intentions before, but now she finally did. He Junyang had deliberately shown kindness to Zhou Shi to gain her trust, so she wouldn't check the contents of her cloth bag and would directly bring the recipe to the 10 Miles Fragrance School. The couple came out from behind a nearby wall and looked at Zhou Shi with a calm face. They had already been surprised earlier, but now they felt relaxed. Recently, Zhou Shi had caused trouble for the Liu family, which Yu Shi disliked. To protect the reputation of the workshop, she had to dismiss her, feeling guilty toward the Liu family. Now that she knew Zhou Shi's true intentions and had caught her in the act, this was the clearest reason to make her leave. "Little sister, I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't do those things. You tell her, you make it clear to her." Seeing Yu Shi, Zhou Shi hurried forward and grabbed her hand, looking panicked and begging for help. For Yu Shi, Zhou Shi was now a lifeline. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Liu family, Yu Shi's words carried weight. As long as she agreed to stay, the Liu family would still have her. That way, she still had a chance. Yu Shi roughly shook off her hand, looked at her as if she were a fool, and asked, "Do you think I'm stupid? From the moment you went in until you came out, we saw everything you did and said. Yet you still pretend you don't know what your sister-in-law is talking about." I kindly took you in, but you're trying to harm our Lu family. I've never seen such a treacherous person as you.
No, I didn't. It wasn't me.
Believe me, it's them who framed me. They're the ones hurting me. Zhou Shi kept shaking her head and cried uncontrollably. She didn't care that she was on the street or that many people were watching her. All she wanted was Yu Shi's sympathy. The young sister-in-law has a kind heart. She knows that if she cries hard enough, she might stay. But what she doesn't know is that the Yu family now hopes she will leave quickly. They definitely don't want her to stay. All the things you've been doing at home lately are obvious to everyone. If you still have any shame, leave on your own. This is the last bit of respect I can give you. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Yu Shi is now annoyed just by looking at her. She once again questions why Qin's family is so smart, kind, and capable, while her own family is a troublemaker.
What do you mean by that?
Are you kicking me out? Zhou sure can't believe it. She begged her. And she still acts so cold? She is Yu Shi's only family member. Doesn't Yu Shi need her family as support? That's so obvious. Can't you tell? Yu Shi has no more patience. She pulls Lu Laoda and turns to leave.
Lu Laoda also feels upset.
His wife still has her family, and he was happy for her. But now it's all a mess. It's really unlucky. Don't leave. You all can't leave. Someone come quick. Look at this family, so unkind. Their family came from hardship, and now they say they want to leave? I am just a woman. How can I live like this? Zhou Shi grabs Yu Shi's pants and then falls to the ground, crying loudly. This is the Lu family workshop that sells black ducks. They made money from the workshop and no longer want me, a poor relative. Come, everyone, judge for yourselves. She has no shame anymore and isn't afraid of making trouble. Now she truly has nowhere to go. Staying at the Lu family means good food and clothes and not many worries. Yu Shi didn't expect her to be this shameless. She had been enduring for the sake of the workshop's reputation, but now she dares to cause trouble. It's really shameless. She tries hard to pull her leg away from Zhou Shi's grip, but Zhou Shi uses all her strength to hold on. Lu Laoda doesn't hesitate. He kicks her and pulls Yu Shi into his arms for protection. He doesn't hit women, but he must protect his wife. Otherwise, he would be a coward. While they were arguing here, many people had gathered to watch. The family scandal is more interesting than the small scene earlier at the restaurant. Now, with Lu Black Duck involved, even more people are watching.
Who are these people?
When they get money, they abandon their poor relatives. I really like eating Lu Hei duck, and I didn't expect the boss to be like this. Who says otherwise? That Lu Hei duck is quite expensive, so this family must have made a lot of money. How can they not take in any relatives? That's just too much. It seems I should eat less Lu Hei duck in the future. Such people are not worth supporting. But that's not true. Lu Hei duck is just a family business. I miss it if I don't eat for a few days. I can't give it up, haha. There are all kinds of opinions, but most lean towards the Zhou family, because she speaks very confusingly. Right now, she seems to be in some trouble, and people naturally want to defend her. At this moment, He Junyang slowly said, "Sister-in-law Zhou, do you realize that what you did today is no longer a small matter of just going against family? Stealing the family's recipe and giving it to others is theft. We could send you to see the county magistrate. If you meet the magistrate, you'll get a beating and probably end up in jail. Our family, considering you're my sister-in-law's relative, won't pursue this matter."
But I didn't expect you to bite back.
TSK, it's really heartbreaking. He Junyang's voice was neither loud nor soft, clear enough for Zhou to hear, and others nearby could also listen. Suddenly, everyone was confused. Could there be some hidden story? What is really going on? Why do they have to see an official? Please explain clearly. Yes, what theft? Didn't that woman just get kicked out by the 10 Miles fragrance? What's going on now? Probably someone with dirty hands. No wonder even relatives dislike her. In a short time, everyone's opinions changed completely. Lu Laoda thought, as a man, this is really their big family's problem. He shouldn't let his third sister-in-law always speak for them. So he stood up and loudly said, "Fellow villagers, Here's what happened. The woman on the ground is my wife's sister-in-law. She got separated from her family while fleeing famine. We found her on New Year's Eve, and naturally, we kept her. Everyone knows I sell Lu Hei duck in the food business. The most important thing is the recipe. This woman has bad intentions. She stole our seasoning packet and sold it to a restaurant. That's a betrayal of our Lu family. Fortunately, we were prepared early and didn't let her steal the real seasoning packets. Otherwise, our family business would have been ruined. According to my third sister-in-law, this was supposed to be reported to the authorities, but since she is my wife's older sister, we decided not to pursue it. I didn't expect this woman to turn around and accuse us, causing a scene and making everyone laugh at us. I sincerely apologize. Lauda Lu was able to speak so clearly in front of everyone. Both Junyang and you were shocked. Truly, people's potential is endless. It can only be fully shown in special situations. This is a good thing for Lauda Lu. At least now, he won't be so nervous when speaking on behalf of others. So, it turns out they stole fake seasoning packets. No wonder they got beaten up at the restaurant. But honestly, the 10 miles of fragrance shop really has no limits. They even dared to use stolen seasoning packets. Isn't that normal? Don't you know how delicious Lu black duck is? If someone gave me the recipe now, I'd do the same. Exactly. It's just bad luck for the Lu family. Everyone started discussing again, but Zhou was completely stunned. She only stole a packet of fake seasoning, and she still got thrown into jail? She thought the Lu family was her last option, but now even that didn't work. What should she do next? She was the one who volunteered to take responsibility. Now that she messed up and almost damaged the reputation of 10 miles of fragrance, she knew her employer wouldn't let her off easily if they found out. I was wrong, sister. Please give me another chance. I have nowhere to go now. Don't kick me out. Please give me another chance. Realizing the situation was against her, Zhou quickly changed her tone, crying with tears and snot, as if the Lu family had wrongly accused her. You couldn't stand her wasting time and fussing anymore. She coldly said, "You have two choices. Either leave on your own or go see the officials with me." Zhou immediately fell silent. She didn't want either option, but she had no choice. People nearby had already started spitting at her, calling her shameless, heartless, and wishing her bad luck. Now she finally understood she really shouldn't have offended the Lu family. But it was too late now. The Lu family wouldn't give her another chance. You looked down at her with a superior attitude, waiting for her to decide. After a moment, Zhou slowly reached out her hand and asked you, "Can you give me some money? I have no money at all. I can't survive without it." "You sure?" She was almost laughing out of anger. Things are like this, and she still dares to ask her for money? Where is her face? He Junyang was watching nearby, feeling very impressed with Zhou Shi. This was happening in front of so many people. If no one was around, would she ask you sure to support her for life, even to care for her in old age and bury her? Before you sure could speak, others started to complain. "Oh, this is the most shameless person I've ever seen. She stole from someone and got caught, and still dares to ask for money." Exactly. We used to misunderstand the boss of Black Duck Lu. We thought she was not a good person, but that was wrong. If I had relatives like this, I would have already torn apart with them and reported them to the authorities. Sai, being a good person is hard. Let's leave quickly, you shameless woman. Get out of our Daling County. Don't let us see you again. You're bad luck. Some women even started to step in. Zhou Shi was beaten and curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. You sure felt sorry but turned away coldly. He Junyang caught up and said, "Big sister-in-law, I need to go to the clinic. You all go back first, don't wait for me." You sure was in a bad mood. She nodded without saying much. After He Junyang left, old Lu stayed nearby to comfort her. "Don't be sad. You still have me, right?" "Yes, and you all." You sure forced a smile and tried not to think about Zhou Shi's troubles. She also felt that everyone in her husband's family was kind to her now. There was no need to cling to her family. If she met someone like Zhou Shi, it was better not to meet at all. The two of them went to find Manhwa. They all came here to catch Zhou Shi in the act. The small stall was only Lianhua alone, and she was probably too busy to handle everything. Sure enough, even after being away for so long, there were still many people around the stall. Some bought black duck Lu, and others just came to watch the excitement. They thought black duck Lu was really special food. Lianhua was busy selling black duck Lu and chatting with customers. My clothing workshop has started working. Soon, new styles will be available. You must come support us. These new styles are still designed by Aunt Junyang. They're perfect for spring. I saw some samples and they look so nice. Someone asked in surprise, "Don't you only make feather clothes? Today you're only selling food. I thought your workshop didn't sell ready-made clothes anymore." Lotus carefully explained, "We have a workshop at home, and we've hired many female workers and embroidery ladies. This business is definitely going to succeed." Auntie Junyang said that our workshop will produce clothing all year round, and the styles will always be the newest. No other workshop can match ours. Everyone was used to hearing her call her Auntie Junyang, and they all knew who she was. Rumor had it that Junyang was a remarkable woman. She came up with the ready-made clothes in the house and the method for making the Lu black duck. She was also a doctor at the medical clinic, and even Master Dong was convinced by her treatment. The name Junyang was well known in Daling County. "You little girl are really quick with your words. You're making me quite interested. I can't wait to see what the new clothes look like," said a well-dressed woman in the crowd, smiling. Living in the county and able to wear nice clothes, she naturally had enough money to buy clothes. She had also bought feather and down coats from the Lu family last winter and trusted the Lu family very much. Another woman agreed, "That's right. When you go back, tell your elders to get new clothes soon. We're all waiting to support your family. It's quite amazing. I heard that your Lu family took on many big orders before the new year. Usually they wouldn't be able to finish them all, but somehow you finished early and the quality is very good. The stitches are so fine. It doesn't look like rushed work. What secret do you have?" Someone asked casually from the crowd, but with a clear purpose. Lotus looked at the person and smiled. "There's no secret. Our workshop believes that those who work hard will earn more. The more clothes we make, the more money we earn. The female workers and embroidery ladies want to earn more, so they work faster." This was a good idea. Instead of paying by the month, they paid based on how much they made. Some people who liked to be lazy would just slack off, but with this method, no one dared to be lazy. However, even if hard work meant earning more, the female workers would still do their best. Yet, the clothes from the Lu workshop never had quality problems. Most importantly, the stitches were so fine that they didn't look like they were made by many people. They looked like they were done by the same person. But who could be so precise with every single stitch? This really troubled the man. He had been thinking for a long time and simply couldn't understand. He wanted to blend into the crowd and ask clearly, but the clever young girl understood how to avoid difficult questions and easily deflected his inquiry. That's how it is. It seems the saying, "You can't catch the wolf without giving up the child," is true. Your family's workshop is quite honest. Someone spoke a fair comment, and everyone naturally shifted the conversation to the word honest. Lotus then praised her own workshop, convincing the buyers to feel excited and even ask if the Lu family workshop was still hiring. When Mr. Yu and old Master Lu returned, they saw Lotus chatting happily with everyone. Mr. Yu was too preoccupied with his own worries to feel sad and kept sighing. Look at Lotus's way with words. No wonder she does such good business. We adults are not as good as her. What a wonderful girl. If only our two daughters had half her talent, I could sleep happily as a mother. Old Master Lu chuckled. Our daughter has her own strengths. Look at Ting. She's very determined, knows what she wants, and works hard to achieve it. Sean is still young. She'll get there slowly. Hearing her husband's comforting words, Mrs. Yu's mood instantly improved. The most reassuring thing about the Lu family was that they treated sons and daughters equally. Unlike her childhood, when being a girl meant she never had a good life. They adjusted their spirits and went to help Lotus. However, He Junyang didn't go to the clinic, but headed straight to the backyard of Shirley Piaoxiang. Enemies have their own masters. Surely Piaoxiang dared to target her, and she couldn't let them get away easily. She had to take some interest back. Surely Piaoxiang had previously approached the Liu family to discuss a partnership with Liu Heiya, but they were rejected. A proper partnership was welcomed by the Liu family, but the shopkeeper clearly had been in his position too long and forgot his status. He came in arrogantly, demanding to buy their formula, and even looked as if the Liu family was trying to climb up to him. The money offered for the formula was pitiful, only 100 taels of silver. To the Liu family, that was hardly enough to buy a beggar's meal. Liu Heiya earned more than 100 taels a month, so this shopkeeper's offer was laughable. As a result, shopkeeper Zhang was driven out by the Liu family, who also declared they would never cooperate with 10 Miles Fragrance again. If it had been someone else, shopkeeper Zhang might have dared to seek revenge, but the Liu family was different. Previously, Lord Dong had publicly apologized on the street, which was embarrassing. Shopkeeper Zhang didn't dare to make a fuss, and could only swallow this bitter pill. Before the new year, he went to the capital to report work. He wanted to mention to his master to find a way to deal with the Liu family, but unexpectedly, Zhou appeared. He didn't have high hopes for Zhou, and now that trouble had arisen, he didn't care much. He had already sent a fast horse with a letter to the capital. If his master found out Zhou's matter was exposed, he would definitely have other plans. Anyway, shopkeeper Zhang believed that as long as his master liked the recipe, he could get it. He knew he just had to wait for his master's instructions. What he didn't know was that He Junyang had secretly entered the back courtyard of 10 Miles Fragrance without anyone noticing. She was now crouched on a beam nearby, listening to him and the second apprentice talk. Shopkeeper, luckily we chased that Zhou woman out. Something big just happened at our restaurant's door. The second apprentice had secretly witnessed everything outside and hurried to report to the shopkeeper. What big thing? Did the Liu family come looking for us? Shopkeeper Zhang lifted his eyelids lazily, feeling it wasn't much of his concern. Shopkeeper, you're really insightful. The Liu family already knew Zhou was trying to steal spice packets, so they gave her fake ones to fool her. Zhou is such a fool. She didn't realize it for a long time. The second apprentice spat and continued, Zhou's days ahead won't be easy. The Liu family has cut ties with her and just beat her up on the street. She has nowhere to go now. Serves her right. She shouldn't have been acting as an overseer in the capital, yet she still wanted that position. Now she's in trouble, and the master won't want her anymore. It's a miracle if she has a good life. Shopkeeper Zhang curled his lips, thinking this woman was as stupid as a pig. But, shopkeeper, now that Zhou has left 10 Miles Fragrance, it's damaging our reputation. And the Liu family also bears a grudge against us. Why are you so worried? I just wrote a letter to my master. I believe soon he will give me a plan. The Liu family is just an ordinary family. They can't compete with my master. As for the black duck formula, 10 Miles Fragrance will get it. He smiled proudly, having reported the incident with Liu Heiya to his boss. In the future, when he earned money, his boss would surely remember him. Earning extra money was easy for him. Shopkeeper, you're really impressive. Once I get the recipe, I must buy a dish from our restaurant to take home for my parents to try. I'll say it's a new dish from our restaurant and tell them to promote it around. The clerk, acting very obedient, patted Zhang's shopkeeper's back. Zhang's shopkeeper felt very comfortable and let out a satisfied hum, gradually feeling sleepy. The clerk didn't dare to relax and left to do other work once he saw Zhang's shopkeeper asleep. He Junyang then came down from the beam and approached Zhang's shopkeeper, who was just asleep. She looked at his fat face and suddenly slapped him.
Slap.
Zhang's shopkeeper, just beginning to dream about how to spend his money, was suddenly pulled back to reality by the slap. Who hit me? He immediately woke up, covering his face and looking at the smiling He Junyang, shocked and frightened. He was about to call for help, but He Junyang said, if you dare to call someone, I can make sure you die before anyone arrives. She waved the long needle in her hand. Actually, she wanted to kill Zhang's shopkeeper easily, and she didn't need the needle at all. But since her current identity was a doctor, she had to do something related to her profession to seem more intimidating. Zhang shopkeeper saw He Junyang's face clearly and immediately dared not speak. There was a rumor that He Junyang could make people believe things that weren't true. The illness of Master Dong only needed to be controlled, and it wouldn't relapse soon. But because of this woman's meddling, it flared up every month, and only she could treat it. The Dong family was tightly controlled by her. Because of this, Zhang shopkeeper had always been wary and didn't dare to challenge her. Dr. He, it was that Zhou family who wanted to steal your recipe. It has nothing to do with me. He thought He Junyang was here to settle the score with Zhou for past grievances and shifted the blame onto Zhou. Since Zhou wasn't here now, everything depended on his words. Shopkeeper Zhang, it seems I underestimated you before, He Junyang said, reaching out to pat his face as if choosing a good piece of pork. At first, He Junyang came for Zhou's matter, but after overhearing the conversation between Zhang shopkeeper and the clerk, she changed her mind. Shopkeeper Zhang felt scared inside and forced a smile, saying, Dr. He, you're joking. I'm just a small person. Shopkeeper Zhang, are you saying that everything I just heard is a joke? He Junyang's face was gentle, but Zhang felt his whole body stiffen. When did she arrive? Did she overhear his conversation with the minor clerk? How much did she hear? His only thought now was, it's over, it's over, it's over. Mrs. Zhou might have the courage, but she wouldn't know that Lu Black Duck is connected to our Lu family just by being in the city. You did good work with the 10 miles fragrance, so how could you not leave your name? You were just now determined to get Lu Black Duck for us. Now, have you forgotten? Want me to help you remember? He Junyang sat down on a nearby bench, crossed her legs, and acted like a boss. All a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. It was Mrs. Zhou who misled us. She wants to be the manager of the restaurant and is trying to take credit with the recipe. That's all her idea. It has nothing to do with me. Shopkeeper Zhang kept begging for mercy. He believed that after she quietly arrived in the backyard, she must have some skills. A brave man doesn't suffer losses in front of his eyes. First, he must save his own life. Ha, you really cleanly wash your hands of it. He Junyang sneered, and then kicked him in the chest. Shopkeeper Zhang fell to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, she stomped on his face. Tell me, if I just killed you like this, would anyone know it was me? He Junyang didn't mind taking more lives, especially such wicked troublemakers. Please, miss, spare my life. Shopkeeper Zhang wanted to be brave, but he had no chance to fight back in front of her. Now he finally understood why the Dong family was so tightly controlled. That Dong patriarch must have had his own hardships. A strong man crying with tears all over his face. She was a bit worried that his tears and snot might get on her shoes, so she disdainfully pulled her foot back. If you want to live, it's not impossible. Tell me your boss's secrets. He Junyang sat back down leisurely and poured herself a cup of tea, which was of the finest quality, fragrant and smooth. Shopkeeper Zhang was stunned. Did she want him to betray his boss? That was impossible. Over the years, he has been able to live such a good life, mainly because his employer has been kind to him. Moreover, if his employer found out he had betrayed him, he would surely not survive. Most importantly, if that woman really caused trouble for his employer, not only would his employer suffer, but he would also be in trouble. In short, he could never get a good outcome no matter what. Miss, this matter has nothing to do with our employer. It was all Zhou's own decision. Our employer has been in the restaurant business for many years and is quite wealthy. He wouldn't care about such a small matter. Please don't misunderstand. Manager Zhang's intention was to take credit away from his employer, but when these words reached He Junyang's ears, they sounded different. Did he look down on her family's small business? It seemed like he was both dismissive and scheming. He picked up a clean teacup and suddenly threw it at her face. His speed was so fast that Manager Zhang didn't react in time, and blood appeared on his forehead. Manager Zhang was in terrible pain. Having lived most of his life, he had never felt so humiliated before. Are you going to tell the truth? The shattered porcelain was pressed against his throat, and Manager Zhang was so frightened he urinated himself, revealing everything he knew. The employer of 10 Miles Fragrant was named Lu Yankai. He came from a wealthy family, with generations of running restaurants, and was quite famous. In Jingzhou City, his family was considered a prominent household. He then boasted blindly about Liu Yankai, but He Junyang was unimpressed and told him to shut up. Miss, our employer is not an ordinary person. He has money and powerful connections. You can't afford to offend him. Besides, this matter didn't succeed, so there's no need to worry. We won't bother your food stall anymore.
Look.
Before she finished, there was a loud bang, and Manager Zhang fainted. He Junyang, feeling annoyed, kicked him again before saying, I told you to shut up. Since Manager Zhang was unconscious, he couldn't hear her anymore. She left the restaurant confidently, as if nothing had happened. Later, the young waiter checked if the manager had woken up and saw the unconscious Manager Zhang lying on the ground, covered in blood and water, looking terrible. He didn't dare to go near him and hurriedly ran out to find help. After leaving the restaurant, He Junyang went to the medical clinic. Many years ago, He Junyang said she had something to do after the new year and might only come to the clinic after the 15th day of the lunar month. Although shopkeeper Ren felt a bit disappointed, he didn't dare say much, since He Junyang was their main source of income and whatever she said was final. However, seeing her come on the 6th day of the lunar month, he wondered if she had changed her mind. Shopkeeper Ren hurried to greet her warmly and said, Dr. He, Happy New Year. You're here so early on the 6th day, are you? He Junyang knew he was hoping she would start seeing patients again, so she interrupted him and asked, I have something to ask Shopkeeper Ren. Is it convenient to talk? Shopkeeper Ren thought she was referring to the clinic's affairs, so he immediately took her to a side room and served good tea. Dr. He, just say whatever you need. We'll try to do whatever we can at the clinic to help. Shopkeeper Ren smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared, but He Junyang knew he had misunderstood her. She said, It's nothing serious, just wanted to ask about Liu Yankai, the owner of 10 Miles of Fragrance. You often go to the capital city, so you should have heard of him? 10 Miles of Fragrance's owner? Dr. He, what do you mean? Oh, just some personal grudges. Shopkeeper Ren understood immediately. The previous person involved in personal grudges was Master Dong, who now regularly sent money to the clinic every month. Thinking about this, Shopkeeper Ren felt confident that He Junyang would bring more income to the clinic. He quickly said enthusiastically, I only know the name. I heard his family runs a big restaurant business, but I don't know the details. I can send someone to find out. Perhaps he would become the next big sponsor. Naturally, Shopkeeper Ren paid close attention. He Junyang said, In that case, there's no need to trouble you. If I go to the capital, I will check myself. By the way, Shopkeeper Ren, you can write to the owner and tell him that if there are any difficult or complicated cases in the capital, I can handle them. Only someone as bold as He Junyang would say such things. After so long working together, Shopkeeper Ren trusted her completely, knowing she never made empty promises. When Dr. He made a move, you would know whether she was serious or not. All right, I'll write to ask the owner. When will Dr. He be available for consultations? Shopkeeper Ren still wanted to clarify everything. After all, it wasn't yet the 15th day of the lunar month. If she took on patients early and then refused to see them, it would offend people. Any time is fine. He Junyang waved her hand indifferently. She initially wanted to teach Zhou's family a lesson, but now that the issue with Zhou's family was resolved, she still needed to be cautious of the reckless dog from Shirley Piaoxiang. She decided to first investigate Liu Yancai's background. If that didn't work, she would take stronger measures. With He Junyang's assurance, Manager Ren immediately wrote a letter to the government office. They were about to make a big profit after the new year. It was a good time. Meanwhile, at Shirley Piaoxiang, Manager Zhang also woke up. The first thing he did was to write a letter to his boss, warning him to be careful in recent actions and not to fall into He Junyang's hands, as she was too dangerous. When He Junyang finished handling everything, Lord Liu and the others had already gone home. She hurried back and just arrived at the door at the same time as them. Third sister-in-law, how come you're back so quickly? You sure widened her eyes in surprise. She hadn't seen anyone behind her on the way. I came specifically to catch up with you all.
Hee.
By the way, eldest sister-in-law, you should tell everyone about Joe's matter. This was a family matter of the main household, so Hee-jo Nyang couldn't step in. You sure understood this too. She nodded and said, third sister-in-law, thank you. If it weren't for you, Joe's might have really succeeded.
Bah, we're all family.
No need to thank me. Besides, that workshop is also my business. Don't overthink it, eldest sister-in-law. Hee-jo Nyang casually patted Yusher's shoulder and, happily, went to find the dog. After dinner, Zhou was not seen. Lu Guilon asked where Zhou had gone. Yusher took the opportunity to say, she probably won't come back. Recently, because of some issues with my relatives from my family, we've caused a lot of trouble for everyone. It's really... Eldest sister-in-law, what are you talking about? It's not your fault. You shouldn't have to apologize. Lu Guilon quickly interrupted Yusher to prevent her from saying she needed to apologize. Yes, eldest sister-in-law, what exactly happened? Tell us quickly. Qinshi was also very worried. They had been working at the clothing workshop all day and didn't know what had happened. Yusher explained that Zhou had stolen some spice packets to give to the restaurant, and they caught her on the spot, ending their relationship. The Lu family members fell silent instantly. They had always thought Zhou was unreliable, but they didn't realize she was hiding malicious plans. No wonder there were so many problems every day. It was a waste to have taken her in. All right, old master's wife, this matter is settled. You don't need to feel guilty about the family. You did nothing wrong. Helping out relatives in trouble is the right thing to do. When you found out she had issues and handled it decisively, you did very well. That's the way our Lu family does things. Seeing that Mrs. Yu still looked guilty, Mrs. Sun couldn't help but speak up fairly. Although because the third son was not here, Mrs. Sun favored the third household a bit more, but she also praised the wives of the first and second households when they did well. In her view, the eldest daughter-in-law had done a good job in recent days. Yes, big sister-in-law, you shouldn't blame yourself anymore. Everyone gathered around Mrs. Yu to comfort her and said that even without her family's support, the people at home would still treat her well. Then they sat down happily to eat. It has to be said, without that troublemaker Zhou, the atmosphere at home improved a lot. At night, while sleeping, the little dog kept his eyes wide open and refused to sleep. He asked Mom, what do you want to do? Son, didn't you say you could go to school after the new year? He was tired of playing with all the toys his mother prepared. He practiced martial arts every day, but only for a little while. His mother said practicing too much was not good. The rest of the time was just boring. His 3 older brothers went to school every day and learned a lot, which made him very jealous. Do you want to go? Yes, yes. The dog nodded heavily, his eyes shining with anticipation. All right, I'll take you to ask Mr. Kong tomorrow if he will accept you. Also, after you start school, you'll have to sleep alone. Tiger and the others' rooms are too small. You'll need your own room. Do you dare? Mrs. Hee Junyang had long planned for the dog to live alone, but didn't know how to bring it up. Now, she saw the chance. The dog hesitated. Dare.
Daddy? Ha.
Mrs. Hee Junyang couldn't hold back her laughter. What do you mean, dare? Didn't you want to live alone before? It's not that, it's... The dog shook his head and suddenly felt unsure how to say it. He thought about moving out because he saw that boys all lived in another tent. He was a boy, but he was living with his mother and sisters, which made him a little shy. But now his mother said he could only live alone in a room, and he started to feel hesitant. It was so dark at night, could he sleep alone? But he wanted to be a hero, like his father. How could he be afraid of the dark? After much hesitation, he finally said, Mother, I am brave. Even if he was scared at first, he believed he wouldn't be afraid later. He trusted himself. Mother Hee-jo smiled softly and said, All right, let's do it together tomorrow. The next morning, Mother Hee-jo took her dog and went straight to Songha Academy to find Scholar Kong. The children's holiday ends on the 8th day, which is tomorrow morning. Today is the 7th, so Mother Hee-jo wanted to ask the teacher first. If the teacher agrees to take him, he can join the reading group and start school tomorrow morning. During the new year, Kong Scholar's home was lively. His parents and siblings, who had been living in the countryside, came to the city. They heard he was recovering well and wanted to arrange a marriage for him. Kong Scholar had been very sick for years. Even if his family wanted to find a wife for him, he was worried he wouldn't live long enough and might cause trouble for a girl's family. Now that Mother Heejo's treatment had improved his health, he felt himself getting better each day. He silently agreed with his parents' plans. When Mother Heejo arrived with her small dog, Kang's mother and wife were cleaning the yard, preparing for the children's school start the next day. The servant who opened the door was the same young man named Xiaohao. When he saw Mother Heejo, he hurriedly greeted her warmly. Kang's mother, Mrs. Chun, suddenly saw such a fair and pretty woman come to her house. Her thoughts immediately became lively. Her son was talented and good-looking. Even if he was sick, he could run a school and support himself. Many families in 10 miles around would be happy to marry their daughters to him. But over the years, her son hadn't liked any girl. Now, seeing this young woman come in and the servant's enthusiasm, she wondered if there was something going on. If this were an ordinary family's woman, she wouldn't come to the school alone. Usually they sent their husbands. This woman came by herself, which could mean there was no man at home. Her son had been delayed by illness for many years. She didn't mind much. As long as her son liked her, she didn't care if she was a young maiden or a widow. But she wasn't someone who ignored everything. She quietly watched from the side with her daughter-in-law. The servant took Mother Heejo directly to Kang's study. Kang's father came out to greet them. "Doctor, he has arrived? Xiaohao, go make some tea." Kang's scholar thought Mother Heejo must have something important to say, so he took her straight to the study. But to Mrs. Chun and her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang, this scene seemed unusual. Normally, wouldn't they avoid such situations? He Junyang placed the gift she brought on the table and politely asked, "Mr. Kong, how have you been recently?" "Thanks to Dr. He's treatment, I am much better now." Kong Xiaokai's face was full of smiles. Now he could stand all morning during lessons and speak without gasping, only coughing occasionally, something he never thought possible before. "That's good. I came today to ask if you are still accepting students. My son has been watching his 3 older brothers go to school and is very eager. He also wants to learn." He Junyang explained her purpose and pulled the little dog over to Kong Xiaokai's side. The dog, raised by He Junyang, was chubby and fair-skinned, making people feel happy just looking at him. Kong Xiaokai smiled and asked, "Child, what is your name?"
How old are you?
"Sir, my name is Lu Ziyu, and I am 4 years old." The little dog answered clearly. His birthday is actually April 18th, which hasn't come yet, but he didn't mind saying he was 2 months older to go to school.
Can sư cai nốt det.
4 years old was indeed the right age to start school. Usually, the classroom was already full of students, and he was worried he couldn't handle more. He didn't plan to accept new students this year. But He Junyang was his benefactor, and naturally, her child was different. He hadn't thought of refusing. Just as he was about to speak, the little dog took the lead. "Sir, don't look at me as small. I know many things. I can recite the 3-character classic, 1,000-character text, standards for being a good student, and similar texts. After Brother Lazy goes back, he will teach me too. I can catch up." Kong Xiaokai was a bit surprised. Such a young child, just beginning to learn, already knew so much? He smiled and said, "Then recite a few lines for me to hear." The little dog crossed his arms, shook his head, and began reciting the 3-character classic confidently. Not only did he recite it, but he also explained the meanings. Some parts matched what his family had taught him, while others showed his own unique insights, but there was no fault in any of it. Kong Xiaokai thought it was probably his other family members who had taught him. He felt even more pleased and looked at the little dog with bright eyes. He hadn't seen such a smart child in a long time. Truly, he was the child of Dr. He, born to be outstanding. He Junyang watched her son with a gentle smile, full of pride. She had been saying on the way here that she wanted the teacher to accept him, so he should perform well. The dog remembered this and tried his best to show off. It seemed he really wanted to go to school. Good, good, not bad. Everything you said is correct. Since that's the case, come to class early tomorrow morning. Master Kong was very pleased and nodded, suddenly holding high hopes for this child. The little dog happily looked at He Junyang and said, "Mother, the teacher accepted me." He Junyang nodded and asked, Master Kong, will you be submitting your tuition fee tomorrow? Has the fee increased? Master Kong hurriedly shook his head. No, it hasn't increased.
But doctor,
He saved my life, so your child's tuition fee doesn't need to be paid. Whatever it is, that's what it is, He Junyang interrupted him. My helping Master Kong with his illness is out of gratitude for his teaching my children. Besides, the medicine money was paid by Master Kong himself, so it has nothing to do with me.
but
Master Kong was a bit anxious. Recently, when he went for treatment, He Junyang didn't charge him for consultation, only for the medicine. He thought it would be fine not to ask for the children's tuition fees, but unexpectedly, He Junyang had other words. Was he taking advantage of her? Master Kong, I have many children and they are quite lively. Please take care of them in the future, she said with a smile, changing the subject. By the way, I haven't been to the clinic during the New Year period, so I don't know how your health has recovered. If it's convenient, I can check your pulse now. Master Kong was still worried about the tuition fee issue and didn't know how to respond. Before he could think much, he was pulled into the topic of his health. Without much thought, he replied, "Oh, okay. Thank you." He sat down and extended his hand. He Junyang carefully checked his pulse. Outside, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law watching secretly felt a bit excited. Mrs. Chen whispered to her daughter-in-law Wang, "Is this considered holding hands?" Wang nodded seriously. "Definitely. I see that ever since this woman came, the young master has been smiling all the time. He must like her. Mother, if the young master truly likes her, it would be better to let it happen naturally." Yes, I think so too. Over the years, he's rejected many girls. He always looks cold to everyone, but with this woman, he smiles so happily. I think good things are coming for us. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quietly moved away a bit, continuing to sweep the floor while watching the situation inside. Inside the house, He Junyang had already written a new prescription for Master Kong and said, "Follow this prescription for the next half month, then change it." "Okay, thank you." Master Kong Xiu was feeling a bit nervous at the moment. He kept thinking and wanted to give money, but then remembered what He Junyang had said about not taking anything, so he felt unsure what to do. He Junyang didn't think much and pulled the dog, saying, "We are leaving now. I will bring the children over tomorrow." Master Kong Xiu hesitated for a moment. When He Junyang reached the door, he hurriedly said, "It's getting late. Dr. He, if you don't mind, you can stay for a simple meal at my house. My mother and sister-in-law are good cooks." "No need, thank you," He Junyang politely declined. She left with the dog, and outside, she saw the wife and daughter-in-law cleaning the yard, smiling politely. Mrs. Chen was very excited and had a very good impression of He Junyang. After He Junyang left, Mrs. Chen went to ask her son questions. "Son, about the young lady who just came, do you like her?" Master Kong Xiu was still worried about the tuition fee and medical bill, so he didn't expect his mother to ask this. He was caught off guard. Mrs. Chen saw this and understood that her son's little secret was exposed, and he looked guilty. She smiled and said, "Son, it's rare that you finally understand things. I saw you holding hands just now. Don't worry, even if she gets married, I don't mind. As long as someone can keep you company and take care of you. Do you know where she lives? Tomorrow, I will find a matchmaker to visit her family and talk about marriage." Master Kong Xiu was even more confused. He widened his eyes and looked at his mother.
Huh?
"What do you mean, huh? It's not that old crow. Don't worry, I will handle this properly. Where's she from? Tell me." Mrs. Chen, a little anxious, patted him to bring him back to his senses. She wondered if her son was just happy and foolish. After thinking for a while, Master Kong Xiu finally understood what his mother was talking about. His face turned awkward, and he hurriedly explained, "Mother, you misunderstood. That lady is my lifesaver, Dr. He. She came today to ask if I was still accepting students, and she also took my pulse and prescribed a new medicine. To make his mother believe, he even showed her the unfinished prescription. So, the young lady is a divine doctor who cures illnesses? Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up. She thought she had been wanting to thank her for saving her son's life, but she didn't expect her to be right in front of her, and she didn't even realize it. Yes. Without her, I don't know if my son could get through this year. Kang Xiaocai sighed, feeling lucky to have met a great doctor in his past life. When he heard the news, Mrs. Chen was both happy and a little sad. She sighed and said, "So, she came to see you. She's not a young widow after all." Kang Xiaocai didn't understand why his mother cared whether the girl was a young widow, but he still answered seriously, her husband indeed had an accident at home. Really? Mrs. Chen's eyes immediately lit up. She thought her judgment was excellent. She could see at a glance that this young widow was a good match for her son. Facing her mother's hopeful look, Kang Xiaocai hesitated and nodded. Probably. Dr. He was young and widowed, which was usually seen as unfortunate. Why was his mother so happy about it? Mrs. Chen quickly explained her doubts. "Son, she saved your life. You like her, isn't that a gift from heaven? I'll go find a matchmaker to talk about marriage." As she said this, the old lady turned to leave. No wonder she liked Dr. He immediately. She saw him as the person who saved her son's life. This young woman was also a doctor. With such a good wife by his side, her son's illness wouldn't keep recurring, and she wouldn't have to worry about losing her son prematurely. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chen felt very happy. Kang Xiaocai quickly held her back, looking helpless as he explained, "Mother, you've misunderstood. I have a clear and honest relationship with Dr. He, and I don't like her in that way. Please don't cause trouble and make things difficult for me." Mrs. Chen looked unconcerned. "If you don't like her, why did you smile so stiffly?" "Fine, I'm your mother. Of course I know you well." Kang Xiaocai thought, if someone came to see him for a checkup with good intentions, should he keep a sour face? "Mother, I know you're worried about my marriage, but you can't just do whatever you want. You can look at all the girls you want, but not with Dr. He. Please don't cause trouble." He felt it was necessary to clarify everything, or else if his mother really went to propose a marriage, he'd be caught in a difficult situation. Dr. He was obviously very good, but he also knew he didn't deserve her. There was no need to make things awkward. Mrs. Chen didn't quite understand. She could tell her son was interested in the girl, but he wasn't rejecting other girls' visits. What was going on? "All right, Mother, I'll agree. Can we stop here?" She hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. After Kang Xiaocai left, she called Xiao Hao over to greet him and asked about Hejio's family situation. She learned that this family had escaped from famine and had quickly expanded their business, all started by Dr. He himself. Chen sure felt there was no longer a need to visit for a marriage proposal. At this moment, she could understand her son's actions. Her son thought he was not good enough for her. Yes, she also felt he was not suitable. Women like her were often strong-willed, but her son had been weak since childhood and was a bit soft in personality. Even if they married, life might not be happy, so it was better not to force it. It's unfortunate that her son finally opened his eyes, only to face such an ending. Chen sure sighed with some regret and felt a bit sorry for her son. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Shi, had been listening nearby. Seeing her mother-in-law upset, she comforted her. "Mother, my little brother is so good. He will find a suitable girl.
Don't worry."
Chen Shi nodded, but she still felt a little sad inside. Good girls are easy to find, but truly finding someone who genuinely likes you is not. Hejio took the little dog to the bookstore to buy some paper and pens, then returned to the village. She had initially wanted to pick a gift for Kang Xiaocai to show respect, but the little dog said he wanted to give his small house to his teacher. Respecting his choice, Hejio didn't insist. The small house built by the little dog was similar to modern Lego toys, an upgraded version of building blocks. Hejio had given him many to play with, and they had built quite a few at home. Back home, the little dog couldn't wait to show off to his family that he would go to school tomorrow. He also said he would move out tonight and become a big kid from now on. His family was a bit worried. Since he lost his father early, he was timid and worried he might have accidents. But the little dog was very excited and even moved his small blanket and pillow into his new house himself. Sunshine watched this and shook her head quickly, rushing to remind him, "Don't be in a hurry. Let Grandma help you set up your bed first." Heejo wouldn't let Sunshine do it. She quickly found some things and went to help. The next day, Lauda Lu took a group of children to school. From then on, they formed a little reading group. Led by Lazy, the 4 children went to the backyard, waited for the little dog to pay his tuition fee, and watched him give a proper apprentice ceremony. Master Kong had been prepared early. Yesterday, he bought a brush pen from the bookstore as a gift for the dog. The process was then complete. Watching the 4 children happily leave, Master Kong smiled and shook his head. Then he looked in surprise at the small house the dog had brought him. It was amazing, clearly built from small wooden blocks, yet it looked so well made. He felt even more hopeful about the dog's talent. This child will surely become successful in the future. When Mrs. Heejo had just woken up from her nap, Lu Guilon and Mrs. Chin came to talk about the clothing workshop. Third sister-in-law, the new batch of clothes is almost ready. Should we really go sell these revealing outfits on the street? Mrs. Heejo thought for a moment and said, "Selling these clothes on the street isn't suitable. Let's first take them to Mr. Yu's function workshop to sell. Our family can try them on first. Right now, the clothes are simple pajamas, not very revealing. As for underwear, Mrs. Heejo is personally supervising the pattern making and adjustments. They should be ready to sell within half a month. Before that, she wants all the women in the family to try them on to find any discomfort and improve them. Not only the women at home, but also the female workers in the workshop should wear them. To ensure maximum comfort, this is also an investment." We shouldn't wear those, right? Mrs. Chin and Lu Guilon both looked shocked and uncomfortable. What's wrong with that? These clothes-fitting clothes are made from high-quality fabric. They're so comfortable to sleep in, Mrs. Heejo said confidently. Seeing their hesitant expressions, she had to be firm. This is for the family's business. You must not refuse. If it sells well, the profit sharing in 3 months will be more than you can imagine. Hearing about making money, the two immediately perked up. They exchanged a determined look and said, "All right." That night, the young wives of the Lu family all wore light, sleeveless nightgowns. The weather was still a bit cold, but they didn't care about feeling shy. They huddled in their husbands' arms for warmth. The men, in their prime, couldn't stand such teasing. So the next day, besides Mrs. Heejo, even Mrs. Sun got up late. Realizing that this outcome was partly her own fault, Mrs. Heejo sent Lotus to prepare breakfast. After a while, only then did some women come out of the rooms. The men looked refreshed, while the women blushed shyly. Heejo Nyang couldn't help but click her tongue. Was the effect really so obvious? Noticing that Sunshine was no longer looking at her favorably, Heejo Nyang deliberately made a fuss, squinting her eyes and asking Mother, "How is the quality of the sleep dress? Is it comfortable to wear?" Sunshine's gaze flickered uncertainly. The other young wives, hearing this, blushed even more. Finally, Sunshine shot her a sharp look and said, "Go away. You're not doing any proper work today."
Why are you staring at me?
Heejo Nyang refused to give up. She pretended to be serious and said, "How can you say I'm not doing proper work? Last night I asked you to try on the dress, didn't I? This morning you must give me feedback. If there are any problems, I will definitely have the workers fix them. It's all for our family's business. How can you say I'm not working properly?" As she spoke, she pretended to be aggrieved, touching the corner of her eye where there were no tears. Sunshine. Others. Thinking back to Heejo Nyang asking for feedback after they tried on the dresses yesterday, Sunshine finally realized she might have misunderstood. But seeing her squint her eyes and make that expression, it was obvious she was hinting at something else. Sunshine felt angry but helpless. As the eldest son's wife, Yushir quickly stepped forward to mediate, blushing and smiling. "Third sister-in-law, I think the dress is quite nice. The fabric is soft and comfortable against the skin. But since it's the season, it might be a bit cold to wear without sleeves. Could we add sleeves? The others nodded repeatedly. When sleeping, their hands were exposed outside, and they might wake up freezing in the middle of the night. Of course, adding sleeves to other styles is fine. The dress is mainly for hot weather in a few days, so no need to change it. Hee Jun-young nodded. She had been focusing on being lately and had forgotten about the temperature. Now that it was spring, she should wear long clothes and pants. After breakfast, she hurried back to her room to work on her designs. The women in the room looked at each other, blushing again when they saw the others' faces. That dress.
It was really something.
The men never spoke throughout, but their eyes sparkled with unusual happiness. Yes, some feelings were better left unsaid. 2 days later, the first batch of underwear was finished, about 20 pieces. They still needed to find someone to try them on. Thanks to the experience with the sleep dresses, the young wives of the Liu family were less resistant. But holding the 2 pieces of fabric in front of them, they truly didn't know how to wear them. Hee Jun-young personally tried on the clothes in front of them, saying, after putting them on, remember to adjust a bit. Bend down and smooth out the sides so they fit comfortably. Take them home and try them on yourself, then give me your feedback. This time, Lotus was also present, and she was the shyest of all, still a girl who hadn't married yet. But Hee Jun-young looked serious, thinking about the family business. She gritted her teeth, blushed, and quickly grabbed a size that fit her. Even Hee Jun-young herself tried it on. After a short while, she waited for them to come out, but no one appeared. As usual, Hee Jun-young first went to Sun's room. Sun blushed and scolded her. What kind of thing is this? Who would be embarrassed to go out dressed like that? She puffed up her chest on purpose so Hee Jun-young could see. Hee Jun-young's eyes brightened. She didn't expect Sun to be so well endowed. She regained her composure and proudly straightened herself, saying, everyone has their own style. Look, I just came out like this. She then rolled her eyes in a proud, slightly teasing way. Sun. She wanted to say that going out like that was too embarrassing. What was going through the mind of this third wife? Since Sun was already like that, others probably felt the same way and didn't want to go out either. Hee Jun-young sighed, feeling deeply concerned for her family. She strutted around each room showing off her pride, then finally called all the women out. Each of them looked flushed and avoided eye contact with Hee Jun-young. Hee Jun-young suddenly felt tired. These women weren't bad at all. What was there to be shy about? Third sister-in-law, we feel shy wearing this at home, but going out in it? That would be terrible. People outside would think our family is improper. Yu's face was red, and she stammered as she spoke. She couldn't imagine how her husband would react if he saw her like this tonight. She'd go crazy. It was fine to wear this for her own husband, but she couldn't wear it out in public. Why would it be improper? It's a symbol of femininity. Besides, wearing it like this is good for your health. Just trust me. If I start by wearing it outside for a few days, everyone will get used to it. Hee Jun-young didn't really mind, but on the surface, she looked like she was willing to go to any lengths. Sun said, you without a man, going out like that, what will people say? No, I should wear it myself. She couldn't bear to let her daughter-in-law and daughter take such risks. She's old and should. Before she finished her thoughts, Hee Jun-young rolled her eyes and said, you're older now. Aren't you afraid of being called improper? Sun. She really wanted to hit her right away. Immediately. Third sister-in-law, what do you think we should do? Chin, worried that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law might argue, quickly spoke to stop them. Hee Jun-young thought for a moment and said, let's keep it the same as before. Have the female workers and embroidery girls all wear it now. We'll have them make it to their sizes, try it on tonight, and wear it to work tomorrow. They can also give us feedback. I think that's good. This way, it's not just our family women wearing it. Others won't say much. Lu Guilon happily agreed, thinking this was a great idea. Since the material is light and cheap based on the cost, the main expense is in the craftsmanship and design. Everyone else stayed silent. There's a saying, sharing happiness is better than enjoying it alone. So, Hee Jun-young confidently went to the workshop to give orders. Everyone watched her proud stance, then looked at their own. thinking that wearing that thing could make them look like her. Feeling shy, but also excited. At the end of the day, the women workers hurried home, their faces slightly flushed. They returned faster than usual. The first thing they did was hide in their rooms and put it on as Hee Junyoung had taught. Sure enough, they stood a little taller instantly. That night, most families in the village turned off their lights earlier than usual to sleep. Especially the married women workers, who all showed dark circles under their eyes the next morning. Fortunately, they remembered Hee Junyoung's instructions and wore their undergarments. Each one looked shy and excited. They never expected that small thing to have such a big effect. Actually, everyone was a bit resisting yesterday, but after a whole night, they all thought it was a good thing. It's good for health and can improve the relationship between husband and wife. This wonderful thing was given to us by the host for free. It's like a dream come true. Everyone was happy and busy working all day. In the evening, they went to Hee Junyoung to share their feelings about the day and how comfortable the work was. Since this was the first version, some people felt the fabric on the back was a bit stiff and hurt their skin. Others thought the shoulder straps were too long or too short. These were small issues, and Hee Junyoung quickly made adjustments to prepare a second version. This shows that everyone has been able to wear the new clothes recently, and they are very happy about it. Some even said the clothes are really good and plan to buy more for their mothers and sisters once they are officially sold. Employees get a special discount, paying almost only the cost price. The previous feather clothes were sold the same way, and the women workers' families are well provided with clothes. Some people are happy, but there are also others who complain and gossip. When the women from the Liu family and the workshop heard these rumors, they stood up to defend themselves. Some villagers started criticizing the Liu family, calling them shameless and saying they are ruining the village's good reputation. All the women in the village chief's family were working in the workshop. When they heard these words, they were upset. The village chief and his sons went directly to confront the gossipers and gave them a lesson, making them behave properly. Because of this fuss, everyone in the village now knows that the new clothes made by the Liu family can improve relationships between couples and are good for health. Especially young girls who are still growing should wear them. Many women who haven't tried the clothes yet are eager to give them a try. This incident was like free advertising for the Liu family. Once the third version was finished and everyone confirmed it was good, they started mass production. As long as there was enough stock, they could start selling. But then a problem arose. After dinner, a few women gathered in Hee Junyoung's house to whisper. It wasn't really private talk, just about family business. Everyone thought these special clothes weren't suitable to sell on the street because it might be inappropriate. They asked Hee Junyoung for advice. Hee Junyoung said, "There's no need to worry. We can just buy a shop in the city directly." Some suggested, "Is buying a shop too expensive? Should we rent one first?" You sure thought they didn't have much money right now, and buying a shop would be too costly. Since they weren't sure if the clothes would sell well, it was better not to buy a shop yet. The others agreed, but Hee Junyoung didn't think so. The shop needs to be bought sooner or later. Once bought, it becomes our property. We can do whatever we want, since we sell clothes and need to decorate the store. If we rent, the owner might cause trouble. Also, our Liu Hei should have a storefront, so I suggest buying 2 adjacent shops. It's easier to manage and can increase sales. Hee Junyoung said this, and everyone agreed. She made a good point. If we encounter an unreasonable landlord in the future, it will be very troublesome. But buying a shop isn't easy. It costs a lot of money for both the purchase and decoration. Everyone suddenly felt worried. Hee Junyoung explained, "That's why I paid extra money before. I've wanted to buy a shop for a long time. Once we have a shop, our business will be on the right track. Since it's a food business, setting up a stall all the time isn't very clean. Dust can easily settle if the wind blows. To keep the business going for a long time, we must show full sincerity. But is it a waste to buy just one shop to sell only Liu Heiya? Then we can sell other things too, like chili sauce or potato strips. We can put a few small tables inside and serve tea. Some people like to eat inside or rest after shopping." Hee Junyoung's idea is to turn the shop into a casual eatery similar to a modern lounge, which will definitely attract many customers. Most importantly, Hajunyang has wanted to sell milk tea for a long time. She can secretly drink it from the space, but that's not a long-term solution. Milk tea culture didn't develop in this era, so it feels a bit awkward. After hearing Hajunyang's words, everyone had no more doubts. Since she said so, they decided to follow her plan, believing it will definitely make money. I'll go shopping for shops tomorrow.
If I find a good one, I'll buy it. You sure took the initiative to speak.
She couldn't leave everything to her third sister-in-law. That would be too tiring for her. Okay. Hajunyang nodded. Try to buy on the main street. It's okay if it's a bit expensive, as long as there's a lot of foot traffic. Don't worry, third sister-in-law. I can handle this small task. Hajunyang also told Manhwa, before our shop opens, don't rush to sell these clothes at home. I plan to go to Fuching in the next couple of days. We'll discuss everything when I return. Manhwa quickly nodded. Yes, Aunt Junyang. Previously, Junyang thought about taking the items to Laoban's shop to sell, but that would reduce the excitement. Most importantly, she was worried that Laoban might not understand these things well, leading to mispromotion and hurting the business. After thinking it over, Junyang decided to keep the first sale rights herself. She didn't know when news from the medical hall would come. So after everyone left, she took out paper and pen to write down what was needed to decorate the shop. Since she was selling clothes, a mirror was a must. Back then, copper mirrors were common. Finding one would reveal a dull, yellowish face and a distorted face shape, making it hard to reflect a good figure. Junyang planned to bring back some glass dressing mirrors from the space after returning from the county seat, claiming they were bought at a high price from Persian merchants. Having a dressing mirror would make her shop unique in the city. Coincidentally, she thought she would have a few more days. But the next morning, a carriage from the medical hall arrived early, saying they were taking her to the county seat. She quickly handed over some of her requirements to Sun Shur, asking her to instruct the men at home to handle everything. Sun Shur nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Go-air was about to leave for school. When he heard that Junyang was going to the county seat, he ran over, hugged her thigh, and asked, "Mother, are you not taking me this time?" Go-air nodded and shook his head. He didn't really want to go because he still had school, but he also wanted to accompany his mother. Thinking that she was going alone, he felt conflicted. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head like that? Junyang found it amusing and rubbed his little head. I want to go. I want to stay with Mother, he answered loudly immediately. Although he liked studying, he didn't want his mother to go to the county seat alone. All right, I know you're filial, but your studies can't be delayed. If you stay at home with me, I can't watch over you, so you can stay home peacefully. Your brothers and sisters will take you to play. After the last experience, Junyang was a bit hesitant to take him out again. Hearing her mother say this, Go-air also realized he was still a little burden. Last time, his mother took him everywhere, no matter what she was doing. Sometimes he didn't want to go, but he couldn't stay behind. As a result, he wasn't very happy, and his mother also found it inconvenient. So, the best solution was for him to stay behind. So, he confidently replied, "All right, Mother, don't worry. The dog will be obedient at home, and you must take care of yourself too." He rubbed his head and watched him leave with his 3 brothers in the carriage before continuing to pack her things. This time, she was going to the city government because she had important work to do. She called a few sisters-in-law and moved a box of sleepwear and underwear onto the carriage. Everyone immediately understood her intention and asked, "Third sister-in-law, are you planning to open the market in the city government?" Mrs. Yu's eyes sparkled. Earning so much money in the county town was impressive, but if she went to develop in the city government, she would definitely earn much more. "Yes, I want to try. Maybe it will work. We can also supply goods to the merchants in the city." She thought that her family also needed to buy these items and wanted to encourage others to buy wholesale. The more people knew, the easier it would be for them to accept it. Over time, the rumors and gossip would naturally fade away. But you're only one person. Won't that be inconvenient? Maybe I can go with you. Or I might not be good at talking, so you could bring Lotus or a little sheep along. They might help a little. Mrs. Yu truly wanted to help, but she knew she wasn't very skilled in business, so she didn't try to pretend otherwise. Lotus was also excited and looked at Mrs. He eagerly. She wanted to go, but Mrs. He refused, saying, "This trip to the city might take a long time. If you come with me, what about the family business at home? I can handle selling this box alone, don't worry." Mrs. He knew Lotus admired the idea of developing in the city, but she really didn't want to bring anyone along this time. First, she needed to investigate the owner of the 10 Miles fragrance shop and ideally resolve the issue directly. She didn't want her family to know about this because, even if they did, they couldn't help much and would only worry unnecessarily. Second, she wanted to bring back some mirrors and other items, and it was easier to do alone. If she brought someone with her, it would be hard to explain. Seeing Lotus's eyes dimming noticeably, Mrs. He comforted her, saying, "Lotus, I know you're capable. Our family will definitely go into business in the city someday. When that happens, I will take you along to gather information. But right now, the family needs you to take care of the business at home, okay?" "I understand, Annie. Don't worry." Encouraged by He Junyang, Lotus felt much better. She wanted to go to the city, but her Aunt Junyang had told her earlier that their family was not yet stable in the county town. Going to the city was not very realistic, and traveling back and forth was difficult. She decided to wait until the right time. He Junyang boarded the carriage and left. The women of the Liu family sighed one after another. They wondered how long she would be gone this time, and when she would return. Everyone was used to her being around, so her sudden departure was hard to bear. Especially Sun, who felt sad watching the carriage go away. It felt like sending someone off to get married. If the third daughter-in-law really got married someday, she would become someone else's wife.
What should she do then?
Suddenly, she regretted telling the third daughter-in-law that she agreed to her remarriage. He Junyang met with Manager Ren at the medicine shop entrance, then took 2 carriages to the city. Before noon, they arrived at Yuyuan Hall in the city. Instead of a young servant, they were greeted by young Master Song Chi Dr. He. Song Chi looked happy to see her, and even wanted to help her down from the carriage, but He Junyang jumped down gracefully and stood steadily, not giving him a chance to help. Song Chi thought, well, the girl he liked was more capable than him, so he accepted it. "Young Dr. Song, nice to see you again." He Junyang smiled politely, and then turned to the coachman. "Big brother, please take my luggage to the inn."
"Thank you."
She reached out to pay the coachman. Song Chi quickly said, "Dr. He, I've changed to a better inn this time." The coachman might not find it easily, so let's leave the carriage at the back of the medicine shop. I'll take you there later. Because of an incident at the last inn and the fact that He Junyang had earned a lot of money for their family, he arranged for a better place to stay. He Junyang thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, thank you, young Dr. Song." "You're welcome." They entered together, exchanged polite greetings, and Song Chi said they had booked a table at a restaurant to eat and talk. There was a large group, but only He Junyang was a woman. Song Chi thought it was not appropriate and invited his wife to join them. Song Chi's wife wore fine silk and satin, was plump and fair, and her smile made people feel warm. She seemed very lucky. However, Song Chi was gray-haired, while his wife looked much younger. They looked good together, and it didn't seem strange. "This is Dr. He, isn't it? She looks so beautiful." Madam Ho, Lady Song, has heard about He Junyang and admires her greatly. When they meet, she immediately starts talking to He Junyang. Song Chi quickly pulls his mother aside and whispers, "Mother, don't scare Dr. He." "Oh, I was just too excited to see Dr. He. Please don't mind. I'll try to control myself." Madam Ho smiles broadly, showing her teeth. He Junyang laughs and says it's okay. After the dishes are served, everyone talks and eats. Dr. Song says, "This illness might be difficult to treat. I wonder if Dr. He can handle it." He says this on purpose to prepare He Junyang mentally. He Junyang replies, "Dr. Song, just say it." Exactly. Besides her own lady, everyone else is a doctor working in the clinic, but they find it hard to speak openly.
"Oh,
it's a venereal disease." Dr. Song grits his teeth, but still speaks up. Although others already knew, their faces look a bit uncomfortable. Many doctors are reluctant to treat this disease because it can be easily spread, and it's often hard to cure. Dr. Song initially didn't want to take this patient, but the fee offered was high, and the patient came specifically because of Dr. He's skill. He worries that Dr. He might be upset if he takes on a patient with this disease, so everyone watches her carefully. He Junyoung nods indifferently, takes a piece of meat into her mouth to chew, and after a while, looks at everyone's curious expressions. She instinctively wipes her face and asks, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Dr. Song thinks she didn't hear clearly and repeats more forcefully, "Dr. He, this patient is a wealthy merchant in the city, suffering from a venereal disease." "I know." He Junyoung blinks. "Is there a problem?" "Oh, no. Haha, I was just worried that Dr. He didn't hear clearly." Dr. Song feels a bit embarrassed. Madam Ho quickly helps him out. "Oh, sir, are you worried that Dr. He is hesitant because the patient is a man?" Dr. Song gratefully looks at his wife, feeling she understands him best. "Yes, that's what I mean. Since Dr. He is a woman, it's a bit inconvenient." He Junyoung finally realized what they were worried about and explained, "Dr. Song, don't worry. In a doctor's eyes, there is no distinction between men and women. It's not inconvenient at all. Whether it's a man or a woman, I can see them." Good. That makes me feel at ease." Everyone saw that she only mentioned the difference between men and women but didn't say whether she cared if the illness could be cured. People who have been with her know that her usual response indicates no problem. Everyone's heart settled, especially Dr. Song, who was so excited he almost couldn't hold his chopsticks. "Dr. Song, I will stay in the city for a while longer and can see more patients these days." She had already told Manager Rin about this, but she was worried he might forget, so she repeated it. Yes. Since Miss Gao's condition greatly improved last time, many people have come to ask when Dr. He will start seeing patients. I thought about how far Dr. He's journey is, so I refused them all. Now that Dr. He has spoken, I can arrange it tomorrow. Dr. Song responded with a gentle smile. He knew that He Junyoung often takes on difficult cases that other clinics can't treat, which means higher consultation fees. If she sees more patients, their family will also prosper. After a satisfying meal, Song Chi personally saw He Junyoung back to her inn for rest. The environment was much better this time, making people feel comfortable. "Thank you." He Junyoung nodded to Song Chi and was about to go inside. "Dr. He." Song Chi hurriedly called her, becoming nervous. "Young Dr. Song, is there something else?" "Yes."
Song Chi noted that he really.
He did have something to say. He wanted to find a chance to spend a little more time with her, but didn't expect her to be in such a hurry to return inside. He Junyoung said, "Young Dr. Song, if you have something to say, just tell me." Song Chi was slow and hesitant, which annoyed He Junyoung, but she didn't show it. She just looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Under her gaze, Song Chi became even more nervous and stammered, "It's just about what you asked Manager Rin before." He also felt embarrassed about stammering and decided not to continue. Instead, he took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. He Junyoung didn't remember what she had asked Manager Rin earlier, so she opened the envelope directly. She saw the name Liu Yenkai written clearly on it. Quickly glancing at the contents, she understood that Song's family had helped investigate the background of Liu Yenkai, the owner of the 10-mile fragrance shop. The previous shopkeeper had mentioned writing to the city government to check something. She remembered refusing to do so because she didn't want to trouble the Song family too much, but unexpectedly, the Song family still helped her find out the information. "Thank you, Dr. Xiao Song. If you need anything, I can give you a prescription for men's health as a thank you gift." Shangji. Why a prescription for men's health? Did Dr. He imply that he was not capable? Or was there some misunderstanding? No. Why would she give him a prescription? He didn't want a prescription. He looked at He Junyoung with an embarrassed face, but met her clear, bright eyes. He became even more nervous and stammered, "Dr. He, there's a lantern festival in town tomorrow night. I want to take you out to enjoy it." He Junyoung chewed her lip thoughtfully. How could just one sentence make him so flustered? Does this young Dr. Song have some hidden worries? Sure. She agreed quickly, then looked at Song-chi carefully. She thought if he asked her for help with a medical issue, she might do it without charging him, considering he's from a wealthy family. Song-chi was completely caught up in her agreement and felt very excited. He didn't realize that in her eyes, he might have some health issues. But she couldn't blame her. She clearly knew her own position. She was a young widow. Her family was doing well with their business, and she didn't want to marry just anyone. In this era, good in-laws like Old Man Liu and Mrs. Sun, and easy to get along with sisters-in-law and younger sisters, were hard to find. If she married someone unsuitable, she'd have to deal with a whole family of difficult relatives. Because of this, even though Mrs. Sun told her she could remarry, she had no plans to do so. She was a modern woman and believed she could live a wonderful life without a man. On the other hand, her relationship with Yu Yuan Hall was purely a business partnership, which was currently quite harmonious. She had also helped the Song family make a lot of money. So, if Song-chi was a bit more enthusiastic towards her, it was just him trying to flatter the wealth gods. Therefore, even though Song-chi wanted to invite her to see the lanterns, she simply thought he was a decent young master, better than those arrogant second-generation rich kids who looked down on others. When she received the reply, she was told that the coachman would come to pick her up early tomorrow morning. Song-chi was very happy and went back happily, even thinking that he must go home early tomorrow to take a bath and change into decent clothes. He didn't want to be as dirty as at the medical clinic. He Jeonyang didn't think much about it. She was tired from traveling, so she lay on the boat to rest and took out the envelope Song-chi gave her to examine it. Coincidentally, Liu Yensai's family had been merchants for 3 generations, mainly running restaurants. Recently, they used many connections to get close to the Gao family. It was the Gao family she visited last time when she came to the city for treatment. Liu Yankai needed many connections to get close to the Gao family, which showed that Liu's family was not very noble or powerful, at least without influential relatives in official positions. As long as it didn't involve too many people, He Junyang wasn't worried about her family being affected. She thought about this and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already dusk. She was hungry again. He Junyang didn't eat at the inn. Instead, she left the inn and wandered the streets looking for the famous 10 miles of fragrance sign. As the saying goes, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger? She really wanted to see what kind of danger the 10 miles of fragrance in the city was. Suddenly, a shadow rushed out from the alley. A ragged woman ran out and hugged He Junyang's leg, refusing to let go. Before she could see her face clearly, she recognized the voice as very familiar. She looked down carefully and realized it was Zhou Shi. Sister Zhou, what a coincidence. How come you look so miserable after just a few days? Her tone was full of concern, but her smile was bright and sharp. Zhou Shi was stunned. She didn't expect that the person who suddenly ran out and hugged her was He Junyang. Wasn't she in Daling County? Why was she here in the city? Could she be here to find her and take her back? Girl, are you here to take me back? Life is so hard for me. Boo-hoo, please take me home. I know I was wrong. I really can't steal anymore. Boo-hoo. She didn't care how badly she had argued with the Liu family before. She only knew that He Junyang was her lifeline now. As long as she held on tightly, her future would be secure. Who are you calling girl? I have nothing to do with you. Don't casually claim relatives. I can't afford to take it. He Junyang kicked her away with one foot, then impatiently patted the spot she had just embraced, as if it were dirty. However, she was very curious. How could the Zhou family have the courage to say such things? Coming to find her to take her back? Had she eaten too much and gone crazy? Girl, I've really thought about it these days. Being accepted by you is a blessing I've earned over many lifetimes. I shouldn't be ungrateful or betray your kindness. That's why I ended up like this. I know I was wrong and have faced the consequences. Please give me another chance. I don't need to live with you. I'll just stay with those young girls. I'm willing to do anything you ask. Please take me back, I beg you. Zhou Shi knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. It was unclear what she had been through during this time, but Hee Jun-young could sense her genuine fear of this life and her desperate desire to return to a peaceful life with the Liu family. Actually, there was nothing much, just the realization of how ugly and mean the people outside could be. After being driven out by shopkeeper Zhang and the Liu family, she had nowhere to go and could only walk back to the capital city. Luckily, the city was not far from Daling County, and she arrived after a day and night. She finally found her former employer, hoping to explain everything and ask for another chance. This time, she didn't ask for a raise or a position. She just wanted a place to stay. But her previous kind employer suddenly changed completely. Without saying a word, he beat her up and said it was because of her that the Liu family had held a grudge against the restaurant. That was when she found out shopkeeper Zhang had written a letter to report her. Maybe the truth had been exposed, and her employer no longer needed to pretend. He told her the truth. If she had behaved well at first, he might have kept her as a helper. But when she suddenly suggested betraying her relatives to gain wealth, he had already started to dislike her. Whether she succeeded or failed, he wouldn't keep her anymore. She realized how foolish she had been, helping outsiders against her own people all this time. Thinking back to her time with the Liu family, although they didn't like her, they treated her well, giving her her own room, and her food and supplies were just like those of the other wives. The Liu family was clearly a good home, yet she had foolishly tried to escape. Do you understand you were wrong? Hee Jun-young looked at her with a half-smile. Zhou sure couldn't tell if she was happy or unhappy, so she could only nod blankly. Yes, I know I was wrong. Hee Jun-young sighed regretfully and said, but what does it matter if you know you're wrong? Our Liu family only gives you one chance. Zhou, right now you can still beg on the street with all your limbs intact. That's the greatest respect our Liu family can show you. If you're somewhat sensible, you won't bother us anymore. Otherwise, I can make you disappear quietly without anyone knowing. As she spoke, her cheerful smile turned cold and sinister. Zhou shivered in fear. Although she didn't know the background of the third wife of the Liu family, based on her observations over these days, she knew she wasn't a kind person. In fact, she was the one who first noticed her problems. Because of this, Zhou didn't dare act recklessly, even if she wanted to be stubborn. She was afraid that Hee Jun-young would really make her vanish without a trace. She collapsed to the ground, her last hope shattered. Hee Jun-young, in a good mood, said, "Don't worry. You got tricked by Shirley Piaoxiang, didn't you? I came today because of their master. I also want to help you get justice, for my sister-in-law's sake. From now on, we keep our distance. No more pretending to know each other when we meet. That's best." Zhou suddenly raised her head and stared at Hee Jun-young with wide eyes. Are you going to cause trouble for their master? Otherwise, anyone who tries to interfere with our Liu family's business, I won't let them go. So, compared to that, you're lucky. After saying this, Hee Jun-young turned and left without another word. Zhou stood there for a while, lost in thought, tears welling up as she remembered everything from the past. How did she end up like this? She crawled up from the ground, limping into an alley. At the end of the alley was a dilapidated house where she had been sleeping these past few days. But she wasn't alone there. Several men also lived in the house. To have a place to stay, she had to sell herself again. But staying there wasn't easy. She had to go out begging every day. She would bring back enough to feed the men, and if they were in a bad mood, they would beat her. Why are you back so early? Do you have anything to eat today? One man patted his stomach, signaling that he was hungry. Mrs. Zhou shook her head fearfully. No, I haven't. I was also beaten. She didn't dare mention the Li family at all. If they found out she still had relatives but none wanted her, her life would only become harder. What did you say? The man angrily got up and looked at her, raising his hand to slap her. You're so useless. Why do I keep you around? Another man came over and kicked her. If you didn't get what you wanted, keep trying. If you do, come back. Stupid woman. The men beat Mrs. Zhou badly. She was truly too weak to fight back now. They were hungry and went out to find food, ignoring her. Mrs. Zhou curled up in a corner, tears in her eyes. Her whole body hurt. She wanted to leave this dangerous place, but She had nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, Hee Jun-young had already arrived at 10 Miles Fragrant, a fancy restaurant, and ordered a table full of dishes. Because she was pretty, came alone, and was rich, she quickly attracted many people's attention. Note: mentioning Mrs. Zhou here is to give her a conclusion. Are you satisfied with this ending? This is what betrayal leads to, but no one dared to approach her, because before anyone could make a move, Hee Jun-young caused a fuss. What's all this? You at 10 Miles Fragrant are just giving me these poor quality foods? She casually took a bite, then spat it out with a look of disgust, even rinsing her mouth with tea afterward. Next, she suddenly spat out the tea and shouted, "What kind of trash tea are you using to fool me?" Her words made the waiters' faces darken. It was obvious to everyone that she was here to cause trouble. Even so, the shopkeeper forced a smile and stepped forward to speak. "Madam, do you have any complaints about our dishes?" Hee Jun-young leaned back and crossed her legs, saying, "I'm not satisfied with anything. I want our boss to come out and talk." The shopkeeper's smile froze on his face. Several others trying to approach thought this was trouble caused by the owner of 10 Miles Fragrant, and they believed she was causing a scene. The shopkeeper was unsure what Hee Jun-young really meant but forced himself to say, "Madam, we run a business. If we did something wrong, please tell us. Otherwise, this meal is on us, paid for by our shop, and we apologize if we offended you." Hee Jun-young did not accept this and said directly, "I want to see your master, Liu Yankai." The shopkeeper was annoyed and thought this woman was just causing trouble. He knew his master had several lovers outside, but had never seen this woman before. She must be sent by someone to cause trouble. "Take her away." The shopkeeper ordered the young men behind him, clearly not wanting to waste more words. The young men rushed forward and surrounded Hee Jun-young. At this moment, some onlookers nearby felt uncomfortable. After all, she was a pretty young lady being surrounded by big men. What kind of scene was this? Is it brave to bully a young lady with so many of you? One person stepped forward to defend her. Hee Jun-young looked at him. He was a decent-looking young boy, though thin and pale, probably used to a lively nightlife. But the young men didn't back down because of this. Instead, they snarled and lunged at her. Well, this woman was attractive, and maybe she could be taken advantage of later. Hee Jun-young slapped one of the young men. It looked like just a slap, but only those who were hit knew how strong it was. It felt like his brain was jumbled, and his face was twisted from the... Everyone was stunned. The young men had already fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. Hee Jun-young stepped on a stool, looking down at everyone with a half-smile and said, "I'll say it again. I want to see your master." The shopkeeper was confused. This woman was not ordinary. She was too strong for them. It seemed they had to go find the master. "Wait a moment, I'll go right now." The shopkeeper hurried to find Liu Yankai. Meanwhile, Hee Jun-young told the onlookers, "Stop just watching and see what kind of dirty tricks are behind the scenes at our shop." Hearing this, everyone guessed various things, but given her beauty and the prominent features, they mostly guessed it was about Liu Yansai's romantic affairs. Liu Yansai's family has a brave wife, and there are no concubines in the main household. Usually, Yang is outside, and she is very careful not to let the family member know. However, she boldly came to the door, possibly backed by some powerful force. Oh no, judging by how easily she defeated that group of people, she might herself be that strong force. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper quickly went to the East House. He couldn't find the master there but found Madame Liu instead. "Madam," he hurriedly bowed. Madame Liu asked, "What happened?" "Madam, someone caused trouble at the restaurant and demanded to see the master. I've come to ask the master to check it out." The shopkeeper answered politely, seeming quite proper. "Who dares cause trouble at the restaurant? Just chase them away." Madame Liu frowned, clearly already a bit upset. "That person is quite capable. The young servants at the restaurant can't beat her," the shopkeeper replied calmly. But Madame Liu was no longer willing to listen. "Take me to see her." "Madam, she's insisting on seeing the master." "I should go find him first." The shopkeeper hesitated, worried that the woman might be the master's mistress. If Madame Liu saw her, it would surely cause trouble again. Madame Liu was not unreasonable. she said, then go find him. I'll go see for myself. She was about to leave with her maid, but the shopkeeper hurriedly stepped in front of her, trembling. Madam, maybe you shouldn't go. Why not? Why can't I go? Madame Lu felt something was wrong and furrowed her brows even deeper. That person is causing trouble at the restaurant. I'm worried you might get hurt. The shopkeeper sweat coldly, feeling it was not easy to help the master hide these things. But when he thought about the extra monthly allowance he received, he suddenly felt it was worth it. Lu Chong, you'd better tell me the truth. Madame Lu kicked him lightly, feeling that there was more to this than it seemed. The shopkeeper quickly knelt at her feet, begging, Madam, please don't be angry. Someone is causing trouble, and I came to ask the master to handle it. Please don't make things difficult for me. Madame Lu almost laughed in anger, pushing him aside and quickly leaving with her maid. The shopkeeper realized things were bad and hurriedly scrambled to find Lu Yankai. He Junyang waited for a long time, but Lu Yen did not arrive. Instead, a strong, dark-skinned woman came. She was bold and domineering. Based on the reactions of the young servants, she was probably Lu Yan's wife.
Who are you?
How dare you cause trouble at my 10 miles fragrance? As soon as He Junyang saw her, Lu's wife had a bad feeling. No wonder Lu Chong didn't dare tell her the truth earlier. Maybe he was having an affair with that dead man. She knew her husband was seeing other women outside, but as long as it didn't affect her directly, she could tolerate it. However, now he not only caused trouble in front of her but also in the restaurant, embarrassing her. She was determined to teach this shameless woman a lesson, especially since this woman was well-shaped and pretty. Not only men, but even she couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. He Junyang calmly asked, Are you the owner's wife of 10 Miles Fragrance? She didn't expect He Junyang to call herself the owner's wife. Usually, when those little troublemakers came to her, they should call her madam, right? She instinctively nodded. He Junyang smiled and said, just in time. I have something to show you. He Junyang then took out a stack of papers from her and handed them to Lu's wife, with a tone of glee and schadenfreude. Take a good look. Your main wife is about to be pushed out. Lu's wife heard this and, before reading what was written, her face changed. She looked closely, and as she guessed, it was all about Lu Yen causing trouble outside. He had 4 concubines in the courtyard alone, not to mention the lovers in the brothels. She hadn't finished reading when she angrily folded the papers and looked at her. Who exactly are you? Of course, someone here to cause trouble. He Junyang smiled and reassured her, but don't worry, I'm not here to steal your man. I came for business matters. Lu Yen has been thinking crookedly about my family, so I came to see what kind of person he really is. So, where is he? He probably dares not come out, right? The onlookers suddenly became interested. This was much more exciting than their usual old-fashioned stories. What kind of business? Is your family also running a restaurant? Lu's wife understood that she was here for business and felt relieved. As long as she didn't embarrass her too much, she could accept it. No. He Junyang shook her head. My family only sells small snacks. Everyone was confused. How could a snack seller be connected to the Lu family, who runs a restaurant business? Just then, Lu Yankai hurried over. He was originally angry, but when he saw He Junyang standing on the stool, his eyes widened instantly. Where did this beautiful woman come from? Why is she so pretty? Not only is her face attractive, but her figure is also amazing, with curves in all the right places. It's not someone here to cause trouble. It's clearly someone bringing happiness. Lu Yankai, where are you looking with those dog eyes? Mrs. Lu saw Lu Yankai staring at her nonstop as soon as he arrived, almost drooling. She was furious and scolded him loudly. Lu Yankai was startled. He then realized his wife was also here. He looked at the shopkeeper Lu Chong with a guilty expression, wondering why he hadn't said anything earlier. Lu Chong lowered his head, feeling a bit wronged. He had already nodded off several times on the way here. Clearly, his master was distracted by looks and forgot the main task. How could he be blamed? He felt wronged inside, but dared not speak. Hee, madam, why are you here? This small matter can be handled by your husband. You shouldn't trouble yourself. Please go back and rest. Lu Yankai smiled apologetically and signaled to the maid beside him. Aren't you going to take the madam back? Lu Yankai, don't think I'll leave easily. Today, I want to see how you handle this. Mrs. Lu suddenly pushed away Lu Yankai's hand and hid the paper in her sleeve. She planned to deal with those little troublemakers one by one. Lu Yankai built such a big restaurant with help from outside. His ancestors had run a restaurant for generations, but it declined early because they lacked special dishes. If not for his wife's family supporting him, the restaurant would have closed long ago. Because of this, Mrs. Lu held a high position at home. Lu Yankai dared not take concubines easily or upset his wife. That's why people called her a fierce wife. Lu Yankai felt frustrated. He thought his wife was embarrassing him in front of so many people. But because of her family's influence, he could only smile and say, if Madam wants to see, then see. Just look. He personally helped his wife sit down beside him, then asked He Junyang, this young lady came to trouble me today. Tell me, what grudge or resentment do I, Lu, have against you that makes you cause such a fuss? I, Lu, always act upright and proper, so I'm not afraid of a woman like you. He spoke confidently, full of pride, but his eyes kept scanning He Junyang. It was obvious from his face that he had good intentions. He Junyang picked up a cup of tea and poured it into his eyes. Lu Yankai shouted in surprise and hurriedly covered his eyes. He Junyang coldly said, if you keep staring at me like that, next time I pour something it won't be tea. Before anyone else could speak, Madame Lu nearby excitedly clapped her thigh and said, good shot. Her maid, seeing her so happy, quickly nudged her to remind her to watch her manners. He Junyang watched all this calmly. It seemed Madame Lu was also an interesting person. Lu Yankai, having been splashed, didn't dare to say anything more and stood awkwardly to the side, waiting for He Junyang to speak. He Junyang then slowly asked, does Boss Lu remember Lu Heya from Daling County? Lu Yankai was surprised.
Who are you?
Honestly, I am the creator of Lu Heya's recipe. If Boss Lu wants my recipe, how could he not know who I am? He Junyang looked disappointed, and others around tried to recall the name Lu Heya. They seemed to have heard it somewhere. Lu Yankai suddenly understood. You're the formidable young widow from the Lu family? He Junyang, there's no need to specifically say she's a widow. Someone in the crowd mumbled. I remember now. I have a relative from Daling County. A few days ago, they visited my home and brought 2 portions of marinated duck heads and necks, plus some small side dishes. That relative said it was a new snack in the county called Lu Heya. At first, I thought those things looked unappetizing, but after trying one, I couldn't put it down. I also have some impression. I heard that the owner's surname is Lu, and the marinated items are all black, so they call it Lu Heya. The name isn't very nice, but the taste is amazing. I even had someone buy it specially for me to try. So, this young lady is actually the owner of Lu Heya. Then it seems Boss Lu wants to buy the recipe for Lu Heya. If he wants to buy it, just buy it. Why cause trouble and come here? There's no need to say more. It must be that the price wasn't negotiated well, or something went wrong. Oh, when will Lu Heya be sold in the city? You all make me crave it just talking about it. Hearing the crowd's discussion, He Junyang smiled slightly. She didn't expect that the fame of Lu Heya had spread to the city. It seemed her plan to do business here could be put on the schedule. Lu Yankai heard this and said unhappily, I'm here to buy the recipe from you, but isn't it true that you didn't want to sell? Now you're causing trouble by coming here. Actually, he guessed it was mostly because of Zhou's matter, but he would never admit it. Boss Lu, you really have a bad memory. Can't you remember what you've done? Fine. Since I've come to your door, I will naturally clarify everything. She then turned her gaze to the crowd watching the scene and lightly parted her red lips. In Daling County, Lu Heya really sells well. We welcome honest merchants who want to cooperate and run the business together, but 10 miles fragrant is truly eye-opening. Wanting to buy my Lu Heya recipe at a low price is one thing, but sending spies to my house to steal the formula, that's too much. I've seen many dirty tricks in the industry, but I've never seen someone as shameless as Boss Lu. While He Junyang was speaking, Lu Yankai kept making small begging gestures, asking her not to say more. But she pretended not to see and finished her words in one breath. A new round of self-criticism began among the crowd, and even her own wife looked at him with some suspicion. Lu Yankai was unhappy. You little widow, can't just falsely accuse people. If you say that, you must have proof. Otherwise, I will go to the authorities and sue you. I am indeed a widow, but I don't need you to remind me. If I go see the officials, that's even better. I'm worried Boss Lu might bully us small folks trying to make a living, so I might as well ask the officials to give us justice. Lu Yankai thought she wouldn't dare to go see the officials with him. Zhou's woman had already been driven away, and the Lu family wouldn't be foolish enough to take her back. Without witnesses or evidence, they couldn't find any leverage against him. But who would have thought this woman would react differently? Could it be that they caught Zhou's woman again? Lu Yankai felt he had been careless. He should have just dealt with that woman once and for all back then. Seeing him standing there stunned, everyone initially only believed him 5%, but now they believe him 90%. If it had been me falsely accused, I would have immediately gone to see the officials, but Lu Yankai hesitated, clearly feeling guilty. Boss Lu, isn't what this young lady said true? Did you really send someone to steal the formula? That's not acceptable. Although your 10 Miles fragrance hasn't changed much in recent years, it is still a long-standing shop. We still miss it. As long as you run it well, there's no reason it can't continue. Why would you send someone to steal the formula? Yeah. Everyone said their piece. Lu Yankai argued, it wasn't me. This is slander. Show me the evidence. He Junyang smiled, reached into her, and pulled out a stack of papers. Under everyone's watch, she waved them and said, these are witnesses who saw the Zhou family being chased out for stealing at the entrance of 10 Miles Fragrance in Daling County. They've signed and sealed. This counts as physical evidence. As for witnesses, if needed, we can bring those people here for a face-to-face testimony. In fact, there was no real signed evidence. She was just pretending to scare Lu Yankai. Lu Yankai hadn't expected her to be so prepared and was momentarily at a loss. The others also saw through it and felt disappointed in 10 Miles Fragrance. It was a well-known shop, but the owner was so inept. They decided not to come to this restaurant anymore. What do you want? Even if what you said is true, it didn't succeed, right? Lu Yankai asked softly. Under the current circumstances, he was at a disadvantage in every way and could only try to soften his stance. Everyone took a deep breath. This was an admission. And to be so confident even after admitting it was the first time they'd seen such boldness. I don't want anything. Today, I came to tell you that if you want to do business, come to me openly. If you can pay, we can cooperate. If you can't, better give up those unnecessary ideas. Your shopkeeper Zhang should have told you about me looking for him. If you don't listen, your end will be even worse than his. After speaking, she was about to leave. When she passed Mrs. Lu, she stopped and said, if Madam wants to remove the dark spots on her face, just come to Yuan Hall to find me. Mrs. Lu is a plump woman with dark skin. Most people can't see the black spots on her face. They only think she looks dark and unattractive. However, He Junyang immediately notices them, which surprises Mrs. Lu. When she comes back to her senses, He Junyang has already left. Mrs. Lu quickly grabs the hand of her maid and asks, she just said she was going somewhere to find her? Yes, I think it was Yuan Hall, the clinic run by Dr. Song. Write it down. Tomorrow, we will go find her. Mrs. Lu becomes excited. If she didn't have other things to do today, she would want to go now. She has spent many years trying to improve her appearance, but nothing has worked. No matter where she goes, people mock her. Although her family is wealthy, many ladies' groups don't invite her, or only do so when they need something from her. She really hopes her situation will get better. The maid agrees and is about to help Mrs. Lu back home, but Mrs. Lu waves her off and says, no rush. I still have things to handle. Without caring about the many people watching, she pulls Lu Yanxi by the ear and drags him upstairs to a side room, cursing, Lu Yanxi, explain to me what those little brats are doing. I told you before, if you want me to spend money to help you with your business, you must listen to me. Look at what you've done. Inside the room, loud noises and Lu Yanxi begging for mercy can be heard. The crowd sighs and shakes their heads before leaving. Mrs. Lu scolds Lu Yanxi and then leaves. She sends someone to inquire about the female doctor at Yuyuan Hall and learns that He Junyang is indeed a skilled doctor, the one who cured the Gao family's young lady. She feels happy and decides to visit her early the next day. Meanwhile, Lu Yanxi dares not go home and stays at a tavern instead, lying on the bed while Lu Chong applies medicine to him. That wicked woman Qing Shuowei didn't even show respect in front of so many people. I'll divorce her someday. Ow. Ow. Be gentle. You're hurting me. That young widow is really something. Why didn't she just come to see me directly? Making such a fuss. Does that make sense? Lu Yanxi keeps talking nonstop, but Lu Chong doesn't dare reply. That widow did ask him to call the master out, and he took it upon himself to send a servant to teach her a lesson, which caused all this trouble. Lu Yankai continued, but that young widow really looks quite attractive. Old Zhang, that scoundrel, didn't clarify when he wrote the letter. With such a stunning woman, how could we use cheap tricks? We should cherish her. Now we've damaged her image in her mind, and that's my loss. Lu Chong. Lu Chong, are you upset because your wife was angry at that young widow? Why do you seem to feel sorry for her instead? Master, do you like that young widow? Lu Chong hesitantly asked. Lu Yankai shrugged. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful girl? Besides, she's single. As the saying goes, a gentle lady is a good match for a gentleman. I think we are destined to meet that day. He thought of He Junyang's beautiful face and impressive figure, momentarily forgetting his pain. Lu Chong couldn't help but remind him, Master, but your wife, and that young widow, is quite skilled. She doesn't seem easy to deal with. He wanted to advise Lu Yankai not to covet what doesn't belong to him, but Lu Yankai believed that He Junyang deliberately came to find him because she wanted to get to know him. She was just embarrassed to say it because of her widow status, so she used this method. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what kind of woman she is, she can't do without a man. She hasn't had a man for so many years. Who knows what she's thinking? As long as I get her into my bed, I call the shots, Lu Yankai said while fantasizing, imagining wonderful scenes, and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Chong hesitated, wanting to stop him. Master, this matter has already caused quite a fuss today. Maybe we should hold off for now. Hold off. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yankai immediately became unhappy. He turned to Lu Chong, slapped him in the face, and said, She's from Daling County. She won't stay in the capital for long. We must seize the opportunity and get her. That woman is talented. She can invent dishes like Lu Heya. If we get her, her recipes will be mine too. Lu Chong thought he was wrong but couldn't argue back. Seeing him silent, Lu Yankai grew angrier. He cursed, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare what I need. Also, send a message to the young widow. Tell her that tomorrow night I will apologize and invite her to a meal. Tomorrow night? Lu Chong was very surprised. That was so fast. Is that not okay? Lu Yankai was unhappy and waiting for him, feeling that Lu Chong had become more and more difficult to deal with lately. After finishing this matter, he planned to send him away. All right, I'll go handle it now, Lu Chong replied and hurried off. He was a bit conflicted about whether to tell his wife about this, but thinking of the methods used by the master, he dared not report it. Everything would depend on how the young widow's fate turned out. He Junyang had a good sleep at the inn and early in the morning went to visit Lord Hu Wenhai's house. As usual, Dr. Song was already waiting at the door. Did Dr. He sleep well last night at the inn? Dr. Song was always polite when he saw her, showing respect for He Junyang. She smiled and nodded. Very well. Dr. Song responded, and then said, Since Lord Hu has been ill, his temper has not been good. Be careful around him. He was worried she might upset him or that he might feel wronged. Don't worry, I can handle it, she replied confidently. This time, Song Chi also went inside with her, since Lord, whose illness was not common, and many things were inconvenient for a woman like Hee Jun-young to do alone, so she needed help. Originally, only a young medicine boy was needed, but Song-chi had his own reasons and decided to go himself. When they arrived, the Hu family was already waiting. Mrs. Fong, knew that the doctor was a woman and was prepared mentally. But when she saw Hee Jun-young's face, she was slightly stunned. She was very beautiful. Thinking about how her husband had been to those dirty places, indulging in pleasures and catching this disease, she felt very angry. But suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. If her husband saw such a beautiful woman like Dr. He, would he feel hurt inside? Thinking this way, Mrs. Feng's mood improved a lot. She thought it was time to teach her husband a lesson, so he would realize that only those dirty places had pretty young women. Doctor, he looks so beautiful. Come, let's go inside and see how my husband's condition is. Mrs. Feng's attitude became much more eager. Hee Jun-young found it all a bit strange, but everyone still followed Mrs. Feng into the room. Old master, whose condition has become very serious. At first, he could still go out and enjoy himself, but now he can only lie in bed and cannot get up. Master, doctor, he has come to see you. Mrs. Feng happily lifted the bed curtain, deliberately allowing Hu Wenhui to see what Hee Jun-young looked like. Indeed, the originally dull and cloudy eyes suddenly brightened when they saw Hee Jun-young. Is this the doctor? Yes. I've never seen someone so beautiful. Don't you think so, master? Mrs. Feng smiled with a mysterious look. Hu Wenhui nodded repeatedly, looking at Hee Jun-young with a sly gaze. He had often been involved in affairs outside, which caused his illness. Now, seeing Hee Jun-young, he couldn't take his eyes off her, truly a case of bad habits dying hard. Song-chi didn't understand what the couple was up to and quietly stepped in front of Hee Jun-young, saying, "Let's first check his condition." Yes, let's have Dr. He examine him. How should Dr. He do it? Mrs. Feng's eager expression made Hee Jun-young uncomfortable. She said, "Just pull down his pants." Mrs. Feng replied, "In that case, everyone else should leave, and only Dr. He stays here." She wanted Hu Wenhui to see, but not get what he wanted, making him frustrated. However, Hee Jun-young and the Song father and son were unhappy. Why should only Hee Jun-young stay as the doctor? "Madam, do you know medical skills?" Hee Jun-young suddenly asked. Mrs. Feng instinctively shook her head. Hee Jun-young said, "Then when will it be your turn to teach me how to do things?" Mrs. Feng choked and didn't know what to say. Hee Jun-young added, "If you really want to treat the illness, behave properly. Otherwise, don't waste my time." Mrs. Feng was angry and pointed at Hee Jun-young, unable to speak for a moment. Seeing her wife upset, Hu Wenhui hurriedly said, "Listen to Dr. He, you go out now." Mrs. Feng dared not say more and left with a cold snort. The servants helped Hu Wenhui take off his pants. Seeing the scene, they felt a bit awkward. Hu Wenhui responded in this situation. The faces of Dr. Song and his son darkened. They thought Hu Wenhui was ungrateful even at death's door. Hee Jun-young remained calm, standing about 2 meters away, observing, then said, "The injury is quite serious. You won't need to wear pants anymore. Covering it up is actually worse. I will first prepare a medicinal paste, boil it, and then use it to clean the affected area." Saying this, Hee Jun-young turned around and sat at the table, instructing the servant to prepare paper and pen. Hu Wenhui looked confused. This was not what he had imagined at all. Every time Dr. Song examined him before, he would do so carefully, standing very close, studying for a long time, sometimes even touching him. He thought Dr. He would do the same, so he waited eagerly. But this time it was different. "Doesn't Dr. He want to look closely?" He couldn't help but ask aloud, then thought it might be inappropriate, and explained, "I'm just worried you won't look carefully enough, and it will be hard to get the right medicine." "Don't worry, I have good eyesight," Hee Jun-young said without looking up, already starting to write the prescription. Hu Wenhui looked disappointed, as if he had lost hope. Dr. Song and his son felt awkward. Although Hee Jun-young was the woman present, they felt embarrassed and guilty. They thought they might not accept such work in the future, no matter how much money was offered. The servant quickly went to get the medicine, boiled it, and then brought a basin in, waiting for He Junyang to give instructions. Hu Wenhui initially thought He Junyang was going to help him wash the wound, but she didn't even look at him. She simply ordered the servant, "Wash it well." The servant nodded and stepped forward to begin. Then He Junyang instructed, "Two of you hold your master down. Don't let him move around." The servant hurried to hold him as instructed, and the person responsible for cleaning poured the medicinal juice onto the wound.
Ah!
A scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out, startling Dr. Song and his son. He Junyang remained unmoved, with a faint smile on her lips, as if the sound was pleasant to her. Song Chi accidentally caught a glimpse of her smile and wondered if she was doing it on purpose. For some reason, his mood improved significantly. His earlier worries now seemed unnecessary. Once the servant finished cleaning, Hu Wenhui was so pained he became limp and lay on the bed, unwilling to move. But the situation was not over yet. He Junyang took out a packet of powder and asked Song Chi to help sprinkle it on the wound. Then, another round of screams followed. Hu Wenhui didn't understand. Dr. Song had examined and treated him before, but it never hurt this much. Could it be that the more it hurt, the better the effect? The cleaning earlier was even more painful than pouring strong alcohol on the wound. Applying medicine now hurts more than sprinkling salt on a wound. After Song Chi used powder to cover the affected area, Hu Wenhui finally couldn't bear it and fainted. "All right, go find your lady to settle the consultation fee. We'll come back tomorrow." Generally, doctors charge a consultation fee, and even if not mentioned, the host usually pays. But He Junyang deliberately brought it up. Feng's family made things difficult for her, and she didn't want Feng's family to have an easy time either. It was that simple. Sure enough, when the servant mentioned that He Junyang brought up the consultation fee on purpose, Feng's face looked unhappy. It seemed as if their family didn't pay the doctor, and the doctor had to ask for the fee. In the end, Feng ordered the servant to prepare 50 taels of silver, then forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Dr. He. Once my husband recovers, we will give a large gift again." He Junyang smiled warmly and replied, "Madam, you're too kind. Our consultation fees are based on the number of visits. Old master who is seriously ill, so he will be coming over in the next few days." After speaking, she led the way ahead. Song's father and son hurried to follow, not giving Hu's family much chance to speak. Feng was so angry she twisted her handkerchief and quickly went to see her own husband. When she saw the soft, limp figure on the bed, her eyes brightened. What methods did those doctors use to torment the old man into this state? Feeling happy inside, she no longer resented He Junyang and the others, especially since she knew they would come over to torment the old man again in the next few days. She couldn't help but feel excited. Their family wasn't short of money. She just wanted to make this old man suffer. On the surface, she shed 2 tears and rushed forward, saying, "Old master, I am sorry you suffered. It's my fault. I wish I could take your place and suffer instead." Hu Wenhui fainted not long ago, but she cried and woke him up again. She then pretended to be deeply emotional, making it hard for Hu Wenhui to find fault. Moreover, the beautiful female doctor today was also brought back by Madam. For her sake, Hu Wenhui decided not to argue with her. He Junyang and her group returned to the clinic and saw a familiar face. A woman with a muscular body sat on a stool, trying to cover her face's dark spots with a piece of silk cloth. Next to her stood a young maid, and in front of her was a table with a teapot, indicating she had been there for a while. It was Madame Liu, the owner of the 10 Miles of Fragrance, whom they saw yesterday. "Oh, Dr. He, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you so anxiously." Mrs. Liu saw He Junyang and hurried over, continuing, "I planned to come earlier for a checkup, but I didn't expect such bad luck to meet you going out for a consultation. I didn't want to wait at home, so I could only wait here." Mrs. Liu's face was smiling, showing no sign of resentment, as if yesterday's trouble at her restaurant wasn't her concern. Actually, it wasn't her fault. It was Liu family's property, unrelated to her. She had a generous dowry, including various shops, and didn't care much about that small restaurant. Most importantly, The list Hee Junyoung gave her was checked yesterday. She and her people went to find everyone on it. It turned out there really was something, and she had given them a stern warning. Today, she felt very happy. Seeing Hee Junyoung, she looked like a good sister. Hee Junyoung treated her kindly, just as she did others. Since Mrs. Liu was polite, she also greeted her with a smile. "Please, Mrs. Liu, thank you for waiting. Let's go inside for a thorough check." Then, Hee Junyoung looked at Song Chi, who immediately understood and led the way, saying, "This way, please." Hee Junyoung didn't often come to the capital city, so she wasn't familiar with the layout of Yuyuan Hall. It was best to let Song Chi lead, so she wouldn't seem too bossy. After a quick check, Hee Junyoung had a clear idea. She briefly explained Mrs. Liu's condition, then sat down to write a prescription. Mrs. Liu asked nervously, "Dr. Hee, can I still be cured?" "Yes, it's not a big problem," Hee Junyoung nodded. She quickly finished the prescription, blew on it, then handed it to Mrs. Liu. "Buy these herbs, grind them into powder, mix with fresh milk, and apply to your face. Wash it off after an incense sticks time. Do this morning and night, and stick with it for a few months. You'll see clear improvement." Mrs. Liu was surprised. "No need to take medicine?" "No, just external application." It was basically a medical face mask, very effective against dark spots. "Thank you, Dr. Hee. That's wonderful. My face can be saved." Mrs. Liu touched her face happily, tears of joy in her eyes. Because of her face, her husband looked down on her, and others mocked her. She couldn't lift her head. If her family hadn't been wealthy, she didn't know how badly she'd be bullied. The young maid nearby also cheered for her and said, "Madam, once you cure the dark spots, the people outside won't dare to mock you anymore." Madame Liu nodded repeatedly, then patted her waist where her fat was, and asked eagerly, "Dr. Hee, do you think I can get rid of this fat?" She was not only insecure about the dark spots on her face, but also felt helpless about her body fat. She looked like her father, the kind of person who gains weight just by drinking cold water. Hee Junyoung carefully examined her and nodded, saying, "Yes, but it depends on whether Madam can stick to it." "Really?" Madame Liu exclaimed sharply, and Hee Junyoung instinctively covered her ears. Realizing she was too excited, Madame Liu said, "I'm sorry, I was just so happy. Dr. Hee, if you can really cure me, I will give you 1,000 taels. No, 2,000 taels as your fee. You are like my own sister." It seemed Madame Liu was overwhelmed by her body fat and was so happy she couldn't speak clearly. Hee Junyoung wouldn't mind the money, whether it's a lot or a little, and nodded, saying, "Then I will write you another prescription. Follow what I write." Actually, what she was about to write was not a medicine recipe, but a weight loss plan. It involved a cycle of 7 days, different exercises each day, and eating according to the amount of exercise, with clear meal plans. Madame Liu, losing weight mainly requires controlling your diet and moving your legs. As long as you follow my instructions, you will see results within half a year. This plan is for 1 month. Come back next month for a new plan. Okay. Madame Liu personally took the plan and kept it carefully. She then said, "Dr. Hee, I feel like we get along well. So, you don't need to call me Madame Liu anymore. My maiden name is Chung, and my given name is Xuoe. You can either call me by my name or call me sister. How about we call each other sisters from now on?" Perhaps because of the unpleasant incident at Shirley Piaoxiang yesterday, Chung Xuoe didn't want Hee Junyoung to keep calling her Madame Liu. She felt that being addressed with the Liu surname was a bit unlucky. Hee Junyoung smiled and said, "All right, Xuoe." She didn't usually like to casually accept someone as a sister, and since she wasn't very familiar with Chung Xuoe, it was better to just call her by her name. Chung Xuoe also realized that suddenly calling herself a sister was a bit abrupt, so she smartly smiled and said nothing. When leaving, he gave a silver note worth 100 taels. Hee Junyoung handed the note to Song Chi, asking him to keep the money first. "Dr. Hee, today's earnings should be split with you equally." Song Chi handed over 75 taels of silver, but Hee Junyoung refused to take it, saying, "Let's settle it when I leave. Besides, it's only noon now." According to Song Chi's way of splitting, they would have to do this many times in one day, so it would be easier to wait and settle everything at once at the end.
All right.
Song Chi thought this was a good idea, especially since Hee Junyoung didn't seem to want to leave, meaning she would still be at the clinic in the afternoon to see patients. He could then spend more time with her. He felt secretly happy and told the young servant to prepare some food for Hee Junyoung. While they were eating, an uninvited guest arrived at the clinic, Lu Chong, the shopkeeper of the fragrant 10-mile shop from yesterday. The young servant was the first to go forward and ask if he wanted to see a doctor or get medicine. Lu Chong shook his head and hesitated, saying he wanted to find Dr. Hee. Hee Junyoung had seen him earlier, but didn't want to pay attention. Now that he was clearly looking for her, she couldn't refuse, so she stood up and went over. Is there something you want from me? Our master wants to apologize for yesterday's matter and invite Dr. Hee to a simple meal. He also hopes to discuss a cooperation sincerely. Please kindly accept. Lu Chong spoke cautiously, thinking Hee Junyoung would refuse. After all, yesterday's fuss showed that his master was not a good person, and normal people wouldn't go out of their way to cause trouble for themselves. But Hee Junyoung didn't follow the usual way of thinking. After hearing Lu Chong, she nodded in agreement and asked where they would eat. Lu Chong was surprised, such a modest woman. He felt something was a bit off. However, he still said, our master suggests that since Dr. Hee doesn't like our fragrant 10-mile cuisine, we should go to the best restaurant in the city, Xianshu Tower. A chime at the third quarter of the hour, and a carriage will come to pick up Dr. Hee. Hee Junyoung didn't expect Lu Yen to be so considerate. She didn't need to bother finding a place and happily agreed. Song Chi stood nearby, feeling a bit anxious. Hee Junyoung turned to look at him and asked, Dr. Song, is something the matter?
He
started stammering again. Hee Junyoung felt a little helpless and turned to leave, unwilling to say more. Song Chi hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Dr. Hee, didn't you agree to go see the Lantern Festival tonight? Hee Junyoung understood clearly. It was for this reason. She smiled and said, since the Lantern Festival is at night, it won't interfere with dinner time. Song Chi was speechless. He felt useless, always messing up at crucial moments. Fortunately, Dr. Song noticed something and asked his doctor. He going to meet Lu Yenkai from the 10 Miles Fragrance event? Yes, Hee Junyoung admitted confidently. Dr. Song then said, Lu Yenkai isn't a good person. Dr. Hee might as well take cheer with her for some protection. Song Chi's eyes lit up, feeling that his father was reliable and could help him at a key moment. But Hee Junyoung shook her head. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your kindness, but this is a matter between Lu Yenkai and me. I don't want to involve young Dr.
Song.
In fact, she was worried that Song Chi might hold her back. Since others were present, many things were inconvenient to discuss. The Song father and son felt a bit awkward. They realized their relationship was just cooperation, not close enough to share everything. Although they meant well, they had crossed a line. After dinner, Dr. Song arranged a side room for Hee Junyoung to see patients. News had already spread, and many families came to seek treatment. However, Dr. Song still valued Hee Junyoung's reputation and didn't let her see too many patients, only about 10 in the afternoon, and only the serious cases. At the third quarter of the hour, Lu's carriage arrived on time at the clinic. Hee Junyoung looked uncertain as she got on the carriage, leaving. Song Chi stood behind her, worried. He had previously sent someone to investigate Lu Yenkai and was worried something might go wrong. Now, watching Hee Junyoung get on Lu's carriage, his uneasy feeling grew stronger. Seeing his son's expression, Dr. Song cleared his throat twice. Song Chi was startled, but obediently called out, Father, come with me. Dr. Song turned and left. Although Song Chi was worried about Hee Junyoung, he still followed his father into the house. Are you interested in Dr. Hee? As soon as they entered, Dr. Song asked directly. Song Chi didn't expect his father to be so direct. He blushed with embarrassment. Dr. Song sighed and said, Cheer, you're so confused. Is Dr. Hee someone you can mess with? Why not? Song Chi felt a bit frustrated. He was a young man who was not married, so why couldn't he pursue her? Although Hee Junyoung was married before, her husband was no longer alive. He didn't care about her past at all. Look, you just wanted to go help, but does Doctor He need you to go? Have you thought about what you could do if you went along? If you end up dragging her down, not only will you be embarrassed, but I will too. Dr. Song, experienced and wise, spoke directly and honestly. Song Chi hesitated, trying to defend himself. Then why did father just now speak up for me? I was testing Dr. He's feelings for you. If she was willing to take you along, it would mean she wouldn't mind even if you're a burden. But she refused without hesitation, clearly showing she doesn't like you. Son, you need to understand your place and not waste effort on something impossible. Dr. Song patted his son's shoulder, hoping he would give up. Father, how can I lack self-awareness? You are a respected doctor from the palace, with a noble status. Our family has some reputation in the city, not a small household. We're both doctors, surely we have common topics. Do I really not deserve her? Or do you look down on Dr. He's background? Song Chi insisted on arguing, making Dr. Song very angry. This foolish son. He didn't want to be harsh, but how could his son not understand? Do you think you're worthy of her? I am the former palace doctor, not you.
Doctor He is much more skilled than I am.
You've only just started practicing independently, often needing me to supervise, while Dr. He can diagnose and prescribe with a quick glance. If you say you share interests with her, have you even spoken more than a few words to her? Dr. He is talented and capable in every way. Even if she's a widow now, she wouldn't look at you. Dr. Song knew his words were harsh, but he had to make his son accept the truth, or tragedy would follow. He truly didn't want his son and Dr. He to be together. First, their strengths were too unequal. It wouldn't be fair, and his son would suffer. Second, they were currently in a working relationship, and keeping things professional was best. But if they really developed a relationship, many things couldn't be ignored, and it would cause chaos. Having served in the palace for many years, Dr. Song was tired of these troubles. That's why he hurriedly left the palace to return to his hometown when he got older. He finished speaking and left, leaving Song Chi alone in the room, lost in thought. Father said Dr. He disliked him, but last night Dr. He clearly agreed to go see the Lantern Festival with him. If he truly disliked him, he would have made excuses to refuse. He knew that He Junyang was not the type to beat around the bush. Since that's the case, he would try again tonight. He wouldn't give up so easily. Meanwhile, He Junyang had already arrived at Shirsu Lu. Led by a young servant from the Lu family, she went upstairs to a private room where Lu Yen Kai was already waiting. As soon as she entered, a faint fragrance filled the air. He Junyang curled her lips slightly, not bothering to pay it much attention, and went inside. Lady, he has arrived. Please have a seat. Knowing she was skilled, Lu Yen Kai didn't do anything inappropriate. He warmly helped her sit down, and then asked the restaurant staff to introduce their special dishes, letting He Junyang choose what to order. His careful and considerate attitude would surely make others very happy. It seems that Boss Lu is very eager to work with me, He Junyang said softly, taking a sip of tea with a polite smile. Even so, Lu Yen Kai was completely captivated by her. How could Lady He look so beautiful? His other women and favorites in the inn couldn't compare. Looking at her closely, he noticed her skin was very smooth and fine, with no visible pores. Lu Yen Kai thought to himself, with such delicate skin, it must feel very soft and tender to the touch. Suddenly, a hot cup of tea was spilled right onto his face. Lu Yen Kai was burned badly. He wanted to get angry, but faced with such a beautiful woman, he forced his temper down. Just wait. When they get to bed, he'd see how she begged for mercy. Thinking this, his anger faded, and he put on a gentle, smiling face. I was wrong. I apologize for offending Lady He. If Lu Chong were here and saw his master smiling after being splashed with hot tea by a woman, he would be shocked. But He Junyang remained calm, showing no change in her attitude. She asked softly, Boss Lu, you came to see me about business, right? Let's be direct. If you want the Lu Heiyu recipe, it will cost 20,000 taels of silver, no less. Otherwise, forget it. She poured herself another cup of tea. Lu Yen Kai couldn't believe his ears. Had he heard wrong? 20,000 taels. Is Lady He joking with me? He Jiunyang pursed her lips and said, how could that be? In business, I never like to joke. Come on, Boss Lu runs so many restaurants. Surely he can come up with 20,000 taels?
Who said he couldn't?
Of course he could. But 20,000 taels is too much. Lady He, aren't you making things difficult? If you're asking for such a high price, you might as well just take it by force. At this moment, Lu Yankai couldn't hide his feelings anymore. Honestly, he really didn't have that much money. His restaurant has been losing money, unless he asks his family for help. But yesterday, that fierce mother had taken away his little sweetheart and was now furious. He's not going back there. Whether he doesn't want to go back or is afraid to go back, only he knows. He Junyang smiled and said, yes, I could have just taken it, but I sincerely wanted to discuss cooperation with you. Isn't that giving you face? Lu Yankai. The atmosphere became awkward. Lu Yankai didn't want to talk about business anymore. After all, once he spent the night with her, everything would be his. Just as he was trying to change the subject, the waiter brought the dishes. Lu Yankai's heart lifted, and he enthusiastically introduced the various foods. Lady He ordered all the expensive main dishes and many of them, almost filling the big table. Since Lu Yankai was paying, he figured he might as well enjoy it. All right, Boss Lu, the waiter already told me what's available. With so many dishes, how can anyone not eat enough? Lady He impatiently interrupted and started eating on her own. Honestly, after a whole day of working, she was really hungry. Lu Yankai watched her eat, his eyes shining. He kept eating and had already eaten quite a lot. Plus, he had specially ordered fragrant dishes, so the effect would definitely be good.